Su Jian'an, you are my woman. Want to escape? It's too late. Lu Boyan, why is it that you can frolic around with others while I must remain faithful to you alone? Su Jian'an, Lu Boyan, I too wish to seek companionship elsewhere. Silence. You are the only woman for me. As Su Jian'an emerged from the restroom, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a couple entwined in an embrace none other than the renowned diva Han Ruoshi and the CEO of the Lu Corporation, Lu Boyan. She quickly concealed herself behind the wall, curiosity piquing as she peered out. I've heard she's merely a forensic expert. How could she possibly be worthy of you? Han Ruoshi gazed intently at Lu Boyan, her exquisitely beautiful visage betraying a calm facade, though her constricted pupils revealed her heart's anguish. Su Jian'an pouted. What was wrong with being a forensic expert? It was a rather impressive profession. Lu Boyan's handsome face remained impassive. In 2 years, I will divorce her. Ultimately, he would still wed that woman. A bitter smile crept onto Han Ruoxi's lips. I understand. With that, she donned her sunglasses and gracefully turned to leave, while Lu Boyan strode toward the private room. Only then did Su Jian'an leisurely step out from her hiding spot, blinking in astonishment. These two are indeed a couple, aren't they? Since Han Ruoxi's meteoric rise to fame, rumors of her affair with Lu Boyan had circulated frequently. Yet, they had never confirmed nor denied their relationship, leaving the audience in a tantalizing suspense. How much could she earn if she leaked this news to a gossip magazine? With such thoughts, Su Jian'an returned to the private room, only to encounter Lu Boyan once more. She could not deny that this man was a favored child of the Havinsa pair of narrow, deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and lips as sensually sculpted as if chiseled by the finest artist, his features impeccably flawless. His profile was markedly more defined than that of the average Eastern man, exuding a rugged coldness interwoven with an air of aloof elegance that rendered him both captivating and distant. No wonder even a successful and proud woman like Han Ruoshi would find herself captivated beneath his tailored suit. Tang Yulan, upon seeing Su Jian'an return, gently patted her son's hand. Boyan, look at how much Su Jian'an has blossomed over the years. Lu Boyan cast a fleeting glance at Su Jian'an, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Jian'an touched her nose, offering a polite smile as she settled back beside her brother, Su Yicheng. She bit down on her chopsticks, recalling the earlier scene she had witnessed, suddenly realizing she had forgotten to take a photo. The magazine would hardly pay her more than 100 yuan for the tip. How disheartening. Su Yicheng nudged her hand. This is your wedding banquet, mind your image. Even without Su Yicheng's reminder, Su Jian'an felt the impending drama. She was indeed the woman referred to as merely a forensic expert by Han Ruoshi, and tomorrow she would register her marriage to Lu Boyan. Just moments ago, she had merely gone to wash her hands and returned to witness Lu Boyan with his rumored girlfriend, promising Han Ruoshi that he would divorce her. Her marriage was beginning in the most unconventional manner. Aware that Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an had not seen each other for 14 years, Tang Yulan sought to create a moment of privacy for them. Jian'an, the presidential suite upstairs has been reserved for you. You two will stay here tonight to discuss tomorrow's marriage registration. Yicheng, I must trouble you to take me home. Su Yicheng, being perceptive, gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Tang Yulan. Boyan, you need not accompany us. I will ensure Aunt Tang returns home safely. Su Yicheng was undeniably handsome, exuding a mature and composed demeanor, speaking with a calm elegance that made Su Jian'an regard him as the most reliable man in the world. She felt entirely at ease with him escorting Tang Yulan home. But did this mean she was about to be alone with Lu Boyan? Tang Yulan gently patted Su Jian'an's hand. Jian'an, don't be nervous, you and Boyan are not strangers. Su Jian'an forced a dry smile. She had met Lu Boyan a few times when she was 10, but after he left for overseas, they had never crossed paths again until today 14 years had elapsed. This was perhaps the most foreign acquaintance imaginable. Tang Yulan spoke earnestly. You two should have a good talk tomorrow. You will be husband and wife, embarking on a lifetime together. Boyan, take good care, Jian'an. With that, Tang Yulan and Su Yicheng departed, leaving only Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an in the private room. Su Jian'an recalled Lu Boyan's promise to Han Ruoshi that in 2 years he would divorce her. Could she truly envision a lifetime with Lu Boyan? It seemed rather implausible. An eerie silence enveloped the room as both remained mute. Why did you agree to marry me? After a prolonged pause, Lu Boyan's cold, hard voice broke the stillness. Su Jian'an was taken aback. Didn't Aunt Tang inform you? My father attempted to kidnap me to coerce my brother. So Aunt Tang wants me to marry you, becoming Mrs. Lu. At least then, my father would think twice before targeting me. This way, Su Yicheng could pursue his own ambitions freely. Wasn't this reason sufficient? As for the true reason, it seemed unnecessary to disclose it to Lu Boyan, nor would she allow anyone else to know. Come to my room, Lu Boyan commanded icily. Su Jian'an was momentarily stunned and instinctively queried. What for? Lu Boyan smirked. In the room. What do you think we could do? His deep, magnetic voice bore an alluring quality, laden with insinuation. Duong. Su Jian'an felt a rush of wind dishevel her composure. In the presidential suite, the man, with features more enchanting than a demon's, reclined on the sofa, his long legs crossed, exuding an air of opulent elegance that undeniably commanded the space around him. It was enough to send one's heart racing. Su Jian'an could not take her eyes off him, watching as he parted his sensuously thin lips to utter cold, heartless words. I harbor no feelings for you. Marrying you is merely to fulfill my mother's long-held wish, but we shall not be true husband and wife. Understood? Su Jian'an blinked, her lips curling into a smile. Well, how coincidental, I have no feelings for you either. Brother Boyan, shall we shake hands? At 10, she had always addressed him as such. Now, 14 years later, as she uttered those words, the childhood affection had faded, yet her smile remained radiant, her eyes sparkling with a lively innocence that seemed capable of piercing through one's soul. Lu Boyan disregarded her jest, addressing his subordinate with the cool detachment of business. Tomorrow, have my luggage moved to my home, I will be staying in the guest room. Su Jian'an pouted, as if he were suggesting she was eager to share a bed with him. This man was insufferably arrogant. She needed to reclaim her dignity. Are you afraid to share a room with me? She playfully poked at Lu Boyan's heart. Worried you might lose control? Her tone dripped with provocation, her actions laced with flirtation, yet her fair skin and delicate features, coupled with bright, innocent eyes, made her appear utterly naive. But could such an innocent girl utter such words? Lu Boyan's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes, as Su Jian'an discerned a captivating allure lurking beneath his handsome facade. This striking man seemed to transform in an instant, his essence shifting into something wild and untamed. Danger! Su Jian'an fluttered her long eyelashes, instinctively retreating in caution. Thinking of fleeing? Lu Boyan cornered Su Jian'an against the wall of the room, his hands propped against either side, effectively trapping her. The distance between them shrank, intimacy enveloping them. Su Jian'an could discern the faint scent of his cologne, and gazing at his strikingly sculpted features, her heart inexplicably quickened. But how could she prioritize escape over the allure of such a handsome man? Ah, Brother Lu, you need not stand so close. I can see clearly that you remain as handsome as ever, she remarked, donning a flattering smile, slowly crouching down in an attempt to sneak away unnoticed. Lu Boyan, discerning her ruse, effortlessly lifted Su Jian'an back up. What do you think you can run under my watchful eye? His tone was laced with mockery. Irritated, Su Jian'an, possessing her own pride, decided to take a firmer stance. Let me go. Otherwise, I shall inform Antang that you are bullying me. Tang Yulan was the only person in the world who could pose a threat to Lu Boyan. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lu Boyan replied, Are you suggesting that when we shared a bed, I couldn't help but bully you? That sounds rather wicked. Antang might not handle it well. Su Jian'an thought to herself, on the verge of tears, wondering why no one had warned her of Lu Boyan's devious nature. How could she navigate this? Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. Is that considered wicked? His hand suddenly rested on Su Jian'an's waist, teasingly gliding along her curves in a slow, provocative manner. What about this? How does it classify? Su Jian'an's mind erupted in chaos. For the first time, she experienced such intimate contact with a male. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she gasped, glaring at Lu Boyan. You. After a prolonged silence, her typically articulate tongue faltered, leaving her speechless. What is it? Lu Boyan's lips curled into a charming smile, radiating satisfaction. Or are you planning to tell my mother that I am bullying you? Rogue. Su Jian'an seized Lu Boyan's hand and bit down on his wrist, only to realize the texture was wrong. Upon closer inspection, she discovered he wore a Piaget watch worth over $1 million. She had bitten the watch instead. How embarrassing. She touched her nose, sheepishly releasing Lu Boyan's hand, feigning nonchalance. Rest assured, Lu Boyan withdrew his hand, casting a cold gaze at Su Jian'an. I have no interest in little girls. Little girl? Su Jian'an felt thoroughly insulted from head to toe and retorted, You are the one who is little. I am 24 years old. Lu Boyan cast a glance at her chest. It feels like that of a 14-year-old. Fuming, Su Jian'an gritted her teeth, refusing to back down. You feel like a 4-year-old. Oh, Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. When have you ever touched me? Su Jian'an had never actually touched Lu Boyan, her mind racing. A wicked, arrogant smile spread across Lu Boyan's face as he said, Forgotten? No matter, I can let you now. Saying this, he took her hand and guided it toward his. He actually dared to do this. In a moment of bewilderment, Su Jian'an shouted, What kind of hero allows me to touch him? If you have the guts, take it off and show me. She was unsure of what she had just said, and only realized her words as she witnessed Lu Boyan gracefully removing his suit jacket. Her cheeks flushed from pink to scarlet, almost bleeding with embarrassment. Lu Boyan, she exclaimed indignantly, You are too much of a rogue. Lu Boyan smirked coldly. Did you truly think I would show you? Get out. Had you been played? Su Jian'an felt her anger surge. Why should the master bedroom belong to you? Did you open this hotel? Lu Boyan regarded her with an appreciative gaze, tinged with unmistakable mockery. Quite clever. Su Jian'an, what a joke. Having already been at a disadvantage, Su Jian'an was determined not to yield this time. Her mind raced for a solution. Lu Boyan, sensing her mischievous demeanor, felt an ominous premonition and attempted to pull her out. At that moment, Su Jian'an swiftly leaped onto the bed, sprawled across it to claim the entire space. With a triumphant smile, she declared Lu Boyan, It should be clear who needs to leave now. No need for me to say more. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, regarding her with a dangerous glint. Su Jian'an trembled under his gaze, yet fortune favored her as Lu Boyan's phone in the living room rang at that moment, a distinctive tone signaling an urgent matter. Frowning, he turned and exited the room. With a sigh of relief, Su Jian'an swiftly rolled off the bed and locked the door, relishing the luxury of the presidential suite for the night. Chapter 3. In truth, she has someone she likes after a restful night. The following day, Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an proceeded as planned to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon seeing Lu Boyan's luxurious vehicle parked before the hotel, Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback. An Aston Martin 177, priced at nearly $50 million, with only 77 units produced worldwide and merely 5 in the country. To think that Lu Boyan owned one, truly astonishing. This sense of awe accompanied Su Jian'an to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where the two were preparing to enter when suddenly someone called out to her, Jian'an. It was a male voice. Lu Boyan turned to see a young man, of similar age to Su Jian'an, standing leisurely by the door of a BMW 760. His handsome features striking. Jiang Shaokai. Surprised, Su Jian'an ran over, smiling brightly. Jiang Shao, what brings you here? Leaning casually against his car, Jiang Shaokai crossed his arms, regarding Su Jian'an with an inquisitive look. So you're really getting married? Is he the one you like? The smile on Su Jian'an's face faltered. Jiang Shaokai seemed to know too much. With a heart harboring affection for another, could she truly find happiness marrying someone else? Jian'an, while there is still time, let me take you away. You need not marry this man. I can protect you. Su Jian'an, torn, contemplated revealing her true feelings to Jiang Shaokai. However, after a moment's thought, she decided against it. She took a step back, chuckling lightly. No need. I'm returning to work the day after tomorrow. See you then. Having known Su Jian'an for 7 years, Jiang Shaokai understood that such words meant her decision was resolute. Unable to articulate his feelings, he merely nodded and departed. Turning back, Su Jian'an found Lu Boyan had already left the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Where did he go? Confused, she entered the bureau and soon spotted Lu Boyan at a service window. She approached and sat beside him. I thought you had run away from the wedding. Lu Boyan signed a document, a faint smile of irony playing at the corners of his lips. It seems you were the one more inclined to flee. Even someone came to whisk you away. Oblivious to the fact that Lu Boyan had overheard her conversation with Jiang Shaokai, Su Jian'an took the document to sign, stating, I cannot run away. If I do not marry Lu Boyan, I will become a burden to Su Yicheng, and I refuse that, especially since. After the paperwork, the photos, and a flurry of formalities, the red book was finally in the hands of Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an. It was as if they had an unspoken agreement. Neither glanced at the marriage certificate. Lu Boyan simply tossed it into his coat pocket, while Su Jian'an carelessly placed it into her bag. Lu Boyan glanced at the time. Where do you live? I'll drive you home to pack your things. Changdo apartment. A modest one-bedroom apartment, simply yet refreshingly arranged. Su Jian'an politely poured Lu Boyan a glass of water. Please sit for a moment. I will have everything packed within an hour. We shall not remain married for long. Lu Boyan stated suddenly, you need not move everything here. In 2 years, whether he wished it or not, he would have to conclude his marriage with Su Jian'an. Otherwise, the title of Mrs. Lu would bring her not protection, but endless peril. Oh, Su Jian'an smiled slyly. Are you planning to marry Han Ruoshi after divorcing me? She believed her divorce from Lu Boyan was inevitable. Yet she found herself more intrigued by the gossip surrounding him and Han Ruoshi. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint surfacing in his gaze. Su Jian'an shivered slightly. Why that expression? Everyone knows about your affair with Han Ruoshi. Everyone knows? Lu Boyan dangerously approached Su Jian'an. What do you know? His handsome features loomed near, compelling Su Jian'an to swallow hard. I only know that you two are a couple. But rest assured, I won't leak it to the media. Please don't stand so close. Bang. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Lu Boyan playfully flicked her forehead. Ouch. Su Jian'an was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Lu Boyan. Go pack your belongings, he commanded coolly. Rubbing her forehead, she realized she had forgotten to retort and obediently began to gather her things to follow Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan resided in the most luxurious villa district of the city, Dingya Villa, nestled beside mountains and rivers. With a sky as blue as the sea and air crisp and clean, it was a veritable paradise compared to the bustling city. As the Aston Martin glided along Lu Boyan's private road, towering French parasol trees flanked either side, their verdant leaves glistening in the sunlight, creating a breathtaking sight. As they arrived at a villa, Lu Boyan turned off the engine and instructed, "Get out." Su Jian'an opened the door and surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately resting on the 3-story villa where she would be living for the foreseeable future. A man in his 50s, clad in a 3-piece suit, emerged from the villa accompanied by a servant who took Su Jian'an's luggage. The gentleman approached her. "Madam, I am the butler. You may call me Su Bo. Welcome." The title Madam felt unsettling to Su Jian'an, who forced a smile. "Su Bo, you can just call me Jian'an." "That won't do. Since you and the young master have obtained a marriage certificate, you are now the rightful young mistress of the Lu family." Su Bo winked at her, noting that Lu Boyan had already entered the house. "The old madam has instructed me to take good care of you. Should you need anything, just let me know. The young master has plenty of resources. If he bullies you, just inform me, and I will immediately call the old madam." Su Jian'an glanced at Lu Boyan's retreating figure and pouted. "I want tea, let him bully me. I'm not some pushover. I'm a little monster." Su Bo blinked in surprise, then laughed, sensing that the days ahead in this grand villa would be far from dreary. "Madam, let me show you to your room." Lu Boyan had instructed Su Bo to provide Su Jian'an with a separate bedroom, and Su Bo led her to a cozy, clean room dominated by white hues, not far from Ye Xiaodong's quarters. Su Jian'an adored the room and began unpacking her suitcase. She could embrace her role as Mrs. Lu for the next 2 years, neither too long nor too short, sufficient to leave no regrets in this lifetime. Chapter 4. When dry kindling meets fire. It ignites. After taking a document to the office, Lu Boyan departed, leaving Su Bo to voice his grievances. "The young master should have stayed to accompany you." "Not necessary." Su Jian'an deep. She felt a silent understanding had been reached between her and Lu Boyan, possessing a marriage certificate and bearing the title of husband and wife. They would coexist under the same roof, each leading their own lives without interference. Such an arrangement was splendid. In the afternoon, with no tasks at hand, Su Jian'an took a leave from work and, unable to go to the police station, settled on the living room sofa with a detective novel. Su Bo quietly prepared tea, snacks, and fruits for her. The first afternoon of her marriage was spent in comfort and ease. Around 5 o'clock, Luo Xiaoxi called, requesting Su Jian'an to step out. With her car left at the police station and the area lacking convenient transportation, she asked Su Bo to arrange a vehicle for her. After pondering, Su Bo suggested, "Madam, why not choose your own from the garage?" Upon reaching the garage, Su Jian'an was left speechless by the sight of 5 sports cars, collectively worth nearly 100 million. There were also several luxury sedans and SUVs, each one a testament to opulence. She gulped. "Su Bo, do you have something more understated?" Su Bo pointed to a Mercedes SLK 350. "This one should be the most low-key." With no other option, Su Jian'an reluctantly decided to take that car to meet Luo Xiaoxi. Luo Xiaoxi and Su Jian'an had been high school classmates. In their first year, Luo Xiaoxi had approached Su Jian'an out of the blue, enticing her with a can of yogurt, saying, "Let's be good friends." Su Jian'an's initial reaction was that the girl had some issues, but eventually, After much entanglement and temptation from Luo Xiaoxi, they became friends. It was only later that Su Jian'an discovered that Luo Xiaoxi's persistence and allure were part of a grand scheme. Yet, she found herself unable to extricate from Luo Xiaoxi's grasp, inadvertently becoming her close friend for nearly a decade. This time, Luo Xiaoxi invited Su Jian'an to meet at a bar in the city center. As soon as she saw Luo Xiaoxi, she waved, "Over here." Luo Xiaoxi had exquisite features and a tall stature. Had she not often acted unpredictably, she would have undoubtedly become a campus goddess. Instead, she became a unique and unparalleled eccentric. Once seated, Luo Xiaoxi poured Su Jian'an a glass of freshly squeezed juice and inquired, "How was your first day of marriage with your husband?" "Well, I don't know my husband very well," Su Jian'an replied, tossing a grape in her mouth. So the first day of marriage was rather uneventful. Luo Xiaoxi paused for a moment, then patted Su Jian'an's shoulder seriously, saying, "Let's lie down and chat. With a little spark, you can turn raw rice into cooked rice. At that point, you'll have it as done as you wish." "You are too wicked. I barely know you," Su Jian'an said, moving slightly away from Luo Xiaoxi while clutching the fruit platter. Luo Xiaoxi leaned in with a smile. "Come on, you're already a married woman. What are you shy about? I'm the one who's embarrassed for you, the unmarried girl. Let's not be shy. Let me show you how to get close to a man." With that, Luo Xiaoxi stood up and sauntered toward the bar. Su Jian'an chuckled, leaning back against the sofa with her juice in hand, watching Luo Xiaoxi from a distance. Luo Xiaoxi, with her long legs and slender waist, took a seat on a high stool at the bar. Within half a minute, a man approached to strike up a conversation. "Miss," he said, sitting on the stool beside her, "I would like to buy you a drink." Luo Xiaoxi appraised the man, noting his good looks and the confident manner in which he made his request, clearly a master at wooing women. "Sounds great," she replied with a dazzling smile. "I prefer Long Island iced tea." The man ordered her drink, and their conversation flowed naturally, with Luo Xiaoxi playing along, creating a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. Soon, he moved closer, no longer sitting across the stool from her. Luo Xiaoxi noticed this and smiled at Su Jian'an, as if to say, "See, we're getting familiar." Su Jian'an raised her juice in a toast to Luo Xiaoxi, who responded with a wink. The man noticed their interaction and asked, "Is that girl your friend?" "Uh-huh," Luo Xiaoxi replied with a smile. "I came with a friend too." The man pointed to a handsome man in a white shirt seated at a nearby booth, suggesting, "How about we introduce our friends to each other and sit together?" Luo Xiaoxi tapped her long fingers on the bar and jumped off her stool with a radiant smile. "Sure. In Chapter 5, my husband." Su Jian'an focused on her juice and fruit. After finishing, she planned to pull Luo Xiaoxi away for some shopping, to prevent her from getting too close to that man. Just as she popped a strawberry into her mouth, someone tapped her shoulder. Looking up, she saw it was Luo Xiaoxi. With a bright smile full of charm, she pointed to the man who had just bought her a Long Island iced tea. "This is Qin Wei." Then she pointed to another man. "This is Qin Wei's friend, Zhao Ran." Zhao Ran extended his hand to Su Jian'an. "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Jian'an calmly swallowed her strawberry, wiped her damp right hand on her pants, and then shook Zhao Ran's hand leisurely. "Hello." Zhao Ran felt a stir in his heart. Su Jian'an's gesture struck him as incredibly charming. He naturally sat beside her. "I noticed you as soon as you walked in, but unfortunately, I never got the chance to learn your name." The man in the white shirt exuded a clean and charming aura. Most would have already fallen for his suave appearance. Yet, Su Jian'an replied politely, "I'm Su Jian'an." "That's a lovely name," he said with a slight smile, his tone devoid of flattery, only genuine admiration. Su Jian'an felt a wave of comfort wash over her. "Thank you." At that moment, Lu Boyan and Su Yicheng entered, not expecting to see those two familiar faces. Both men's steps came to an abrupt halt. Su Yicheng's gaze fixed on Luo Xiaoxi, who was sitting uncomfortably close to a stranger. His pupils dilated slightly, a flicker of danger passing through him, but soon his dark eyes were left with only disdain. Following behind, Shen Yuechuan noticed Lu Boyan's sudden stop and, puzzled, asked, "Shall we go to the private room or sit the booth?" "The booth," Lu Boyan replied, striding toward a certain direction. Shen Yuechuan, sensing something amiss, being Lu Boyan's assistant, he knew well that Lu Boyan disliked bars and only visited private rooms, was intrigued. Su Yicheng also seemed a bit off. Following their path, he spotted Su Jian'an and Luo Xiaoxi chatting with two unfamiliar men. Years of experience told Shen Yuechuan that Su Jian'an and Luo Xiaoxi had just met these men. Observing the man conversing with Su Jian'an, he concluded that he was undoubtedly interested in her. As for the man sitting closely with Luo Xiaoxi, he clearly intended to take her somewhere private. This promised to be entertaining. Shen Yuechuan grinned as he trailed Lu Boyan, settling into the booth behind Su Jian'an. They could hear Su Jian'an's voice, but she could not see them. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxi was cleverly trying to create space for Su Jian'an and Zhao Ran, hoping to teach her how to quickly get familiar with men. Shall we go dance? Luo Xiaoxi asked Qin Wei. Qin Wei seemed to understand Luo Xiaoxi's intentions, and, wishing to be alone with her, smiled and nodded, leading her away. In the adjacent booth, Su Yicheng stood up, expressionless, and moved to sit at the bar, which offered a clear view of the dance floor. Now, in the booth, only Zhao Ran and Su Jian'an remained. Zhao Ran hadn't encountered a girl who made his heart race like this in ages. Eager to get to know Su Jian'an better, he felt a bit awkward, but surprisingly, Su Jian'an remained calm and composed, even initiating the conversation. Mr. Zhao, what industry are you in? Zhao Ran replied enthusiastically, finance. And you? You seem to have a simple and wonderful job. Well, I'm a forensic doctor, Su Jian'an said, taking a sip of her juice, seriously explaining. The kind that deals with corpses daily. Dissecting bodies, conducting tests, examining crime scenes. Zhao Ran's face paled, while Su Jian'an grew increasingly animated. By the way, have you heard about the murder case at Century Garden a few days ago? When we arrived, the body was already decomposing and full of maggots, and the stench was overwhelming. Zhao Ran nearly fell off the sofa. Even with an imagination 100 times richer, he could not fathom that the innocent-looking Su Jian'an was a forensic doctor. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom, he said, needing a moment to compose himself. Luo Xiaoxi, having temporarily shaken off Qin Wei, returned to find Su Jian'an sitting alone on the sofa, her eyes wide with surprise. Where's your Zhao Ran? Su Jian'an took a bite of the cantaloupe and said casually, I scared him off to the restroom. He probably wanted to return. Luo Xiaoxi instantly understood. You used that trick again. Su Jian'an shrugged innocently. I was merely describing my work, and I only mentioned maggots and the stench of decay. I can't believe this, Luo Xiaoxi exclaimed, shaking Su Jian'an's shoulders vigorously. Why didn't you mention the transformation of corpses? Su Jian'an nodded. I could say that next time. Luo Xiaoxi was taken aback. Su Jian'an, are you really a little monster? You said it yourself. I'm a married woman. Su Jian'an replied earnestly while eating her fruit. So I feel I must adhere to my marital vows and not do anything to betray my husband. Luo Xiaoxi roared. Come on. Interacting with other men one tea lead to pregnancy. Is this your way of remaining chaste for someone you like? But you're already married to Lu Boyan. Su Jian'an paused while peeling grapes, suddenly feeling a headache. If she had known, she would have never revealed to Jiang Shaokai and Luo Xiaoxi the reason she wasn't dating anyone, because she had someone she liked. Fortunately, she had kept that person's identity a secret. Otherwise, given Luo Xiaoxi's personality, she couldn't bear to imagine what would happen. Su Jian'an. A male voice called from behind her. Su Jian'an recognized the voice and felt her mind explode as she turned around to see Lu Boyan. With a crash, the cup in her hand slipped and shattered on the floor. Did Lu Boyan hear everything? Luo Xiaoxi stared in shock, pointing at Lu Boyan. Jian'an, isn't that your husband? In that moment, Su Jian'an was too panicked to care about whether Lu Boyan was her husband. She just wanted to swallow back every word she had just uttered. She wished she could bite her own tongue. Lu Boyan's expression was stern. Su Jian'an, come here. Luo Xiaoxi was completely captivated by Lu Boyan's face and aura. He was so cool. She felt as if she might bleed from the excitement. Luo Xiaoxi, forgetting her friend, pushed Su Jian'an forward. He is calling for you. Oh. Su Jian'an was caught off guard and stumbled into Lu Boyan's embrace. The faint scent emanating from him was quite pleasant. Their bodies pressed together, and for a fleeting moment, her heart fluttered with an unprecedented joy. Lu Boyan's brow furrowed deeper as he steadied her, pushing her away slightly. Su Jian'an awkwardly regained her balance and managed to squeeze out 2 words. Thank you. Lu Boyan coldly replied, come home with me. Su Jian'an shook her head in panic. Lu Boyan's demeanor was unpredictable. Who knew what he might do? He narrowed his eyes. If you don't return, do you intend to stay here, chatting with men? Su Jian'an felt as if she might die. Lu Boyan had indeed heard everything. Misunderstanding. Luo Xiaoxi rushed to explain. Actually, Jian'an wasn't trying to chat with Zhao Ran. It was all my doing. Jian'an said she didn't know how to get familiar with you, so I arranged for her to practice with a man. She has absolutely no interest in Zhao Ran. Luo Xiaoxi, shut up. Su Jian'an shot her a glare. This girl was the worst ally, revealing such embarrassing details to Lu Boyan. I was just speaking the truth. Luo Xiaoxi grinned at Lu Boyan. Well, just now, Jian'an said she wouldn't do anything to betray you. You heard that, right? Su Jian'an thought Luo Xiaoxi's intelligence was even lower than that of a pig. Just then, Zhao Ran returned from the restroom. After calming down, he realized he genuinely liked Su Jian'an as a person. Her profession as a forensic doctor didn't bother him at all. However, he was taken aback to see Lu Boyan and Shen Yuechuan. He froze for a moment. Jian'an, what is going on? He felt Lu Boyan looked somewhat familiar. Zhao Ran called Su Jian'an by her first name. A glimmer of danger flickered in Lu Boyan's eyes. He assertively pulled Su Jian'an close to him, wrapping an arm around her waist as if to declare his claim, his gaze icy as he looked at Zhao Ran. Do you know my wife? Such an aura. Zhao Ran instantly recognized Lu Boyan, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Mr. Lu, I must have mistaken you for someone else. My apologies. I won't disturb you further. I'll take my leave. Zhao Ran didn't even have time to be surprised that Su Jian'an was married. He only knew she was Lu Boyan's wife, and unless he had 1,000 times the courage, he could never entertain thoughts about her. Lu Boyan had decisively asserted his dominance. Luo Xiaoxi was again starstruck, her eyes nearly sparkling with admiration. He is so cool. Su Jian'an was too weary to pay attention to Luo Xiaoxi's infatuation and struggled slightly. Lu Boyan, let go of me. The late spring weather was warm, and her clothing was thin. The movement made Lu Boyan acutely aware of her delicate waist. The sensation was maddeningly pleasant. He tightened his grip around Su Jian'an, his tone laced with subtle flirtation. You want to practice getting familiar with men? Let us go home. I'll teach you. With that, he unceremoniously led her outside. Su Jian'an instinctively turned back Luo Xiaoxi. Her voice carried a plea for help. Luo Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. Go home to practice. Sayonara. Lu Boyan's car was parked right outside the bar. He opened the door and attempted to usher Su Jian'an inside. She quickly retrieved the car keys, forcing a smile. I drove your car here. I can go back by myself. Lu Boyan smirked slightly, a hint of gentleness surfacing. How will you become familiar with me if you drive home alone? Su Jian'an's hand holding the keys froze, her lips twitching in disbelief. Lu Boyan and gentleness were a mismatched pair. She found it unsettling. Lu Boyan snatched the keys from her hand and tossed them behind him, pushing Su Jian'an into the passenger seat and shutting the door with a resounding click. His movements were fluid and extraordinarily suave. Su Jian'an leaned against the window, trying to catch a glimpse of where Lu Boyan had tossed the keys, only to find them in Shen Yuechuan's hand. Shen Yuechuan waved the keys at Su Jian'an, mouthing, "Leave the car to me. Don't worry about it." She found no excuse to get out of the car. Lu Boyan settled into the driver's seat, starting the engine as the eye-catching Aston Martin 177 sped toward Dingyao Mountain Villa. Meanwhile, in the bar, Luo Xiaoxi was still reminiscing about Lu Boyan's captivating charm when she inadvertently spotted Su Yicheng. He sat at the bar, a glass of green fizzed beside him, the subtle bar light casting shadows over his handsome face, making him appear even more enchanting than during the day. Luo Xiaoxi felt a thrill and stood up to rush over, only to be interrupted by a woman in a stylish Dior suit who gracefully linked her arm with his, her delicate hand resting on his chest as she whispered intimately. Luo Xiaoxi couldn't hear their conversation, but from the gentle smile on Su Yicheng's lips, it was clear he was quite taken with this woman. His previous girlfriends had all been of this type, capable of navigating boardroom negotiations in sharp suits and transforming into elegant socialites who could charm with their poise, playing the piano, and enjoying fine wine, only to later reveal their seductive and alluring sides. She could never become such a woman. Xiaoxi, Qin Wei returned, extending his hand to her. Shall we continue dancing? Sure. She lifted her enchanting smile, took Qin Wei's hand, and glided into the dance floor, moving in sync with the rhythm of the music, dancing intimately with him. Occasionally, her gaze would meet Su Yicheng's, but all she could discern in his eyes was a profound and familiar disdain. After being subjected to such look from him countless times, Luo Xiaoxi no longer felt heartbroken. Instead, she laughed, dancing more fervently as Qin Wei's hand lingered suggestively on her waist, a gesture she did not reject. Believing that this alluring catch had taken the bait, Qin Wei embraced her, asking if she wanted to come to his place. Luo Xiaoxi skillfully wriggled free from his grasp. leaving him slightly disappointed, only to link her arm with his affectionately, saying, "Let us go." Qinwei's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly led her out of the bar. In this place, strangers often exchanged glances before departing together, and the patrons regarded such encounters with indifference, merely whistling teasingly at Qinwei. Yet, one man's expression darkened ominously, with a sharp crack. He crushed a glass in his hand. It was Yi Cheng. A woman quickly grasped his hand, asking if he was all right. "Iem me fine." Su Yicheng replied as he descended from the high stool. "Apologies, but I must leave." At that moment, Luo Xiaoxi was nearly at the parking lot, her laughter echoing under the dim street lights. Qinwei finally noticed her unusual exuberance. "You know, I used to foolishly watch him leave with other women. Today, I'm finally ahead of him." Luo Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand for a high five. Qinwei extended his hand, and she slapped it hard, causing him to grimace in pain. "Damn, how can someone so slender pack such a punch?" Luo Xiaoxi giggled, her long eyelashes fluttering, accentuating her captivating almond-shaped eyes, while her rosy lips formed a crescent-like smile. Qinwei internally sighed, realizing how increasingly beautiful she had become. "Where do you live? I'll take you home," he inquired. "Don't you want to take me to your house anymore?" Luo Xiaoxi asked with a playful grin, recalling her strength. Qinwei felt a shiver of apprehension, but chuckled lightly, admonishing, "Don't act like a seasoned veteran in this game. Listen to me. Avoid places like this in the future. You're not one of us." "Good friend." Luo Xiaoxi patted Qinwei's shoulder, declaring, "I'm keeping you as a friend and will treat you to a late-night snack." In truth, she had long planned to follow Qinwei merely to provoke Su Yicheng, who despised her. However, if Qinwei truly intended to take her home, she would make him regret it. Unexpectedly, Qinwei proved to be a decent friend. Having lost a night of passion, he thought a late-night snack was a fair trade, opening the car door to invite her inside. As Su Yicheng arrived to retrieve his car, he caught sight of Luo Xiaoxi happily climbing into a man's vehicle. He smirked coldly before getting into his own car and heading home. Chapter 7. Are you jealous too? In contrast to the flirtatious rivalry between Qinwei and Luo Xiaoxi, Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an's atmosphere was markedly subdued as they returned home in silence. Su Bo, upon seeing them together, felt a mix of surprise and joy. But upon closer inspection, he noticed their expressions were not quite right. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he discreetly signaled the other servants to leave and quietly retreated to the garden. The spacious living room was now occupied solely by Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an. "Su Jian'an." Lu Boyan's cold demeanor was rife with displeasure. Why were you in such a place? Why did he have the right to question her? They were merely a couple in name, as he himself had stated. Su Jian'an retorted confidently, "Aren't you in such a place as well?" "I was there for business," he replied curtly. "And, Mrs. Lu, I did not engage in pleasant conversation with a stranger like you did." The thought of Su Jian'an sitting with Zhao Ran for an extended period made Lu Boyan wish to shut down that bar immediately. Sensing Lu Boyan's genuine anger, Su Jian'an lowered her gaze to her toes. "I wasn't having a pleasant conversation. If you want to know how I conducted a live autopsy, I can tell you." She added, "And you secretly met with Han Ruoshi at the hotel yesterday. Did I say anything?" Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes. "You saw." He smirked as if amused. "What else did you hear?" "I heard you promising Han Ruoshi that you would divorce me in 2 years. Su Jian'an declared, feeling a sense of triumph. Thinking she had caught him a bind, Lu Boyan, irked, leaned back in his chair. "Who told you that was a promise?" "My eyes and ears informed me." "Su Jian'an déplaise. But I want to care about your secretive rendezvous with Han Ruoshi, so don't interfere with my life." Lu Boyan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he approached her. "Are you jealous?" Su Jian'an instinctively wanted to deny it, but mere denial seemed futile. She flashed a radiant smile. "By your logic, you're jealous too, right?" Lu Boyan was taken aback. His newlywed wife was sharper than he had anticipated. He smirked, "Mrs. Lu, it's best to have a sense of self-awareness," implying that Su Jian'an had overestimated herself. She blinked innocently. "Mr. Lu, you're not jealous? Then why can't I chat with others while you secretly meet with your rumored girlfriend? That's double standards, and I absolutely refuse to accept unfairness. If you want me to keep my distance from others, you should break up with Han Ruoshi first." She made a face at him before bounding upstairs. On their first day of marriage, Su Jian'an spent it in this state of indignation. The following day, at 8:20, Su Jian'an finally made her way downstairs. Su Bo approached her, saying, "Madam, You and the young master are expected to return home at 9. Everything is prepared. You can leave after breakfast. Su Jian'an was bewildered. Return home? On the third day, after getting married? Subo patiently explained, it's our custom. The old lady called this morning to remind us. But, Su Jian'an calculated, I just married Lu Boyan yesterday. Today should be the second day, right? I'm busy tomorrow. So just consider today as the third day of our marriage. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Lu Boyan descended the stairs, his movements exuding elegance and composure, radiating a sense of grandeur. Su Jian'an felt speechless. But what did it matter? Their marriage was merely a formality. They were both seeking their own interests. He needed a wife to fend off his mother's pressure for marriage, while she needed someone stronger than her father for protection. After breakfast, Subo packed everything into Lu Boyan's car trunk. Young master, you may depart now. As Lu Boyan stood to leave, Su Jian'an hurried after him. Lu Boyan, we don't have to go to my father's house. You don't want to go there either, do you? The one who doesn't want to go seems to be you, Lu Boyan replied, his piercing gaze as sharp as an eagle's, making it seem as though nothing could escape his scrutiny. Su Jian'an despised being seen through, but Lu Boyan not only saw through her, but understood her completely. Indeed, she did not wish to return to that home, a place she could no longer consider as such since the age of 15. When she was 15, her mother unexpectedly discovered her father, Su Jian'an, had been unfaithful for years, even having a daughter only 3 months younger than Su Jian'an. Her mother, who had devoted her life to loving Su Jian'an, could not bear the shock, suffering a heart attack and passing away suddenly. 3 months later, Su Jian'an brought Jiang Shuili and Su Yuanyuan home, telling Su Jian'an that Jiang Shuili would be her mother from now on, and Su Yuanyuan her sister. Su Jian'an coldly laughed, severing ties with her father and siblings. From that moment on, the only family she acknowledged was her brother, Su Yicheng. After graduating from high school, Su Jian'an completely moved out. During her years at university and studying abroad, she never accepted a single penny from Su Jian'an. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not return to this home. After starting her career, she resided in the small apartment that Su Yicheng had purchased for her, and she had not returned even once. Su Yicheng, sharing her disdain for Su Jian'an, had already mastered stock trading while their mother was still alive. After graduation, he returned home with profits from trading, establishing the Chang'an Group, which quickly became the largest competitor to Su's group. Initially, Su Jian'an dismissed his son's small company, but when he finally realized the threat posed by Chang'an Group, it was already overwhelming his own company. Su Yicheng was intent on driving him to desperation. In response, Su Jian'an resolved to make things difficult for Su Yicheng, knowing that Su Jian'an was his only Achilles heel. Thus, he contemplated kidnapping Su Jian'an to threaten Su Yicheng, believing that this was the only way to secure a chance for Su's group. However, Su Yicheng swiftly caught wind of Su Hongyuan's scheme. He initially intended to send Su Jian'an abroad for a while, yet she was adamant about not leaving. Thus, he sought the assistance of Tang Yulan, a close friend of his mother's. Without hesitation, Tang Yulan suggested, let Jian'an marry Lu Boyan. Let us see who dares to threaten the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Consequently, the marriage between Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an was arranged, leading to this visit. The Su family resided in a villa area north of the city, just an hour's drive away. The servant greeted them at the door and courteously led Su Jian'an and Lu Boyan into the living room. Su Jian'an was seated on the sofa, accompanied by Jiang Shuili and her daughter Su Yuanyuan. Upon seeing Lu Boyan, he set down his cigarette and stood up with a smile. Boyan, I've been waiting for you both this morning. My apologies. Lu Boyan shook hands with Su Jian'an, then naturally wrapped his arm around Su Jian'an's waist, explaining that she had simply woken up late. While he said this, his tone held no hint of reproach towards Su Jian'an, instead carrying an air of indulgence. Su Jian'an sighed, my daughter has a penchant for sleeping in, which is quite bothersome. Lu Boyan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he tightened his hold on Su Jian'an, remarking, I don't see anything wrong with that. Su Jian'an's heart raced uncontrollably. But why did she feel so weak? Lu Boyan's protection of her seemed merely for Su Hongyuan's benefit. Su Hongyuan indeed paused for a moment, but being the cunning fox that he was, he quickly smiled with satisfaction. Jian'an, many wish to be Boyan's father-in-law. Who would have thought you would secure this honor for me? Nevertheless, if Su Yicheng and Tang Yulan believed he would simply concede, they were gravely mistaken. Although few dared to provoke Lu Boyan in business, Su Jian'an was his senior and possessed connections and influence that matched Lu Boyan's. If he truly harmed Su Jian'an, Lu Boyan might not dare to confront the Su family. With this thought, Su Hanyuan took a drag from his cigarette. Jian'an, you must follow Boyan closely. Was Su Hanyuan warning her? Su Jian'an chuckled coldly. I am well aware of my duties as a wife. There's no need for your concern. That's good. Su Hanyuan responded knowingly, fully aware that Su Jian'an despised encountering Jiang Shuili and Su Yuanyuan, yet still insisted, why not introduce your aunt and sister Boyan? Su Hanyuan was being deliberate. Su Jian'an's irritation flared, but she suddenly felt someone grasp her hand. It was Lu Boyan. However, he did not look at her. Calmly, he placed the gift he had brought in front of Jiang Shuili and Su Yuanyuan. Jian'an mentioned Mrs. Su and Miss Su. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Jian'an was puzzled as to why Lu Boyan could be so graceful and polite with others, yet behaved so provocatively towards her. Tears welled up. This was clearly favoritism. Su Yuanyuan excitedly accepted the beautifully wrapped gift, beaming, thank you, brother-in-law. Jiang Shuili also graciously accepted. Thank you for your trouble. Not in the mood to linger with Su Yuanyuan and her mother, Su Jian'an stood up and headed upstairs. Chapter 8. I like you just the way you are. My wife, Su Jian'an, occasionally returned to this home because she could still find traces of her mother in the room where she had lived before. However, it was only in this room that she could find them, as 9 years ago, Jiang Shuili had immediately replaced the furniture and every decoration purchased by her mother. The 15-year-old Su Jian'an stubbornly defended the room, refusing to let anyone touch anything. And when Jiang Shuili slapped her, she retaliated by biting Jiang Shuili's arm until it bruised. Eventually, Su Hanyuan relented and moved Jiang Shuili to another room, leaving this one intact. Returning to this room, Su Jian'an felt as though her mother was still by her side, as if, should she reach out, her mother's soft, warm hand would grasp hers. Yet the dust-covered furniture cruelly reminded her that she had lost her mother long ago. Su Jian'an rolled up her sleeves and filled a basin with clean water, meticulously cleaning the room. Unbeknownst to her, it was already nearing noon. The once dusty room transformed under Su Jian'an's care, becoming bright and spotless. Feeling much better, she exited the room and just in time spotted Su Yuanyuan rushing past her door, stopping in front of Lu Boyan, who had just ascended the stairs. Brother-in-law, with her delicate, natural makeup and perfectly styled chestnut hair, Su Yuanyuan looked exceptionally pure and charming. I really love the necklace you gave me. Thank you. She caressed the expensive piece around her neck, her joy radiating from her smile. Lu Boyan replied coolly, you're welcome. What brings you upstairs? There's nothing worth seeing on the second floor. Su Yuanyuan instinctively linked her arm with Lu Boyan's. Let's go down together so Dad and Mom can see the necklace you gave me. Lu Boyan furrowed his brow and attempted to pull away. But Su Yuanyuan suddenly leaned against him, her expression somewhat pained. Brother-in-law, could you help me a bit? I injured my foot recently, and I think running too quickly just now made it hurt. Saying this, Su Yuanyuan bent down to inspect her foot, causing her dress strap to slip down, nearly revealing her figure. In that moment, Su Jian'an approached lightly and gently pulled up Su Yuanyuan's strap. Smiling, Yuanyuan, it's better if you stay put and don't run around. I'll call Aunt Lu to help you down. While waiting for Aunt Lu to come upstairs, Su Jian'an cheerfully looked at Lu Boyan. Dear, may I ask you a question? Her enchanting eyes sparkled, and that affectionate term unexpectedly slipped from her pink lips. Lu Boyan felt a gentle tug at his heart, yet he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, responding with a simple hum. I recall you saying that you only like natural beauties? After saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Yuanyuan, and in that instant, Su Yuanyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Boyan's lips curved into a faint smile. Indeed, he affectionately tucked a strand of hair behind Su Jian'an's ear, just like you, my wife. He called her my wife? Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lu Boyan in astonishment, feeling as though his playful yet joyful smile was imprinted in her mind. Suddenly, her thoughts went blank, and she vaguely recalled the warmth and sensation of his fingers brushing against her cheek. Lu Boyan's hand wrapped around Su Jian'an's waist, pulling her closer, signaling her to regain her composure before their affectionate display became too conspicuous. The tingling sensation at her waist, brought by Lu Boyan, was oddly, not unwelcome. Su Jian'an came back to herself, finally realizing how intimately she and Lu Boyan were now behaving. Instinctively, she tried to pull away, but Lu Boyan tightened his embrace. She managed to muster a charming smile that concealed a hint of warning. Lu Boyan, however, remained unfazed, seeming to relish the moment as he held her close. Just as Aunt Lu finally arrived upstairs. In a moment of exasperation, Su Jian'an could only instruct Aunt Lu. Yuan's foot is uncomfortable. Help her down. Aunt Lu complied, assisting the reluctant and anxious Su Yuan. Only then did Su Jian'an release the forced smile from her face and cast a glance at Lu Boyan. How long do you plan to take advantage of this situation? That fellow's hand was still resting on her waist. Lu Boyan frowned, his tone unexpectedly tinged with grievance. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. He gestured towards Su Jian'an's hand intertwined with his, clearly indicating that she had been the one benefiting from this arrangement for a considerably longer time. How infuriating! Su Jian'an swiftly withdrew her hand, and Lu Boyan almost simultaneously relinquished his hold. A flush crept onto Su Jian'an's cheeks, and she chose not to argue further about who had the upper hand, opting instead to dash downstairs. Downstairs, Su Jian'an had already arranged a lavish lunch. Lu Boyan led Su Jian'an to the dining room and naturally pulled out a chair for her. Please sit. Wait, is Lu Boyan actually serving her? Su Jian'an felt as though she had struck gold and rewarded him with a sweet smile before sitting down. Thank you, darling. She surveyed the array of dishes on the table, deftly ladling a bowl of old duck soup before placing it in front of Lu Boyan. Grinning like a dutiful little wife. Drink the soup first. It's delicious. You must try it. Lu Boyan, who detested duck soup, managed a strained smile as he ruffled Su Jian'an's hair. Thank you. His gesture was undeniably affectionate, albeit with a forceful undertone. No need to mention it. I'm glad you like it. Su Jian'an was aware that Lu Boyan was exacting his revenge, and she could only imagine her hair was a tousled mess. Yet she wore her disheveled locks with a blissful smile. Lu Boyan seemed quite pleased with her submissiveness, although he wondered how long this little creature could maintain such behavior. He graciously finished the soup she had served. Seeing Lu Boyan's bowl empty, Su Yuan eagerly offered, Brother-in-law, let me get you another bowl. Our chef makes exceptional soup. You should have more. Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Lu Boyan replied. I actually don't enjoy duck soup. Su Jian'an froze, her face turning a shade of embarrassment. Then when my sister served you earlier, she had thought that Lu Boyan liked duck soup. Lu Boyan cast a fond glance at Su Jian'an. It was served by my wife, so of course I had to drink it. As for the offerings from others, no, thank you. Su Jian'an smiled sweetly, looking as though she might swoop in for a kiss. Su Yuan felt even more awkward and somewhat wronged, placing the soup bowl back in front of Lu Boyan with a huff. Su Jian'an, undeterred, pointed to the crayfish. Darling, I want to eat that. Lu Boyan skeptically regarded Su Jian'an's supposed fondness for crayfish, donned gloves, and carefully handed her one, meticulously peeling it before laying it on her plate, gently advising, take your time eating. Su Jian'an truly relished crayfish, and upon encountering the tender meat, she envisioned its delightful texture. Nodding enthusiastically as she dipped it in sauce and savored every bite. After finishing one, she relished the taste and, feeling lazy about peeling, looked up at Lu Boyan with a beaming smile. Darling, I want more. Lu Boyan subtly shot her a look, silently conveying, don't overdo it. Su Jian'an, however, was unperturbed, maintaining her charming grin as she gazed at him. Observing this, Su Yuan kindly suggested, Sister, why not let Aunt Lu help you peel? Brother-in-law seems a bit unwilling. It would be better not to impose. Su Yuan felt that Su Jian'an was intentionally asserting her claim, knowing full well her feelings for Lu Boyan. Yet now, she wished to convey that Lu Boyan was not a man she could easily manage. Su Jian'an ignored Su Yuan's remark, looking somewhat aggrieved at Lu Boyan. Darling, are you unwilling? Lu Boyan's lips twitched slightly. He took a napkin to wipe the sauce from the corner of Su Jian'an's mouth, deftly peeled a crayfish for her, dipped it in sauce, and placed it on her plate. How could I be unwilling? I will peel as many as you desire. The tenderness in his gaze was palpable, and although Su Jian'an knew he was merely performing, her heart felt as though it had been coated in honey. However, such sweetness could be addictive, and that was dangerous. Meanwhile, Su Yuan watched this scene, her head bowed, tears spilling down her cheeks. She had seen Lu Boyan long before. His charisma drew attention, leaving her unnoticed. Yet she was smitten at first sight. When she learned of Lu Boyan's impending marriage to Su Jian'an, she had wept and protested, but no one came to her aid. Later, Su Jian'an had told her that Lu Boyan's marriage to Su Jian'an was merely a performance for the Su family. Yet now, It was evident that Lu Boyan cherished Su Jian'an, going to the extent of putting on gloves to peel crayfish for her. The typically fierce Su Jian'an had transformed into a gentle and charming figure, unmistakably in love. Yuan, what is wrong? Jiang Shuili noticed her daughter in tears. Her heart twisted with concern. Are you feeling unwell? After a moment, Su Yuan stammered, my foot. It hurts. Has your foot not healed yet? Su Yuan froneth. Stop crying. We'll take you to the hospital after dinner. But the driver is off today, and you can't drive after drinking, Jiang Shuili lamented. Her gaze turning toward Lu Boyan. Boyan, could you take Yuan to the hospital after dinner? This child adores you. Su Jian'an rolled her eyes at Jiang Shuili's last remark. What was she implying? Ignoring her request for Lu Boyan to drive Su Yuan to the hospital was one thing. But to inform Lu Boyan of Su Yuan's affections? How presumptuous. There is no need for a hospital. It's too much trouble. Su Jian'an smiled brightly. Have you forgotten? I'm practically a doctor myself, having performed more surgeries than an average surgeon. Dear sister Su Yuan thought her foot might heal just from the sheer fright. Su Jian'an was a forensic doctor, and her so-called surgeries were merely autopsies. Jiang Shuili was even more alarmed than Su Yuan. Su Jian'an, what are you planning? You, a forensic doctor, claiming you'll treat my daughter? Are you belittling her profession? Trying to create an opportunity for Su Yuan and Lu Boyan to be alone? Su Jian'an's frustration ignited, and just then, Lu Boyan placed a perfectly peeled crayfish on her plate, signaling her to be patient. She weighed the options. Anger didn't seem as delectable as the crayfish, so she chose to indulge in the delicacy first. Jian'an is indeed licensed. Lu Boyan elegantly removed his gloves and turned to Su Yuan. Miss Su, do you not trust Jian'an? His grace and nobility made it impossible for her to shake her head in denial. Su Yuan's mind went blank, and she nodded, softly saying, I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Such a man can have countless women throughout his life. Whoever receives material gifts and affection from him can be considered his. Su Jian'an crouched before Su Yuan and coldly remarked, like mother, like daughter. Su Yuan, you are indeed the biological child of Jiang Shuili. Su Yuan lifted her chin defiantly. That's right. I will take Lu Boyan from you, just as my mother took my father from yours. Even if I fail, there will be others. In any case, Su Jian'an, I will ensure you do not have it easy. Her greatest adversary in life was Su Jian'an. In their childhood, Su Jian'an basked in the privileges of being the Su family's young lady, charming and receiving accolades in various social gatherings, while she could not even disclose the identity of her own father. Although she became the third miss of the Su family as she grew older, the name Su Jian'an still loomed large, often mentioned by those who remembered her as a clever and beautiful child. The wealthy young men who encountered Su Jian'an abroad would return home with tales of having seen her, as if they had met a celebrity, proclaiming, I saw Su Jian'an again. She has grown even more beautiful. Yet she could never escape the stigma of being an illegitimate child, forever overshadowed by Su Jian'an. What infuriated her most was that Su Jian'an could smile in the face of any threat, just as she did now. I know many aspire to be Mrs. Lu, and I know you desire it more than anyone. Su Jian'an blinked innocently and smiled, but before you become Mrs. Lu, you might want to visit the hospital. Su Yuan's expression changed. Su Jian'an, what are you planning? Curious, are we? Su Jian'an beamed, and then stood up to make a call, moving to Su Hongyuan's side. Dad, Yuan's leg injury seems quite serious. I can't determine the problem, and she's in considerable pain. We must get her to the hospital urgently. However, I have matters to attend to with Boyan, so I called an ambulance for her. Jiang Shuili was aware that Su Yuan's injury had healed long ago. Su Jian'an was clearly playing a trick on her. Yet, she could say nothing, trembling with a mix of anger and helplessness, nearly fainting several times. Before long, the ambulance arrived with a wail, and Su Jian'an eagerly informed the doctors that the injured party was Su Yuan. The doctors assisted Su Yuan onto a stretcher, and despite her feelings of grievance and rage, she could only gaze at Su Jian'an in silence as she was carried away. Seeing little amusement left in the situation, Su Jian'an smiled at Lu Boyan. We should leave now. Don't you have matters to attend to? Mr. Su, I will take Jian'an home first, he said naturally as he took her hand. Upon stepping outside, they witnessed the ambulance carrying a distraught and furious Su Yuan away. And Lu Boyan smirked. You did that on purpose. Su Jian'an blinked innocently. Brother Boyan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Boyan's lips twitched slightly. Once in the car, Su Jian'an leaned against the window and lazily said, Lu Boyan, I don't want to go home right now. Take me somewhere else. To the cemetery on the outskirts of the city, where Su Jian'an's mother was laid to rest. Thank you for bringing me here. Su Jian'an alighted from the car and turned to Lu Boyan. You should head back now. I can take a cab later. She turned and ascended the steps to find the familiar grave site, soon locating it. The photo on the tombstone captured her mother's last image in her memory, an elegant woman in her 40s, appearing no older than 30. Her smile forever warm like the sun in winter. Su Jian'an recalled how her mother had always feared aging. She bent down to lay down the carnations she had brought, gently brushing her fingers over the photo of her mother. Mom, you always said I would grow up and you would grow old. Now that I am married, you remain unchanged. Rest assured, you have not aged a bit. Yes, I am married to Aunt Tang's son. You once said that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamic is complex, and you worried I wouldn't know how to handle it. You can rest easy now. Aunt Tang treats me very well, and we will not have any issues. Though her mother could not hear her, Su Jian'an felt compelled to share these thoughts, knowing that if the tragedy of 9 years ago had not occurred, her mother would have wanted to know. Thus, she stood before her mother's grave, quietly chatting for an entire afternoon until the sun began to set. She smiled at her mother's yellowing photograph. Mom, I'm leaving now. I will visit you again next time. As she turned to leave, Su Jian'an realized the difficulty of hailing a cab from this location. Just as she pondered how to get back, she spotted a familiar and striking car parked by the roadside. Lu Boyan's Aston Martin 177. He hadn't left. He had been waiting for her to come down. For some reason, her heart swelled with warmth, leaving her in disbelief. You finally came down. Shen Yuechuan rolled down the car window, glancing at Su Jian'an outside. I thought you would stay here until dark. If that were the case, he would surely be terrified. Su Jian'an stared blankly at Shen Yuechuan in the driver's seat. How? Is it you? Disappointed? Shen Yuechuan chuckled. Your Mr. Lu had matters to attend to and asked me to wait for you here. Disappointed? Su Jian'an was far from disappointed. She was simply surprised that Lu Boyan had arranged for someone to wait for her. Did he know it was difficult to get a cab here? He shouldn't be this considerate. Shen Yuechuan opened the passenger door. Get in. I'll take you home. Su Jian'an climbed in and fastened her seatbelt. Thank you. No need for thanks. After all, I am Lu Boyan's assistant, Shen Yuechuan replied. Resigned as he started the car, he knew that neglecting the tasks assigned to him could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 11. The news of the marriage leaks that evening. At Zijian, Tang Yulan draped a blanket over herself, sitting on an ornate European-style sofa, sipping tea while on the phone. Old Su. How are things between Boyan and Jian'an? Tang Yulan was aware that Su Jian'an and Lu Boyan lacked a foundation of affection, and their hurried marriage would undoubtedly lack the warmth typical of ordinary couples. While feelings could be nurtured over time, she feared they might end up living like mere housemates. Hence, she instructed Su Bo to keep a close watch and report any developments immediately. Lu Boyan had already briefed Su Bo, who, of course, only delivered good news. Madam, the young master and young mistress are well. Today, the young master brought the young mistress home, and they are both resting at home now. Tang Yulan smiled. Then I can relax for now. By the way, old Su, I need you to handle something for me. Upon hearing Tang Yulan's request, Su Bo broke into a cold sweat. Madam, if the young master finds out, I might be exiled to Africa. What are you afraid of? Just do it. If Boyan discovers it, just say it was my instruction. He won't send you to Africa. She reassured him, encouraging him to proceed. Gritting his teeth, Su Bo decided to take the plunge. All right. Tang Yulan finally hung up, satisfied, taking a sip of her tea. Tomorrow there will be news to watch. I can sleep well tonight. The following day, Su Jian'an's holiday came to an end, and she lost the luxury of sleeping in. As the alarm rang at 7, she hurriedly jumped out of bed. After freshening up and changing, she exited her room, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Boyan. Clad in a tailored white shirt and black trousers that accentuated his tall, elegant figure, his jacket casually draped over his arm. He exuded an effortless charm that captivated all who beheld him. What a mesmerizing presence. Su Jian'an pretended to ignore him and rushed downstairs for breakfast. This morning's breakfast was a delightful array of Chinese dishes. The fish porridge was fresh and sweet, while the soup dumplings were rich in flavor, leaving Su Jian'an utterly enamored. Su Bo approached with 2 newspapers, placing one beside Lu Boyan before inquiring of Su Jian'an, Madam, would you like to take a look at the newspaper? No, thank you. Su Jian'an replied, her interest firmly fixed on the soup dumplings. Su Bo, however, placed a copy beside her nonetheless. There is some gossip about the young master, and it involves you. Are you quite certain you don't wish to take a glance? Indeed, Su Jian'an promptly set aside her spoon, picked up the newspaper, and was taken aback by the headline. CEO of Lu Corporation secretly married. Their marriage had been divulged. Yet, the paparazzi had not dug too deeply. It was confirmed that Lu Boyan was wed, but the bride was not his long-rumored girlfriend, Han Ruoshi, but someone else entirely. The identity of this mysterious woman remained undisclosed. A wave of anxiety washed over Su Jian'an. If it were to be revealed that she was Lu Boyan's wife, would she ever be able to step outside again? Han Ruoshi's fans would surely be relentless. Meanwhile, Lu Boyan remained unfazed, casually setting down the newspaper and resuming his breakfast as if nothing had occurred. Su Bo tentatively suggested, "Young master, should we investigate who leaked this story? Or perhaps issue a warning to the newspaper?" "There's no need," Lu Boyan replied, fully aware of the situation's intricacies. Su Bo exhaled in relief. "Understood. Please enjoy your meal. I shall verify last month's accounts." Feeling uneasy, Su Jian'an asked Lu Boyan, "What if the paparazzi discover that I am your wife? Are you afraid?" Lu Boyan inquired. "Of course I am. I dread trouble, and this would make me the prime target for extortion in the office. Such a fate was unbearable." Su Jian'an would not allow such a calamity to unfold. Lu Boyan smirked slightly. "Rest assured, you won't be exposed just yet." "Eh? What do you mean?" Su Jian'an questioned. But Lu Boyan showed no inclination to elaborate. Frustrated, she turned back to the entertainment section, only to discover a report beneath the marriage announcement. Han Ruoshi spotted a nightclub. Suspected of heartbreak. Han Ruoshi, who had always presented herself with pride and confidence, was captured by the paparazzi in a drunken stupor, tears marking her face, her hair disheveled. The reporter speculated that her distress stemmed from Lu Boyan's marriage. Would Lu Boyan feel pity? Su Jian'an stole a glance at him, but his expression remained calm and indifferent. Had he not seen Han Ruoshi's report, or was he truly unaffected? Regardless, Su Jian'an found little interest in uncovering the answer. After breakfast, Su Jian'an realized she had no means of transportation, making her commute to work a dilemma. After some contemplation, she approached Su Bo for assistance. "Su Bo, could you arrange for a driver to take me?" "The driver has already taken Madame to the market this morning," Su Bo replied, glancing at Lu Boyan. "Young master, why not drive Madame yourself?" "I do not want him to take me." Su Jian'an protestive. Riding in his car to the police station would be far too conspicuous. The consequences would be dire. It was the first time Lu Boyan had faced such disdain. Narrowing his eyes, he stated, "You don't want me to take you? Then you have no choice but to ride in my car." He elegantly donned his coat and exited. "Su Bo, what does he mean?" Su Jian'an asked, perplexed by Lu Boyan's retreating figure. "I cannot arrange another vehicle for you, nor can the driver take you," Su Bo clarified. "What the young master means is that today, you have no option but to travel in his car to work. Other alternatives are simply not feasible." "Is he serious?" Su Jian'an fumeth. How could Lu Boyan be so domineering? Su Bo nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, whatever the young master undertakes, he is quite earnest." "Absolutely not," Su Jian'an retorted angrily as she stormed out. Their marriage was anything but serious. Su Bo's lips moved, but he hesitated, ultimately opting for silence, knowing that one day, Su Jian'an would uncover the truth. Reluctantly, Su Jian'an climbed into Lu Boyan's car, but insisted he drop her off a kilometer from the police station. "I want to walk the rest of the way," she declared firmly. Lu Boyan applied the brakes, and Su Jian'an hastily exited the vehicle, which continued towards Lu Corporation. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yuechuan called. "I've uncovered some information you will undoubtedly find intriguing. Remember that day when Luo Xiaoxi mentioned that Jian'an has a crush on someone? Over the years, the man she has been closest to is none other than Jiang Shaokai. So it is very likely that Jian'an's affections lie with him. What do you plan to do?" Lu Boyan recalled the day of their registration when Jiang Shaokai had alluded to Su Jian'an having someone she liked, even speculating that it might be him. Su Jian'an's expression had stiffened, and her gaze towards Jiang Shaokai had been complex. So, it was Jiang Shaokai whom she favored? "Hello, are you even listening?" Shen Yuechuan queried. "Who she fancies is of no concern to me," Lu Boyan replied coldly. "If you have the time to meddle, it suggests you are quite idle. Take a trip to Africa and handle some matters for me." Thus, Shen Yuechuan was tragically dispatched to Africa. Moments later, as Su Jian'an walked a short distance, a car suddenly halted beside her. Jiang Shaokai rolled down the window, Lu Xiao's wife. Does he really allow you to walk to work? Without hesitation, Su Jian'an opened the car door and climbed into Jiang Shaokai's vehicle. Don't call me that. You know I married him for my own safety. Jiang Shaokai leaned closer, a knowing smile on his face. How has married life been in the first few days? Su Jian'an pressed a finger against Jiang Shaokai's forehead, pushing him back. My marital affairs are none of your business. Men who gossip lack charm. Besides, I am now a married woman, so keep her distance. Jiang Shaokai revved the engine. Forget your friends after marrying. Be careful I don't leak to the paparazzi that Lu's wife is a forensic doctor. Su Jian'an ki tian Shaokai blafedi. What do you mean as a forensic doctor? You're a male forensic doctor yourself. Jiang Shaokai chuckled, driving off as his BMW 760 merged into traffic just behind an Aston Martin 177. Unbeknownst to Lu Boyan, a glance in the rearview mirror revealed that familiar vehicle, and Su Jian'an was inside it. Had she insisted on riding with Jiang Shaokai? Was Shen Yuechuan's claim indeed true? For a fleeting moment, Lu Boyan felt the urge to leap from his car and pull Su Jian'an from Jiang Shaokai's grasp. Yet, how could he harbor such impulsive thoughts? His expression darkened as he pressed down on the accelerator, the Aston Martin forcefully overtaking several cars en route to Lu Corporation. Su Jian'an remained oblivious to Lu Boyan's vehicle, happily chatting with Jiang Shaokai as they reached the police station, where a group of colleagues congregated, gossiping about Han Ruoshi's dismissal by Lu Boyan. Captain Yin of the criminal police, a fan of Han Ruoshi, sighed upon reading the news. What kind of woman could steal a man from Han Ruoshi? If I find out who she is, I would certainly thank her. If she hadn't taken Lu Boyan, our goddess would remain unattainable. Jian'an, you're back. Where have you been these past few days? Su Jian'an, touch it, hadnose. I went to return your goddess. Only Jiang Shaokai was privy to the fact that she had married Lu Boyan. What? Captain Yin, momentarily lost, could not comprehend. Nothing. Su Jian'an replied as she slipped into the office, resuming work alongside Jiang Shaokai. Upon returning home that evening, Lu Boyan received a call from Tang Yulan. I know where you are heading tonight. Take your wife along. Tang Yulan's amiable tone was laced with an authoritative command. Lu Boyan furrowed his brow. Mom, she wouldn't want to go to such a place. Is it you who doesn't want her to go? Or is it Jian and who is reluctant? Don't think I'm unaware that Han Ruoshi will also be present tomorrow. Tang Yulan stated decisively. In any case, tomorrow night, you must ensure that everyone knows Jian and is our Lu family's daughter-in-law. I refuse to believe that old fox Su Hanyuan would dare to have any ulterior motives. Lu Boyan rubbed his temples and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Understood, I will take her with me. At that moment, Su Jian'an walked in. Engrossed in her phone, Lu Boyan hung up the call. Come here. Su Jian'an, without raising her head, headed straight for the second floor. Lu Boyan's frown deepened. Su Jian'an, come here. Finally, she glanced at him, perplexed. Did you call me? Tomorrow night, accompany me to a place, Lu Boyan instructed. I want to go. Su Jian'an replied, returning her gaze to her phone. She was exhausted after a long day at work, preferring to relax at home rather than venture out. In this world, perhaps only Su Jian'an dared to refuse Lu Boyan so resolutely. However, rather than getting angry, Lu Boyan smiled. No worries. I didn't particularly want to take you either. He called for Su Bo, informed the old madam that the young mistress does not wish to attend. Su Bo looked troubled. Su Jian'an abruptly lifted her head, glaring at Lu Boyan. And he wants me to go, doesn't she? Clearly. You don't want to take me either. Why only mention that I don't want to go? Devious. Though I was reluctant, I still asked you. In the end, you refused. Shouldn't you bear full responsibility? Lu Boyan feigned indifference. Unable to counter him, Su Jian'an gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll go. She might not wish to accompany Lu Boyan, but she felt compelled to fulfill Tang Yulan's wishes as a means of repaying her kindness. Lu Boyan smirked, very obedient. Su Jian'an silently scolded Lu Boyan 1,000 times in her heart. The next day at 5 in the afternoon, after submitting an autopsy report, she returned home to find two unfamiliar young women seated in her living room. Stunned, she looked at Su Bo. Su Bo smiled. Young mistress, these are the stylist and makeup artist summoned by the old madam. They will prepare you, as the young master should be home shortly, and then you can set off. Before Su Jian'an could process this, she was whisked away from makeup and styling. It was only when night began to fall that Lu Boyan returned home. At that moment, Su Jian'an, now elegantly made up in a long, royal blue gown, descended the stairs, and they unexpectedly crossed paths. Su Jian'an's makeup was subtly natural, her features appearing much the same as usual. innocent and unassuming. However, she was no longer clad in casual attire. She wore an ankle-length gown, and her long, dark hair was gracefully curled at the ends, adding a touch of femininity to her appearance. This transformed Su Jian'an, who looked pure yet exuded a unique charm and allure, was a sight Lu Boyan had never seen before. The gown as cut perfectly accentuated her delicate figure, and the off-shoulder design showcased her fair, graceful shoulders and beautiful collarbone. Standing on the stairs, she appeared serene, yet her lively, peach blossom eyes sparkled with an enchanting light. Drawing attention effortlessly, Lu Boyan could not deny that he was momentarily captivated, a fleeting sensation washing over his heart. Su Jian'an, oblivious to his reaction, awkwardly fiddled with her dress and asked, "When do we leave?" Lu Boyan regained his composure. In 15 minutes. He went upstairs to change. Su Jian'an sat down on the living room sofa, and Su Bo handed her a glass of lemonade. "Young mistress, you look beautiful in that dress." "Thank you," Su Jian'an replied, accepting the lemonade, inevitably reminded of her mother. Before the age of 15, like many little girls, she had a wardrobe full of dresses, all bought by her mother, who wished to adorn her like a princess. After her mother passed away, no one bought her new clothes for a long time, and she spent years in uniforms. Now that she could buy clothes for herself, she habitually overlooked dresses, for those hanging in stores seemed far less beautiful than the ones her mother had chosen. Having entered the workforce, she could no longer wear dresses due to professional reasons, and her casual attire had become her everyday appearance. Su Jian'an halted her thoughts and took a sip of lemonade, just as she heard Lu Boyan's voice. "Get up, let us go." Instinctively, she glanced at him, momentarily taken aback. He was dressed in an expensive tailored suit, the fit enhancing his handsome stature. This time, he wore a three-piece suit in a deep black, evoking an air of mystery akin to his dark eyes, yet could not conceal the elegance and grandeur radiating from him. This man possessed an irresistible charm, capable of captivating any woman. Chapter 14. Duong. So handsome Su Jian'an's admiration and astonishment at Lu Boyan were unreserved. For the first time, Lu Boyan felt a sense of accomplishment regarding his appearance as he confidently approached her, his voice rich with magnetism. "Do you think your husband is handsome?" Su Jian'an nodded, her eyes filled with sincerity. "Yes, it's like he has been enhanced with special effects. So incredibly handsome." Lu Boyan, pleased, reached out to pat Su Jian'an's head. Just as he was about to praise her for being so obedient, she suddenly stated with utmost seriousness, "But you must be this handsome to match me." With a triumphant smile, she dashed out the door. Lu Boyan clenched his jaw. That girl. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Jian'an realized Lu Boyan was taking her to a gala. Since her mother's death, she had not attended such events, and it felt somewhat awkward. "Lu Boyan, can I go back now?" "Jian'an, is it you?" Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment called out, and Su Jian'an instinctively looked over to see a friend of her mother's. She smiled and greeted, "Aunt Chun, it's been a long time." "Jian'an, it really is you. I knew I wasn't mistaken," Chun-lan exclaimed, excitedly grasping Su Jian'an's hand. "Ever since your mother passed away, we haven't seen you. You are our little joy. We've missed you." Su Jian'an could only smile. Just then, Chun-lan's husband approached and greeted Lu Boyan warmly. Seeing them together, he curiously asked, "Mr. Lu, who is this?" "My wife, Su Jian'an," Lu Boyan replied, wrapping his arm around her waist affectionately, as was his custom. Chun-lan was utterly astonished. "Jian'an, you're married to Mr. Lu? No wonder the media couldn't uncover it." She smiled. "With such a wonderful person looking after you, your mother would be at ease." Chun-lan's husband finally processed her words. "Su Jian'an, the second miss of the Su family, sister to Su Yicheng?" He chuckled. "Mrs. Lu, you are quite the legendary figure. My wife has mentioned you numerous times, and I've heard about you for years. It's nice to finally meet you." Su Jian'an politely shook hands with Mr. Chun, then walked away with Lu Boyan. Thanks to the Chun couple, soon everyone in the banquet hall learned of the mysterious second miss of the Su family, now known as Mrs. Lu. After the news of Lu Boyan's marriage broke, everyone speculated about which prominent family's daughter he had married, never suspecting it would be the rarely seen second miss of the Su family. The banquet hall erupted in excitement, and it wasn't long before Su Jian'an became the center of attention, surrounded by many of her mother's old friends, making it difficult for her to escape. Finally, with no one seeking her out, Su Jian'an breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Lu Boyan's teasing remark, I didn't expect so many people to know you. They don't know me. They know my mother. Yet, despite her mother having passed away 9 years ago, it is indeed remarkable that these individuals still remember her. With this thought, Su Jian'an smiled. My mother was very well liked. These aunties enjoyed having tea, chatting, and playing cards with her, eventually considering me as a daughter of sorts. However, after I entered university, I lost touch with them. As she spoke, she suddenly realized and shot Lu Boyan a glance. Why am I telling you all this? Lu Boyan replied. Su Jian'an coolly turned away, only to see two familiar faces entering from the banquet hall. During her university years, it was the time when Su Yicheng was starting his business, and she had stopped accepting money from Su Hanyuan, relying mostly on Su Yicheng for her living expenses. To alleviate his burden, she worked part-time in every spare moment. She was fortunate enough to find a lucrative tutoring job, teaching English to a 6th-grade boy at a rate nearly 3 times higher than her peers. The boy's parents, the Pang couple, were very kind and took good care of her, but they lost contact when she went abroad for further studies. To think she would encounter them here today. Filled with joy, Su Jian'an approached them. Mr. Pang, Mrs. Pang. Mrs. Pang paused for a moment before responding. Teacher Su, I heard Mr. Lu would be attending today. You came with him, didn't you? How did you know, Mrs. Pang? Su Jian'an was puzzled. Mrs. Pang had just arrived and should not yet know she was Lu Boyan's newlywed wife. But how did she know that Lu Boyan would be here and assume she had come with him? Mrs. Pang looked even more surprised than Su Jian'an. Hasn't Mr. Lu told you? Su Jian'an was bewildered. What is there for Lu Boyan to tell me? Just then, Lu Boyan approached, greeting the Pang couple with familiarity. Mrs. Pang beamed and held Su Jian'an's hand. You two are together. That's wonderful. Su Jian'an was utterly confused about how Mrs. Pang knew this. Mr. Pang excused himself to greet others, leaving Su Jian'an to remark, Mrs. Pang's reaction is rather strange. Mrs. Pang is quite close to my mother. She might have mentioned our impending marriage. Lu Boyan replied casually. You also tutored her son. She simply finds it a delightful coincidence. There is nothing odd about it. Su Jian'an pondered this and concluded it was the only plausible explanation, thus letting it go. I'll be heading to the restroom. What she did not anticipate was hearing a discussion about herself as soon as she entered the restroom. Goodness, Lu Boyan married Su Yuanyuan's sister. Ha! Su Yuanyuan must be furious. One girl commented. But honestly, Su Jian'an is quite beautiful. Thank goodness she isn't in our circle. We would feel so much pressure. Another added. Han Ruashi is just as stunning. Yet why did Lu Boyan choose her over Han Ruashi? Lu Boyan and Han Ruashi are the nation's couple. Just wait for their divorce. I still believe Lu Boyan's true love is Han Ruashi. Upon hearing this, Su Jian'an calmly walked into the restroom, and all the chatter immediately hushed as several young girls stared at her. She turned on the faucet to wash her hands, glancing at the girls in the mirror. You seem quite invested in the matter of Lu Boyan and Han Ruashi. However, one thing you said was indeed correct. With that, Su Jian'an grabbed a paper towel, dried her hands, and left the restroom. As for which statement was correct, she would leave them to ponder. Upon returning to the banquet hall, Su Jian'an sensed a commotion by the entrance, and suddenly a girl screamed, Ah, that is Chun Xianxian, Han Ruashi's good friend. They usually attend events together. So does this mean Han Ruashi will be here today? Han Ruashi is coming too? Su Jian'an momentarily felt disoriented, and then a headache ensued. Regrettably, she had followed Lu Boyan here. Because of her, Lu Boyan and Han Ruashi could not stand together, embrace, or kiss. How wrong she felt. Chapter 15. The Little Combat Monster. While Su Jian'an was in a state of frustration, Lu Boyan unexpectedly appeared beside her, startling her. What are you doing here? Lu Boyan's chiseled brow furrowed slightly. Shouldn't I be here? Su Jian'an pointed toward the entrance. I heard your girlfriend is arriving soon. Shouldn't you go meet her in secret? Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes and suddenly flicked Su Jian'an's forehead. Ouch! Su Jian'an exclaimed, incredulous as she clutched her forehead. That hurt. Exactly, Lu Boyan replied indifferently. Come with me. Su Jian'an pouted but reluctantly linked her arm with Lu Boyan's. At that moment, Chun Xianxian marched towards Su Jian'an, scanning her with a haughty, critical gaze. Brother Boyan, is this your little sister-in-law? I heard from Aunt Tang that she is a forensic doctor. Chun Xianxian looked at Su Jian'an with pride. Ha, Brother Boyan, as the president of the Lu Corporation. Don't you think it's beneath you to be with a forensic doctor? Clearly, no one had anticipated that the second daughter of the Su family who seldom appeared in social settings, was a forensic doctor, and the narrative shifted dramatically. Su Jian'an is a forensic doctor. Isn't she the daughter of the Su family? With such an impressive brother, Su Yicheng, how did she end up as a forensic doctor? However, a woman bold enough to be a forensic doctor. How cool. But a forensic doctor, doesn't he quite match Lu Boyan's stature? I thought she was an artist based on her aura. Su Jian'an silently lamented that Chen Xianxian was indeed a formidable catalyst. If Han Ruoshi was also attending today, she and Han Ruoshi would inevitably clash, whether openly or covertly. Yet, with Han Ruoshi still absent, Chen Xianxian had already thrust her into the limelight. Chen Xianxian seemed to be waiting for her to make a fool of herself, hoping to return Lu Boyan to Han Ruoshi. How amusing! Ignoring Chen Xianxian, Su Jian'an turned to Lu Boyan, affectionately leaning against him, her tone somewhat aggrieved. Darling, did you really mind that I'm a forensic doctor? Lu Boyan gazed at her with narrowed eyes. Shouldn't she be defending herself against Chen Xianxian's attack? Why was she clinging to him? He couldn't believe Su Jian'an cared about his opinion of her profession. Was Lu Boyan hesitating? Su Jian'an suddenly smiled, tiptoeing to whisper in his ear. To an outsider, it appeared as if they were sharing a sweet moment, but only Lu Boyan knew that Su Jian'an was threatening him. If you don't help me, I'll tell Annie that you let Han Ruoshi's friend bully me. Let us see how Annie deals with you then. If she argued with Chen Xianxian to defend her profession, even if victorious, it wouldn't be graceful. However, if Lu Boyan spoke up for her, it would be far more effective. A hint of danger passed through Lu Boyan's eyes, while Su Jian'an smiled brightly and innocently, leaving those unaware unable to fathom that this petite woman had just threatened him. He tightly wrapped his arm around Su Jian'an's slender waist, gazing at her with affection. Why would I mind your job? As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Really? Su Jian'an's sparkling eyes were filled with joy, and she couldn't help but tiptoe to kiss Lu Boyan's cheek. Darling, you are wonderful. Lu Boyan felt as though electricity coursed through him, his body stiffening for a moment. Her lips were soft and jelly-like, her breath warm, and she carried the scent of camellias. That gentle kiss nearly overwhelmed him. Thankfully, Lu Boyan was seasoned in the storms of life, quickly regaining his composure and smiling indulgently at Su Jian'an, which only deepened her happiness. Throughout all, Su Jian'an had completely ignored Chen Xianxian's provocations and disdain. With a single remark, Lu Boyan revealed his indifference towards Su Jian'an's work, thereby rendering Chen Xuanxuan's scrutiny and disdain exceedingly superfluous and foolish. If her husband is unconcerned, what right does she have to prance about? Chen Xianxian, intent on humiliating Su Jian'an, found herself the one embarrassed, her expression swiftly darkening. However, Su Jian'an had no intention of letting her off the hook. With a demeanor as if just returning from a reverie of sweetness, she gazed at Chen Xianxian and inquired, by the way, Miss Chen, what was it you just said? Chen Xianxian shot a glare at Su Jian'an, gritting her teeth. Su Jian'an, what do you think you are doing? Su Jian'an smiled lightly. Perhaps you should reflect on what you are doing. The implication was clear. Her affairs were none of Chen Xuanxuan's business. Chen Xianxian was so incensed she could hardly utter a word. At that moment, a stir arose as whispers in the crowd announced the arrival of Han Ruoshi. To describe her attire as exquisite would be an understatement. The crimson bandage dress accentuated her enchanting figure, her meticulously styled long curls and flawless makeup rendering her utterly captivating, a visage that could bring nations to their knees. Just as she appeared on screen, she exuded elegance and confidence, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Su Jian'an thought to herself, what a nuisance. Just as she dealt with one Chen Xianxian, a more formidable adversary appeared. Under the gaze of many, Han Ruoshi approached Su Jian'an directly. Her commanding presence felt instinctive, the sound of her stiletto heels echoing with an air of brazen threat. Su Jian'an sensed that if Han Ruoshi were a creature from a game, she would undoubtedly be the ultimate boss. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation of the unfolding drama between the scandalous girlfriend and the legitimate wife. Han Ruoshi, with her well-maintained fingers, removed her Prada sunglasses, revealing her exquisite features. Witnessing her true beauty for the first time was nothing short of breathtaking. Her facial proportions seemed divinely crafted, perfect enough to steal one's breath away. At the wedding banquet, Tang Yulan had remarked to Lu Boyan that Su Jian'an had grown increasingly beautiful. to which Lu Boyan had responded with an indifference akin to sipping plain water. Now, Su Jian'an understood. Compared to someone of Han Ruoshi's caliber, she truly felt like mere water. Miss Su, I apologize on behalf of Xian for her reckless behavior. Han Ruoshi's alluring eyes brimmed with haughty elegance, maintaining her queenly demeanor even while offering an apology. In such circumstances, a mundane reply of "it's all right" would have undeniably placed Su Jian'an beneath Han Ruoshi's formidable presence. Yet, Su Jian'an seemed far from easy prey. The audience eagerly awaited her response. I accept your apology. Su Jian'an responded with grace, her charming eyes sparkling. Yet her tone subtly warned Han Ruoshi not to make a habit of such behavior, exuding a powerful yet restrained aura that did not yield to Han Ruoshi's queenly dominance. Lu Boyan's lips subtly curled upwards, clearly amused by his little wife's resilience. Only Han Ruoshi appeared unfazed. According to her investigations, Su Jian'an had been independent since university, even studying abroad alone for a forensic degree, subsequently acquiring a surgical license. Upon returning home, she had adeptly assisted in solving several significant cases, all at the tender age of 24. Such a woman would hardly allow herself to be trifled with. Boyan, could we find a quieter place to discuss the advertisement endorsement? Han Ruoshi entirely disregarded Su Jian'an, affectionately calling Lu Boyan by his name, which was unmistakably a declaration of war against Su Jian'an. Should Su Jian'an passively watch Lu Boyan follow her, it would signify her defeat. But what could she do? Would she cling to her husband, fearing he would leave? Such a lack of dignity was an affront Su Jian'an would not entertain. For had it not been said by the ancients, a gentleman should aid others in achieving their desires? Lu Boyan set down his wine glass. Let's go to the lounge. All right. Han Ruoshi smiled, striding towards the lounge alongside Lu Boyan, while the onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Su Jian'an. She merely stared at the ceiling, pondering why Lu Boyan and Han Ruoshi dared to be so overt in their clandestine rendezvous, while still refusing to acknowledge their relationship. The mind of the elite truly was perplexing. What are you staring at? Lu Boyan's discontented voice suddenly broke through, prompting Su Jian'an to instinctively look over. She found him standing there, brows furrowed, yet extending his hand towards her. Come with me. Su Jian'an shot him a bewildered look, handing her hand over to Lu Boyan while lowering her voice. I'm giving you and your girlfriend some privacy. What are you doing? Do you think the lounge needs more light, requiring me as a lamp? Lu Boyan suddenly recalled his mother's frequent reminders that Jian'an was a remarkably understanding child. Indeed, she was perceptive. He smirked subtly, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Su Jian'an blinked in surprise. Was he complimenting her? Yet his tone felt oddly off. To the onlookers, the situation appeared exceedingly convoluted. I thought Su Jian'an was utterly unresponsive, yet she seems to be confident, knowing Lu Boyan would surely bring her along. Alas, Han Ruoshi was the first to be effortlessly reduced to a mere shadow. Without a backward glance, she maintained her proud and aloof demeanor, her fair hand clenched into a fist unbeknownst to her. She was unwilling to concede. Suddenly, amidst the collective astonishment, a masked man with only his eyes visible burst forth from the lounge. He brandished a knife, pressing it against Han Ruoshi's neck. Han Ruoshi skriamit, shocking the other guests, who instinctively recoiled for safety. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, an icy chill radiating from his gaze. Even with his face concealed, he recognized the man as Xiao Mingrun, the vice president of the Xiao Group, who had recently gone bankrupt after competing against Lu's enterprise. He had an elder brother, Xiao Mingzhong, the company's general manager. A kidnapping? Su Jian'an quickly processed the situation, attempting to free her hand from Lu Boyan's grasp. I'll call the police. Don't move. Lu Boyan tightened his grip on Su Jian'an's hand. This place isn't safe. It was likely that Xiao Mingren had accomplices lurking nearby, waiting for the right moment. Unaware of the potential presence of another kidnapper, Su Jian'an pointed at the knife pressed against Han Ruoshi's throat. Han Ruoshi is indeed in danger. Let go of me. I need to contact Captain Yen. Lu Boyan, Xiao Mingren suddenly shouted. Come here. Otherwise, I will ruin Han Ruoshi's face. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Han Ruoshi's complexion turned ashen. Lu Boyan glanced over, while Su Jian'an seized the moment to break free from his hold and sprint away. Her phone was in the storage locker outside, and just as she had the attendant retrieve it, a chill gripped her neck, followed by the man's voice from behind. Thinking of calling the police? Mrs. Lu, how naive. Su Jian'an's heart sank as she finally grasped why Lu Boyan had warned her that the place was unsafe. You're not working alone? To kidnap both her and Han Ruoshi, it was hardly plausible for there to be just one operative. The blade of Xiao Mingzhong's knife glided across Su Jian'an's neck, threatening to draw blood from her delicate skin, paralyzing the attendant with fear. Yet, Su Jian'an displayed no signs of fear. Instead, she smiled. Are you certain you want to kidnap me? Shouldn't you be pleading for your release? Xiao Mingzhong pressed the blade closer to her skin. Not afraid of death. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have married Lu Boyan, Su Jian'an retorted, cornering her lips into a smirk by the way. If I plead for you to let me go, would you? Xiao Mingzhong chuckled with interest. What do you think? Su Jian'an had nothing further to say. If pleading for mercy were effective, why would these ruffians have resorted to kidnapping her? Huh. It seems you are far more entertaining than Han Ruoshi. I am curious to see how Lu Boyan will choose. Xiao Mingzhong pushed Su Jian'an into the banquet hall, loudly calling out Lu Boyan's name. Lu Boyan. Look what we have here. A sense of foreboding surged within, and as Lu Boyan turned to the source of the voice, he confirmed his worst fears. Su Jian'an had fallen into Xiao Mingzhong's clutches. In an instant, his gaze grew icy enough to freeze the air around him. What do you intend to do? Xiao Mingzhong smirked coldly. You forced me to make a choice back then. Now, you two shall choose between your ex-girlfriend and your current wife. Keep one. We shall take the other. Release her. Lu Boyan approached with a demeanor as dark as a vengeful specter from hell. Or else, your demise will be the least of your worries. We gamble our lives against yours today. The worst that can happen is death. A thrill of vengeance surged within Xiao Mingzhong. You understand what will happen to the one we take, don't you? He caressed Su Jian'an's cheek, and the implications were all too clear. Chapter 17. The monster in a bunny costume. Su Jian'an despised being touched by others. With delicate heels, she stepped lightly on Xiao Mingzhong's foot. Do not touch me. She exerted considerable force, causing Xiao Mingzhong to wince in pain, yet he refrained from crying out, fearing humiliation. He gritted his teeth, his features twisting beneath the mask, and hissed, Do you wish to die? Calm down. If I die, how will you threaten Lu Boyan? Su Jian'an smiled slightly, her hands subtly moving at her sides. The ruffians were left speechless and once again turned their ire towards Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan, you have 5 seconds to make a choice. Lu Boyan gazed deeply at Su Jian'an, and everyone presumed he would choose her. Release Ruoshi. The answer echoed, leaving many questioning their own ears. Yet Han Ruoshi was indeed released without incident, prompting a wave of sympathy for Su Jian'an. Surprisingly, throughout this ordeal, Su Jian'an remained remarkably composed, as if she had anticipated Lu Boyan's decision all along. Ah, truly a woman capable of being a forensic expert. Xiao Mingzhong chuckled, seemingly satisfied with Lu Boyan's choice, summoning Xiao Mingren to hastily escort Su Jian'an out of the banquet hall. The guests inside buzzed with anxiety and speculation, while Han Ruoshi staggered towards Lu Boyan, her voice trembling as she sought his support. Thin Yin, let me find someone to take you home. Lu Boyan's gaze remained fixed on the spot where Su Jian'an had been taken, and after speaking, he turned to leave. Do not go. Han Ruoshi urgently grasped his hand. They are targeting you. It's too dangerous. Can't we leave it to the police? Lu Boyan merely cast a glance at Han Ruoshi, breaking free from her grasp as he pursued after them. Han Ruoshi stood there, stunned, watching his retreating figure. If she had not misread the situation, there was a flicker of tension in Lu Boyan's eyes. Wasn't he indifferent towards Su Jian'an? Wasn't his marriage to her merely a means to appease his mother? Why then did he seem anxious for her? Everyone believed Lu Boyan had chosen Han Ruoshi in this crisis, unaware that Han Ruoshi would rather have been abandoned by him. Otherwise, the one he was chasing now would have been her. Outside the banquet hall, as soon as Lu Boyan entered the elevator, he dialed Shen Yuechuan. The incident had transpired long enough that Shen Yuechuan should have received the hotel's call and begun his investigation. Indeed, as soon as the call connected, Shen Yuechuan said, The Xiao brothers' vehicle has left the underground parking lot. I've arranged for surveillance. Follow their route, and I'll meet you soon. Lu Boyan retrieved his car and followed the directions Shen Yuechuan provided, his expression dark and foreboding as a storm approached. The Xiao brothers' actions against Su Jian'an were undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Meanwhile, Shen Yuechuan quickly dispatched an elite team that was in a city on a mission. Upon hearing their adversary was merely 2 brothers from a bankrupt company, the team leader scoffed, Are they really worth our attention? We cannot involve the police, Shen Yuechuan insisted. Your sister-in-law does not wish for anyone at the station to know she is Mrs. Lu. Besides, the boss had you all brought to a city. The team leader's expression soured. Just to deal with such a minor situation to protect the young mistress? Indeed, the team leader and his team finally understood why they had been relegated to minor tasks in a city and its vicinity recently. Feeling utterly despondent, didn't he say he would divorce in 2 years? Why is he so invested in such a brief marriage? Shen Yuechuan fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he sighed deeply. What do you know about love and commitment? Even he is somewhat perplexed regarding Lu Boyan's intentions. Equally bewildered were the Xiao brothers. They had initiated the kidnapping of Su Jian'an, yet somehow found themselves bound and lying on the floor. 20 minutes prior, the Xiao brothers had taken Su Jian'an to a remote suburban area, where Xiao Mingrun went downstairs to buy fast food, while Xiao Mingzhong forced Su Jian'an into a dilapidated apartment. Xiao Mingzhong bitterly remarked, "We once resided in an upscale apartment in the city center, but because of Lu Boyan, we are now reduced to this. Did Lu Boyan steal your fortune? Su Jian'an inquired. Months ago, we gambled our entire company against Lu Boyan and ultimately lost everything," Xiao Mingzhong recalled, unable to bear the memory. Su Jian'an blinked innocently. You can only blame yourself for lacking skill. The focus should be on your skill rather than him, don't you think? You should rise from where you fell. Yet here you are, kidnapping me. Have you lost sight of the main issue? Xiao Mingzhong's wounds were laid bare by Su Jian'an's words. Enraged, he shoved her into a chair, binding her hands behind her. Sit tight. I will ensure Lu Boyan experiences the pain of loss. Su Jian'an did not struggle. Instead, she smiled, finding Xiao Mingzhong's naivety amusing. Lu Boyan did not care for her. Losing her would evoke no emotion in him. It appeared the Xiao brothers would forever miss the crux of the matter. However, there were some truths she wished to convey to Xiao Mingzhong. Do you know what I do? She asked. Aren't you married to Lu Boyan? Why would you need a job? Who told you that marrying into wealth absolves one from working? Su Jian'an smiled sweetly, enunciating each word. I am a forensic expert employed by the city bureau, dealing with the deceased daily. For instance, if you were to become a corpse, I would dissect your chest, extract your organs, and analyze them to determine your cause of death. Xiao Mingzhong grew increasingly uncomfortable with each word, yet he refused to show that Su Jian'an's discourse frightened him. He lit a cigarette to bolster his courage. The act so practiced it spoke of years of habit. Do you know what condition your lungs are in? Su Jian'an painted a vivid picture. They are riddled with black spots, resembling mold. The hairs on the back of Xiao Mingzhong's neck stood on end, and he extinguished the cigarette, glaring at Su Jian'an. What are you trying to say? Release me. Su Jian'an stated, even if I am not officially employed, I am still a quasi-public servant. Do you realize that kidnapping me has far graver consequences than abducting Han Ruashi? Ha! Your words are sharp, Xiao Mingzhong sneered, stripping off his shirt, muscles tensed. Let us see just how formidable you truly are. His hands gripped the armrests of the chair as he leaned closer to Su Jian'an, his gaze darkening. I must admit, you are not at all inferior to Han Ruashi. Lu Boyan is indeed fortunate. Su Jian'an smiled gently, abruptly lifting her foot and forcefully kicking Xiao Mingzhong in the groin. The pain was 1,000 times worse than when she had stepped on him earlier, causing his features to contort in agony as he let out a wail that seemed capable of shaking the roof. Seizing the moment, while Xiao Mingzhong was still incapacitated, Su Jian'an deftly untied the ropes binding her wrists and securely bound him instead. Xiao Mingzhong stared in disbelief at the agile Su Jian'an, incredulous at how he had tied her up so tightly, yet she could free herself. I learned how to escape bindings at the police station. Your method was far too simplistic, requiring no thought to unravel. She then used transparent tape to seal his mouth and bound his feet, hiding behind the door with a wooden stick to wait for Xiao Mingren's return. Xiao Mingzhong squirmed on the ground like a shrimp, filled with anxiety. Xiao Mingren soon returned with 3 boxes of takeout, only to be taken aback at the sight of his brother bound and lying on the floor. He hastily discarded the food and rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother, what happened? Where's Su Jian'an?" Xiao Mingzhong desperately gestured for his brother to be cautious of what was behind him. But it was too late. With a thud, Su Jian'an's wooden stick came crashing down. Xiao Mingren felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck before collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. Xiao Mingzhong closed his eyes in resignation. They had provoked a little monster dressed in a bunny costume. Chapter 18. A sudden shift thus. The roles of the Xiao brothers and Su Jian'an were reversed. They lay bound on the ground while she comfortably sat on the sofa, both brothers glaring at her in silence. I understand your reluctance to accept bankruptcy. Su Jian'an approached them, but you should not have kidnapped someone like me, who bears you no grudge. Your lack of compassion leaves me with no choice but to reciprocate in kind. She shrugged, feigning innocence. Xiao Mingzhong, resigned, admitted, we concede. If you release us, I will escort you home. Shall we call it even? Does it seem that the upper hand is with me now? Su Jian'an chuckled softly, shaking her head. I believe it would be more beneficial for you to spend a few years in prison. Be patient. The police will be here shortly to collect you. She clapped her hands, stood up, glanced at the shoes she had kicked Xiao Mingzhong with, grimaced, and tossed them into the trash, walking barefoot around the dilapidated apartment. Time was slipping away, and with work the next day, she needed to return. However, her phone was not with her, and she needed to search for the brothers' phones to contact Luo Xiaoxi for assistance. Yet, to her dismay, she could not find them. Frustrated, she returned to the living room and plopped down on the sofa. You can't even afford phones anymore. We sold them to pay for food and rent. Xiao Mingzhong replied. Su Jian'an rubbed her forehead in exasperation. To fall from being a company president to this, it's no wonder you harbor such hatred for Lu Boyan. Little did she know, Lu Boyan was waiting downstairs in the apartment building. Even more astonishingly, the situation in that room was being observed through a telescope by Shen Yuechuan, who had been dispatched to scout the area for a suitable sniper position. To his surprise, he witnessed Su Jian'an binding the Xiao brothers and, stifling a laugh, hurried downstairs to inform Lu Boyan, room 03 on the 5th floor. You can go up directly. Lu Boyan frowned. What about Su Jian'an? Shen Yuechuan and his formidable team struggled to contain their laughter. Why not go up and see for yourself? I think I understand why your sister-in-law can work as a forensic doctor. She is truly extraordinary. Their reactions were unsettling to Lu Boyan, whose frown deepened. Without hesitation, he entered the apartment, only to be greeted by an unexpected sight. Su Jian'an sat leisurely on the sofa, crossing her legs, and sympathetically remarked, It seems life after bankruptcy has been quite difficult for you. Xiao Mingzhong, bound and curled up on the floor, lamented, Isn't it? We've lived our whole lives without knowing the taste of fast food. Yet after going bankrupt, we have to think twice before spending 10 yuan on a dish of pig's trotter rice. Oh, Miss Su, we were wrong. Please let us go. Let us pretend this never happened. You are indeed mistaken, but Su Jian'an smiled sweetly as she rose. I cannot simply disregard what transpired today. Be patient. The police will be here shortly to collect you. I must head home now. As she walked barefoot toward the exit, she suddenly spotted Lu Boyan standing expressionlessly at the door, causing her to gasp in surprise. What are you doing here? According to the narrative of merciless retribution, Lu Boyan should have been with the frightened Han Ruoxi, while she was left to traverse the dark, rainy road alone. Her attire was still the elegant dress from before, the enticing lines of her shoulders and collarbone exposed, her delicate feet bare, and her tousled curls adding to her allure. This unexpected encounter widened her captivating eyes, rendering them even more vibrant. Lu Boyan, being a man, understood all too well the thoughts such a woman would incite in men when wandering alone in the wilderness at such an hour. His expression darkened as he asked, Where are your shoes? They got dirty, so I threw them away, Su Jian'an replied, tilting her head in confusion. How did you know I was brought here? Lu Boyan would not divulge that he had followed her all the way. He simply coldly stated, Home. Oh. Su Jian'an fell in line behind Lu Boyan. The apartment was filthy and decrepit, and without shoes, she tread carefully, quickly falling behind him. The descent down the stairs proved even more treacherous. Having rained in the countryside that afternoon, the steps were slick and dirty, exacerbating Su Jian'an's mild germophobia to the point of tears. Had she known it would come to this, she would have willingly worn those shoes back, no matter where they had been kicked. Lu Boyan had already noticed that Su Jian'an was lagging behind, but he did not expect her to be so slow on the stairs. Annoyed, he turned around only to find her face contorted in distress. Frowning, he returned to her side. Hey, why did you come back? She asked, puzzled. Suddenly, Lu Boyan scooped her up in his arms. A princess Carrie. The sweetness of the moment overwhelmed her like a sudden taste of honey, flooding her senses. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure and protested, Lu Boyan, put me down. I can walk by myself. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip around her. Su Jian'an, if you keep squirming, I will carry you. Imagining herself slung over Lu Boyan's shoulder, Su Jian'an shivered and complied. She felt her heart racing. Realizing this was perhaps the most intimate moment they had shared. The proximity made her acutely aware of everything around her, her disheveled breathing, her heartbeat, and the warmth emanating from Lu Boyan through his shirt. His temperature was not high, yet it ignited an intense warmth within her. She could clearly see Lu Boyan's features from this angle, marveling at how his face appeared sculpted to perfection, reaching new heights of handsomeness. His complexion was fairer than most men, radiating a healthy masculinity that was astonishingly pristine, evoking an inexplicable desire to kiss him. As Su Jian'an became aware of her thoughts, she wished for nothing more than for Lu Boyan to toss her from the 5th floor. However, such close contact with him was undeniably a test of her composure. Chapter 19. The lure of the little monster Lu Boyan was undergoing his own trial. The delicate figure in his arms was soft and inviting, and a scent of camellias enveloped him, further complicating his resolve. Most troubling of all was the unimpeded contact of his hands against her skin, the sensation as delightful as ever. Warm and soft jade filled his embrace, her exquisite and beautiful curves tantalizingly within reach. Yet, her eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with the clarity of a mountain stream, evoking a sense of innocence that rendered any impure thoughts unbearable. Lu Boyan had never struggled as he did now, nor had he ever exerted such effort to suppress unruly thoughts. Downstairs in the apartment, Shen Yuechuan found himself idle, engaged in discussions with his team about their little sister-in-law. The captain was the first to notice Lu Boyan descending with Su Jian'an in his arms, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment, prompting him to discreetly signal the others to look. Instantly, the jovial atmosphere shifted and the once lively group fell silent. It was Lu Boyan, the epitome of restraint. He had never shown interest in the opposite sex. In his eyes, men and women were indistinguishable. He had always been oblivious to the concept of tenderness. Yet here he was, tenderly cradling a woman as he descended the stairs. Su Jian'an was taken aback by the number of onlookers below, their gazes fixed upon her as if witnessing a spectacle of the century. Embarrassed, she instinctively buried her face into Lu Boyan's chest. Who were they? She felt as if she would lose all composure. The warmth of his embrace flushed her cheeks a deep crimson, and her voice trembled like a frightened little creature as Lu Boyan softly reassured her, "Bodyguards, ignore them." The bodyguards finally snapped back to reality, lowering their heads to feign ignorance as they ascended to repair the Shao brothers' affairs. Shen Yuechuan opened the passenger door for Lu Boyan, who carefully settled Su Jian'an into her seat. As he closed the door, he heard Shen Yuechuan ask, "Brother Xiao Mingzhong, what should we do?" "Whatever you wish." "I no longer wish to see them in City A," Lu Boyan replied, returning to the driver's seat and starting the engine. The car swiftly merged onto the highway, Lu Boyan's expression impassive as he drove, while Su Jian'an huddled in the passenger seat, sneaking glances at him. The vehicle sped along, the streetlights occasionally illuminating Lu Boyan's face in fleeting moments. Each time Su Jian'an looked at him, she was struck by his handsome features. His chiseled profile had returned to its usual coldness, as if the slightly softer man from moments ago had merely been a figment of her imagination. A sense of inexplicable loss washed over Su Jian'an, yet she knew she had to express her gratitude. "Lu Boyan, thank you." "Su Jian'an, have you lost your mind?" Lu Boyan shot her a cold glance. "If it weren't for me, you and T have been kidnapped by Xiao Mingzhong, and you're thanking me?" "But later, I voluntarily went with Xiao Mingzhong when she was held hostage by him in the banquet hall." Su Jian'an discreetly moved her fingers a few times to others. It might have seemed like a trivial gesture, but she was actually signaling an internal code to the police, urging Lu Boyan to spare Han Ruashi. Initially, she wasn't sure if Lu Boyan would comprehend, but his subsequent expression confirmed her suspicions. "Lu Boyan, how did you understand the hand signals?" "Only those within our police department would know them." "That question should be directed at you. You are merely a special forensic expert. Why would you know such things?" Under normal circumstances, Su Jian'an would never allow the topic to shift so easily, but today, perhaps influenced by Lu Boyan's imposing aura, she foolishly forgot that she had originally questioned him, answering honestly instead, "I learned it from Jiang Shaokai during my dull moments at the police station." Almost everyone in the police department knew the hand signals. Why did she specifically ask Jiang Shaokai to teach her? Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, inadvertently pressing down on the accelerator, increasing their speed. Unaware of Lu Boyan's unusual emotions, Su Jian'an continued, "When I decided to go with Xiao Mingzhong, that was my choice. The entire matter no longer concerns you. So thank you for coming to find me." The words "no longer concerns you" grated on Lu Boyan's ears, and he coldly inquired, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Su Jian'an replied confidently, "Jiang Shaokai taught me self-defense. The Xiao brothers are clearly no threat. They wouldn't even be able to bind a chicken. So why should I fear them? However, if Han Ruashi were the one taken, it would be a different story. Rescuing her would pose a far greater challenge." Lu Boyan remained silent, his focus solely on Su Jian'an's earlier statement. Just how much had Jiang Shaokai taught her? Noticing Lu Boyan's silence, Su Jian'an touched her nose, opting for quietude. Some emotions were too elusive to decipher. Perhaps it was wiser to simply close her eyes and sleep. Chapter 20. The sense of threat from Han Ruashi, Su Jian'an truly fell asleep, albeit lightly. After a short while, she sensed the car coming to a halt and opened her eyes, realizing they had arrived home. Uncle Su was waiting by the car door with a pair of shoes. She pushed the door open, and Uncle Su placed the shoes down. "Young madam, are you all right? Oh, by the way, Mr. Su has arrived. My brother." Su Jian'an exclaimed with delight, her smile radiant. "Of course I'm fine." She slipped on her shoes and dashed into the house, paying no mind to Lu Boyan behind her. Uncle Su sighed sadly. "Young master, it seems your influence in young Madam's heart cannot compete with Mr. Su." Lu Boyan descended from the car with a dark expression, in stark contrast to Su Jian'an's elation. "Brother." Upon seeing Su Yicheng, Su Jian'an rushed into his embrace. "What brings you here?" "Mr. Pang called to inform me that you were kidnapped." "How could I not come?" Su Yicheng scrutinized Su Jian'an closely. "Were you harmed? What did the Xiao brothers do to you?" "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." Su Jian'an twirled to show Su Yicheng. "The Xiao brothers are nothing but paper tigers." Su Yicheng chuckled, shaking his head. "What did you do to them?" "I just tied them up." Su Jian'an lamented. "It was inconvenient in a dress, so I didn't get to hit them. I can handle that for you. There's no need for you to intervene." Su Yicheng ruffled his sister's hair. "It's getting late. Go wash up and get some rest." Su Jian'an always heeded Su Yicheng's words and obediently headed upstairs. As he watched her figure disappear at the staircase, the tenderness on his face gradually froze, morphing into a chilling intensity. At that moment, Lu Boyan entered from outside, and Su Yicheng spoke up. "Boyan, we need to talk." Both men were the dream of countless women in City A, equally matched in appearance and capability, with many similarities in their methods. Lu Boyan had already surmised what Su Yicheng intended to discuss, and preemptively replied, "This was an accident." "Yes, you. It won't happen again." Lu Boyan was not one to make promises lightly, but when he did, he kept his word. Su Yicheng understood his demeanor and smiled. "I'll trust you one more time. Also, regarding tomorrow's news, I assume you, like me, wish to avoid any unfavorable reports about Jian'an? You don't need to imply it." Lu Boyan's narrow eyes were sharp as a hawk's. "I know what to do." Su Yicheng smiled in satisfaction. "It's getting late. I want to keep you. Goodbye." Lu Boyan, of course, did not offer a courteous farewell to Su Yicheng. He directly entered the adjacent study and dialed Shun Yuechuan's number. The situation had escalated considerably. It was completely leaked, and I've received numerous calls from the media. Shun Yuechuan inquired, "What should we say?" Lu Boyan briefly outlined the situation, and Shun Yuechuan understood that their primary focus was to protect Su Jian'an at all costs. "Rest assured, I will handle it." After a pause, Shun Yuechuan continued, "By the way, Ruashi seems to be looking for you. She appears quite anxious. Do you want to return her call?" Mentioning Han Ruashi reminded Lu Boyan of another matter. Xiao Mingren's simultaneous kidnapping of both Su Jian'an and Ruashi was peculiar. "Investigate this thoroughly." "Right?" Shun Yuechuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Although news of your marriage has spread, only those who attended the banquet tonight would know that your spouse is Jian'an, correct? Brother Xiao Mingzhong is unlikely to have known so quickly." "Do you mean someone intended for brother Xiao Mingzhong to act this way?" "Who could it be? Han Ruashi?" "It seems improbable that it would be her." Lu Boyan suggested investigating Chun Xianxian. On the other end of the line, Shun Yuechuan nodded. Chun Xianxian's intellect could indeed devise such a scheme. Perhaps even Han Ruashi remains oblivious. "Leave it to me. This is a trivial matter. You shall have the answer by tomorrow morning." Within a single evening, Shen Yuechuan swiftly extracted from Xiao Mingzhong that the idea to simultaneously kidnap Su Jian'an and Han Ruoxi, forcing Lu Boyan to make a choice, originated from Chen Xianxian. Chen Xianxian personally believed this plan to be splendid. It not only reveals to Su Jian'an that being Mrs. Lu is not an easy feat, but also makes her realize that in Lu Boyan's heart, she is of utmost importance. Chen Xianxian, with a cheerful smile, grasped Han Ruoxi's hand and proclaimed that tomorrow's headline would undoubtedly read, Lu Boyan forsakes his beloved wife to protect Han Ruoxi, true love revealed in a crisis. Xianxian, du enderestemit Su Jian'an, and Ruoxi interjective. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten that she has a brother whose capabilities rival those of Lu Boyan. Which news outlet would dare to tarnish her reputation? Contemplating this, Chen Xianxian acknowledged Han Ruoxi's point. Yet, we are not at a loss. At that moment, Lu Boyan chose you. This alone signifies that you hold greater importance to him than Su Jian'an. You should be elated. Han Ruoxi merely smiled faintly. While others may not have noticed it, she observed Su Jian'an's fingers twitching, and Lu Boyan clearly noticed her movement as well. Given that Su Jian'an worked at the police station, it wasn't too difficult to deduce that it was a gesture of covert communication. Lu Boyan's choice to protect her was merely a facade to deceive others. If she were truly of such significance, why did Lu Boyan not stay by her side? Not even casting a glance her way before rushing after Su Jian'an? Why has he yet to inquire whether she remains frightened? Lu Boyan shielded her while recklessly dashing to save Su Jian'an. Which of them held greater importance? Stop waiting for Lu Boyan's call. Since you began to harbor feelings for him, you've been waiting. Waiting for him to notice you, to elevate you, to fall for you, to confess to you. You've achieved the first parts, but what about the latter? He married someone else. You should take the initiative, set aside your queenly demeanor, and start by calling him personally. Chen Xianxian forcefully placed her phone into Han Ruoxi's hands. Han Ruoxi admitted that her previous reluctance stemmed from pride, believing that she was the only one worthy of Lu Boyan's affection, hence her refusal to take action. Instead manufacturing rumors to create the illusion of a couple with Lu Boyan, hoping to discourage other women. Yet she had not anticipated that a woman named Su Jian'an would silently become Lu Boyan's wife. Now, a twinge of fear crept in, and she was willing to make the call to Lu Boyan. Chapter 21. Su Jian'an's invasion of privacy at the Lu residence. Su Jian'an had shifted through numerous sleeping positions and had nearly succumbed to slumber on multiple occasions, yet sleep eluded her. Ordinarily, she would drift off the moment she lay down, but tonight her mind was filled with the memory of Lu Boyan's Princess Carrie. The sensation of his powerful arms against her skin, his warmth, the solidness of his chest, his handsome visage and distinct features. It felt as though she were cradled in Lu Boyan's embrace, experiencing everything vividly, her heartbeat quickening. Oh, it had been so long since she had left Lu Boyan's arms. Stop it, stop it. Despite Su Jian'an's usual self-control, this time she found herself unable to resist, rising from bed and exiting the room. She needed a drink to calm her nerves. Before she reached the stairs, she spotted Lu Boyan sitting in the living room, his voice softly resonating, gentle and warm. It was clear from the conversation that the person on the other end was Han Ruoxi. Except for a few instances when they acted together, Lu Boyan had never spoken to her in such a tender tone, often displaying a reluctance to engage with her at all. She had thought Lu Boyan was inherently cold, but it turned out he was merely cold towards her. The warmth, the touch, the heartbeat, all dissipated from Su Jian'an's mind. The turbulent emotions within her plummeted from boiling to freezing in an instant, and she sighed in relief, returning to her room, where she soon fell asleep. When she awoke the next day, all memories of the previous night had faded, her focus entirely on the delightful breakfast, which included her favorite soup dumplings. Uncle Su brought 2 newspapers, handing one to her. Madam, their essay report about yesterday's incident. Would you like to take a look? Su Jian'an unfolded the newspaper and chuckled. The media truly has a knack for exaggeration. The headline absurdly declared, Unexpected situation. Lu Boyan recklessly pursues kidnapper to rescue beloved wife. Had they followed him during the chase? Otherwise, how could they assert that he acted recklessly? Just as Su Jian'an was about to continue laughing, she noticed an article about Han Ruoxi beneath the headline. Having rarely followed entertainment news throughout her life, even though Han Ruoxi was a sensation across Asia, she had only seen her reports twice. Strangely, both times were similar. Previously, Han Ruashi was photographed crying and drinking. And now she was captured late at night, wiping away tears outside her own building, seemingly heartbroken. Yet, could that truly be the case? When Lu Boyan spoke to her on the phone yesterday, he was so gentle. Could they have quarreled afterward? Su Jian'an glanced up to see Lu Boyan, who was not even looking at the paper, his expression neutral. Nevertheless, she decided to impart some wisdom. Really, all women need a little pampering. Whether they are girls or queens, Su Jian'an stated earnestly. Lu Boyan lifted his gaze. What do you wish to convey? Su Jian'an placed the newspaper in front of him, pointing at Han Ruashi's article. If you just offer some comfort, there would be no need for it to escalate to the newspapers, right? It could tarnish her image. Lu Boyan set down his chopsticks, a cold smile appearing. Who told you that women require pampering? Jiang Shaokai. Su Jian'an replied honestly, explaining that this was his conclusion from numerous past relationships. I'm sharing this wisdom with you. No need for thanks. Suddenly, Lu Boyan stood up abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor, and before Su Jian'an could discern his expression, he turned and left, untouched dumplings remaining before him. Hey, aren't you eating? Su Jian'an called out urgently, but Lu Boyan walked away without a backward glance. Surprisingly, she felt no anger. Had he already gone to console her? She felt a sense of satisfaction, dragging Lu Boyan's dumplings towards herself and savoring them one by one. As she reached the front door, Lu Boyan hesitated. Recalling her urgent call, it seemed she was concerned he might skip breakfast. With a glimmer of hope, he turned around, only to find Su Jian'an relishing his dumplings. He finally realized the truth. Su Jian'an clearly did not care whether he had breakfast. She was merely fixated on his dumplings. He gritted his teeth, bewildered by the girl's lack of awareness. Uncle Su, perceptive to Lu Boyan's growing frustration, approached with concern. Madam, actually young master and Miss Han. Su Jian'an gestured for him to stop. Don't tell me how deep their love runs. I understand. Uncle Su sighed. Honestly, I wish you understood a little less. Even a slight reduction in understanding might prevent young master from becoming this furious. Su Jian'an, not quite catching Uncle Su's words, assumed he was merely speaking to himself and continued to delightfully devour the dumplings. After finishing her breakfast, Su Jian'an made her way to the police station. Recently, a city had been relatively peaceful, with few homicides reported. She sat idly in front of her computer, browsing the internet. Suddenly, she received a link to a large forum from Luo Xiaoxi. Upon copying the link into her browser, she stumbled upon a thread that had been created that very morning. It had already garnered nearly 10,000 replies. The thread was titled "The Original Poster Seeks to Expose the Mysterious Woman Who Has Caused Our Goddess, Lu Boyan's Tears, His New Wife." The poster, using the nickname "I Love You," Queen Ruashi, was a devoted fan of Han Ruashi, a resident of the city. Having witnessed Han Ruashi cry like a child on 2 occasions, she felt compelled to uncover the culprit behind her idol's distress, Lu Boyan's enigmatic new wife. Thus, "I Love You." Queen Ruashi initiated a campaign online to unearth the identity of Lu Boyan's wife, seeking justice for her beloved idol. She had already gathered some basic information. Lu Boyan's wife was a local from a city with a unique profession, having studied at Columbia University in the United States. At a soiree the previous evening, she had appeared alongside Lu Boyan, and many people were already aware of her identity, making it easier to track her down. It became evident that Han Ruashi's fanbase was indeed formidable. With the information possessed by "I Love You," Queen Ruashi, numerous individuals joined the hunt. Occasional reminders about the illegality of doxing others were swiftly drowned out by the fervor of her supporters. Out of nearly 10,000 replies, 95% expressed support for the original poster, and 85% participated in the endeavor to expose Lu Boyan's wife. Luo Xiaoxi sent an anxious message. Su Jian'an, you are in danger. Shouldn't you consider hiding abroad to escape the storm? Su Jian'an stretched lazily before replying nonchalantly. Do you find the corpse of a deceased person more terrifying, or these internet users? After weighing the options, Luo Xiaoxi concluded, the corpse is indeed more frightening. Su Jian'an replied, well then, I shall study the corpses. Implicitly, she conveyed that even the dead did not intimidate her. How could mere internet users pose a threat? Luo Xiaoxi responded with a lengthy string of ellipses and exclamation marks, expressing her profound admiration. Su Jian'an remained remarkably composed. The notion of corpses did not perturb her in the slightest. At that moment, her phone rang, An incoming call from Tang Yulan. Auntie, Jian'an. Tang Yulan's voice sounded frantic. Why didn't you inform me about the incident yesterday? If I hadn't seen the newspaper this morning, I would have been oblivious to your kidnapping. Are you all right? You aren't hurt, are you? The elderly woman's torrent of concern left Su Jian'an somewhat overwhelmed, yet she could sense the genuine care in her tone. The feeling was subtle and warm. She smiled as she reassured, Annie, I'm fine. Don't forget, I am practically a detective myself. It's not that easy to harm me. I'm still worried. I must go to the police station to see you, Tang Yulan insisted. Su Jian'an wished to spare her aunt from the trouble, but she was uncertain how to explain their relationship to her colleagues. After a moment's thought, she replied, Auntie, I truly am fine. You needn't come over. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I won't be working late. I will come to see you. Realizing her hasty visit might disrupt Su Jian'an's work, Tang Yulan nodded. That works too. I will wait for you at home. All right. Su Jian'an ended the call, a smile of happiness still gracing her lips. She had not felt maternal love since she was 15, yet Tang Yulan's every word and deed always evoked a long-lost sense of being cared for by a mother. Her initial agreement to marry Lu Boyan was influenced not only by the concealed reasons, but also by her fondness for Tang Yulan. She cherished this optimistic and amusing woman, wishing to treat her as a mother. With plans for the weekend, Su Jian'an felt particularly elated. The following day, after breakfast, she prepared to leave with the tea leaves she had purchased the day before. Observing Su Jian'an's cheerful demeanor, Lu Boyan called out, Where are you off to? I'm going to see Annie. Suddenly recalling that this man was Tang Yulan's biological son, she asked, Would you like to join me? It might delight Auntie if we go together. She blinked her eyes, as if her fluttering lashes were laden with anticipation. Lu Boyan paused momentarily, taken aback. Su Jian'an's words bore truth. He had not expected her to express a desire to honor her mother-in-law. Su Jian'an assumed Lu Boyan was hesitating, and with a playful glare, she chided, What is there to hesitate about in visiting your own mother? Entangled fouson. Lu Boyan's lips twitched slightly. Forget it then. Su Jian'an turned to leave, declaring, I'll go alone. However, Lu Boyan promptly grasped her hand, retrieving the car keys as he pulled her along, his eyes betraying annoyance. What did I say? I wasn't going. In fact, he had arranged to go play ball outside with Shan Yuechuan that day. Su Jian'an smiled. I knew my brother Boyan wouldn't be the type to neglect his filial duties. Lu Boyan remained silent. Su Jian'an glanced at Lu Boyan holding her hand, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. The notion of visiting Tang Yulan hand in hand with Lu Boyan was something she had never dared to dream of. It was unfolding before her. The path ahead seemed brilliantly colorful, and every nook of her heart brimmed with contentment. In that moment, she wished to shout to her late mother. At least for this moment, she felt truly happy and fulfilled. For this moment, she was willing to endure all storms. Chapter 22. Moved by Lu Boyan throughout the journey to Zijing Imperial Garden, Su Jian'an was filled with excitement. Lu Boyan, with a mother like Annie Tang, you must be incredibly fortunate. This was the aspect of Lu Boyan that she envied the most. Since their marriage, Su Jian'an had continued to address Tang Yulan as Auntie, though Tang Yulan had been patiently waiting for her to change her address. Lu Boyan furrowed his brow, reminding her, Su Jian'an, we are already married. My mother is also your mother. For Su Jian'an, who had lost her own mother at the age of 15, maternal love was especially precious. Lu Boyan's words implied a willingness to share that maternal affection with her. Lu Boyan, I cannot believe you have moved me, even if it is only for 2 years. I will treat Annie Tang as I would my own mother. Su Jian'an declared earnestly, Thank you. Lu Boyan had merely intended to remind Su Jian'an to address Tang Yulan differently. The convolutions of meaning were interpretations that Su Jian'an had derived on her own. Yet, simply through this, she was content. He suddenly found himself reluctant to correct her. Tang Yulan had waited all morning and was finally overjoyed to see Su Jian'an. Waving her hands excitedly, Jian'an, coming quickly. As Su Jian'an approached Tang Yulan, she pressed her lips together before solemnly stating, Mom, I've come to see you. That single utterance of Mom was something Tang Yulan had long awaited. Upon hearing it, she could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if she wished to turn back time just a few seconds to hear it once more. Su Jian'an, puzzled by her reaction, asked Mom, What is wrong? This time, Tang Yulan was certain. She suddenly embraced Su Jian'an tightly. Good child. Su Jian'an gently reciprocated the hug, smiling. The The warmth of a mother's embrace was something she had long missed. In this world, only Tang Yulan could allow her to relive the sensation of being enveloped in a mother's love. Tang Yulan's excitement took some time to subside before she remembered her son. "Where's Boyan? Didn't he come with you?" "He asked just behind me." As soon as Su Jian'an finished speaking, Lu Boyan entered the room. Tang Yulan's face brightened. "I'll cook lunch for you two today." "Jian'an, my culinary skills were learned from your mother." Su Jian'an nodded enthusiastically. "Great. Has Boyan told you that this place is actually our former home?" Tang Yulan surveyed the entire room. Lu Boyan had lived here since birth, until that unfortunate incident compelled them to leave the country. Everyone harbors unspoken wounds, and Tang Yulan's pain originated from that event 14 years ago. Su Jian'an, keen to avoid resurrecting Tang Yulan's sorrowful memories, inquired with a smile, "Really? Which room did he stay in as a child?" Tang Yulan placed Su Jian'an's hand into Lu Boyan's, saying, "Boyan, take Jian'an to have a look. I will prepare lunch for you both." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Su Jian'an instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but Lu Boyan seemed to anticipate her thoughts and tightened his grip, asserting, "It's upstairs, follow me." His hand, not rough like that of an ordinary man, was dry yet warm, enveloping her small hand and inexplicably providing her with a sense of security. However, Su Jian'an knew that Lu Boyan could not lead her through life forever. Once upstairs, she feigned nonchalance and released his hand, wandering around his childhood room, ultimately concluding, "Lu Boyan, it seems your lack of interest began in childhood." The spacious room contained only the essential furniture and an imposing bookshelf, which was filled entirely with books. Devoid of any comic magazines typically adored by young boys, let alone figurines and gaming paraphernalia. Lu Boyan curled his lips in disdain. "Your childhood room was likely no more normal than this." Su Jian'an had never been interested in dolls or plush toys. Her sole passion was collecting detective novels and watching anime. Her mother and Tang Yulan had once remarked that her room hardly resembled that of a little girl. Lu Boyan had been present then, and she still remembered the peculiar look he had given her. She feigned confidence, raising her chin. "That was merely due to my rather unique interests as a child." Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. "Being different from others is special for you. Yet for me, it's merely dull." Clearing her throat, Su Jian'an nervously touched her nose and swiftly attempted to redirect the conversation. "Isn't there a box at the top of the shelf containing your childhood toys?" As she reached for the box, Lu Boyan's sharp gaze narrowed dangerously. The contents must not be exposed to Su Jian'an. He swiftly closed the distance between them, grasping her hand and forcefully pulling her closer. Suddenly, Su Jian'an lost her balance and collided into Lu Boyan's embrace, her lips inadvertently pressing against his chest. He wore a thin shirt, allowing her to feel the softness of her lips against him, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within his heart. He yearned to hold her tightly in his arms. Su Jian'an's face flushed crimson as she struggled to regain her posture, glaring at the instigator, Lu Boyan. "Su Jian'an, it is quite impolite to meddle with others' belongings without permission," he retorted, effectively silencing her. Su Jian'an, displeased, pursed her lips. "Fine, a 1T look." With that, she huffed and slipped out of the room. Watching her figure vanish at the doorway, Lu Boyan finally retrieved the box. Opening it to reveal an old yet pristine photograph, Su Jian'an sneaked into the kitchen, where Tang Yulan was washing and chopping vegetables. Rolling up her sleeves, she spoke softly, "Mom, let me help you." Before Tang Yulan could respond, Su Jian'an had already grabbed a potato and began cutting. Tang Yulan smiled, but suddenly remembered something. "I'll go upstairs to fetch something." Passing by Lu Boyan's room, Tang Yulan spotted him gazing at a photograph, likely one of his father from before his passing. With a sigh, she entered the room. "Boyan." Upon hearing his mother's voice, Lu Boyan quickly tucked the photo back into the box. "Mom, what's the matter?" Tang Yulan sat beside her son. "You both returned today because of Jian'an, didn't you?" "I knew she was more thoughtful than you realized. At least she remembered to visit this old lady." Tang Yulan smiled with contentment. "Promise me you will always protect her." "Rest assured, Mom. With me around, she will never face any harm." His eagle-like gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Tang Yulan nodded, patting her son's hand. "I'll return to my room to fetch something." Lu Boyan escorted Tang Yulan to the door before returning to his room. Casting one last glance at the photograph that had been stored for over a decade before closing the box and placing it back. Downstairs, he found Su Jian'an still chopping vegetables. Tang Yulan entered with something in hand, and both paused in surprise. The vegetables and meats were meticulously arranged on the plate, resembling a beautifully crafted platter. The potatoes were cut so uniformly that they showcased her exceptional knife skills, akin to that of a professional chef. Jian'an Tang Yulan asked in astonishment, "You Haven Tea received formal training in culinary skills, have you?" "Mom," Lu Boyan interjected, "she is a forensic expert. It said that Su Jian'an can dissect anything with precision. A potato poses no challenge for her." Tang Yulan seemed to awaken from a reverie. "Jian'an, I heard that at the banquet the other day, a young lady from the Chun family belittled you for merely being a forensic expert? Huh, I must invite her to witness your culinary skills. I guarantee she will tremble and address you as sister-in-law thereafter." Su Jian'an, sweating slightly, realized her mother-in-law was not to be trifled with. Tang Yulan then turned to Lu Boyan. "Boyan, do you have a plan for tonight?" Lu Boyan candidly replied, "No." Tang Yulan smiled with satisfaction, leaning closer to Su Jian'an. "Jian'an, why don't you both stay the night? You can return tomorrow." Lu Boyan's eyes narrowed, seizing the opportunity to subtly signal Su Jian'an to refuse. However, caught up in her excitement, she failed to perceive any issue, glancing curiously at Lu Boyan before smiling and nodding. "Sure, I have no plans these days." She merely wished to spend more time with Tang Yulan. With no way to turn back, Lu Boyan remained composed, knowing the anxious one would not be him. Tang Yulan cheerfully donned an apron and began cooking. The dishes, pork rib soup, potato beef stew, steamed base scrambled eggs with chives, and blanched greens, were soon ready. Tang Yulan, Su Jian'an to taste. See if it resembles what your mother used to make. These dishes were her specialties. Su Jian'an had always adored her mother's potato beef stew, and after tasting Tang Yulan's version, she found it nearly identical in flavor. Her eyes brimmed with warmth, yet a smile blossomed on her lips. "It's very similar." Tang Yulan chuckled. "Then let us begin our meal." As Su Jian'an sat down, she politely served Tang Yulan a bowl of soup before naturally filling Lu Boyan's bowl as well, saying, "Enjoy your soup." Lu Boyan glanced at his petite wife in astonishment, only to notice his mother across the table, smiling with satisfaction, prompting him to smile in return. "Thank you. Don't mention it." Su Jian'an felt elated. Every dish on the table transformed into a gourmet feast. After her mother's passing, this was perhaps the most delicious meal she had ever experienced. After the meal, the servants brought in fruits, and Tang Yulan, with utmost seriousness, looked at the two. "Jian'an, Boyan, there is a matter we need to discuss earnestly. When do you plan to have children? I've already thought of several names for grandchildren." Su Jian'an could not contain herself. The water she had just drunk erupted from her mouth. Chapter 23. We can only sleep in one bed. She and Lu Boyan had yet to consummate their marriage and had even agreed to divorce in 2 years. How could they even consider having children? Moreover, this topic was blatantly challenging her composure. Su Jian'an's face flushed like a poppy, unsure where to place her hands and feet, unable to meet Tang Yulan's gaze, let alone Lu Boyan's. Lu Boyan gazed with keen interest at Su Jian'an's blushing face. Wasn't the night before their wedding supposed to be when he would undress for her? Why was she flushing now? However, he could not deny that when she blushed, she resembled a bashful young girl, her peach blossom eyes shimmering like a startled fawn, evoking a sense of. It would be remiss not to tease her given such a lovely visage. He affectionately pulled Su Jian'an closer. "We have discussed this issue, haven't we?" Su Jian'an was taken aback. She could not recall any conversation with Lu Boyan regarding children. Yet, his expression was unyielding, leaving her no choice but to timidly nestle into his embrace. "Did we? So soon forgotten?" Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, his eyes brimming with affection. "You mentioned that you really like children." Su Jian'an was certain she had never uttered such words. Lu Boyan must be fabricating. However, she could not expose him in front of Tang Yulan, so she merely chuckled. If Lu Boyan were to declare they were planning for a child, she had already devised a strategy: feign death. "But you are still young. We are in no rush," Lu Boyan suddenly said, turning to his mother. "Mom, Jian'an and I plan to discuss children in a couple of years." Su Jian'an blinked in surprise, thinking Lu Boyan might be trying to trap her, but was he letting her off the hook? She exhaled in relief, offering Lu Boyan a slight smile, reserving her accounts for later. Tang Yulan observed the couple's affectionate and harmonious demeanor, believing they shared a deep connection, and smiled with satisfaction. "Jian'an, there's no need to feel pressured. As long as you have a plan, follow it." For me, as long as you are happy, that is sufficient. Su Jian'an felt as though she had been pardoned, nodding fervently. In the afternoon, when Lu Boyan had to attend to a matter, Su Jian'an remained at home with Tang Huilan. With nothing to do and both disinterested in shopping, they turned on the television to watch a soap opera. Normally indifferent to soap operas, Su Jian'an found herself discussing the plot and characters with Tang Huilan, discovering it was not as tedious as she had anticipated. As the sun set, Lu Boyan returned to find Su Jian'an nestled against her mother, a sight he had not witnessed in a long time, a look of pure happiness gracing his mother-esque face. Su Jian'an leaned against her mother, appearing obedient and docile, a stark contrast to her usual spirited self. Upon changing his shoes, he overheard the two earnestly debating which male actor was more handsome. Their opinions diverged, and soon Su Jian'an found herself at a loss against Tang Huilan. Thinking quickly, she declared, "What does it matter who is more handsome? None can compare to our brother Boyan." Tang Huilan nodded in agreement, suddenly spotting the figure at the doorway, her face lighting up. "Boyan, you're back. Jian'an and I were just discussing you." Boyan had returned. Su Jian'an felt as if struck by lightning, spinning around to see him standing not far off, wearing a bemused smile. Why did her composure crumble whenever she encountered Lu Boyan? She had babbled foolishly in the bar, and now at home, had been overheard again. Could he not grant her a reprieve? Feeling helpless, she muttered, "I'll go get some water." Lu Boyan, aware of her sensitivity, kindly refrained from pressing her further and sauntered to the living room, pouring tea for Tang Huilan. Tang Huilan took a sip, reclining comfortably on the sofa. "You know, Jian'an is actually quite adorable. Her usual maturity and boldness are merely a facade." Lu Boyan smiled knowingly. He understood better than anyone that Su Jian'an was a playful creature. "I have prepared the room for you. Since you are not busy, make sure to rest early tonight." Tang Huilan stood. "I'll check on dinner." "Tonight?" Lu Boyan's lips curved into a slow smile. He was eager to see Su Jian'an's reaction. Dinner was considerably lighter than lunch, and Su Jian'an set her chopsticks down when she felt 3/4 full, just as she received a call from Luo Xiaoxi and stepped into the garden to answer. "Oh my gosh, those people are relentless," Luo Xiaoxi exclaimed. "In less than 2 days, they've already dug up your name and found out you're a forensic doctor at the police station. At this rate, your information will be fully exposed tomorrow. The rabid fans of Han Ruashi are bound to come after you. Also, this has already made its way to Weibo." "Made it to Weibo?" Su Jian'an frowned. "I need to call my brother." Just as she hung up, Lu Boyan's voice interrupted. "No need to contact your brother." She looked at him in confusion. "Do you know what I'm referring to? Don't tell me you also browse the gossip forum." Lu Boyan was far too busy for such trivialities. "Xinyue Chuan is already handling that post. You need not worry about your information being exposed." Su Jian'an trusted Lu Boyan's capabilities and smiled gratefully. "Thank you. We are a legally married couple. It is my duty to protect you." Lu Boyan stepped closer, locking his gaze with Su Jian'an's. "And in the future, if something arises, you should think of me first, not your brother." His eyes were deep and piercing, holding an almost enchanting power. It felt as though anyone who gazed into them for too long would inevitably be ensnared. Su Jian'an swallowed hard. "I understand. However, I doubt much will happen in the future. I'll try not to trouble you." After a brief pause, she added, "Please don't tell Mom about this. I don't want her to worry." Both shared a tacit understanding to shield Tang Huilan from concern. When they returned to the room, they wore expressions of casual normalcy, leaving Tang Huilan none the wiser. As the clock struck 9, the early-to-bed Tang Huilan retreated to her room, and Su Jian'an, wishing to retire early as well, inquired of Lu Boyan, "Which room will I sleep in?" Lu Boyan led her upstairs, opening the door to the master bedroom here. The spacious room, adorned with warm yellow lighting, exuded a vintage charm. Though not Su Jian'an's usual style, she was not opposed to experiencing it occasionally. Tang Huilan had thoughtfully prepared sleepwear and toiletries for her. A relaxing bath was all she needed for a good night's rest. Suddenly, Su Jian'an sensed something amiss. Why was Lu Boyan still in the room? "Lu Boyan," she stammered, clutching her sleepwear. "Why are you undressing?" "To take a shower," he replied matter-of-factly. With a thud, Su Jian'an felt as if something had exploded in her mind. She widened her eyes. "You're sleeping in this room too?" "If they were to sleep separately in this space," Lu Boyan smirked, "Mrs. Lu, we would be giving ourselves away." Su Jian'an froze, tears welling in her eyes. "I hinted for you to decline." Lu Boyan feigned innocence. "I overestimated your intelligence. It won't happen again." With that, He casually grabbed a bathrobe and headed into the bathroom, leaving Su Jian'an on the bed, silently shedding tears. Minutes later, Lu Boyan emerged from the bathroom. Su Jian'an instinctively glanced his way, nearly losing her composure. His bathrobe was loosely tied, revealing his sculpted collarbones and robust chest, provoking thoughts she tried to suppress. His damp hair was tousled from drying, not disheveled like most men, but instead adding a wild allure to his striking features. With that chiseled face, Su Jian'an could not deny this man was a natural seducer. And here she was, alone with him in the dead of night. Suddenly, she felt the need for more air. Her breathing and heartbeats were thrown off rhythm. Intentionally averting her gaze from Lu Boyan, she clutched her sleepwear and slipped into the bathroom. In the spacious bathroom, the lingering steam from Lu Boyan's recent shower enveloped the air. The memory of him, unclothed, sent a flush of embarrassment through Su Jian'an. What was she thinking? This bath had left her heart racing. After nearly an hour of dawdling, Su Jian'an finally finished her shower and reached for the sleepwear prepared by Tang Yulan, only to be nearly overwhelmed by its sensuality. It was not only sheer and short, but also featured a deep V neckline. Yet, it was better than nothing, so she reluctantly donned it. As she opened the bathroom door crack, she spotted Lu Boyan calmly seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Unable to maintain her composure, she called out, "Lu Boyan, could you please hand me my coat?" He glanced at the woman hiding behind the bathroom door, quickly deducing the situation. A fleeting, awkward expression crossed his face before he nonchalantly passed her the coat. Su Jian'an's coat was a mid-length trench, instilling a sense of security as she emerged from the bathroom. Rummaging through the cabinet, her slender legs were exposed, and in the soft light, her skin resembled the smoothness of jade. Lu Boyan felt a dryness in his throat and averted his gaze, asking, "What are you looking for?" "The quilt and pillows," Su Jian'an replied. "We need to set up a sleeping arrangement for tonight. Otherwise, there's no way I can sleep." "You needn't search further. There's only one quilt," he stated. Su Jian'an's scalp tingled as she turned around, bewildered. "What do you mean?" Lu Boyan wore a leisurely smirk. "It means we can only share one bed." "Isn't that inappropriate?" She protested weakly. "That is the only option," he declared, reclining on the bed. "Of course, you could also choose to stay awake all night." Watching him close his eyes, Su Jian'an felt utterly helpless. Staying awake all night was not feasible, but sharing a bed with Lu Boyan, would nothing truly happen? Chapter 24. Youthful impulsiveness. As Su Jian'an pondered these thoughts, Lu Boyan suddenly opened his eyes. In the dim light of night, his elongated eyes appeared even more menacing. Su Jian'an gasped in fright. Lu Boyan chuckled. "If I intended to do something, do you think you could still be standing there?" "Then, where should I be?" she asked, bewildered. "On the bed, of course," he replied with a devilish smirk. With a jolt, Su Jian'an's mind went blank, not due to his words, but because he knew precisely what she feared. How wicked! "Pass me the cushion from the sofa," Lu Boyan suddenly commanded. "Oh." Su Jian'an complied, and he placed 2 cushions in the middle of the bed. Her eyes lit up. "Hey, that's a clever solution," Lu Boyan remarked. "This way, I feel more at ease." Tears welled in Su Jian'an's eyes as she pondered his meaning. Nevertheless, she eventually hesitantly lay down on the expansive bed, now divided by cushions, yet sleep eluded her. Sharing a bed with Lu Boyan was something she had never dared to imagine. Despite knowing he would not harm her, her heart raced uncontrollably. Fearing her anxiety would be detected, Su Jian'an tightly shut her eyes, trying to summon sleep. Ultimately, her quickening heart could not resist the pull of exhaustion, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. In the darkness, Lu Boyan opened his eyes. Though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, how could he possibly sleep? Sharing a bed with her? Turning slightly, he observed her sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her flawless face, resembling an innocent child. Suddenly, she rolled over, her smooth leg resting on his. His breath quickened. If she remained like this, tonight might truly become a sleepless night. As he contemplated moving her leg, she unexpectedly turned towards him, her slender arm crossing the cushion, resting boldly on his chest. This little creature was more daring in sleep than when awake. Lu Boyan tossed the cushion aside, and Su Jian'an murmured in her sleep, her small hand wandering across his chest before abruptly pulling his arm to embrace him. In that moment, she nestled against him like a pet, a contented smile gracing her lips, her closed eyes exuding innocence. Lu Boyan felt as if his heart was submerged in water, softening with each passing moment. He turned to her, and, sensing something, she instinctively cuddled closer to him. How obedient! A smile of satisfaction graced his lips as he leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Good night, little monster." Lu Boyan was known for his regular sleep schedule. At 7 the following morning, he opened his eyes, instinctively glancing at Su Jian'an. She remained asleep, her head nestled on his arm, breathing softly in deep slumber. This scene should have been idyllic, yet her sleepwear had somehow slipped, revealing her delicate shoulder and collarbone. Along with a tantalizing glimpse below, a strange feeling washed over him, and he pulled the blanket over her, only for her to toss it aside with a frown, resisting his attempts to cover her. Was she truly awake or merely in a daze? As Lu Boyan gazed at her face, he recalled the cool yet delicate sensation of kissing her forehead the previous night. In that moment, it felt as if something had filled his heart, saturating it entirely. His gaze drifted downward, contemplating whether her lips might hold an even sweeter flavor. Moreover, this seemed like a fitting method to rouse her. As his lips met hers, they were every bit as soft as he had imagined, tempting enough to elicit a desire to bite. When had he started to lose control? He abruptly pulled away, just as Su Jian'an groggily opened her eyes. "Why is Lu Boyan so close to me? Is this real or a dream?" She reached out to touch his face, feeling the warmth and noticing his furrowed brow, a clear expression of discontent. "Su Jian'an," Lu Boyan's voice was laced with danger, as he had never experienced such a face-touching before. Su Jian'an gasped, instantly alert. Lu Boyan." With a teasing reminder, he pointed out, "Your sleepwear." Su Jian'an instinctively glanced down, realizing she was exposed. "You rogue." Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. "The one who clung to me all night was you." Only then did Su Jian'an realize she was indeed clutching Lu Boyan's arm. In a panic, she withdrew her hand, retreating beneath the blanket. Mortified, she decided to hide completely within it. Lu Boyan observed her retreat into the blanket like a turtle into its shell, and unexpectedly, he found this beginning to the day quite delightful, a smile gracing his lips as he rose to wash up. After what felt like an eternity, Su Jian'an finally emerged from the blanket, her face as red as a ripe tomato, confirming that Lu Boyan would not emerge anytime soon. She hurriedly rolled into the closet to change. As she opened the closet door, she was met with the sight of Lu Boyan stepping out of the bathroom, clad only in a towel. Typically, she had only seen him in well-fitted clothes, but now she realized his physique was beyond that of an international model. With sculpted abs and droplets of water gliding down his powerful muscles, he seemed even more alluring than before. Though she generally found muscular men intimidating, Lu Boyan was different. He was perfectly toned, precisely to her taste. Her clear admiration did not go unnoticed as Lu Boyan approached her, leaving her retreating step by step. "What are you doing?" He cornered her in the closet, casually stating, "I'm coming in to change." "But are you trying to see something?" Su Jian'an's dark eyes flickered. "And what if I am?" Lu Boyan curled the corners of his lips, beginning to unwrap the bath towel. He was actually serious. Su Jian'an fled in a panic. This morning was truly exhilarating. Even seated at the dining table, her cheeks remained flushed, and her mind was in disarray. Tang Yulan noticed Su Jian'an's odd demeanor and inquired with concern, "Jian'an, are you feeling unwell?" Su Jian'an dared not meet Tang Yulan's gaze, stammering, "No, it's nothing." It finally dawned on Tang Yulan what was amiss. Her daughter-in-law was merely shy. As someone who had experienced marriage herself, Tang Yulan naturally thought along those lines and smiled as she served Su Jian'an a bowl of congee, saying, "Boyan really lacks restraint. I'll have a word with him later." Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback by the mention of restraint. After a pause, she finally grasped the implication behind Tang Yulan's suggestive expression, nearly sliding off her chair. "No, Mom, it's not like that. Mom understands." Tang Yulan winked, signaling that Su Jian'an need not elaborate further. She too had been young once. Su Jian'an felt like crying, her face now as red as a Fuji apple. Lu Boyan descended the stairs leisurely and noticed Su Jian'an's awkward demeanor and Tang Yulan's overly cheerful smile. As she rolled up her sleeves, she asked, "What is the matter?" "Nothing." Su Jian'an interjected quickly, deftly serving Lu Boyan a bowl of congee. "Let us have breakfast." Tang Yulan quietly sipped her congee, finding this morning utterly delightful. Feeling too embarrassed to linger, Su Jian'an excused herself, citing Lu Boyan's engagements, and after finishing her breakfast, bid farewell to Tang Yulan. It wasn't until she had left Su Jian'an for quite some time that the crimson hue on her face began to fade. Lu Boyan, I'd like to explain about this morning, she stammered. Before he could respond, she continued, I have a poor sleeping habit, so it's normal for me to roll over to your side. It was intentional, and I didn't know it would happen. Please don't overthink it or take it to heart. Just consider it an accident. Surely, you've had accidents in your life too, right? Him? It seemed as though he had always maintained control over his life. The only 2 accidents occurred 14 years ago, his father's unexpected passing and another incident. He replied nonchalantly, understood. Ah, such a simple phrase conveyed an attitude that rendered her explanation rather superfluous. With more matters to attend to, Lu Boyan escorted Su Jian'an to her doorstep and departed. In the garden, Su Jian'an called Luo Xiaoxi to inform her that Lu Boyan had intervened in the online harassment, and unless something unforeseen occurred, her information would remain undisclosed. I already know, Luo Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. Your husband is simply incredible. Just yesterday morning, someone claimed to possess your detailed information, saying they'd de-expose it if the post received enough replies, but by evening, that account was deactivated. Now everyone online is speculating whether you did something to the owner of that ID. How naive. How could you possibly take action? Su Jian'an was all too familiar with Luo Xiaoxi's nature and asked, Luo Xiaoxi, did you say something online? I found out from Yi Cheng that Lu Boyan was involved, so I informed those dimwits, Luo Xiaoxi replied proudly. And guess what? That post is now as quiet as a ghost. Su Jian'an pinched her forehead. Luo Xiaoxi, you're a graduate of a prestigious university. Are you really planning to do nothing and just waste your days online? Wasting time makes me sad too. But what is even sadder is that I might spend my entire life without achieving anything. Luo Xiaoxi lamented. Besides, I haven't won over your brother yet. Pursuing him is my life's most important task. In their first year of high school, Luo Xiaoxi had tempted Su Jian'an with a bottle of yogurt, proposing, let's be good friends. Luo Xiaoxi had ulterior motives regarding Su Yicheng. After a chance encounter with him, she felt an electric jolt, but his aloof demeanor made him inaccessible. Discovering he had a sister in her school, she aimed to get closer to Su Yicheng through Su Jian'an. Initially, she kept her intentions hidden, but her subtle inquiries about Su Yicheng soon caught Su Jian'an's attention. Su Jian'an should have distanced herself from her. Yet Luo Xiaoxi's optimistic and somewhat foolish demeanor was far more appealing than the flocks of admirers surrounding her brother. Unconsciously, they became the best of friends, with Luo Xiaoxi even inadvertently helping her pursue Su Yicheng. Naturally, he had never reciprocated her feelings. Su Jian'an thought Luo Xiaoxi would soon give up, but her perseverance had lasted up to this day. How many years had it been? The mathematically gifted Su Jian'an needed to carefully calculate. Nearly 10 years. Longer than the time Yi Cheng sang 10 years. I will continue, Luo Xiaoxi declared resolutely. Su Yicheng will never fall into another woman's hands. He is destined to be mine. Su Jian'an smiled. I too dislike the idea of other women being my sister-in-law. Whoever said that devout individuals would have their desires fulfilled? For a carefree person like Luo Xiaoxi to remain steadfast for 10 years, surely her wishes would come to fruition. Chapter 25. Information exposed and surrounded with the anxiety of being doxxed behind her, Su Jian'an resumed her work routine the following day. Unbeknownst to her, a deep-seated hatred had reached a boiling point. Su Yuan. The last time Su Jian'an and Lu Boyan returned home, Su Yuan had intended to feign a foot injury to get close to Lu Boyan, but her plan backfired when Su Jian'an took her to the hospital instead. Since that day, Su Yuan had been plotting her revenge, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Countless fans of Han Ruoshi were hunting for Su Jian'an online. If she exposed Su Jian'an's information, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Plenty of people would eagerly punish her on her behalf. The notion of using another's weapon for her own ends was one she had devised, and she found herself rather impressed. At noon, Su Yuan lounged comfortably on the sofa. Opening the thread that sought to expose Su Jian'an, she meticulously entered all of Su Jian'an's information, revealing that she was the city's only female forensic expert, complete with photographs, and informed everyone. Barring any unforeseen events, Su Jian'an would finish work at 5 o'clock. Though the thread had begun to sink, Su Jian'an had piqued the curiosity of many, so it continued to receive attention. After Su Yuan disclosed Su Jian'an's details, the thread erupted anew, and the original poster organized a plan to ambush her. Amidst all this, Su Jian'an remained blissfully unaware. After work, she retrieved her car as usual and headed home, oblivious to the fact that her phone had died in her bag. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxi, who was lazily lounging at home out of boredom, reopened the post calling for Su Jian'an's doxing. To her astonishment, a post that had only garnered 300 pages yesterday had now ballooned to over 500 pages in a single day, with more than 20,000 new replies. Hadn't she warned those people that the post would sink? Suddenly resurrected, this was certainly an unexpected turn of events. Lu Xiaoxi quickly opened the thread and found Su Jian'an's information and the original poster's plan for the ambush. What the hell? Who did this? She grabbed her phone and dialed Su Jian'an, only to be informed that her phone was off. She could only contact Su Yiqing instead. He immediately reached out to Shen Yuechuan. Concerned for Su Jian'an's safety, Shen Yuechuan, despite his reluctance, interrupted Lu Boyan's meeting to inform him that Su Jian'an was likely to be surrounded on her way home. Lu Boyan's expression shifted dramatically, and he stood up abruptly, meeting adjourned. Not only were the attendees taken aback, but Shen Yuechuan was also startled by Lu Boyan's intensity and hurriedly added, "You go after Jian'an. I'll track her location." Panic ensued among everyone, while Su Jian'an remained blissfully unaware, enjoying music in her car. The heavy traffic during rush hour made it difficult for her to navigate, and just as she finally entered the Villa district, believing she could drive freely, her joy was short-lived as she suddenly spotted a red BMW Z4 blocking her path entirely. Whose car is broken down so audaciously? Su Jian'an stepped out of the vehicle, and two girls also emerged from the Z4. Their makeup was exquisitely done, and they sported meticulously styled wavy hair, yet they wore high school uniforms. The girls surveyed Su Jian'an, and one of them suddenly exclaimed, "That's her. She looks exactly like the photo sent by that user." The other girl nodded and began to call for their companions to come over. Su Jian'an, bewildered, watched as the lead girl approached her with an imposing demeanor. "Hey, do you know who I am?" "I'm not interested in knowing," Su Jian'an replied, gesturing towards the girl's car. "I just want to know when you can move your vehicle. I need to get home. I am Han Ruashi's fan club president for City A," the girl declared, enunciating each word, attempting to extract fear from Su Jian'an's beautiful eyes. "Oh," Su Jian'an smiled slightly. "When can you move your car?" The two underage girls were hardly intimidating to her. The girl gritted her teeth. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Look behind you." Intrigued, Su Jian'an turned to see 4 or 5 cars parked, with a dozen girls in various high school uniforms disembarking, all wearing expressions that suggested they were the most formidable beings in the world. Lu Boyan should belong to Han Ruashi. "If you took him away, we won't let you off easily," the lead girl threatened Su Jian'an. Finally understanding, Su Jian'an remarked, "So you are here to teach me a lesson? Now you know." Su Jian'an shook her head, pointing at the surveillance camera on the road. The security department of the villa area monitors every road 24/7, and it 1 TB long before the security arrives. Moreover, since you managed to find me, you ought to realize that I am a forensic expert. Your actions constitute assaulting a police officer. And so what? The girl crossed her arms, smirking coldly. "Even if you send me to the police station, my dad can easily bail me out. And what about you all?" Su Jian'an turned to the group of girls behind her. "Are you all so wealthy and powerful that you can casually enter and exit the police station?" A few girls raised their chins defiantly, responding, "So what if we are?" However, most of the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The initially aggressive group of girls suddenly lost much of their fervor. Su Jian'an smiled. "You should all head home. Following impulsive and foolish individuals will not benefit you." The lead girl widened her eyes, storming up to Su Jian'an. "Who did you call impulsive and foolish? You got angry over a single sentence. Everyone knows I was talking about you, yet you still ask me who." Su Jian'an shrugged. "I think I summarized you quite accurately." The girl, still in high school and shorter than Su Jian'an, raised her hand in a fit of rage. Su Jian'an deftly caught the girl's hand. Her peach blossom eyes suddenly filled with danger. "Get your people out of here. Otherwise, not even your father can save you." After saying this, she impatiently released the girl's hand, who staggered back several steps. The young girl was now frightened. She sensed danger in Su Jian'an's gaze. However, accustomed to being the dominant figure at school, she was unwilling to be intimidated and raised her hand again. Su Jian'an frowned, and with a sudden baiu, the girl clutched her hand in pain, sinking to the ground. "My hand? Why can't I feel it?" Surprised, Su Jian'an turned to the source of the sound, just as Lu Boyan stepped out of the 177 his expression dark and frosty, as if he were the one provoked by this group of girls. Was he here to rescue her? How'd he know? Behind Lu Boyan's 177, several military SUVs were parked, and 6 or 7 men in foreign military uniforms observed Su Jian'an with amused expressions, as if they were enjoying a splendid show. Su Jian'an recognized them from the night when she was kidnapped by Xiao Mingzhong. Lu Boyan had said they were bodyguards and appeared quite formidable. Did he really need to bring them to deal with a few high school girls? So handsome. No wonder Han Ruashi likes him. The high school girls had completely forgotten their predicament and began to swoon over Lu Boyan. He approached Su Jian'an, his face stoic, and pulled her closer, inspecting her from head to toe. It would be inappropriate for him to manhandle her in front of so many people. Wouldn't it? Are you injured? Lu Boyan asked, his tone stern. Was he genuinely concerned for her? Su Jian'an felt warmth spread through her heart, smiling as she shook her head. Being bullied by a few high school girls would be rather embarrassing for me. Wouldn't it? She pointed at the girl crouching on the ground. What happened to her hand? Just a temporary numbness, Lu Boyan replied, looking at his bodyguard. The captain understood immediately and hurried over, respectfully asking Su Jian'an, sister-in-law, "What do you want to do with these girls?" "Let them go home." Su Jian'an indicated the girl on the ground, but not her. "Take her to the police station. I want to see if her father can bail her out." Understood. The captain signaled the others to disperse the remaining girls and help the one on the ground up. "Come on, Big Brother will take you to the police station." Su Jian'an was speechless. "Our bodyguards this. Lively now? Where are your car keys?" Lu Boyan inquired. "Right here." Su Jian'an obediently produced the keys, which Lu Boyan snatched and tossed to the bodyguard before leading Su Jian'an to his car, saying, "You'll ride back with me." "Aye." Su Jian'an didn't have time to refuse before she was seated in the passenger seat. It was the first time the bodyguards had seen Lu Boyan treat a girl this way, but since they had already witnessed him embrace Su Jian'an last time, they found it unsurprising. The captain waved to the other team members. "Come on, let's make a bet. Will the boss divorce his sister-in-law in 2 years? I bet a Ferrari." They were not far from Lu Boyan's villa now. After a few minutes of speeding along the private road in the 177, they arrived home. Lu Boyan's expression returned to its usual coldness, and Su Jian'an rushed in front of him. "How did you know I was surrounded? Your information was leaked." Lu Boyan replied, "One of your friends saw someone calling for a blockade against you online." Su Jian'an was momentarily too preoccupied to think about how her information got exposed, gazing intently at Lu Boyan. "So then, you came to rescue me?" A subtle unease flickered in Lu Boyan's eyes. "I was just on my way home. Regardless." "Thank you." Su Jian'an smiled slightly, perfectly concealing her disappointment. "You've saved me twice now. I've decided to let you enjoy yourself tonight." Unaware of how ambiguous her words were, she dashed back into the house. Lu Boyan watched the little monster's retreating figure, pondering how she intended to let him enjoy himself that evening. Upon entering the house, Su Bo greeted her. "Young madam, Mr. Su has called. He seems quite anxious to find you." "Brother, I'm fine," Su Jian'an said as she answered the phone. Lu Boyan happened to come home just in time. Besides, even if I hadn't run into him, he could have dealt with those high school girls. On the other end, Su Yicheng chuckled. "Jian'an, did Lu Boyan tell you he just got off work and happened to be heading home?" "Yes, Su Jian'an replied, confused." "Is there something wrong?" "Well, let me put it this way," Su Yicheng said slowly. "I knew someone was going to blockade you, so I called him immediately. However," his assistant answered and said he was in a meeting. "Think about it." Su Jian'an felt her mind whirl. Lu Boyan had come specifically for her. Why was he lying? Was it embarrassment or a desire to prevent her from overthinking? Chapter 26. Any pose is stunningly handsome after a long moment. Su Jian'an finally set down the phone, drifting into the kitchen where she retrieved the necessary ingredients from the refrigerator and rolled up her sleeves to begin preparing. Su Bo informed Lu Boyan that Su Jian'an was in the kitchen. With a hint of curiosity, he approached the kitchen door and beheld Su Jian'an skillfully preparing a silver carp. With a swift motion, she stunned the fish and meticulously cleaned its scales, expertly slicing open its side to remove the entrails. In a few deft strokes, she separated the head, tail, and bones from the flesh, her movements as fluid as water, surpassing even the most seasoned fishmongers at the market. Following this, she sliced the fish into delicate fillets, placing the remaining head, tail, and bones into a clean bowl for later use. Throughout the process, her fair face remained calm and focused, as if engaged in a task of great importance. Observing her, One would hardly associate the scene with anything gruesome. Rather, it was evident that the earnestness of the young woman was quite enchanting. Su Jian'an noticed Lu Boyan after she had finished marinating the fish fillets. Casually glancing back, she found him standing at the kitchen door, remarkably devoid of his usual cold demeanor. Yet, the world seemed so unfair. How could someone stand there so casually, exuding an air of regal nonchalance? Su Jian'an willed her racing heart to remain unnoticed and proclaimed earnestly, "Just wait. I assure you this will be an unprecedented delight for your palate." Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow, momentarily entertained by the thought that Su Jian'an might indulge other parts of his body. "Let it be understood, if I am unsatisfied, it shall not count," he stated. "You certainly will not be disappointed." Su Jian'an replied with a radiant smile. "You will be particularly pleased." Aside from her professional knowledge, Su Jian'an held great confidence in her culinary skills. Lu Boyan smirked, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. An hour later, Su Jian'an finally presented dinner. A bowl of poached fish, a plate of stir-fried mushrooms with meat, a dish of hand-torn cabbage, and 2 bowls of mushroom and scallop soup graced the table. These were all simple, home-cooked dishes, yet the poached fish emitted a distinctive freshness, its tender flesh slightly curled, a testament to its quality. The vibrant green cilantro and bright red chili peppers adorned the top, creating a striking contrast against the rich white broth, making it visually appealing. The other 2 dishes, while lighter, were equally enticing, igniting one's appetite. "Bon appetit," Su Jian'an declared confidently as she rolled down her sleeves. Lu Boyan took a sip of the mushroom and scallop soup, its rich aroma filling his senses, and found it far more delectable than he had anticipated. Su Jian'an watched him intently, her chopsticks poised in anticipation. He pressed his lips together and remarked, "The soup is delightful," aware of Lu Boyan's discerning palate. Su Jian'an felt a surge of accomplishment and smiled, offering him a piece of poached fish. "The chef says this is freshly caught sea fish today, with an exquisite texture. Do give it a try." In truth, Lu Boyan was not only picky about taste, but also had a severe aversion to germs, never consuming food that others had touched. The glistening fish slices reminded him of Su Jian'an's earlier pose, her delicate porcelain chopsticks, and her soft pink lips pressed together, her pearly teeth biting down, brushing against her tongue. The piece of fish she had offered him should have repulsed him. Yet, deep inside, he felt no such aversion. Su Jian'an, too, was taken aback. Having served him soup and porridge for days, it had become second nature to her, but offering him a dish seemed presumptuous. She hesitantly reached for the fish slice with her chopsticks, only to have her utensils intercepted by Lu Boyan. "You expect to reclaim what you offer to another?" he asked, gracefully lifting the fish slice and savoring it with an elegance that was undeniably charming. Su Jian'an stared at him, flustered. Lu Boyan, on my chopsticks. Have my saliva?" Lu Boyan smiled as if bestowing a favor. "I do not mind." For reasons unknown, Su Jian'an's heart, which had just calmed, began to race once more. Why didn't he mind? Only those with an intimate bond would be indifferent to such matters. Yet, they were merely a pair of actors playing the role of a married couple. Perhaps it was simply because her fish was exceptionally delicious. With that thought, Su Jian'an felt reassured and continued to enjoy her meal. Su Bo observed the scene with a slight smile, noting how Lu Boyan, usually reluctant to eat food offered by others, was indulging in Su Jian'an's offerings. This was news worth sharing with the old lady. After finishing the meal, Lu Boyan felt a strange sense of satisfaction and enjoyment, discovering that this feeling was rather pleasant. Su Jian'an eagerly inquired, "So, how does this enjoyment count?" "If you agree to take charge of future dinners, it counts," Lu Boyan replied leisurely, yet his demeanor suggested he had everything under control. "Does that not imply you shall enjoy countless occasions?" Su Jian'an firmly shook her head. "I do not agree." After a moment's pause, she added, "Unless you pay me." Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you in need of money? My annual salary is merely 100,000. Did you think I was wealthy?" During her university years, amidst the struggles of Su Yicheng, she had made every effort not to spend his money. After graduating, she adopted this habit, even refusing his financial support entirely. Her modest income barely covered her daily expenses, and recently, she had set her sights on a camera lens that cost 8 months' worth of her salary, leaving her short of funds. Lu Boyan smirked, offering a proposal that was hard to resist, 20,000 a month, prepaid. Su Jian'an felt a flutter of excitement for Lu Boyan that she had never experienced before. "Deal." Lu Boyan handed her a card, and Su Jian'an solemnly pledged, "I will diligently prepare dinner every day for the next 2 years." It was the first time Lu Boyan witnessed such obedient compliance from Su Jian'an, and he affectionately tousled her hair. "Good girl." With that, he ascended the stairs, a hint of satisfaction lingering on his lips. Watching his retreating figure, Su Jian'an sensed something was amiss. Nevertheless, the dinner arrangement was settled, and she could now afford the camera lens. Su Jian'an sought to conceal the news of her being doxxed from Tang Huilan, but when her information was leaked online, it sparked a media frenzy. Several outlets reported on her being cornered, and ultimately, the truth could not be hidden. When Tang Huilan learned of it, she nearly had a heart attack and hurriedly called. Su Bo answered the phone, reassuring Tang Yulan, "Everything is fine." The young master arrived in time and brought the young mistress home. "Madam, I was just about to call you," Su Bo continued. "What is it?" Tang Huilan asked. "Today, the young mistress personally prepared dinner for the young master." Su Bo shared, omitting the details of the transaction between the young couple, focusing solely on the positive. The young mistress even served him food, and he actually ate it. "I believe their relationship is improving." Tang Yulan felt a wave of relief, and, after hanging up, a smile lingered on her face. Passing by Lu Boyan's childhood room, she casually pushed the door open. A mother knows her child best. On that Saturday, she had seen Lu Boyan sitting in his room, gazing at a photograph. Initially, she suspected it was a picture of his father, but Lu Boyan had deliberately turned it over, seemingly not wanting her to see the person in the photo. Though she knew she shouldn't invade her son's privacy, her curiosity was insatiable. Opening the box to retrieve the photograph, Tang Yulan cautiously flipped it over and smiled. "What father?" The picture revealed a young and beautiful girl, confirming her long-held suspicions. That night, Tang Yulan slept soundly, feeling particularly at ease. The following day, Su Jian'an realized she could no longer keep her secrets hidden. Before heading to the police station, she prepared herself for the inevitable. As expected, upon entering the office, she was met with an onslaught of questions. "Jian'an, how could you be so untrustworthy? If it weren't for someone exposing you yesterday, how long were you planning to keep this from us?" After the female colleagues expressed their grievances, curiosity took over. "But what is it like to have a super tall, handsome, and wealthy husband?" Su Jian'an knew these friends all too well. "Let us go to Chasing Moon Pavilion for lunch. It's on me." Chasing the Moon is an ancient restaurant in City A, boasting a history of over a century, where the most authentic culinary delights of the city can be savored. Indeed, the entire office erupted in joyous cheers, momentarily forgetting all their troubles. Ultimately, Captain Yin solemnly declared, "Jian'an, we have reached a consensus. Henceforth, everyone here shall turn from fans of Hanruoshi to mere passers-by, and from passers-by to detractors." Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback, as Captain Yin continued, "Do not overthink it. Our reasoning is simple. Supporting Hanruoshi yields us no benefits, but following you grants us the delightful experience of savoring the delicacies at Chasing the Moon. We are not foolish. Of course we will support you." In truth, Su Jian'an understood that Captain Yin merely wished to spare her any embarrassment, as they were all fans of Hanruoshi, while she stood in opposition to him. Luo Xiaoxi had once inquired why she chose to interact with corpses rather than embrace the glory of being a surgeon in a hospital. And now she could answer. She cherished every adorable member of this team. "By the way, Jian'an, would you like me to investigate who leaked your information?" Captain Yin asked. Su Jian'an shook her head. No need for that. She already knew the culprit, and as for how to deal with her, time was on her side. A stab in the back during moments of relaxation hurts the most. She was not in a hurry. Due to the covert pressures exerted by Tang Huilan and Su Yicheng, the girl who had led the charge against Su Jian and could not be rescued by her father, forcing her parents to plead with Su Jian and for leniency. However, Su Jian declined. The girl's troublesome behavior was undeniably a product of her parents' indulgence. This time, she would consider it a lesson for the girl. At noon, Su Jian and her colleagues from the criminal police team excitedly headed to Chasing the Moon. Xinyue Chuan and Lu Boyan had arranged to meet partners there for business discussions. As they passed through the common area, a familiar figure caught Lu Boyan's eye. She was seated at a table surrounded by colleagues, with blooming pear blossoms resembling snow behind her. The spring sunlight bathed the blossoms, casting a radiant glow upon her fair skin, her smile as enchanting as the flowers. His previously agitated heart was calmed by her visage. However, He could not help but wonder why she was seated so closely next to Jiang Shaokai amid such a crowd. The partners noticed Lu Boyan's pause and, puzzled, asked, "Mr. Lu, is everything all right? If you prefer not to sit in the private room, we can move to this area. The pear blossoms in the courtyard are truly splendid." "No need, you go ahead." Lu Boyan strode forward, while Chuan led the partners upstairs to the private room. Su Jian'an had visited Chasing the Moon a few times with Su Yicheng, and she was lost in thought, recalling the delectable dishes as she closed her eyes to order. Char siu, pineapple chicken cubes, sauté beef. Lu Boyan soon approached her from behind, his commanding presence drawing the attention of others, except for Su Jian'an, who remained engrossed in her order. Her colleagues had to remind her, "Jian'an, crispy chicken. White Cloud pork trotters. Jian'an, coconut seafood, lemon crispy shrimp balls." Lu Boyan placed his hand gently on Su Jian'an's shoulder. "It's time to let others order." Su Jian'an opened her eyes, perplexed. How did she hear Lu Boyan's voice? And why did everyone look at her with such peculiar expressions? Only when she received a signal from Captain Yin did she glance back, and to her astonishment, it truly was Lu Boyan. How could he be here? Su Jian'an was nearly thrown from her chair in shock. Jiang Shaokai instinctively reached to steady her. But Lu Boyan was quicker, protectively guiding her with a tender smile that hinted at affection. "Are you that happy to see me?" Su Jian'an chuckled awkwardly. "What are you doing here?" To discuss some matters, Lu Boyan whispered in her ear, "Come with me to the private room." His warm breath, coupled with his low, magnetic voice, brushed against her ear, sending a delightful shiver down her spine. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had fallen into a dream, bewildered by the unexpected gentleness of Lu Boyan. It was only when she caught sight of her colleagues' ambiguous gazes that she snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Oh," and obediently stood. Lu Boyan naturally took her hand and, with a gentlemanly smile towards the others, said, "I apologize, but I must take Jian'an away for a moment. Today's expenses are on my tab." He led Su Jian'an away, leaving a table full of astonished onlookers. "He is even more handsome than the rumors suggest. He walks and talks with such grace. Wow, can someone pinch me? Am I really seeing the real Lu Boyan? He seems quite fond of Jian'an, and they appear to be a good match. I'm starting to doubt the past rumors about him and Han Ruoshi," Captain Yin remarked to Jiang Shaokai. "You and Jian'an are so close. Do you know how long they've been together?" Jiang Shaokai shrugged. "I have no idea about their relationship." While they waited for their food, the conversation naturally turned to Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an, unnoticed by anyone, including Jiang Shaokai, whose expression gradually dimmed. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle sense of melancholy stirred within his heart. Lu Boyan led Su Jian'an upstairs, and she finally realized, "Lu Boyan, where are you taking me? What's your purpose?" Lu Boyan countered her question with another. "What are you here for?" "To eat," she replied. "I'm taking you to dine," Lu Boyan said, pushing open the door to the private room. The partners, having heard from Chuan about Lu Boyan's visit to find Mrs. Lu, immediately stood. "Mrs. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wang Kuan, and I'm here to discuss a collaboration with Mr. Lu." "Hello." Su Jian'an politely greeted him. Lu Boyan gestured for her to take a seat, and then summoned the waiter. Chuan, upon realizing what Lu Boyan was doing, was in disbelief, as he knew Lu Boyan had never behaved in such a manner. "Jiasiu, peanut and chicken gubet, satay bep." Lu Boyan ordered all the dishes Su Jian'an had just mentioned. Su Jian'an was momentarily stunned. "Oh, you like these dishes too?" Her lovely face lit up with surprise. Chuan rolled his eyes, and even Wang Kuan could see that Lu Boyan had ordered for her. Lu Boyan, baffled by her naivety, simply replied, "Yes." Su Jian'an's eyes sparkled. "Then do you like pine nut fish? It's also delicious." Lu Boyan had the waiter add the pine nut fish to the order, turning to see Su Jian'an beside him, beaming with joy and contentment. He furrowed his brow, pondering how she could be so easily pleased. Not just anyone could bring her such happiness. It seemed he needed to refine Mrs. Lu's tastes. "Mrs. Lu, many years ago, I had a brief acquaintance with your mother, and I was quite impressed," Wang Kuan remarked. "You're even more beautiful than your mother." His gaze was earnest, and Su Jian'an shyly smiled. "Thank you. Mr. Lu, you and Mrs. Lu make a perfect couple," Wang Kuan stated with a smile. "Now I understand the meaning of a match made in heaven." His tone bore no hint of flattery. He genuinely believed it. Lu Boyan chuckled, for the first time finding pleasure in even the most flattering of remarks. He looked at the person beside him, whose delicate face was nearly flushed with embarrassment. And he pulled her closer. Let us wait a bit longer. The dishes will arrive shortly. Su Jian'an leaned against Lu Boyan, inhaling his faint yet refreshing scent, her heart racing. Yet in the presence of others, she struggled to maintain her composure. Fortunately, the dishes soon began to arrive, their familiar aromas wafting through the air. Su Jian'an's appetite awakened, her eyes shining like stars as she forgot all shyness and fluttering hearts. Lu Boyan handed her the chopsticks. Eat. Su Jian'an cheerfully accepted the chopsticks and began to eat, entirely unaware of Lu Boyan's attentive care towards her. Shen Yuechuan and Wang Kuan were left utterly astonished, particularly Wang Kuan. In his mind, Lu Boyan was notoriously cold and ruthless, a figure who navigated the corporate world with elegance while showing no mercy to anyone. It was said that he treated women with the same indifference, as if he was naturally devoid of tenderness. Now, it dawned on him that Lu Boyan was not devoid of gentleness. He simply reserved all his compassion for Su Jian'an. Shen Yuechuan sighed inwardly, realizing how transparent Lu Boyan's affections were, and he felt fortunate that Su Jian'an was so naive and slow to grasp matters of the heart. Su Jian'an, engrossed in her meal, soon realized that she had ordered too much food, and since Lu Boyan and the others were engaged in discussions, she was the only one eating. Determined not to waste anything, she resolved to continue indulging. Lu Boyan, from the corner of his eye, kept a watchful gaze on Su Jian'an, noting her unwavering focus on her meal. During a lull in the negotiations, he inquired softly, "Are you very hungry?" Su Jian'an shook her head. "I'm full, but there is too much food, and I don't want to go to waste." Lu Boyan, indifferent to such trivial waste, gently replied, "If you can't finish it, it's no trouble." Preoccupied with the delicious dishes before her, Su Jian'an was oblivious to Lu Boyan's rare display of tenderness. "But there is still so much left," she protested. "Not to worry." Wang Kuan interjected eagerly, "Madam Lu, we are quite hungry and we can finish it." The assistant chimed in, "Yes, yes, we won't let anything go to waste. Rest assured, we'll take care of it." As the negotiations were nearing completion, all that remained was for Lu Boyan to nod and finalize the contract. Wang Kuan and the assistant, intent on devouring the food, sensed that Lu Boyan cared deeply about his wife's feelings. Perhaps if she were pleased, the contract would be signed. Shen Yuechuan shook his head, thinking how inhumane Lu Boyan was. In the next moment, Lu Boyan's gaze fell on Shen Yuechuan, who quickly shook his head in refusal. Lu Boyan's expression grew slightly colder, causing Shen Yuechuan to shudder and pick up his chopsticks in resignation. Observing Wang Kuan and the assistant enjoying their meal, and noticing Shen Yuechuan appeared quite hungry, Su Jian'an felt reassured that the food would not go to waste. She leaned towards Lu Boyan and said softly, "I think I'll head downstairs." Lu Boyan still needed to discuss the details of the collaboration with Wang Kuan, and Su Jian'an realized she would not be able to contribute to the conversation. He nodded. "Did you drive here?" "No, I came with Jiang Shaokai." Su Jian'an thought Lu Boyan was concerned about her return, so she added, "He can give me a ride back." Lu Boyan smiled and replied, "I'm here. How could I trouble an outsider? Wait for me. I'll take you back." "All right." Once they exited the private room, Su Jian'an realized that Lu Boyan was even more unusual today than yesterday. He seemed remarkably agreeable, to the point that she felt as though she were being led around, utterly lost. When Captain Yin saw Su Jian'an come down, he asked, "Jian'an, have you eaten?" "I'm full," she replied absent-mindedly. "Full? Was President Lu able to satisfy you?" a colleague teased. It took a moment for Su Jian'an to catch on, and her face flushed as she shot a glare at her colleague, shoving a piece of crispy chicken in her mouth. "Eat your own food." During a brief trip to the restroom, Su Jian'an encountered Jiang Shaokai. "You seem to get along with him better than I anticipated," he remarked. Su Jian'an stared at him through the mirror, momentarily taken aback before responding, "Sometimes it's just for show, to convince my father that we are in love." "Just for show?" Jiang Shaokai chuckled. Doesn't he seem like the type? He had felt Lu Boyan's intense possessiveness just moments earlier. If anyone dared to touch Su Jian'an, he was certain that person would lose a hand. "Jian'an, are you sure he doesn't have feelings for you?" "But he and Han Ruashi are a couple." Su Jian'an smiled, recalling how she had overheard Lu Boyan and Han Ruashi promising to divorce her 2 years later. Perhaps there are other reasons. Jiang Shaokai refrained from voicing his doubts. After indulging for over half an hour, the group was nearly finished, lazily leaning back in their chairs to enjoy dessert. Su Jian'an called the waiter to settle the bill, only to be informed that Lu Boyan had already taken care of it. Wow, Captain Yin exclaimed, taking the card from Su Jian'an's hand, a black card. I never thought I'd get to hold one in my lifetime. Su Jian'an was momentarily stunned. This card had been given to her by Lu Boyan the day before. She had thought it was a debit card, only to discover it was an unlimited credit card. Lu Boyan was cunning. If she were not careful and spent a fortune, she would owe him money. She needed to ask for a different card. Just then, Lu Boyan returned, looking worn out, with Wang Kun, who had successfully signed the contract, thanking Su Jian'an before departing. While eating fruit, Su Jian'an accidentally got some salad dressing on the corner of her mouth. Just as Jiang Shaokai was about to point it out, Lu Boyan had already taken a napkin and gently wiped away the stain, asking softly, "Shall we head back?" Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback. Was it her imagination? Or had Lu Boyan just wiped her mouth? Lu Boyan naturally took Su Jian'an's hand in his. "I'll escort you." He bid farewell to everyone with utmost courtesy before leading Su Jian'an away, eliciting a chorus of admiration around them. He reaching new heights of handsomeness. "Young Master Jiang, you are no longer my only idol." Another voice chimed. "Fangirls," Jiang Shaokai chuckled, turning to watch the couple retreating, Lu Boyan's hand resting possessively on Su Jian'an's waist. A silent declaration of ownership. They truly seemed well-matched. 2 years later, they would divorce? He couldn't shake the feeling that it was all rather improbable. Chapter 28. An unexplainable longing. Lu Boyan opened the passenger side door, and Su Jian'an obediently climbed in, retrieving the black card. As soon as Lu Boyan got in, she handed it to him. "Here you go." Lu Boyan frowned slightly. "Is it unusable?" "You gave me the wrong one," Su Jian'an replied earnestly. "My salary for 2 years is 480,000, but you give me a credit card. Are you expecting me to spend 480,000 and then pay you back? I can't possibly treat every swipe as a separate addition." Lu Boyan's frown deepened. "You only want 2 years' salary?" Yesterday, Su Jian'an had mentioned something about being diligent during those 2 years. "Why only 2 years? You said it yourself. We'll divorce in 2 years, Su Jian'an explained. "I can't keep cooking for you after we part ways. People would think we still have ties." Lu Boyan's frown eased, but he did not take the card, accelerating suddenly. The high-performance 177 surged forward like a bolt of lightning, causing Su Jian'an to collide with her seatback. Pain shooting through her. She glared at Lu Boyan, only to find his expression dark and stormy. She had witnessed Lu Boyan's icy demeanor the day before their marriage at the hotel, yet this time it felt different, more terrifying. His narrowed eyes radiated a coldness, his entire being brimming with suppressed fury, resembling a leopard on the brink of a violent outburst. Fear gripped her, and she found herself unable to utter a single word. The sharp screech of brakes pierced the air as the 177 came to a sudden halt in front of the police station. Lu Boyan coldly stated, "We've arrived." Su Jian'an forced a smile. "Thank you." His handsome face remained stoic, offering no reaction, not even glancing at her. Anger surged within Su Jian'an, prompting her to slam the car door as she exited. What was he trying to prove? She hadn't asked him to drive her home. She could have easily accepted Jiang Shaokai's offer. The 177 departed the station in a rush, leaving no trace behind. Su Jian'an recalled Lu Boyan's gentleness earlier and pondered. Perhaps it was all just an act. Now, with no one around, he reverted to his half-adversarial demeanor. Men's hearts are as unpredictable as the depths of the ocean. However, Su Jian'an had grown accustomed to Lu Boyan's erratic temperament. Turning away, she quickly dismissed the incident, her afternoon work unaffected. After work, she hurried home, knowing her salary of 20,000 a month was not a freebie. She needed to prepare dinner before Lu Boyan returned. Considering the greasy lunch she had at Chasing Moon Pavilion, Su Jian'an deliberately prepared a light dinner. However, by 8 o'clock, she had yet to see Lu Boyan return. Su Bo, more anxious than Su Jian'an, suggested, "Madam, why not give the young master a call?" "Sure," Su Jian'an replied, only to realize she did not know Lu Boyan's phone number. How ridiculous! As Mrs. Lu, she didn't even know her husband's phone number. Su Bo took her phone and dialed Lu Boyan's number, but a woman's voice responded, "Hello, the number you dialed is turned off." "The young master must have something urgent," Su Bo said. "Madam, why don't you eat first?" Su Jian'an had always believed that dining was a paramount affair in life, not to be neglected alongside sleep. Yet, perhaps due to the heavy lunch, she found herself lacking appetite that evening, pushing her food away after only a few bites. Su Bo, when Lu Boyan returns, please heat the food for him. I'm going back to my room. Su Bo sighed as he watched her retreating figure. They seemed to be getting along. What happened? After taking a shower in her room, Su Jian'an chatted with Luo Xiaoxi while reading. The soft strains of gentle music flowed from her high-quality speaker. She felt unaffected by Lu Boyan's absence, though unbeknownst to her, the door was not fully closed. As she remained alert to any sounds from downstairs, midnight came, yet there was still no sign of Lu Boyan's return. Countless scenarios raced through her mind. He might be busy, he could be in trouble, or perhaps with Han Ruashi. The last thought sent an unusual shiver through her, one she dared not explore, hastily closing her eyes to self-soothe. The next morning, Su Jian'an was jolted awake by her alarm, swiftly getting ready and groggily heading downstairs. To her surprise, Lu Boyan was seated in the living room. She rubbed her eyes, wondering when he had returned. As if sensing her gaze, Lu Boyan looked up, hesitating before speaking. I worked late last night and slept at the office. Oh. Su Jian'an blinked in astonishment. You didn't come home yesterday? In truth, Lu Boyan had also been unable to return that morning. Yet he had made an unprecedented effort to explain his late return to Su Jian'an. But what was her reaction? She didn't even notice her husband was gone. Observing the peculiar look on Lu Boyan's face, she cleared her throat and timidly handed him the secondary card, saying, you forgot to take this yesterday. Lu Boyan squinted, and sensing his impending irritation, she quickly added, I don't need this card. I rarely make any significant purchases aside from electronics and lenses. You can either take this card or perform some volunteer work, she concluded. Lu Boyan turned on his heel to leave. Young master, Su Bo called after him. You haven't eaten breakfast yet. Lu Boyan did not look back, and Su Bo sighed heavily as he glanced at Su Jian'an. She sighed as well. It seems Lu Boyan was unhappy last night. Madam, he was only unhappy after coming back, Su Bo hinted. Su Jian'an paused. Does he dislike coming home so much? Poor him. Su Bo sighed again, lamenting their unfortunate young master. In the days that followed, Lu Boyan became increasingly busy, rarely returning for dinner and often absent in the mornings. Initially, Su Jian'an was quite pleased, relishing the freedom from attending to him while still receiving her salary. There was hardly a better situation in the world. Therefore, whenever she encountered Lu Boyan, she wore a cheerful smile as if the unpleasantness of that afternoon had never occurred. Yet, Lu Boyan always appeared weary, returning only to sleep, leaving before she awakened the next day. Several times, Su Jian'an returned home to an empty living room, feeling an unexpected sense of discomfort. The longest stretch was 4 days without seeing Lu Boyan, with Su Bo not mentioning him either. Out of pride, she refrained from asking. Yet she began to miss him, his occasional smiles, his voice, his warm, dry hands. She pondered whether he was genuinely busy or simply reluctant to return home. Sitting on the edge of her bed with a detective novel, she reflected on the past half-month, realizing she had only seen Lu Boyan 4 times. Today marked the 5th day of his absence. Why was she so acutely aware of these numbers? Perhaps being too good at math and sensitive to numbers was not such a blessing after all. Madam, Su Bo's urgent voice accompanied a frantic knock at the door. Madam, Su Jian'an hurriedly tossed her book aside and rushed to open the door. What happened? The young master is hospitalized. Su Jian'an sat in the car headed to the hospital, her hands trembling slightly. Su Bo had received a hasty call from Shun Yuechuan, who simply stated that Lu Boyan was in the hospital before abruptly hanging up. She could hardly fathom how dire the situation could be. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread filled her heart. Lu Boyan seemed invincible, and she had never imagined him being hospitalized. More surprisingly, she never expected to feel such fear upon hearing the news. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Jian'an rushed to the internal medicine ward, finally locating Lu Boyan's room. She pushed the door open and froze at the sight of him lying in bed. In just 5 days, he had lost significant weight, his complexion pale, and stubble emerging on his face. Though it did little to diminish his handsomeness, it added a touch of frailty. He had truly collapsed. Su Jian'an felt her eyes welling up, and she approached him calling out, Lu Boyan, wake up. She wished for him to open his eyes, wearing that familiar half-smile, flicking her forehead, and teasing her for being foolish. Lu Boyan, open your eyes and look at me. As she spoke, tears fell onto his hand. If this were a drama, the male lead would be awakened by the warmth of the female lead's tears, slowly opening his eyes to tenderly wipe away her tears. However, all Su Jian'an heard was Lu Boyan's voice. What is so interesting? His tone was weak, yet the teasing glimmer remained unchanged. You're awake? Su Jian'an forgot her irritation, quickly drying her tears. I'll go call the doctor. Lu Boyan grasped her hand, pulling her back. No need for a doctor. I'm not sick. His gaze remained fixed on her face. Over the past half-month, he had been so busy he hadn't even had time to drink water, let alone see her. Now, upon looking at her, he noticed her red-rimmed eyes filled with earnest concern. Being ill is nothing to be ashamed of. Su Jian'an comforted him. If you admit you're sick, I won't laugh at you. Lu Boyan remained silent. Just then, Shan Yuechuan entered, having finalized the paperwork. Upon seeing Su Jian'an's tearful eyes, he inwardly cursed. Jian'an, don't be afraid. Boyan just has an old stomach ailment exacerbated by 5 days of irregular eating and 2 days without rest, nearly leading to a gastric perforation. He won't die. You have a stomach ailment? Su Jian'an turned to Lu Boyan, exclaiming, a stomach ailment is still an illness. How can you say you're not sick? Lu Boyan rubbed his temples, noticing the forehead finished dripping and he needed to remove the needle. Su Jian'an grasped his hand. I'll do it. After all, she held a surgical license, making her more qualified than Lu Boyan. She carefully removed the needle, treated the puncture site, and placed a cotton ball over it. Press here. Her delicate, fair hand cradled his, offering a soft, warm sensation that made Lu Boyan suddenly reluctant to let go, feigning a serious illness. You only press this, and then we can go home. Oh, Shan Yuechuan remarked, I have just completed your hospitalization procedures. You can stay as long as you wish, and the medical expenses will be on my account. Tears streamed down Shan Yuechuan's face. He was utterly exhausted from running back and forth. Was it not a considerable effort to deliberately frighten Su Bo into bringing Su Jian'an over? 2 nights in the hospital seemed rather stingy. In Chapter 29, he truly kissed her. Although it was Su Jian'an who was pressing down on the needlepoint for Lu Boyan, she was entirely being led away by him. His long legs took large strides, and she had to hurry her steps to keep up, panting slightly as she urged him, you should stay for a night of observation. Our home isn't going anywhere. Lu Boyan, gastric ailments are not to be trifled with. Lu Boyan, frowning, halted and said, Su Jian'an, why are you still as noisy as you were in childhood? At 10 years old, she had been like this, wearing a designer princess dress that Su Yicheng had brought back from England, squatting beside him with her bright eyes blinking. Brother Boyan, why aren't you speaking? Aren't you bored? Can I play games with you? Brother Boyan, are you in a bad mood? Let me treat you to ice cream. I'll be very happy if I have ice cream. I wasn't noisy back then. Su Jian'an retorted with a huff, recalling how many aunts had praised her for being quiet and obedient. Who said she was noisy? Back then, when he was irritated by her chatter, he would grumpily hush her, and she would promptly comply, pressing her lips together and gazing at him with innocent, bewildered eyes, as if she were utterly unaware of the disturbance she caused. A hint of a smile seemed to flicker at the corners of Lu Boyan's lips. You were indeed obedient. Though she would resume her chatter shortly thereafter, she had been more compliant than she was now. Su Jian'an had prepared herself for a debate with Lu Boyan, but suddenly receiving his affirmation left her momentarily stunned as he led her into the elevator. Earlier, Su Jian'an had trembled excessively, and Su Bo, concerned for her safety, had sent her here with the driver. Now they were on their way back in the driver's car. As the vehicle drove on, Lu Boyan still did not release Su Jian'an's hand, and she had no intention of breaking free either. Instead, she felt a sense of tranquility. It assured her that Lu Boyan was truly by her side. Su Bo is very worried about you. Su Jian'an did not know why those words slipped out. However, she had indeed seen profound concern reflected in Su Bo's eyes when he hurried upstairs, which had frightened her. Lu Boyan gazed deeply at Su Jian'an. And what about you? Su Jian'an fell silent for a moment. Su Bo suddenly knocked on my door, saying you were hospitalized. I found it hard to believe. You don't seem like someone who would collapse. Yet, I knew Su Bo would not joke about such a serious matter. I didn't know what to do, and in the end, Su Bo pulled me downstairs to let the driver bring me to the hospital. The driver mentioned that you rarely fell ill, so it shouldn't be serious. I thought to myself, as a doctor, it couldn't be that bad. At worst, I'd find a way to help. But when I saw you earlier, you didn't look like yourself at all, and The partition blocked the light from the front seat, rendering the back seat dim. Su Jian'an slightly lowered her head. One half of her face bathed in light, while the other was shrouded in darkness. Her brows seemed to flicker with unease as she spoke softly, unaware of how much she had said. The tighter she grasped his hand, the more she felt trepidation. Yes. The moment she pushed open the door and saw Lu Boyan lying pale on the bed, She had been terrified, fearing he might simply collapse. Lu Boyan embraced Su Jian'an, leaning down slightly, his cool lips brushing against her soft ones, as gentle as a dragonfly landing on the water's surface. All sounds ceased abruptly. Su Jian'an was instantly transformed into a statue. It felt as if the world had frozen in that moment. The warmth of his lips, his gentle breath, his arms around her. Everything was achingly real. Lu Boyan truly kissed her, and in the silence, she could even hear his heartbeat. "Don't be afraid. I will be fine." His voice pierced through the silence, still low and magnetic, yet imbued with a newfound reassuring strength. Su Jian'an murmured in acknowledgement, her voice barely above a whisper, but astonishingly. She felt a genuine sense of calm. Lu Boyan did not release her hand. Instead, he leaned against her shoulder. Her shoulder, like that of most girls, was delicately rounded and slender, making it somewhat uncomfortable for him to lean on, yet with his proximity, the faint fragrance of camellia wafted from her, stirring an indescribable fondness within him. Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback. Had the roles reversed? She shifted uncomfortably. Lu Boyan not only did not move away, but adjusted his position to be even more comfortable. "Don't move. Didn't you hear Xin Chuan say? I haven't rested for 2 days." His voice was thick with weariness, and Su Jian'an decided to let it slide, attributing it to his status as a patient. She turned her head to look at Lu Boyan, who was on the verge of falling asleep. This was the first time she had seen him with his eyes closed. His face was marked by fatigue, yet radiated tranquility, making it unbearable to disturb him, while simultaneously rendering him impossible to look away from. He was simply too handsome. Su Jian'an once again lamented the unfairness of the universe. Even in illness, he remained breathtakingly attractive. After a while, she noticed a blanket nearby. The car's heating was adequate, but the late spring weather still carried a chill. After some contemplation, she decided to cover Lu Boyan with it. Lu Boyan was in a light sleep, aware of her movements, but silently relishing them. Su Jian'an remained oblivious to the slight upturn at the corners of his lips, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, one derived from doing a small favor for someone she cared about. An hour later, the car came to a stop in front of their home, and the driver's voice drifted over the partition. "Madam, we have arrived." Su Jian'an glanced at the peacefully slumbering Lu Boyan beside her, hesitated for a moment, and then gently nudged his shoulder. "Lu Boyan, we're home." Lu Boyan furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. Su Jian'an thought she had disturbed his rest. "I didn't want to wake you, but we have arrived." She wore an apologetic expression. Lu Boyan slightly raised his hand, intending to ruffle her hair to convey that it was all right, but she immediately frowned and said earnestly, "Moreover, you're too heavy. My shoulder is sore. Get out of the car." Su Jian'an slipped out and rubbed her shoulder, only then realizing her right arm was nearly numb. Sighing, she wondered if she was too dedicated in her admiration of handsome men. Noticing Su Jian'an's actions, Lu Boyan asked, "Is your hand numb?" "I can't feel my hand." Lu Boyan sighed, taking her hand and gently kneading her arm and palm. "Not too hard, not too soft." Su Jian'an was momentarily stunned. Such an intimate gesture between them. Was it truly appropriate? Yet just moments ago in the car, they had seemingly kissed. She stole glances at Lu Boyan, pondering the meaning of that kiss, ultimately concluding that perhaps Lu Boyan had merely wished to reassure her. He was using that method to convey that he was fine. Therefore, she must not overthink it. Lu Boyan was wholly focused on massaging her hand, his head slightly bowed, his silhouette softened by the night, and Su Jian'an doubted whether it was merely her imagination. Her hand swiftly regained its feeling, and she gradually realized that he had applied the perfect amount of pressure, just right, very comfortable, and his hands were not rough at all, providing an exquisite tactile experience. Now, not only had her hand regained feeling, but her entire being felt alive, and her cheeks flushed inexplicably. Lu Boyan still had no intention of releasing her hand. Su Jian'an, with her naturally delicate and fair skin, had hands that felt like soft petals, so smooth and tender that one would never wish to let go upon touching them. Yet her skin easily turned red, and seeing that Lu Boyan's kneading might soon break the skin, he finally relented. "Is it better now?" Only then did Su Jian'an come to her senses and hurriedly retract her hand. "Yes, thank you." Lu Boyan glanced at his watch. It was already past midnight. "It's late. Let us go to bed." Su Jian'an stood still, gazing at Lu Boyan. "Are you hungry?" "I am hungry. What would you like to eat? I can ask the chef to prepare something." After a brief pause, Lu Boyan replied, I'm a bit hungry too. I'm not picky, Su Jian'an remarked, but you can only have liquid food for now, right? No need to call the chef. I'll make some congee. How about seafood congee? Lu Boyan nodded, and Su Jian'an hurried back inside. In the kitchen, she found fragrant rice soaked and ready in the refrigerator. She took some out, placed it in a clay pot, added water, and set it to boil while she prepared the seafood. She cut the prawns in half, removing the shell and the veins, and prepared the squid, slicing it into appropriately sized pieces. By this time, the congee was bubbling. She added dried shrimp for flavor, ginger to eliminate any fishy smell, and the prawns until they turned vibrant red, followed by clams and finally the squid. Once the clams opened, the rice was perfectly cooked, becoming tender and translucent, with a sheen of congee oil on top. The delightful bubbling sound released the aromatic essence of the seafood and rice, filling the kitchen with a tantalizing fragrance. After adding seasonings and cilantro, Su Jian'an turned off the heat, skimmed off the excess oil, and served a bowl for Lu Boyan, ensuring it was both fragrant and easy to digest. As for herself, she would indulge in a more challenging-to-digest seafood. She placed the 2 bowls on a tray to serve, but someone was quicker, lifting the tray before her. I'll do it. Lu Boyan carried the congee to the dining room. Su Jian'an presented him with a bowl containing the oil. Your stomach can only handle this for now. After tasting a spoonful, Lu Boyan realized that Su Jian'an was a master at making congee. The fishy taste was perfectly masked, and the aroma of rice blended beautifully with the sweetness of the seafood, creating a delightful experience that lingered on his palate. It was the best congee he had ever tasted. His gaze turned towards Su Jian'an, filled with curiosity. As night deepened, Su Bo and the others rested in the servant quarters behind the garden, leaving the vast house illuminated only by the warm glow of the dining room light, casting a soft radiance that felt more comforting than ever. Yet, Su Jian'an felt uncertain under Lu Boyan's scrutiny. Is the congee not good? It seemed impossible. She took a spoonful of congee, but Lu Boyan tried to stop her too late. She yelped in pain from the hot liquid. How foolish. He poured a glass of cold water for her, which she gulped down, alleviating the burning sensation. Stick out your tongue. Let me see, Lu Boyan commanded, his brow furrowed, revealing an unintentional trace of concern. Chapter 30. An inevitable heart flutter, Su Jian'an obediently extended her tongue, which was reddened from the burn, showing signs of peeling and causing her to gasp in pain. Lu Boyan frowned and fetched the medicine box. Upon returning, she heard a hissing sound, and a minty mist sprayed onto her tongue, soothing the fiery pain significantly. Thank you. Due to her injury, her voice took on a comical lilt, yet it sounded softer than ever, akin to a gentle hand caressing the heart. Perhaps due to the pain, her bright peach blossom eyes glistened with tears, portraying a pitiable expression of suffering she could not articulate. Lu Boyan's voice held a hint of exasperation. Su Jian'an, how could you be so foolish? Only just realizing? Su Jian'an teased, a hint of pride in her tone. We are already married. There's no turning back now. Lu Boyan placed the mint spray in her hand. Spray it on the wound if it hurts. Oh. Su Jian'an cast a regretful glance at the pot of congee. I can't eat it. Please don't waste it. Lu Boyan smiled slightly. Since it was specially made by Mrs. Lu, I certainly won't waste it. In the night, his elongated eyes appeared even more profound and inscrutable, as if nothing could escape his keen gaze. Su Jian'an felt a pang of guilt. Stop being so self-absorbed. Why didn't he make it just for you? With that, she scampered upstairs. Her hunger was merely an excuse. She simply didn't want Lu Boyan to go hungry. But how did he see through it? Lu Boyan watched Su Jian'an's retreating figure with a faint smile, then took out his laptop, sipping congee leisurely while reviewing documents. By the time he reached the last page, the pain in his stomach had subsided, a result of the hours spent on 4 drips. Marrying a fool might not be such a bad thing after all. Lu Boyan had to pass by Su Jian'an's bedroom every time he entered or exited. He instinctively paused at her door, turning the knob, which, as expected, was unlocked. She lay curled up on the vast bed like a small creature, clutching a long plush bear pillow. One side of her face rested on the pillow while the other was bathed in the dim light, serene and beautiful, a sight that took one's breath away. However, her sleeping habits left much to be desired. The blanket was in disarray, and her long legs were sprawled outside the covers, her smooth skin glistening under the warm yellow light, making her even more alluring. Lu Boyan approached and skillfully tucked her in. The sleeping little monster became more obedient, snuggling deeper into the covers and slightly pursing her pink lips. Staying any longer, Lu Boyan feared he might succumb to temptation. He leaned down and pressed a soft kiss on Su Jian'an's lips before quietly leaving her room, as though he had never been there. That night felt particularly brief, at least to Su Jian'an. When the alarm rang, she sprang out of bed as usual, but today she set it for 6 o'clock instead of the customary 7:30. Having only managed 5 hours of sleep, which was hardly sufficient for her, she hurriedly washed up and went downstairs. Su Bo and the servants were already bustling about. Seeing Su Jian'an so early, Su Bo asked curiously, "Young madam, what is the matter? Has the kitchen started preparing breakfast?" "The chef just entered the kitchen," Su Bo replied. "Young madam, are you hungry? Shall I have them hurry?" "No." Su Jian'an rolled up her sleeves and thought for a moment before saying, "I burned my tongue while eating yesterday, so I can't eat much. I do like to prepare breakfast myself." Su Bo nodded and summoned the chef, handing the kitchen over to Su Jian'an. Once again, she made congee, cooking it until it was bright and soft, finally chopping century egg and lean meat to add, then turning off the heat and seasoning with salt. The delightful aroma of congee soon filled the kitchen. At 7:30, Lu Boyan descended from upstairs and was surprised to find Su Jian'an awake before him. He walked straight to her. "How's your tongue?" "It's fine. Let me see." It was the first time Su Bo and the servants witnessed such intimacy between Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an, all wearing expressions of curiosity and excitement. Su Jian'an felt embarrassed. "It really is fine. There's congee with century egg and lean meat. It should be good for your stomach." As she turned to serve the congee, Lu Boyan grabbed her arm. "Are you going to be obedient, or should I resort to more forceful measures?" Su Jian'an was taken aback and timidly asked, What forceful measures?" Lu Boyan smiled slightly, leaning closer, his cheek brushing against her ear, his warm breath enveloping her. "How about a kiss?" Su Jian'an immediately realized and became flustered. "Why you?" "I really am fine. Just look." She obediently stuck out her tongue. Lu Boyan examined it, his brow furrowing slightly. "Still can't eat anything?" "I can find another way to eat," Su Jian'an said, turning to flee, unsure what she was seeking. Su Bo and the servants smiled with their lips pressed together, feeling a newfound motivation in their work. To them, Su Jian'an and Lu Boyan were no longer the newlyweds they once were. Now, they at least perceived the existence of something called affection between the two. As for their recent interactions, intimacy, that need not be elaborated upon. After sitting down and reading half of a financial report, Su Jian'an returned with a covered disposable paper cup of congee and a straw. She served him a bowl of congee, asking him to test its temperature. He rarely cooperated in such a manner, but he took a sip, declaring it just right. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Jian'an poured the congee into the cup, inserted the straw, and mentioned her need to rush to work before departing. Lu Boyan did not stop her. It was only after a car drove away that Su Bo approached him. "The congee this morning was prepared by the young mistress herself." "I know," Lu Boyan replied, having recognized the distinct flavor of Su Jian'an's cooking, which was markedly different from that of chef. Su Bo chuckled lightly. "Young master, may I inquire if everything has been resolved? If it takes too long, and the young mistress asks what you've been busy with, how shall I explain?" Lu Boyan closed a newspaper, stating she won't ask such things. He understood Su Jian'an well, currently. Her only interest in him was likely the gossip surrounding him and Han Ruashi. Su Bo pondered for a moment. Indeed, the young mistress hasn't inquired during this time. Predictably, Lu Boyan smiled. Everything has been settled. Ensure that household matters are checked regularly, so she doesn't discover anything. Rest assured, young master, I will handle the household affairs meticulously. Su Bo assured him with a serious expression. Lu Boyan was well aware of Su Bo's capabilities from his youth and trusted him completely. Before leaving for the company, he instructed Su Bo on one more matter. Meanwhile, Su Jian'an had arrived at the police station, feeling drained after consuming the congee on her way. She parked and headed to a nearby CAF to buy a cup of coffee before entering her office. "Wow, Jian'an, it's rare to see you with panda eyes," a colleague named Xiao Ying remarked with a teasing wink. "You should tell your husband, President Lu, that he's overworking you." Su Jian'an blushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Typically composed and quick-witted in the office, she found herself speechless today. Xiao Ying laughed heartily, as if fortune had smiled upon her. Su Jian'an, feeling exasperated, retreated to review her documents with her coffee. Before she knew it, it was noon. Xiao Ying came to invite her and Jiang Shaokai to lunch in the cafeteria. Remembering her earlier discomfort, she hesitated. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the office. Xiao Ying gasped. Is that the legendary English butler? What happened? Su Jian'an inquired. Peering out to see Su Bo, impeccably dressed in a finely tailored three-piece suit, leaning on an exquisite yet understated wooden cane, topped with a black gentleman's hat. Despite his age, his eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of an elderly gentleman from a British drama. A servant in a light blue uniform followed closely behind him. Young mistress. Su Bo greeted as he entered the forensic team's office, smiling as he removed his hat and held it in his hands. With a subtle glance at the servant, they began to unpack items onto Su Jian'an's desk. Confused, she asked, "What is all this?" "Young master instructed me," Su Bo explained. "Since your tongue was injured, he had the kitchen prepare lunch for you, and I was tasked with delivering it." Su Jian'an paused, feeling a warm sensation wash over her, as if coated in honey. "Thank you," she smiled. Su Bo graciously took his leave, accompanied by the servant. Upon inspecting the items brought, Su Jian'an discovered they were all easy to consume. The fragrant pork rib soup had all the bones removed, with the meat tenderly stewed to perfection, practically melting in her mouth, evidence of the kitchen's thoughtful preparation. "Wow, this is wonderful," Xiao Ying exclaimed. "Well, Jian'an has a lovely lunch now. Jiang Shaokai, you should join us in the cafeteria." As they prepared to leave the office, Jiang Shaokai turned back, asking, "Do you think President Lu is just putting on an act to convince your father that you're happily married?" He shook his head with a mysterious smile. "Jian'an, it doesn't seem like that at all. Even a seasoned flirt like me wouldn't be able to care for a girl so attentively." "What are you implying?" Su Jian'an asked. "You know precisely what I mean," Jiang Shaokai replied with a smile. "It would be wise for you to discern his true feelings for you sooner rather than later. Or, are you considering seeking affection elsewhere?" Su Jian'an froze, and Jiang Shaokai quickly realized that she had developed feelings for Lu Boyan, despite having someone she had liked for years. Chapter 31. Lu Boyan's sudden appearance at the police station. Su Jian'an was not one to shy away from confronting issues. Just as she had faced her mother's passing, refusing to accept it, she understood that she had to confront reality to live as her mother had hoped. Thus, she spent an entire day and night in the cemetery. Seated before her mother's grave, as dawn broke and the sun rose anew, she came to a profound realization. Her mother had turned to ashes, buried beneath the earth, and she had irrevocably lost her. Yet, life continued with its cycles. She still had to live on. Having accepted such a harrowing truth, she found herself unable to confront what Jiang Shaokai suggested regarding Lu Boyan's feelings. It was Lu Boyan who had promised Han Ruoshi that he would divorce her. It was Lu Boyan who claimed he had no interest in young girls, stating that their mutually beneficial marriage would end in 2 years. He had rescued her during her kidnapping, and it was he who had shared that fleeting kiss with her in the car last night. She dared not dwell on it. Lu Boyan spoke of divorce, yet protected and kissed her. She had just affirmed his feelings through his actions, only to deny them through his words. It was far easier to avoid the matter altogether. After finishing her meal, Su Jian'an gathered her utensils, contemplating whether to send Lu Boyan a text of gratitude. However, it dawned on her that they had yet to exchange messages or calls. Would he even recognize her name if she texted him? A phone call seemed unnecessary. Perhaps it was better to thank him in person later that evening. Yet, that opportunity slipped away. As Jiang Shaokai returned from his meal, a colleague from the criminal investigation team hurriedly entered, announcing, "We received a report of a family massacre at Mingyan community. Shaokai Jian'an, you need to accompany us to the scene." Such occurrences were common. Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai swiftly gathered their belongings and boarded the police car to the crime scene. Meanwhile, Lu Boyan, having a relatively light workload today, returned home on time, only to find Su Jian'an absent. "Young mistress has yet to return," Su Bo informed him. "Shall we have the chef prepare dinner for you, young master?" Lu Boyan frowned slightly. "No need. Just ensure everything is in order for her return." Su Bo relayed the message to the chef to prepare the ingredients. However, as the clock approached 6, Su Jian'an still had not returned. Taking advantage of Lu Boyan's absence upstairs, Su Bo called her. Hearing the noise on her end, he raised his voice. "Young mistress, why haven't you returned home yet?" "I'm busy with work and will be staying late," Su Jian'an replied. "Su Bo, please have the kitchen prepare dinner for young Master Lu. I won't make it back. My phone is running low on battery, so I must hang up." Su Bo relayed her message to Lu Boyan, who furrowed his brow. Did she mention when she would be back? She didn't say. "I also called the police station and learned that a family massacre occurred at Mingyan community. The young mistress and the others are occupied. Lu Boyan's frown deepened, but he said nothing further. He instructed Su Bo to inform the chef not to prepare dinner and then left the house. He drove to the exclusive club atop the mountain. This establishment was not particularly renowned and lacked an official name. It was simply referred to as the Mountaintop Club. Surprisingly, even fewer people were aware of it than those familiar with the KTV on the pedestrian street. However, within the commercial realm and among the circles of affluent young elites, this club was more alluring than any other, serving as a true emblem of their identity and status. It was the sole club that Lu Boyan frequented, accessible only to members, all of whom were invited to join. Without an invitation from the club, no amount of wealth or power could grant one entry. Perusing the membership list, one would find not only the wealthiest individuals from various provinces and cities within the country, but also numerous illustrious tycoons from abroad. It was widely recognized that spending just a few hours here, enjoying a drink, could significantly expand one's network and lead to lucrative business deals. Thus, the Mountaintop Club was undeniably the epitome of elite establishments in the nation, a fact well understood by those within the circle. Lu Boyan was the proprietor of this club, and the penthouse suite, which was not open to the public, belonged to him, accessible only via a private elevator. Upon entering, he found two individuals already seated, Shen Yuechuan, clad in a tailored suit, and Mu Siju. Mu Siju sported a flamboyant crew cut, his features striking and deep-set, with muscular arms exposed. Leaning back on a leather sofa, he puffed on a cigarette, exuding a rebellious air, as if ready to unleash chaos at any moment. He raised an eyebrow at Lu Boyan, remarking, "Oh, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Did your wife not return home?" Shen Yuechuan, relishing the moment, borrowed a lighter from Mu Siju to ignite his own cigarette, noting that a certain someone had claimed to be recovering and left work early, only to discover his wife was working late. Mu Siju burst into laughter, but as Lu Boyan's icy gaze swept over, he remained unfazed. For Lu Boyan's attention had shifted to Shen Yuechuan. Shen Yuechuan shivered. Hey, what you have in front of you is exquisite pu'er tea, worth thousands per liang. It just arrived at the club today. The tea set was exclusively used by Lu Boyan, and after inspecting it, he remarked, "The tea is excellent." Shen Yuechuan breathed a sigh of relief, ready to laugh, when Lu Boyan set the cup down and stated, "But you still need to make a trip to Nepal." The land of the gods was hardly hospitable, shrouded in dust, rendering even 10 layers of masks futile. After a few visits, Shen Yuechuan had vowed never to return, now only wishing to feign death. "Why must I go? When you were in the hospital, it was my efforts that allowed Su Jian'an to visit you. What have I done wrong?" At that moment, no amount of shouting could alleviate Shen Yuechuan's pent-up resentment. Lu Boyan took a sip of tea, casually remarking, "You scared her." Shen Yuechuan. Mu Siju shot a disdainful glance at Shen Yuechuan. "You're pathetic. After all these years, has Lu Boyan ever concealed anything from Su Jian'an? He wouldn't use this as leverage against him." Lu Boyan cast a cold look at Mu Siju. "Do you wish to take Shen Yuechuan's place on the business trip to Nepal?" Mu Siju fell silent, but Shen Yuechuan was still filled with resentment. He had also thought of threatening Lu Boyan with such matters. Yet Lu Boyan had 100 ways to make Su Jian'an doubt him and label him insane. Ultimately, Shen Yuechuan had no choice but to prepare for the trip, while Lu Boyan and Mu Siju discussed matters in the suite. By the time Lu Boyan returned home from the club, it was already past midnight, and Su Jian'an had yet to arrive. He was well aware that this was typical of her work routine. When busy, she hardly had time to return home, let alone rest. He dialed Su Jian'an's number, only to be met with a notification that her phone was off. Earlier, she had mentioned her battery was low. Suddenly, Su Bo appeared, saying, "Young master, you should rest early." Lu Boyan nodded and retreated to his room. The following morning, Su Jian'an still had not returned. Lu Boyan appeared unfazed on the surface, yet when heading to the office, he took a detour past the police station. Coincidentally, he spotted Su Jian'an from a distance, still in yesterday's attire, her long black hair hastily tied, appearing somewhat tousled. The morning light filtered through the branches, casting gentle rays on her face, highlighting her exquisite profile. She was walking alongside Jiang Shaokai, both holding cups of coffee and bags of takeout, chatting and laughing as if sharing a profound understanding. As the car drew closer, Lu Boyan noticed the way Jiang Shaokai looked at Su Jian'an, an instinctive sense of unease washing over him. With a press of the accelerator, His 177 came to a formidable stop before the police station. Su Jian'an, having been in Lu Boyan's car several times, recognized the sound instantly. For a moment, she found it hard to believe, but seeing Lu Boyan step out made the reality undeniable. Dressed in a dark, tailored suit that accentuated his tall and perfect frame, complemented by a matching tie that exuded business elegance, he revealed the cuffs of his white shirt and understated cufflinks as he raised his hand, exuding an air of gentlemanly sophistication. His impeccably polished shoes left no trace of dust, and each step radiated an innate, powerful aura. In that fleeting moment, Su Jian'an found it difficult to divert her gaze from him, while passing women openly admired him, almost tempted to approach. Yet, Lu Boyan's focus remained solely on Su Jian'an, as if she were the center of his universe. Naturally, he took the bag containing 6 cups of coffee from her hands, prompting her to finally react. "What are you doing here? You're heading to the office. It's not on the way. Not on the way. So I can't come see you?" Lu Boyan teased, gently caressing Su Jian'an's cheek. "Did you not sleep at all last night? The dark circles under your eyes are worse than yesterday." Recalling the previous night, Su Jian'an felt tears welling up, while others were nestled in their warm beds. She had spent hours among cold cadavers in the morgue, unsure of how many cups of coffee she had consumed just to stay awake. "I didn't sleep. It was a homicide. I couldn't afford to sleep for even a minute, busier than you were recently." Unbeknownst to her, her voice dripped with grievance. A smile flickered across Lu Boyan's lips as he wrapped his arms around Su Jian'an's waist, drawing her into the office. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was met with the teasing glances from Xiao Ying and Captain Yin. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, Su Jian'an shifted, but Lu Boyan tightened his hold and inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "No." Su Jian'an felt the piercing gazes of the detectives on her, as if they could see right through her. "Shall I have breakfast brought in for you?" Lu Boyan asked, his tone laced with indulgent affection. "Would you like something from Chasing the Moon Pavilion or somewhere else?" "Chasing the Moon Pavilion, please." She could almost hear the sound of her colleagues drooling at the prospect. Lu Boyan chuckled, then seemed to recall something, asking, "How's your tongue?" This time, Su Jian'an wised up. She turned around obediently, sticking out her tongue for Lu Boyan to inspect. "I applied some medicine yesterday. It's much better now." Her cheeks flushed, and she squirmed. "You'll be late for work." Glancing at his watch, Lu Boyan finally realized the time, releasing Su Jian'an and bidding farewell to everyone with decorum. Before stepping out, he leaned in close to whisper in her ear, "Breakfast will arrive in half an hour." Long after his figure vanished from the office doorway, Su Jian'an remained dazed. When she turned back to her colleagues, she found them wearing ambiguous expressions. Captain Yin suddenly looked at Xiao Ying with concern. "Darling, how's your tongue?" Xiao Ying playfully stuck out her tongue. "I applied some medicine yesterday, and it's all better now." A chill ran down Su Jian'an's spine. "We're not as disgusting as you two." Chapter 32. In his heart, he was the most reliable. Su Jian'an hurried into the forensic office, and a wave of playful laughter erupted behind her. Her cheeks burned even more as she sat down, hiding her face behind the computer screen, yet she could still see her flushed reflection on the dim monitor. She had never anticipated that Lu Boyan would arrive, nor did she expect that upon seeing him, she would feel as if she had been reborn, forgetting all her fatigue and weariness. Instead, she found that the morning was quite delightful. When Jiang Shaokai entered, he caught sight of Su Jian'an gazing foolishly at the reflection of herself on the computer screen, her bright eyes betraying an undeniable joy. He looked at her meaningfully. "You just complained to him." "Huh?" Su Jian'an was perplexed. "We've been working hard on a major case for over a year now." Jiang Shaokai replied leisurely, "You've never complained to your brother, but just now when you saw him, you expressed your grievances about not having slept a wink last night." "Well, I suppose that's true." Jiang Shaokai teased. "Should I reenact your expression of grievance, just like Xiao Ying and Captain Yin did?" He seemed eager to do so. "Boring," Su Jian'an retorted as she opened her computer but found herself at a standstill. Why had she only complained to Lu Boyan? Did this imply that in her heart, Lu Boyan was someone more dependable than Su Yicheng? How could that be? Not to mention Su Yicheng, he probably didn't even measure up to Jiang Shaokai. As Su Jian'an was lost in thought, cheers erupted from outside the glass door. Breakfast from Zhu Yuzhu had arrived, nearly filling half of the conference table. Perfect timing. Captain Yin clapped his hands to gather everyone. "Come on, let us eat while we discuss." Everyone took their seats, and Xiao Ying exclaimed, "Zhu Yuzhu never delivers." and their morning tea must be reserved at least half a month in advance. Otherwise, there's no chance to eat. It's miraculous they could bring so much here in just half an hour. Jian'an, does this mean I'll have meat to eat in the future? Su Jian'an calmly picked up a small dumpling and dipped it in vinegar. The scars on the 6 deceased show they all underwent a process of abuse before death. The killer is either a psychopath or has a deep-seated hatred against the victims' families. The conversation naturally shifted back to work under Su Jian'an's serious demeanor, leaving Captain Yin hesitant to interrupt. The others ceased their playful banter and turned to the task at hand. Su Jian'an thought they would be busy until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, but they gradually uncovered more clues, determining that the perpetrator was someone familiar, narrowing their focus to a small circle. As they followed the leads, they were confident they would soon apprehend the killer who had claimed 6 lives overnight. She found herself invigorated, her mind buzzing with excitement. In the afternoon, combining witness testimonies and their deductions, they were able to identify the suspect. The action team swiftly executed the arrest, and with the perpetrator in custody, Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai concluded their work. The clock tower by the Pujiang River chimed 5 times, its deep resonance bringing a long sigh of relief from Su Jian'an as she closed her computer and tidied her disheveled desk. Suddenly, she heard someone outside calling, "Jian'an, look who is here." Peering outside, she saw the tall, upright figure of Lu Boyan. Compared to the morning, he seemed more casual without his suit jacket and tie. The top button of his shirt undone, which not only did not diminish his handsomeness, but accentuated his physique. He was the most appealing man Su Jian'an had ever seen in a white shirt. As he approached, the eyes of the girls behind him sparkled with admiration. Still in a daze, Su Jian'an barely registered when Lu Boyan stood before her, asking, "Ready to go?" It took her a moment to nod in response. Lu Boyan naturally and affectionately took her hand, leading her through the office area and out of the police station. His car was parked right outside, and as Su Jian'an settled into the passenger seat, she realized only after he had rounded to the driver's side. "How did you come here? The director mentioned you might be off work around this time." "You know our director?" Su Jian'an's eyes widened. Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Su Jian'an pressed on. "So, you just happened to finish work, just happened to pass by the police station. Just like last time when I was surrounded by those high school students?" Her tone was peculiar. Lu Boyan glanced at her, noticing her playful gaze, her bright eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, as if she could see through everything. He squinted. "What do you know?" "Guess." Su Jian'an closed her eyes, leaning back comfortably, a smile lingering on her lips. It was not hard to deduce. When Su Yicheng called, it was Shun Yuechuan who answered, and he must have informed Su Yicheng that he was in a meeting. If Su Yicheng told Su Jian'an, she could easily see through his convenient excuse. She knew everything, just as she understood why he had come. Lu Boyan glanced at Su Jian'an, only to find she had fallen asleep, her head tilted against the car, deeply immersed in slumber. He pulled over to the side of the road, took his coat, and draped it over her before resuming his drive home. The 177 soared down the road, and Lu Boyan occasionally glanced at the sleeping Su Jian'an in the passenger seat, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. This car seemed to handle better than ever before. Upon arriving home, Lu Boyan couldn't rouse Su Jian'an, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, akin to a creature hibernating through winter, unwilling to awaken until spring. Seeing her curled up in his coat stirred an unexpected tenderness within him. He suddenly felt a sense of ownership, reluctant to disturb her sleep. Instead, he opened the passenger door and gently lifted Su Jian'an out. To his surprise, Tang Yulan was already in the living room. Upon seeing Lu Boyan carrying Su Jian'an, she rushed over, anxious. "What happened to Jian'an?" "She is fine." Lu Boyan reassured his mother. "She just fell asleep. She must have worked late last night," Tang Yulan said, concern etched in her features. "Poor thing. Quickly take her to her room to rest." Lu Boyan carried Su Jian'an upstairs, instinctively aiming to place her in her room, but realizing Tang Yulan was right behind him. He had to take her to his own room instead. Tang Yulan elpe Lu Boyan settle Su Jian'an comfortably. She snuggled into the blanket as if she were familiar with the place, turning on her side and clutching Lu Boyan's pillow. Tang Yulan, oblivious to the absence of Su Jian'an's belongings in the room, only thought to avoid waking her, gently coaxing Lu Boyan down. "Mom, what brings you here?" Lu Boyan finally asked. Lately, Su Bo had been mentioning that Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an's relationship was progressing, and Tang Yulan, half believing, decided to pay a surprise visit. Having witnessed the earlier scene, she was now fully convinced of Su Bo's words. Naturally, She would not voice this, sipping her tea instead. I came to discuss something with you, but since Jian'an is sleeping, we can talk tomorrow. She turned to Su Bo, instructing, please prepare a room for me. I want to be going home tonight. Su Bo went upstairs to make arrangements, and Lu Boyan, thinking of Su Jian'an in the room, furrowed his brow. Mom, I'm going to check on Jian'an. He feared that if Su Jian'an woke up suddenly and came looking for him in confusion, it would spell disaster. They had always acted in plays that Tang Yulan had never realized were performances. She might not withstand such a revelation. Wait, Tang Yulan chuckled, watching her son. Answer me one question first. Did you go out of your way to pick up Jian'an? Yes. Even if it weren't true. Lu Boyan had no choice but to admit it. Tang Yulan's smile was radiant. What made you think to pick her up? She could have driven to work herself. Lu Boyan knew he couldn't hide it from his mother any longer and replied honestly, she didn't sleep at all last night, and I was worried about her driving. Understood. Go on up. Tang Yulan took a sip of tea, her smile radiating satisfaction. When Lu Boyan returned to the room, Su Jian'an had unknowingly kicked off her blanket. Still sound asleep, clutching his pillow as if she were a child seeking comfort. He gently tucked her in and settled onto the sofa nearby, observing her peaceful slumber, lost in contemplation. Since she had long been aware that he had made a deliberate effort to reach her during the ambush, why did she not inquire about it? Or perhaps she had already concocted her own answer. Hours passed until dusk, with Su Jian'an tossing the blanket several times but showing no signs of waking. When Tang Yulan knocked on the door to call Lu Boyan for dinner, he replied, Jian'an is still asleep. Tang Yulan peeked inside to see Su Jian'an and chuckled. You may not know this, but she is likely to sleep until tomorrow morning. Ever since Su Jian'an's mother passed away, Tang Yulan had maintained contact with her. Su Jian'an occasionally confided in her about work matters, so she had a fair understanding of Su Jian'an's habits. Over the years, Lu Boyan had been privy to every detail of Su Jian'an's life, yet he was unaware of her profound tendency to slumber. However, would she truly sleep until the next morning? He was eager to see her reaction upon waking and discovering she was in his bed. Tang Yulan turned back to find Lu Boyan smiling, a thoughtful and expectant expression reminiscent of the countless times his father had gazed at her. She grasped his hand, saying, I did not know the reasons behind your persistent avoidance of meeting Jian'an all these years. However, I'm certain it is not due to any disdain for her. Lu Boyan paused. Mother, there are matters I cannot disclose to you at this moment. I understand. Tang Yulan was aware that Lu Boyan was concealing something from her. Yet she unwaveringly believed in and unconditionally supported her son. Whenever you are ready to share, please do. But promise me, for my sake and for Jian'an's, do not act foolishly because of your father's death. I have already lost your father. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Moreover, you have Jian'an now. I know my limits, Lu Boyan assured her. Do not worry, mother. Tang Yulan held his hand tightly before gradually releasing it. She had an inkling of the truth. Perhaps the very reason Lu Boyan had distanced himself from Su Jian'an. Yet, she also recognized that if he truly wished to pursue that path, no one could deter him. Chapter 33. You are cuter when you sleep after finishing dinner and engaging in 2 lengthy video conferences with senior executives from the overseas branch. Lu Boyan finally lay down well past 11 o'clock. Su Jian'an remained in a deep slumber, her face nestled into his pillow, resembling a child seeking safety. Lu Boyan carefully extracted the pillow from her embrace, prompting her to frown in discontent, her small hands flailing on the bed. Just as he lay down, she caught him by surprise, clinging to him like a child who had found a cherished toy, her legs brushing against his. Unlike the last time she wore a tank top, she pressed her face against his chest, her warm breath cascading over him, her softness intentionally or unintentionally brushing against him. The sensation surged through Lu Boyan, igniting a fervor within him, a force converging in a certain part of his body. Yet, she slept innocently, blissfully unaware. With a sigh, he retaliated by playfully kissing her collarbone before retreating to take a cold shower. Upon returning, he found his pillow once again claimed, and when he attempted to reclaim it, Su Jian'an appeared, as if on the verge of tears. He embraced her, gently patting her back as one would soothe a frightened child. After a lengthy interval, she finally relaxed, resuming her peaceful state. Despite her fierce demeanor, she seemed utterly vulnerable and sensitive when asleep. Under the dim light from the bedside lamp, Lu Boyan observed her, increasingly perceiving the little monster as a pitiable creature, prompting him to hold her even tighter. She sighed contentedly. her small hands exploring his chest before ultimately wrapping around his waist, falling back into a tranquil slumber. As she stirred, Lu Boyan found it challenging to quell his own urges, yet he restrained himself to avoid startling her. This night proved to be the most arduous for Lu Boyan in seeking sleep. The following morning, Su Jian'an gradually regained consciousness, feeling as though she had slept an eternity, free from nightmares and enveloped in serene slumber. Since her mother's passing, she had not experienced such restful sleep. Yet, something felt amiss. Accompanied by an all-too-familiar scent upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a man's chest. Looking up, she realized it was Lu Boyan. Having previously shared the same bed, she was not overly shocked. However, why was she hugging his waist? Why was her entire being pressed against him? Why was she in his embrace? For a few moments, Su Jian'an's mind struggled to process the situation. How could such intimacy exist between her and Lu Boyan? Once she regained her composure, she sprang away from him in a panic, her face etched with fear. Lu Boyan, roused from his light slumber by her sudden movement, furrowed his brows as he opened his eyes and sat up. His robe hung loosely, revealing a glimpse of his strong physique, and his movements exuded a languid elegance, reminiscent of a noble awakening from slumber. Su Jian'an found herself momentarily entranced, nearly losing her grasp on reality, but she ultimately regained her voice. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Lu Boyan covered it with his hand. "Keep it down. My mother is sleeping next door. She arrived yesterday afternoon." Su Jian'an tried to recall her last memory from the previous day, which had been in Lu Boyan's car. She had no recollection of how she returned home, let alone of Tang Yulan. Had she experienced selective amnesia? "Lu Boyan, how did I get back?" she asked anxiously. "I carried you back," he replied, scanning her figure. "What have you been eating lately? You've gained weight since the last time. Also, I had Subo lock your room for the time being." Realization dawned on her. She had indeed slept soundly through the night, hence her oblivion to Tang Yulan's arrival. However, she was adamant that her weight had not increased. She was certain of it. Lu Boyan was slandering her. "Wait," she exclaimed, rushing to stand before him, a gleam in her eye. "Lu Boyan, I heard you have a serious case of cleanliness obsession. I have something to tell you. I slept on your bed all night without showering." Lu Boyan paused in surprise, and Su Jian'an let out a triumphant hum before darting into the bathroom, making a face at him before closing the door. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air. An idea struck Lu Boyan, and a smile crept onto his lips as he settled back onto the sofa in a relaxed manner. 15 minutes later, Su Jian'an peered out, looking pitiful. Lu Boyan, he gazed at her lazily. "What is it?" "I was wrong." Su Jian'an's tone was utterly sincere. "I truly regret it. I will never sleep on your bed without showering again. Could you please fetch me some clothes?" Impulsiveness had indeed led her astray. In her desire to make Lu Boyan squirm, she had overlooked the fact that she had no clothes here, and her recently changed attire was now drenched. Lu Boyan elegantly crossed his legs. "Your room is locked. I cannot enter. Have Subo unlock it," she pleaded. "It would raise suspicion otherwise." Su Jian'an felt tears welling up. "What should I do?" Lu Boyan scrutinized her. "Are you currently wearing anything?" Su Jian'an instinctively considered nodding, but quickly realized the impropriety of his question. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Lu Boyan, demanding, "Will you help me?" Lu Boyan smiled with a delightful certainty. "If I don't help you, do you dare to step outside?" Indeed, Su Jian'an did not dare. A wise woman does not suffer needless losses. She decided to adopt a softer approach. "Brother Boyan," her eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with a pleading innocence, while her fair, radiant cheeks bore a delicate pink hue. With her innocent eyes blinking like a wronged little rabbit, she evoked a desire in him to tease her even more. Lu Boyan couldn't help but recall the scene behind the door. His throat moved as he concealed his unease and rose to fetch a shirt from the wardrobe for her. Su Jian'an barely had time to express her gratitude before she slammed the door shut and hastily donned Lu Boyan's shirt. It was long and oversized, making her feel relatively secure as she confidently opened the door. No woman had ever touched Lu Boyan's clothing, yet at this moment, he found himself wishing that Su Jian'an could wear it like this forever, only in his presence. The long, loose white shirt enveloped her slender figure. She rolled up the sleeves to her elbows, and with the top buttons undone, her delicate collarbone peeked through. Despite its length, the shirt merely covered her hips, and her long legs swayed enticingly before him, the shirt swaying in accordance with her curves, almost challenging his composure. Just then a knock sounded, followed by Tang Yulan's cheerful voice, "Boyan, are you two awake?" Su Jian'an lowered her gaze, mortified at the thought of Tang Yulan catching sight of her. She urgently mouthed to Lu Boyan, "What should we do?" Lu Boyan grasped Su Jian'an's hand and tucked her back into bed, wrapping her snugly in the covers before going to open the door. Outside, Tang Yulan smiled brightly. "Oh, you're awake. Where's Jian'an?" Su Jian'an shrank deeper into the blankets, calling out, "Mom, good morning." "Good morning." Tang Yulan peered inside, her eyes brimming with affection. "Now that you're awake, come down. I prepared breakfast. It's almost time to eat." Su Jian'an nodded fervently. Seeing her blushing face nestled in the covers, Tang Yulan glanced at Lu Boyan's somewhat disheveled attire, a knowing smile playing on her lips before she turned to go downstairs. Realizing that Tang Yulan had misunderstood the situation, Su Jian'an bit down on the blanket, her face burning. Su Bo, ever thoughtful, sent a servant upstairs as soon as Tang Yulan left to fetch Su Jian'an a change of clothes. She felt that Su Bo was her savior. As soon as Lu Boyan retreated to the bathroom for a shower, she quickly slipped into the wardrobe to change. By the time they were both ready, it was already 7:30. Su Jian'an, noting the time was still early, closed the door and earnestly addressed Lu Boyan. "Just like last time, I didn't mean to hug you, and this time I honestly had no idea I slept next to you." She furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. "Regardless, I must clarify, I tend to cling to whatever is nearest to me when I sleep. In other words, even if it were a rock beside me, I would have held on to it. Do you understand?" Lu Boyan frowned slightly and affectionately ruffled Su Jian'an's long hair. "You are rather endearing when you sleep." She nuzzled against him like a well-behaved child. Su Jian'an was utterly confused. Did he understand her or not? She chased after him. "Lu Boyan?" He firmly grasped her hand, leading her downstairs. Concerned that Tang Yulan might overhear, she naturally fell silent, obediently trailing behind him. To Tang Yulan's eyes, she appeared as a dutiful daughter-in-law, bringing a broad smile to her face. Noticing Tang Yulan's delight brightened Su Jian'an's spirits as well. Suddenly recalling the events of the previous afternoon, she murmured, "Mom, I didn't know you came by yesterday." She cast a reproachful glance at Lu Boyan. "Why didn't you wake me?" Lu Boyan spread jam on a slice of bread and handed it to Tang Yulan, giving Su Jian'an a sidelong glance. "You were sleeping like a log." "That's all right," Tang Yulan chuckled. "I just came to tell you something and check in on you both. It's nothing urgent. I'm hosting a charity auction tonight at the City Garden Hotel. Jian'an, you and Boyan must come." Su Jian'an nodded. "All right. There's one more thing." Tang Yulan's expression turned slightly serious. Su Hong and Su Yuanyuan might also attend. She worried it might dampen Su Jian'an's spirits, but those three wouldn't pose a significant threat to her. With a bright smile, Su Jian'an replied, "Mom, do you need me to help entertain the guests?" Tang Yulan paused before bursting into laughter, and a fleeting smile graced Lu Boyan's lips. Chapter 34. The ambiguous red marks upon returning home that afternoon. Su Jian'an was promptly whisked away for makeup. The same makeup artist from last time was present, but this time Tang Yulan was also in the makeup room. Dressed in a low-key, gray-tailored suit and black mid-heeled shoes, her hair was meticulously styled, and her makeup was impeccable, adorned with a stunning set of emerald jewelry. She exuded an air of elegance cultivated through the years, making her presence feel especially warm and welcoming. As soon as Su Jian'an entered, Tang Yulan seized her, eyes alight with anticipation. "Jian'an, I took the liberty of picking out an evening gown for you. Try it on and see if you like it. If not, we can choose another." The makeup artist displayed the gown, a strapless, form-fitting evening dress embellished with delicate lace and scattered rhinestones. It was luxurious yet understated, embodying a sophisticated style. A slender white band cinched the waist, while the flowing skirt draped elegantly, exuding grace. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the fabric high quality, clearly indicating its considerable value. Su Jian'an found no faults with it, and it had been ages since she wore something chosen by her mother. Though the gown was a nude pink, she replied, "I'll give it a try." When she emerged in the gown, the makeup artist's eyes sparkled. "Madam Lu, this evening dress is perfect for you. It complements both your style and temperament. Your complexion allows the nude pink to shine brightly, enhancing your skin smoothness." The old lady has an exceptional eye for gowns. Su Jian'an turned to Tang Yulan uncertainly. "Mom, is it really okay?" After her mother left, she had worn pink attire and lacked confidence in carrying off that color. "Of course." Tang Yulan approached Su Jian'an's dress. "It's absolutely stunning. I told you, my daughter-in-law will look even better than international supermodels. Jian'an, why not wear this one? Su Jian'an smiled and nodded. Okay. You go ahead and do your makeup. I'll wait for you downstairs. By the way, Boyan's clothes are in the wardrobe. When he returns, remind him to change. Once Tang Yulan had given her instructions, she headed downstairs. Su Jian'an sat before the large mirror, cooperating with the makeup artist. After over an hour of preparation, they finally finished. Su Jian'an sighed in relief. Just as she stood, she heard the door swing open. Lu Boyan had returned. You're back. It was rare to see him smiling, and she pointed to the wardrobe beside him. Mom said your clothes are inside. Go change. We're about to head out. Lu Boyan didn't move, instead surveying her from head to toe. Su Jian'an confidently strode over and twirled before him, her smile radiant like the midday sun. What do you think of the gown Mom picked for me? She wore a natural makeup look, her flawless complexion accentuating her delicate features, her mesmerizing eyes clear and unblemished. Her graceful shoulders and beautiful collarbone were elegantly exposed, showcasing her alluring curves and inadvertently enticing him. It was only when he stood so close that Lu Boyan realized, despite her slim figure, she was well-proportioned in all the right places. It seemed that this little creature of his truly was, full of surprises. Su Jian'an's fleeting confidence began to wane under Lu Boyan's gaze. Do you think it looks bad? She asked. Not just bad. It's so stunning that it makes him want to whisk her away to his room and tear her dress in two. Forget it, Su Jian'an huffed. I don't plan to change. Lu Boyan seized her arm. What did I say it looks bad? Are you this happy just because my mother helped you pick it out? She twirled playfully in front of him, a stark contrast to the mature Su Jian'an. Her good mood was evident. Ever since my mother passed, no one has bought me clothes, she lamented. The outfits my brother sends are chosen by his secretary. Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow, suddenly noticing the red mark on her collarbone. A flicker of discomfort crossed his eyes as he fixated on it. Su Jian'an, misinterpreting his stare, nearly scolded him for being a rogue, but with the makeup artist present, she bit her tongue and shot him an indignant glare, her cheeks flushed. Lu Boyan smirked, leaning closer to her ear. Though you may not be demure, there's nothing much to see. I won't gain much advantage. Su Jian'an was speechless. He called over the makeup artist, pointing at the mark on her collarbone. Cover this up for her. This morning, while showering, she had noticed the mark but thought it was a minor bruise or a mosquito bite, as her delicate skin easily reddened. However, the makeup artist's knowing smile at Lu Boyan's instruction triggered a realization that made her cheeks burn crimson. Don't be angry. I'll be more careful next time. He comforted her affectionately. She fumed. What does this have to do with you? How foolish, Lu Boyan thought, knowing full well he was the cause of it. However, voicing that would likely provoke her wrath, he said nothing, leisurely changing his clothes. This was easily concealable. The makeup artist busily reassured Su Jian'an, Don't worry, Mrs. Lu. Once covered, no one will notice. There's no need to feel shy. Su Jian'an protested, It's really not what you think. Before long, Lu Boyan emerged, impeccably dressed in formal attire, a tie neatly knotted and a white pocket square enhancing his elegance. He exuded an innate gentlemanly charm, effortlessly captivating everyone around him. This man, while a refined elite at work, transformed into a nobleman at social events. His every movement radiated charm, explaining the throngs of enamored women. As he approached, he took Su Jian'an's hand, leading her downstairs. Initially, she resisted, but upon seeing Tang Yulan, she complied, behaving like a docile kitten. Tang Dulang, pleased to see them hand in hand, said, The car is waiting outside. Let us depart. 2 cars were parked outside, belonging to Lu Boyan and Tang Yulan. Su Jian'an, after a moment's thought, pulled away from Lu Boyan's grasp. Mom, I'll ride with you. What's wrong? Tang Yulan's eyes filled with concern, fearing a quarrel. Nothing, Mom. Lu Boyan stepped forward, gazing at Su Jian'an with indulgence. She wants to chat with you. Let us take your car. Tang Yulan smiled, taking Su Jian'an's hand. Then we'll sit in the back. Boyan, you drive. All right. Lu Boyan accepted the car keys from the driver and settled into the driver's seat, while Su Jian'an sulked, annoyed that she couldn't shake him off. The journey from a villa to the hotel was lengthy. As Lu Boyan focused on driving, Tang Yulan and Su Jian'an reminisced about events from 14 years prior. At 10 years old, Su Jian'an's personality was entirely different from now. Tang Yulan recounted how she used to cling to Lu Boyan, calling him Brother Boyan, causing Su Jian'an to blush. If only she had known, she would have adopted a cool, aloof demeanor rather than following Lu Boyan around. You used to call him Brother Boyan all the time. Tang Yulan mimicked her youthful voice, making Su Jian'an's heart soften. I've forgotten, she stammered. How could she possibly forget? Back then, she sweetly called him Brother Boyan, as if each word were infused with honey, melting hearts everywhere, except Lu Boyan, who often ignored her and would frighten her with his teasing. She once thought he despised her, and when tears streamed down her cheeks, he would magically produce a lollipop, which would instantly cheer her up. Back then, she had everything. His lollipop was enough to make her happy. But soon after, Tang Yulan took Lu Boyan to America, and she never saw him again. Nor did she taste that delightful lollipop. Initially, she mourned his absence, and when her brother Su Yicheng noticed her sadness, she tearfully expressed her longing for that particular lollipop. He laughed, teasing her for being a little glutton, and brought back a large box of the same brand from abroad. Though the ingredients and packaging were identical, the taste felt different to her. She consumed many, but could never replicate the flavor Lu Boyan had given her. Thinking back, Su Jian'an sighed. Dan Julang, mistaking her sigh for nostalgia, comforted her. It's all right to forget the past. You both have a future. Su Jian'an merely smiled. Tang Yulan was mistaken. She remembered everything. But there will be no future with Lu Boyan. From the rearview mirror, Lu Boyan noticed Su Jian'an smile and, without much thought, understood her thoughts. Silly girl. At precisely 7 o'clock, they arrived at the auction venue. Tang Yulan guided Su Jian'an through the venue, and at 7:15, many guests arrived as expected. Tang Yulan assigned Lu Boyan to verify the auction items, while she took Su Jian'an to greet the arriving guests. Given Su Jian'an's rising fame, especially after the recent sensational incident, several ladies familiar with her mother had come especially to see her. Jian'an, after all these years, not only have you grown into a beautiful young woman, but you've also married the dream partner of the city's socialites. Your mother would be at ease. Su Jian'an, with her excellent memory, greeted the ladies by name, prompting smiles and excitement as they treated her like their own daughter. Though their nostalgia for her mother seemed genuine, Su Jian'an chose to dismiss their claims of coming specifically to see her. Had she not married Lu Boyan and attended such glamorous events, but instead spent her days in a lab, would anyone have gone out of their way to see her? Once Tang Yulan felt it was time to leave, she called Lu Boyan to take Su Jian'an away from the emotional reminders of her mother. Noticing the little monster's diminished spirits, Lu Boyan quietly inquired, "What's wrong?" Su Jian'an shook her head, but before she could respond, a familiar voice called from behind, "Brother-in-law." The sweet, delicate tone seemed fragile enough to be shattered by a gentle breeze. As Luo Xiaoxi would say, such a voice sends shivers down a woman's spine, yet elicits an entirely different reaction from men. Su Yuan, with the innocence of a young girl, bounded up to Lu Boyan, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, I saw you as soon as I walked in." "Oh, sister, did your brother-in-law bring you here? I heard you were surrounded by a bunch of high school students last time. Are you hurt? Mom and I were so worried about you." She blinked her long, false eyelashes, and the hint of concern in her widened eyes was strikingly authentic. What a talented actress. Su Jian'an smiled sweetly. Linking her arm with Lu Boyan's, "Your brother-in-law arrived just in time. I'm perfectly fine. How about your foot? Is it better?" Su Yuan would never forget the humiliation of being taken to the hospital by an ambulance at Su Jian'an's behest. A flicker of malice crossed her eyes, but in less than a second, her usual innocent smile returned. "It's all healed. Thank you, sister." A commendable performer indeed. Su Jian'an beamed even brighter. No need for thanks. Lu Boyan wrapped his arm around Su Jian'an's waist. "Miss Su, please excuse us." As he began to lead Su Jian'an away, Su Yuan clung to them like a shadow. Maintaining her innocent demeanor, "Brother-in-law, where are you going? Can I come along? I don't know anyone else here." Lu Boyan frowned slightly. Su Jian'an sensed his displeasure, but his gentlemanly nature prevented him from being rude to Su Yuan. How would he manage to shake her off? How intriguing. Su Jian'an's delight in his predicament was evident to him as he narrowed his eyes and suddenly led Su Jian'an to an empty balcony. Su Yuan eagerly followed, "Brother-in-law, why you brought sister here?" Su Jian'an was also curious, gazing at Lu Boyan with wide, enchanting eyes. Lu Boyan looked deeply into Su Jian'an's eyes, his movements swift as lightning, and before she knew it, he had pinned her against the wall, capturing her lips. Su Yuan stood frozen in shock, while Su Jian'an was equally stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief, breath forgotten, her mind a blank, her body immobilized as if paralyzed. The only sensations she registered were Lu Boyan's cool lips and his warm breath. His kiss felt exquisite like a poison, urging her to close her eyes and succumb to its allure. Su Jian'an felt as though she were suspended on the edge of a cliff, perilously close to falling into oblivion, yet climbing back up seemed insurmountable. She had hung precariously for over a decade. If she could ascend, she would have long distanced herself from this treacherous precipice. It was then that Su Jian'an realized her mistake, hastily covering her eyes and gasping in surprise. Lu Boyan leisurely released Su Jian'an, his long fingers gently brushing her cheek. "You look breathtaking tonight. I couldn't help myself." He turned to Su Jian'an. "Miss Su, do you wish to continue watching?" Su Jian'an, flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, how rude." Covering her face, she concealed her jealousy as she turned and fled. Su Jian'an remained pressed against the wall, feeling as if she had become a lifeless wooden doll. Lu Boyan pulled her into his embrace. "Silly girl, breathe." As air filled her lungs once more, Su Jian'an felt as though she had been reborn. Before she could speak, her cheeks flushed, and, after a moment, she managed to utter, "Lu Boyan, you went too far?" Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "In what way did I go too far?" His drawn-out tone carried a wickedness, and Su Jian'an found herself unable to say the words, "You kissed me," her chest heaving in frustration as she turned to leave the auction house. Lu Boyan grasped her arm. "I owe you an apology." "No need for that method. We can't shake off Su Jian'an like this." Su Jian'an glared at him. "That's just an excuse. You're trying to be a rogue." Lu Boyan smirked. "Even if I'm being a rogue, at least I have an excuse. You don't even bother with one." How absurd. When did she ever act like a rogue? This was intolerable. Su Jian'an retorted, "If I were to act like a rogue, it wouldn't be towards you." Her standards were quite lofty, wasn't it? Had he truly forgotten their childhood? Lu Boyan gazed into Su Jian'an's eyes, recalling the incident from a month prior at the banquet. Childhood memories. Su Jian'an is gaze Grégoire Sophant. For 10-year-old Su Jian'an, Lu Boyan was different from other brothers. She had known the others since childhood. But Lu Boyan had appeared unexpectedly in their vacant house when she was 10, a refreshing figure. It was then she realized there were indeed others as handsome as her brother. Yet, within a month, he announced he was going to America. At 10, she had never been to America and had no concept of its distance from City A. Her mother had told her it was on the other side of the globe, requiring a long flight to reach. The thought of never being able to see Lu Boyan again, without the convenience of a short car ride, made her burst into tears, her golden tears falling like rain. Tang Yulan had teased her, "Jian'an, kiss your brother. If you do, he won't leave." She often kissed Su Yicheng when she wanted something. So to her, kissing her brother seemed inconsequential. With tears in her eyes, she threw herself into Lu Boyan's arms, who was taken aback by her obedience. In surprise, he turned, and she pressed her lips against his. The adults laughed heartily, but Lu Boyan's expression changed while she remained oblivious, clutching his hand. "Brother, can't you stay?" she asked, wiping her tears. Ultimately, Lu Boyan still left, and they did not see each other again until the day before their wedding. As for the incident at the banquet a month ago, she had only kissed him for dramatic effect, just on the cheek. Was that considered being a rogue? She looked at Lu Boyan, feeling wrong yet unable to voice her thoughts. Remembering everything, Lu Boyan smirked, pressing her against the wall once more. "By the way, you still owe me one." Su Jian'an's dark eyes darted about. "Both times I merely brushed against you lightly, yet you just now. You. For so long. You're being unreasonable." She raised her elegantly curved chin defiantly, resembling a fierce creature ready to battle. Lu Boyan gazed at her pink lips, recalling their sweet, cotton candy softness, and his eyes darkened as he captured her lips once more. He was unsure when he had begun to desire this, but managing to hold back until now was a miracle. This time, Su Jian'an responded. She no longer froze, yet her breathing remained uneven, feeling as if Lu Boyan was siphoning the air from her lungs. Yet that was not enough for him. He took her hand and wrapped it around his waist, while he firmly gripped the back of her head, deepening the kiss without hesitation. His lips were no longer cool. They had warmed, matching the heat of his tongue, as if he intended to melt her entirely. Su Jian'an anxiously clutched his shirt, and after a moment, she remembered she should push him away. Or perhaps, like in the dramas, she could bite him. Lu Boyan sensed her intentions and tightened his hold around her waist, whispering into her ear with a heated breath, "Be good. Just comply." As his ambiguous tone lingered, he playfully bit her lip, sending electric shocks through her body, rendering her completely forgetful, her clear, enchanting eyes filled with confusion. Lu Boyan chuckled softly, kissing her lips anew. He was fully aware of his actions. If he was to succumb, then let it be without restraint. After all, in this lifetime, there would be only this moment. This time, Su Jian'an lost track of how long Lu Boyan had kissed her. When he finally released her, a faint ache remained on her lips, yet Lu Boyan's expression remained impeccable, a hint of lip gloss at the corner of his mouth failing to diminish his allure. What an enchanting being he was! Contentment radiated from him as he leaned against the wall, one hand resting casually while the other gently wiped away the gloss from Su Jian'an's lips. After keeping you indebted for over a decade, I ought to collect some interest. Su Jian'an. So, he kissed her for that long? A sense of something amiss lingered in the air, yet it seemed almost natural. Noticing that Su Jian'an had become momentarily unresponsive, Lu Boyan decisively took her hand. After a brief pause, Su Jian'an remembered to protest. Where are you taking me? Your lipstick is smudged. Lu Boyan led her to the washroom, assuring her, rest assured, even if I had intentions, it would not be in here. Su Jian'an retrieved her lipstick, exclaiming, you rogue. Lu Boyan remained non-committal, noticing a hint of lip color on his own lips. Although he couldn't possibly face others in such a state, the thought that this color originated from Su Jian'an's lips made it somewhat less objectionable. He retrieved a tissue to wipe away the lingering hue, resuming his image as the distinguished and elegant CEO of the Lu Corporation. Su Jian'an finished touching up her makeup, tossed her lipstick back in her bag, and glared at Lu Boyan, stating, I've repaid my debt. We are even now. Her cheeks were suspiciously flushed, and her lips slightly swollen, yet they appeared increasingly alluring. Lu Boyan gazed at her, wishing to cocoon her and take her home. He raised an eyebrow, asking, So? Do not think of finding excuses to take advantage of me again. With that, Su Jian'an strode towards the exit. Lu Boyan swiftly caught up with her, effortlessly taking her hand once more. Su Jian'an attempted to shake him off, but he lightly reminded her, everyone is here. This implied they were to resume their charade, rendering his hand holding no longer an act of impropriety. Reluctantly, Su Jian'an interlaced her fingers with his, managing a faint smile. Boyan, Jian'an, Tang Yulan called to the couple, waving them over. Come here, the auction is about to commence. Lu Boyan led Su Jian'an to the front row, where the charity auction officially began. The items up for bid were all donations from guests and philanthropists, totaling over 20, expected to conclude within an hour and 15 minutes. Su Jian'an felt relieved at the prospect of not having to endure a prolonged wait. Beside each seat lay a small booklet detailing the auction items. As she flipped through it, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to a jade bracelet, rendering her almost unable to lift her head. Lu Boyan noticed her unusual reaction and followed her line of sight, discovering that the donor of the bracelet was Jiang Xueli, her stepmother. His brow furrowed as he suddenly heard Su Jian'an exclaim, This is my mother's bracelet. Since childhood, she had seen her mother wear this bracelet, rumored to be quite valuable. A family heirloom passed down from her grandmother. After her mother's untimely passing, Su Jian'an had intended to collect it, but was unable to find it. To her astonishment, it was in Jiang Xueli's possession, and she dared to donate it for charity. Retrieving the bracelet was the best way to reclaim it, yet the starting bid was 300,000 yuan, a sum she could not afford. She had no choice but to seek assistance from Sui Cheng. Taking out her phone, she sent him a text. Lu Boyan observed her every action, his brows deeply knit, recalling his previous words. She truly had not learned her lesson. Chapter 36. Lu Boyan pays an exorbitant price for the bracelet. As the auction progressed fervently, Su Jian'an's mind was scarcely present. She remained focused on sending messages to Sui Cheng. Lu Boyan watched her coldly, wondering when she would remember him. Next, we have a bracelet donated by Mrs. Su for auction, the auctioneer announced, and as the final syllable echoed, an image of the bracelet appeared on the large screen behind him. He began explaining the bracelet's value to the audience. The bidding process commenced, yet Su Jian'an had still not received a response from Sui Cheng. Reluctantly, she dialed his number, only to be met with the notification that his phone was off. Meanwhile, the price for the bracelet had already reached 400,000 yuan. Furrowing her brow, Su Jian'an's mind raced. She could not allow this bracelet to fall into someone else's hands. 450,000, 600,000. The bids escalated, and Su Jian'an's anxiety grew. Just then, a calm voice proclaimed, 3 million. The entire venue fell silent. The bracelet's quality and luster were indeed exceptional, yet could not possibly warrant such an astronomical price. Su Jian'an stared incredulously at Lu Boyan, questioning why he would bid such a staggering amount for the bracelet. Was this mere extravagance? 3 million, going once, going twice. Sold, the auctioneer declared, congratulating Mr. Lu for acquiring the bracelet. Su Jian'an inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. At least the bracelet was secured by Lu Boyan rather than falling into someone else's grasp. The final item up for auction was a small antique that fetched a high price, resulting in nearly 10 million yuan in total funds raised for the charity. Tang Yulan announced that the proceeds would be used to support impoverished college students and educational initiatives in mountainous regions. The charity auction concluded successfully, leading to a celebratory gathering. Su Jian'an closely followed Lu Boyan, casting furtive glances at him, contemplating how to broach the subject of the bracelet. Lu Boyan allowed her to cling to his arm, yet he did not initiate a conversation regarding the bracelet. Uncertain on how to seek his help, she pondered how to approach him. After a couple of laps around the venue, Lu Boyan was called away by acquaintances. Su Jian'an spatid Su Jian'an and Jian Suedi. Her expression darkening as she made her way directly towards Jiang Shueli. The bracelet belonging to Su Jian'an's mother had been discovered and hidden by Jiang Shueli after she entered the Su family. Aware of Su Jian'an's intentions, Jiang Shueli felt a twinge of guilt and sought refuge behind Su Hanyuan. Su Hanyuan glared at Su Jian'an, sternly stating, "She is your aunt, not your enemy." "I finally understand why you two are married," Su Jian'an retorted, her face a mask of scorn. "Birds of a feather flock together. You are all equally despicable." Su Hongyuan's expression darkened, and Jiang Shueli, unable to contain her indignation, snapped, "Su Jian'an, it's merely a bracelet. Your mother has been gone for years." If it weren't for Jiang Shueli, her mother would not have met with such a tragic fate. Su Jian'an's delicate hand clenched into a fist, and just then, Tang Yulan approached, sensing the tension. She grasped Su Jian'an's hand, asking Jian'an what's wrong. Jiang Shueli attempted to ingratiate herself with Tang Yulan, smiling, "Mother-in-law, it's nothing. We were just chatting with Jian'an." Tang Yulan shot Jiang Shueli a glance, replying, "Jian'an, Mrs. Su is not your mother, is she? Mom has been gone for many years." Tang Yulan furrowed her brow, her tone polite yet distant. "Mrs. Su, on behalf of the children in the mountains, I thank you for your generous donation. However, you should refrain from making unfounded claims. My son did not marry your daughter. Excuse us." She led Su Jian'an away. Jiang Shueli, furious, stomped her foot. These people are too much. Although she and Su Hongyuan had held a wedding and been legally recognized as a couple, she had never truly integrated into the so-called elite circle. The people in this circle did not regard her as Mrs. Su, privately referring to her as Su Hongyuan's mistress. The legitimate wives despised these outside women the most. Having hoped that her connection with Tang Yulan would alter her social standing, she now realized it was futile. In a fit of rage, Jiang Shueli sought out Su Yuan, relaying the earlier incident. Su Yuan's beautiful face no longer bore the innocence she once had. Instead, her features were filled with malice. "Last time, Su Jian'an escaped unscathed from being cornered. I haven't forgotten that grudge. Now it seems, old and new vendettas shall be settled together." Jiang Shueli felt a jolt of alarm. Yuan, what are you planning? "Don't act recklessly. Su Jian'an has powerful backing now. What if I turn her backing into mine?" Su Jian'an retorted. After retouching her makeup, her skin appeared flawless, and she flashed a smile that no man could resist as she stepped out of the restroom. Meanwhile, Su Jian'an was still plagued by a sense of frustration. Unable to find joy, Tang Yulan sighed, instructing her to stay on the sofa while she walked away. Not long after, Lu Boyan, who had just been standing with a few middle-aged men, unexpectedly sat down beside her and extended his hand. Su Jian'an turned her head in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Boyan, known for his aversion to idle chatter, unceremoniously took Su Jian'an's hand and slipped the bracelet that had just been delivered onto her wrist. Her fair skin made the dark green bracelet appear even more radiant. The jade bangle seemed crafted solely for her, resting on her wrist with a serene elegance, as if a wanderer had finally found their home after years of drifting. Few young women could wear such an ancient jade bracelet with such grace. Yet Su Jian'an was entirely oblivious to its beauty, staring at Lu Boyan in disbelief. You bought this? For me? I don't want Aunt Ning's belongings to fall into someone else's hands. Lu Boyan replied casually. Besides, you were just texting Su Jian'an repeatedly. Were you not trying to get the bracelet back? You saw that. Su Jian'an was even more astonished. I thought you wouldn't pay attention to what I was doing. However, it was she who had not been attentive. Even when she turned her head slightly, she could see him watching her. Lu Boyan's gaze was intense. Su Jian'an, have you truly forgotten what I said? Su Jian'an blinked in confusion. You said so much to me. Which one do you mean? I clearly told you that in the future, when something arises, you should think of me first, not Su Jian'an. Lu Boyan continued, I was right next to you then. Why did you still make a call to someone else? That remark was one Su Jian'an remembered. Yet, the circumstances were special. I needed money. Of course I'd ask my brother for it. She explained, but if I were to be cornered by someone, I would definitely come to you. Your bodyguards look quite formidable. Lu Boyan gritted his teeth. In the future, even if you need money, come to me. Su Jian'an blinked. She didn't even want Su Yicheng's money, let alone Lu Boyan's. Moreover, if they were to divorce in 2 years, settling the accounts would be quite troublesome. It seemed Lu Boyan understood her thoughts, narrowing his eyes. You're already Mrs. Lu. Asking Su Jian'an for money to buy a bracelet. Do you think he wouldn't become suspicious? Only then did Su Jian'an realize the implication. If Su Jian'an were to inquire why she didn't ask Lu Boyan for money, how would she respond? Would she say she was unwilling to spend her husband's money? You have thought this through? She nodded in agreement. If I need a large sum of money in the future, I will borrow it from you. Don't worry. I will pay you back. Lu Boyan took Su Jian'an's hand, playing with the translucent jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Just this bracelet alone is worth 3 million. Your annual salary is only 100,000. How can you repay it in this lifetime? Don't worry about that. Su Jian'an replied calmly. Once I am no longer Mrs. Lu, I could just ask my brother for money. I have only asked him for money once in such a long time. He would be more than happy to give it to me. Even if he doesn't, he has bought several properties in my name. Selling just one would easily cover your repayment. Her mind raced at all the wrong moments. Lu Boyan leaned closer, dangerously. What about the interest? How will you calculate that? Su Jian'an had not considered that at all. She looked at Lu Boyan, bewildered. How do you want to calculate it? Of course, Lu Boyan lowered his head, gently brushing his lips against hers like this. Before Su Jian'an could react, Lu Boyan kissed her again, wide-eyed, as he merely grazed her lips like a feather. She blinked in astonishment. There are too many people here, Lu Boyan chuckled. It will be better to do this in a more private place. Regaining her senses, Su Jian'an touched her lips and exclaimed, Lu Boyan, you're being a rogue. Who calculates interest like that? Lu Boyan smirked, and what of it? His tone conveyed an air of invincibility. Su Jian'an was left speechless. Indeed, what could she do about Lu Boyan's rogue behavior? She couldn't even bite him. They leaned close, gazing into each other's eyes, appearing incredibly intimate to outsiders. Some envied the newlywed couple's affections, while others seethed with jealousy. Su Jian'an had lived in the shadow of Su Jian'an for far too long. She had never accepted it. If she could just take Lu Boyan away, no one would look down on her again, believing she was inferior to Su Jian'an. She marched straight up to Su Jian'an, eyes brimming with tears, and suddenly broke down. Sister, how could you do this? Her voice was soft and pitiful, yet caught the attention of many in the banquet hall. In an instant, all eyes were on Su Jian'an and Su Jian'an. That was precisely the effect Su Jian'an desired. She wanted everyone to know that Su Jian'an was not as kind-hearted as she seemed. Today, she aimed to shatter Su Jian'an's long-held high and mighty image. Su Jian'an was uncertain of Su Jian'an's intentions, but was curious to see if Su Jian'an's intellect had improved since their last encounter. Chapter 37. A slap that shattered hope. Since my mother and I moved into the Su family, you have resented us and made things difficult for us at every turn. My mother said it's because you couldn't accept the loss of your mother, and I should be more understanding and patient. She said time would heal. Tears streamed down Su Jian'an's face as she stood before Su Jian'an, looking fragile, her shoulders trembling slightly, resembling a long-suppressed victim, evoking sympathy from the crowd. Su Jian'an examined her, noting the mascara that remained intact despite her tears. But after all these years, you are still the same. Su Jian'an continued her lament. You haven't changed at all. My mother's death has nothing to do with my mother, yet you direct all your resentment at her. It's one thing to make her life difficult, but why humiliate her today in such a setting? Sister. No, I won't call you sister anymore. Su Jian'an. You cannot go too far. I already told you. My mother only gave birth to me and my brother. I have no sister. Su Jian'an's gaze held a hint of mockery. Did you only just understand that? Ha, what sister? When there are no outsiders present, you never hesitate to call me by my full name, as if you were the true lady of the Su family. Su Yuan's tears flowed even more violently. You bully me too much. Su Jian'an smiled lightly. Jiang Shuili knew very well that Su Hanyuan was a married man. Yet she still chose to be with him and bore you, hiding it from my mother for over a decade. At the most vulnerable moment of my mother's life, Jiang Shuili suddenly appeared with you, revealing that Su Hanyuan had been maintaining another family all these years. My mother could not bear the shock and passed away. Su Jian'an, you claim that my mother's death has nothing to do with you? In truth, your entire family are the culprits. That's not true. Su Jian'an cried helplessly, looking utterly pitiful. That's not how it was. It has nothing to do with my mother. Su Jian'an's smile froze, her interest waning. Enough, Su Yuan, stop your act. Brother-in-law, Su Jian'an suddenly lang towards Lu Boyan. Do you see clearly now? This is who my sister is. She is not the kind-hearted person she pretends to be. Me Su. Lu Boyan interrupted coldly. I know my wife's character and integrity better than you do. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, her tears forgotten. However, there's one thing we must clarify. Lu Boyan's gaze turned icy, a dangerous glint in his narrowed eyes. Su Yuan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. What do you mean? Brother-in-law, have you misunderstood something? You leaked Jian'an's information and photos on the forum, and you call this a misunderstanding? Su Yuan's complexion turned pale, leaving her momentarily speechless as she stared wide-eyed at Su Jian'an. The incident of Su Jian'an being doxxed was still fresh in many people's memories, but no one had anticipated that it was Su Yuan who had leaked her information, leading to her being cornered. In an instant, the pitiable victim image Su Yuan had painstakingly crafted collapsed. Who could have guessed that this girl harbored such cunning? Just moments ago, she had been calling her sister so earnestly that one might have believed her grievances were genuine. A scheming vixen. These whispers reached Su Yuan's ears, and she clenched her fists tightly, a ghastly pallor creeping on her face. She had thought she was safe using a newly registered account to anonymously disclose the information, never expecting to be discovered. Lu Boyan turned his gaze towards Su Jian'an, his tone filled with warmth and tenderness. What do you wish to do? Su Jian'an replied. I do not wish to see her. Lu Boyan nodded, and soon after, 2 police officers entered, presenting their badges to Su Yuan. Miss Su Yuan, you're suspected of leaking another's private information. Please accompany us to the police station for questioning. I didn't. Su Yuan's voice trembled with fear. I didn't do it. Whether you did or not, we will ascertain the truth. Miss Su, we kindly ask for your cooperation. As she turned to flee, the officers swiftly apprehended her. Miss Su, if you do not cooperate, we will have no choice but to handcuff you. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan looked terrified at Su Jian'an. You can't do this. You can't send me to the police station. Su Jian'an stepped forward, coldly locking eyes with her. You have provoked me countless times. Well, have I ever spared you? Su Yuan's shoulders sagged, deflating like a punctured balloon, as the police took the opportunity to escort her out of the banquet hall, with Jiang Shuili running after them, crying out. Watching his daughter being taken away, Su Hanyuan finally reacted, storming over and delivering a sharp slap to Su Jian'an, catching everyone off guard, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. The searing pain spread across Su Jian'an's face, but no amount of physical discomfort could compare to the overwhelming despair rising within her. A chilling glint of danger flickered in Lu Boyan's eyes as he shielded Su Jian'an behind him, clearly seeing the mark left on her cheek. A vivid red against her fair skin, a sight both alarming and heart-wrenching. He suddenly turned icy, like a ferocious beast touched on a sensitive scale, an eerie coldness enveloping the banquet hall, causing bystanders to instinctively retreat. Everyone knew that when Lu Boyan was angered, the repercussions could be bloodshed. As tension hung in the air, Su Jian'an suddenly grasped Lu Boyan's hand, stepping past him to confront Su Hanyuan. From this moment on, I'm no longer your daughter. Her expression was devoid of any excess emotion, her voice steady and unwavering. From now on, our relationship is severed. We are no longer connected. A fleeting look of regret passed over Su Hongyuan's face just as Jiang Shuili returned, weeping. My daughter has been taken to the police station. It's all your fault. She screamed at Su Jian'an, raising her hand in anger. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, catching Jiang Shueli's hand. At that moment, Tang Yulan hurried over. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, this is my charity gala. If you are here to cause trouble, I must kindly ask you to leave. You are not welcome here. With no further reason to stay, Su Hanyuan took Jiang Shueli away. The attendees, all savvy individuals, quickly resumed their conversations and laughter as if the earlier disturbance had never occurred. Lu Boyan led Su Jian'an to the balcony. Even with nightfall, the city's clamor refused to relent. The financial center across the river glittered magnificently, each building embodying the dreams of countless individuals. The international architectural complex on this side was dazzling, while nearby, bustling pedestrian streets showcased a multitude of brands. Su Jian'an stood aloft, gazing at it all, feeling as if the city forbade any pause. Lu Boyan's hand caressed the clear imprint on Su Jian'an's cheek. Does it still hurt? Not anymore, Su Jian'an replied nonchalantly as she leaned against the railing. I finally have a reason to cut ties with him. Ever since he caused my mother's demise, I've wanted this. For 9 years, Su Jian'an had countless opportunities to sever her ties with Su Hanyuan, yet she had refrained from uttering those words. Lu Boyan understood her hesitance, but the last flicker of hope within her had been shattered by that recent slap. Though summer was approaching, the night air was still a bit cool, causing Su Jian'an's toes in her high heels to feel chilled, prompting her to hug her shoulders. Lu Boyan removed his coat and wrapped it around her. She felt a wave of warmth wash over her back and turned in surprise to look at him, donning his coat. Thank you. She had thought she would never experience such gentlemanly gestures from Lu Boyan in her lifetime. By the way, how did you know it was Su Yuan who leaked my information online? It was discovered. That night, I had Shun Yuachuan investigate, and within half an hour, we traced the IP address back to the Su family. It's Su Yuan. You knew it was her? Over the past month, Su Jian'an had remained composed, leading Lu Boyan to believe she was unaware. Of course I knew it was her. Su Jian'an adjusted Lu Boyan's coat, inhaling his familiar scent. Aside from Luo Xiaoxi, very few know my details. That photo was taken when I graduated high school and had always been kept at the Su residence. Su Hanyuan would never do such a thing. Jiang Shueli doesn't use the internet. Only Su Yuan, who has harbored deep-seated hatred for me since childhood, would seek revenge. Lu Boyan frowned. She has hated you since childhood? There's nothing I can do about it. Su Jian'an shrugged, expressing her resignation. Being too outstanding and perfect often leads to exclusion. Lu Boyan chuckled, gently tracing Su Jian'an's features, turning her face to reveal the swelling on her right cheek. You should apply ice when you get home. The lights along the river illuminated Lu Boyan's face, and Su Jian'an found that each time she looked at him, he appeared even more handsome than before. His defined features accentuated his strikingly beautiful visage. Without thinking, she asked, Lu Boyan, shouldn't more people be trying to exclude you? He raised an eyebrow. They dare not. Dare not. Because no one is more exceptional than you, and they can only seek to ingratiate themselves with you? Su Jian'an smiled. Then marrying you has certainly benefited me. Her joyous laughter sparked a twinge of pain in her right cheek, causing her to wince and cover her face. Lu Boyan frowned, extending his hand toward her. Let me take you home. Reluctantly, Su Jian'an protested. Why go back so early? She had awakened refreshed after sleeping from yesterday afternoon until this morning and had no desire to return. If we don't go back, Lu Boyan drew closer to her. Then shall we continue what we were doing earlier? What we were doing earlier. Su Jian'an recalled Lu Boyan's assertive strength and soft lips, a blush rapidly spreading across her cheeks. Chapter 38. The way you blush is irresistible. Her blushing visage was indeed irresistible. The pale skin suddenly blooming with two delicate flushes of pink, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in March upon her cheeks, evoking a desire to reach out and touch, and perhaps kiss her luscious lips. It took considerable restraint for Lu Boyan to suppress such impulses. Let us return home. Su Jian'an, with her cheeks flushed, hurriedly exited the balcony and found Tang Yulan, informing her that she would return home first. Tang Yulan nodded, suggesting that it was wise to rest early. She reminded her son, Lu Boyan, to fetch an ice pack for Jian'an's face. Otherwise, she would struggle to go out the next day. Understood, Lu Boyan replied naturally, taking Su Jian'an's hand. Mom, let us go. Su Jian'an allowed him to lead her, knowing he would not release his grip even if she resisted. Moreover, his hand was warm, enveloping hers in a comforting embrace. With a chime, the elevator doors opened on the first floor. As Lu Boyan guided Su Jian'an out of the hotel, a flurry of flashing lights erupted as a throng of reporters wielding cameras and microphones surged forward. Instinctively, Lu Boyan shielded Su Jian'an, yet they were still encircled by the journalists. "Mr. Lu, is it true that you spent $3 million on a bracelet for your wife?" "Oh, Mrs. Lu, is that the bracelet on your wrist?" "Mrs. Lu, could you share your feelings?" In the past, during significant incidents, reporters would swarm crime scenes. But they had never surrounded Su Jian'an before. She felt overwhelmed, clutching Lu Boyan's hand tightly and gazing at him in confusion. He held her protectively to prevent her from being jostled by the cameras, whispering reassuringly in her ear, "Don't be afraid. Security will arrive shortly." Su Jian'an nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. The reporters thrust microphones towards her, bombarding her with questions she could not answer. Turning her head, she buried her face in Lu Boyan's embrace. He was taken aback, witnessing her seek refuge like a lost lamb, and he wrapped his arms around her just as the hotel's security arrived. "Make way, everyone!" The security swiftly dispersed the reporters, creating a path for Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an. The driver brought the car around, and as they climbed in, the sedan sped away, finally leaving the reporters behind. Su Jian'an exhaled in relief, saying, "It's not easy being a reporter nowadays." She rolled up the sleeves of her coat, caressing the vibrant green bracelet on her wrist. "Lu Boyan, thank you for getting this back for me. If someone else had taken it, I want to know if I could buy it back. Even if someone else had claimed it, as long as Su Jian'an expressed her desire, any buyer would willingly return it, considering it a prime opportunity to curry favor with the Lu family." However, Lu Boyan refrained from sharing this with her, merely reminding her, "Don't forget to pay the interest." Recalling the feather-like brush of his lips against hers, Su Jian'an felt a flush creep across her cheeks. But she refused to take Lu Boyan seriously, thinking, "What a rogue." Lu Boyan smirked, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, hinting at even more roguish intentions. By 10 o'clock, they arrived home. Su Bo, noticing Su Jian'an draped in Lu Boyan's coat, concluded that their relationship had escalated, and with a warm smile, he inquired, "Young master, young madam, do you need anything prepared?" Su Jian'an could think of nothing, smiling as she replied, "No, it's fine. You should rest." She ascended the stairs and entered her room. Su Bo, believing his work was done, headed back to the servant quarters, only to be called back by Lu Boyan, who requested an ice pack. Upstairs, once in the bathroom, Su Jian'an realized she was still wearing Lu Boyan's coat. It was ill-fitting, loose, and devoid of elegance. Yet it evoked a peculiar sense of satisfaction and joy, as if she had inadvertently discovered a precious treasure. She slowly removed the coat, cradling it delicately in her hands. As she inhaled, the captivating scent that belonged to Lu Boyan enveloped her senses, making it feel as though he were right beside her. It was only when she could hardly breathe that she lifted her face from the coat, catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror and suddenly realizing her actions. She felt more shameless than Lu Boyan himself. Startled, she hurriedly hung the coat up, filled the bathtub, and added essential oils before settling in for a soothing soak, hoping to banish Lu Boyan from her mind. Yet, as soon as she closed her eyes, the memory of his kiss on the balcony resurfaced. Was it merely an illusion? Or had there been a moment when she felt that Lu Boyan's kiss was genuine? He was kissing her, not to discard anyone, but simply because he wanted to. He harbored feelings for her. With that thought, Su Jian'an submerged herself beneath the water, questioning how that could be true. After all, Lu Boyan did not like her. Stop overthinking. Such thoughts often lead only to disappointment. After her bath and drying her hair, she intended to sleep, but just as she lay down, a knock echoed through the room. Gomin, expecting it to be a servant, she was surprised when Lu Boyan entered. His presence at such a late hour raised questions about propriety, and Su Jian'an burrowed deeper under the covers, exposing only her eyes and forehead as she faced him. "Is there something you need?" Lu Boyan sat at the edge of the bed, placing an ice pack on Su Jian'an's face. A chill surged through her as the pain momentarily flared, and she glanced at him. From any angle, this man was undeniably handsome. While his charm often carried an air of cold detachment, tonight, clad in loungewear and sitting beside her, administering an ice pack, he possessed a gentleness that surpassed all previous moments that had taken her breath away. She felt as though she were teetering on the edge of a cliff, ready to let go, resigned to whatever fate awaited her. Ultimately, however, Su Jian'an hesitated to let such feelings linger too long. "I can handle this myself," she said, taking the ice pack from him. Thank you. Lu Boyan said nothing further, rising to leave. Wait, she called after him. He paused, turning back. What is it? Suddenly regretting her impulse, she shook her head. Nothing, good night. Sleep early. He stepped out, closing the door behind him. Su Jian'an lifted the covers and retrieved his coat from the wardrobe. Initially intending to return it, she felt a sudden surge of greed, wishing to hold on to it for just one more day, even if only for a fleeting moment. The emotions he stirred within her were too profound to indulge. Yet the coat, imbued with his essence, was irresistible. Closing her eyes, she inhaled the familiar scent, allowing herself to deceive her heart into believing he was right beside her. Meanwhile, Lu Boyan descended for a glass of water, where Su Bo approached him. The police station called. They have detained Su Jian'an. However, it is likely that Su Jian'an will soon pay to secure her release. Young master, what do you suggest? Perhaps a word with the chief? Lu Boyan set down his cup, resolute that Su Jian'an must not be released under any circumstances. I understand. Su Bo contacted the chief, only to learn that Su Yicheng was also applying pressure on the police. The chief explained that no amount of money from Su Jian'an would grant immediate freedom to Su Jian'an. Lu Boyan chuckled softly, acknowledging that Su Jian'an had made one accurate observation. Su Jian'an was Su Yicheng's only Achilles heel. The repercussions of harming Su Jian'an would be far graver than crossing Su Yicheng himself. Thus, it appeared that Su Yicheng was indeed capable of protecting Su Jian'an. Yet, why had he sought out Tang Huilan, agreeing to her proposal for Su Jian'an to marry him? Shen Yuechuan had suggested that perhaps Su Yicheng was trying to curry favor with him, but given Su Yicheng's capabilities and achievements, he had no need to ingratiate himself to anyone, nor did he possess a personality inclined towards flattery. There must be matters at play that he was unaware of. The following day, as Su Jian'an was preparing a coroner's report, she was informed that a woman by the surname Jiang was looking for her. Could it be Jiang Shuili? Upon stepping outside, she found it indeed was her. Jiang Shuili appeared haggard, likely having not slept all night. And as soon as she spotted Su Jian'an, she rushed over. Jian'an, I was wrong. I admit my mistakes. I wronged your mother. I will do anything you ask. Please spare Yuan. She is merely 24 years old, the daughter of the Su family, and must not leave a criminal record. She pleaded desperately, her demeanor drastically different from her usual arrogance and harshness. I'm not a judge. Whether she is detained or released is not for me to decide. Su Jian'an replied expressionlessly. Madam Su, rather than seeking me, you might as well find a competent lawyer for her. Perhaps she could spend fewer days in detention. Jiang Shuili suddenly erupted in anger. Su Jian'an, you're doing this on purpose. You want my daughter to have a criminal record. You are trying to harm her. Revealing someone else's privacy is inherently illegal, and Su Jian'an knowingly committed this offense out of revenge against Su Jian'an, thus reaping the consequences of her own actions. Su Jian'an could not comprehend how it had turned into her desire to harm Su Jian'an. Unable to continue the conversation with Jiang Shuili, she turned to return to her office. In a fit of madness, Jiang Shuili seized a potted plant from the table and hurled it violently at Su Jian'an. At that moment, Jiang Shaokai returned from outside and, quick as lightning, pulled Su Jian'an away. With a loud crash, the plant missed Su Jian'an, shattering on the floor, while several police officers swiftly restrained Jiang Shuili. Let me go. I will kill this little wretch today. Jiang Shuili struggled fiercely. Su Jian'an's gaze was as cold as ice. Aunt, do you wish to accompany Su Yuan in detention? If so, I can arrange that for you right now. Jiang Shuili's face paled, and she suddenly calmed down. Su Jian'an, her voice chilling, added, if you don't want that, then leave. No one had ever witnessed such a fearsome side of Su Jian'an. Jiang Shuili even dared not meet her gaze, hastily fleeing the police station. Jiang Shaokai pulled Su Jian'an aside, asking, are you hurt? Su Jian'an glanced at her left ankle. She was wearing cropped pants and flat shoes today, exposing her calves. When the pot shattered, a fragment had flown and cut her ankle, leaving a thin line of blood across her fair skin, staining her flat shoe red, a rather alarming sight. It's not serious. A little disinfectant will suffice, she assured, patting Jiang Shaokai's shoulder. Thanks. If it weren't for you, I might have been bleeding from my head. Shall I take you to lunch? Jiang Shaokai suggested, noticing the blood on her ankle. Back to the office. I have something to discuss with you. The ever-impulsive Jiang Shaokai led Su Jian'an into the office, where she immediately inquired, what do you want to tell me? I heard about what happened at yesterday's charity auction for my mother, Jiang Shaokai said, delicately tracing the outline of her face with 2 fingers. Did Su Hanyuan really slap you? Your face doesn't seem swollen at all. Did he wish for her to come to work with a swollen face like a pig's? Su Jian'an brushed his hand away, explaining, after I got home, Lu Boyan applied ice to it. It didn't swell. Sorry to disappoint you, young master. Jiang Shaokai crossed his arms, suddenly chuckling. Have you ever heard of Lu Boyan being so considerate as to fetch ice for someone else? The conversation took an unexpected turn, leaving Su Jian'an momentarily bewildered before she queried. What are you trying to say? Let's make a bet. I'll call Lu Boyan and tell him you're injured. And we'll see if he rushes over, Jiang Shaokai proposed, taking her phone and entering the unlock code. By the way, Lu Boyan should be quite busy. According to information I gathered from my father, he is currently negotiating a billion-dollar deal. Isn't that exhilarating? Jiang Shaokai, stop it, Su Jian'an protested, attempting to snatch her phone back. What are you afraid of? Jiang Shaokai opened her contact list, asserting, this call will prove whether Lu Boyan cares about you or not. Yesterday, when his mother returned and informed him of Su Hongyuan's slap, Lu Boyan's expression had been one of barely contained fury, as if he wished to devour Su Hongyuan whole. Every action of Lu Boyan thereafter revealed his deep concern for his new wife. What kind of feelings did Lu Boyan truly harbor for her? That was precisely Su Jian'an's dilemma. He simply wished to help her sort everything out while clarifying his own feelings. Su Jian'an hesitated. Her hand paused over her phone as she gazed at Jiang Shaokai, her eyes reflecting both expectation and fear. After yesterday, following Lu Boyan's kiss, she longed to understand his true feelings for her. Yet, what if her belief in his affections was merely a figment of her imagination? She would rather remain in the realm of uncertainty forever than confront the truth. Stop deceiving yourself. You want to know the answer? Jiang Shaokai seemed to see through her thoughts, dialing Lu Boyan's number. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before Lu Boyan's voice came through. Jian'an? Su Jian'an's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. This is Jiang Shaokai, he said with an unremarkable expression, calmly adding, Jiang Shuili came looking for Jian'an. She has sustained a minor injury, and it would be best if you could come over. The call abruptly ended, with Lu Boyan failing to express any concern. Not even about Su Jian'an's injury. Jiang Shaokai caught the fleeting look of disappointment in Su Jian'an's eyes, teasingly poking her forehead. Ever since you married Lu Boyan, where has your spirit gone? You can't even bet on such a trivial matter? Just wait and see if he comes. As Su Jian'an retrieved her phone, she recalled Lu Boyan's words about having self-awareness. What was she to him? Merely a nominal wife. At this moment, he was engrossed in a billion-dollar deal. How could he possibly abandon it for her minor injury? The more she pondered, the more she regretted not stopping Jiang Shaokai earlier, threatening him, Jiang Shaokai. If you misbehave again, I will tell your future wife about all your exes. What's the big deal? Jiang Shaokai chuckled coolly. There are plenty you don't know about. Su Jian'an conceded, toying with her phone for a while before ultimately deciding to call Lu Boyan to clarify that Jiang Shaokai was merely joking. Jiang Shaokai laughed loudly from across the room, cowered. Afraid you want tea here, from Lu Boyan? Indeed, she feared he might not come, that he would ignore her. So, it would be better to tell him not to come, providing herself with some solace. With a gentle swipe of her finger across the screen, she tapped the green call button. Moments later, she heard the familiar ringtone resonating softly in front of her. Looking up, she saw Lu Boyan standing at her desk, phone in hand, his chest rising and falling from his hurried stride, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. In that instant, she forgot to breathe, her heart skipping several beats, more thrilling than when she first met him at the age of 10. Lu Boyan walked around the desk, pulling Su Jian'an up from her seat. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Su Jian'an suddenly found herself at a loss for words, stammering, actually, it's just a scratch. How could she possibly say it was merely a scrape? Lu Boyan had truly come. She felt more guilty than a thief caught in the act. Lu Boyan meticulously examined her from head to toe, finally noticing the thin line of blood on her ankle. Just this? Su Jian'an felt even guilty, wiping her brow only to realize she hadn't actually broken a sweat. It's really not serious. Jiang Shaokai was just joking with you. To her surprise, Lu Boyan's expression seemed to relax slightly. She had effectively deceived him. He should be angry, shouldn't he? Mr. Lu Boyan suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Shaokai. Su Jian'an thought he was going to confront Jiang, so she hurriedly held him back to explain. However, she heard him say, "Thank you for informing me about Jian'an's injury." Jiang Shaokai nonchalantly placed his proud, long legs on the desk, laughing with abandon. "You're welcome." Lu Boyan turned back and softly asked Su Jian'an, "Is it time for the lunch break?" Su Jian'an nodded, and Lu Boyan took her hand, saying, "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Once outside the police station, Lu Boyan instructed Su Jian'an to get into the car while he stood at the door, asking her, "Do you have any change on you? How much do you need?" Su Jian'an opened her wallet, but was taken aback to see Lu Boyan looking perplexed. He replied, "I don't know." Ultimately, he simply took her wallet and entered a nearby convenience pharmacy. Before long, he emerged holding a small bag, which he handed to Su Jian'an along with her wallet, instructing her, "Tend to your wound." Su Jian'an opened the bag to find antiseptic and band-aids. Was this what he needed change for? No wonder he didn't even know how much it cost. It was just a small cut, and Su Jian'an quickly took care of it. She then retrieved a wet wipe from her bag to clean the blood off her shoes before asking Lu Boyan, "What did you want to say to me?" Lu Boyan turned to her, fastening her seatbelt without uttering a word, and started the car. Su Jian'an chose not to inquire further. After 10 minutes of swift driving, they arrived at the entrance of a renowned Western restaurant, famous for its luxurious ambience. With excitement, Su Jian'an looked at Lu Boyan. "You brought me here for a romantic outing." Lu Boyan casually replied, "Do you desire romance?" Su Jian'an imagined a scene of Lu Boyan attempting romance with his usual icy demeanor and shook her head. "Forget it. Just say what you need to." Upon entering the restaurant, the manager approached to guide them to their seats, personally pouring tea for them. "Mr. Lu, would you like your reserved meal served now?" Lu Boyan nodded, elegantly unfolding his napkin, exhibiting a grace that seemed innate, devoid of any hint of practiced effort. Su Jian'an silently teased him in her mind. What a prodigy. The uniformed waiter promptly served 2 steaks. Lu Boyan had a sirloin steak, medium rare, while Su Jian'an enjoyed her favorite well-done Kobe beef. She blinked in surprise. "How did you know I prefer my steak well done?" Lu Boyan replied nonchalantly, "Just a guess. I initially accepted medium-rare steaks." Su Jian'an continued as she cut in her steak, "But after attending the Forensic Academy, I could only eat them well done. Otherwise, when cutting the steak, I feel like I'm performing an autopsy in the lab." Lu Boyan frowned slightly and fed her a piece of steak to silence her. "I'm going on a business trip to the United States." Su Jian'an swallowed the bite. "Oh, when are you leaving?" "Tonight at 8. Have a smooth journey. Please don't wander around while I'm not here." Lu Boyan cautioned her. "Su Hanyuan might come looking for you." Su Jian'an finally diverted her attention from the steak, furrowing her delicate brows. "What does he want with me?" "Jiang Shuili has been detained for assaulting a police officer." Su Jian'an froze, recalling that she had sent Jiang Shuili away that morning. She stared at Lu Boyan. "Did you send her in?" "Well, that saves me from her bothering me." After a pause, she asked him, "When will you be back?" The thought of Lu Boyan's absence suddenly made her feel as though something essential was missing. Lu Boyan, believing she wouldn't inquire further, felt a flicker of brightness in his previously somber mood. "I'll return next Wednesday." "What do you want? I can have someone buy it for you." Su Jian'an shook her head. "I crave the vanilla ice cream from the handmade ice cream shop next to our school, but you can't bring that back." After a moment, she hesitantly asked, "What were you doing before coming to the police station?" "I was discussing a collaboration project." Lu Boyan looked at Su Jian'an with an enigmatic smile. "Your colleague called to inform me you had sustained an injury, and I left the collaboration partner." "And then?" Su Jian'an's confidence began to wane. "Then, the partner might think I lack sincerity and withdraw from collaborating with Lu Corporation. Lu Corporation could lose several $100 million in profits. I didn't mean to." Su Jian'an could hardly fathom the enormity of several $100 million, but just the thought of losing $1 million each day made her tremble, causing her to fumble with her knife and fork. "It's all right." Lu Boyan spoke with a tenderness that surprised her. Su Jian'an thought he could persuade the partner to continue their collaboration, feeling relieved until he added, "You'll be responsible for the compensation." Su Jian'an nearly slipped off her chair. Selling all the properties Su Yicheng had gifted her wouldn't even cover $100 million. Was she supposed to sell herself to him? Chapter 40. Actually concerned about her compensation? Su Jian'an was shocked, shaking her head vigorously. No. What had become of her? When did she sink so low? What's wrong? Lu Boyan asked leisurely. Su Jian'an suddenly froze. She couldn't let Lu Boyan know what she was thinking. Otherwise, it would truly be the end. With tears in her eyes, she lamented, "The compensation is too daunting." "What do you want me to do?" Lu Boyan looked at her meaningfully. a smile playing on his lips. I'll tell you later. Su Jian'an suddenly felt as though Lu Boyan was a skilled hunter who had ensnared his prey. He gazed gently at his little quarry, not intending to let it go, but rather contemplating how to consume it entirely. She shivered, thinking she must confront Jiang Shaokai upon her return. If not for Jiang Shaokai, how would she have become Lu Boyan's little quarry? Back at the police station, Jiang Shaokai was leisurely propped up with his long legs while perusing documents. Su Jian'an approached and snatched the papers from him. Jiang Shaokai raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. What is wrong with Lu Boyan? He wants me to take responsibility for the compensation. Su Jian'an recounted the loss of several $100 million to Jiang Shaokai, casting a mournful look. It's all your fault. I already owed him $3 million, and now you added several zeros to that with a single phone call. Foolish. Someone like Lu Boyan always hold the upper hand. Whether the collaboration succeeds or fails is entirely at his discretion. He dashed over here, leaving the partner behind. When he returns, he'll likely just apologize and offer a little concession, and it will all be over. Any supposed losses are merely a ruse. Do you really believe that? Su Jian'an was puzzled. Why would he deceive me? Because you're gullible. Slap. Su Jian'an forcefully slapped the documents onto Jiang Shaokai's head. Jiang Shaokai turned on the front camera of his phone, adjusting his hairstyle as he said, "You should thank me. If I hadn't made that call, you wouldn't have been able to ascertain whether Lu Boyan cares about you." Suddenly, Su Jian'an recalled Lu Boyan's expression when he arrived. In that fleeting moment, he had lost his usual elegance and composure, his eyes reflecting concern. Perhaps he was worried about her. She thought about how Lu Boyan had always been timely in his arrivals during her troubles, when she was kidnapped by the Shao brothers and when surrounded by that group of high school students. Yet, she felt a surreal detachment when considering that Lu Boyan cared for her. It was as if everything around her had become unreal. What is the matter? Jiang Shaokai asked with a smile. Are you contemplating letting go of that long-time crush and shifting your affections to Lu Boyan? Su Jian'an froze momentarily before casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Shaokai. You're becoming increasingly nosy. She returned to her seat and opened her laptop, feigning calmness as she continued to write her report, though her mind was consumed with thoughts of Lu Boyan, Lu Boyan, Lu Boyan. Jiang Shaokai could easily see through Su Jian'an's facade. He took a sip of his espresso with a smile, yet his brow suddenly furrowed in a knot. How bitter it was. After consuming it for so many years, why only today did he feel its bitterness? On this day, Jiang Shaokai finally came to a realization and was also forced to relinquish something. Separated by a table, Su Jian'an was blissfully unaware of the significant stir she had caused in Jiang Shaokai's world. After work, Su Jian'an returned home promptly, where the maid, Aunt Li, hurried to find her. Young madam, I am packing young master's luggage. Could you come and lend a hand? I'm not very skilled at this. It was always Aunt Lu who handled these matters, but she's taking a break today. Su Jian'an followed Aunt Li into Lu Boyan's room and observed that the luggage was indeed neatly organized, yet the clothing combinations were utterly mismatched. She smiled and said, Aunt Li, please find me some transparent garment bags. I can take care of this. Aunt Li looked at her as if she were a savior and nodded happily before searching for the bags. Su Jian'an retrieved all the clothes from the suitcase and hung them up in the wardrobe, carefully coordinating 2 sets of business suits and 1 casual outfit. As Lu Boyan approached the doorway, he saw Su Jian'an emerging from the wardrobe with his clothes in her arms, tossing them onto the bed, and bending down to organize them. She first folded the suits neatly, then matched them with shirts and ties, even selecting cufflinks and pocket squares with meticulous care, saving him considerable trouble. Golden sunlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, silently spreading warmth. She quietly focused on arranging his clothes, her profile beautifully illuminated by the sunset, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterflies about to take flight, stirring an involuntary flutter in his heart. Lu Boyan felt a sudden wave of relaxation wash over him. If each day were to unfold in a similar manner, it might not be so unpleasant after all. Aunt Li ascended the stairs with the bags and spotted Lu Boyan standing at the door, his expression unusually gentle and relaxed. For years, Lu Boyan had operated like a tirelessly functioning machine, always busy with his brow furrowed, and this was the first time he appeared so at ease. Upon glancing back at Su Jian'an, Aunt Li seemed to grasp the situation, handing the bags to Lu Boyan and signaling for him to give them to Su Jian'an. Just then, Su Jian'an had finished folding all the clothes and, noticing Aunt Li's absence, casually called out, "Aunt Li?" Lu Boyan presented the bags before Su Jian'an, who took them and carefully packed the coordinated outfits into the suitcase, feeling a sense of relief as she stood up, only to be taken aback by Lu Boyan's sudden presence. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall, but Lu Boyan swiftly caught her, a teasing smile on his lips. "I merely returned home. Is there any need for such joy?" Still disoriented, Su Jian'an stammered, "When did you come back?" "Just when you emerged with the clothes," he replied. Su Jian'an pondered for a moment, reassured that she had not done anything embarrassing, and let out a sigh of relief. Aunt Li mentioned she wasn't very adept at packing, so I just helped a bit. Don't overthink it. She wasn't particularly keen to help, worrying that Lu Boyan would be flustered. Lu Boyan's arms encircled her waist, gently drawing her closer. "What do you think I would be thinking?" he asked. Su Jian'an strained to distance herself from him, yet her face flushed uncontrollably. "How would I know what you were thinking?" She deftly extricated herself from his grasp and hastily exited the room. Lu Boyan observed her retreating figure, a light smile gracing his lips, his mood soaring. He had an 8 o'clock flight and was set to leave after dinner. The driver awaited outside, while Su Bo unloaded Lu Boyan's luggage for the maid to place in the car. As Su Jian'an watched Su Bo and the others busily preparing for Lu Boyan's departure, she suddenly realized he was leaving, and an unsettling feeling surged within her, as if her heart were being gradually hollowed out. "How could this be?" "Young master, everything is ready," Su Bo announced, indicating it was time to head to the airport. "All right." Lu Boyan glanced at Su Jian'an, who looked back at him with bewildered, sparkling eyes, as if she were still trying to comprehend the situation. He took her hand, guiding her outside. It was only once they were in the car that Su Jian'an reacted, exclaiming, "Lu Boyan, I can't go. I have work tomorrow." Lu Boyan frowned. "What does taking me to the airport have to do with your work tomorrow?" "Huh?" Su Jian'an blinked, mistakenly thinking Lu Boyan intended to abduct her to America. Or perhaps, did he want her to accompany him? "You're overthinking it." Su Jian'an replied sternly. "Why would I want to go with you?" Lu Boyan chuckled, not pressing the issue further, but simply asked, "Do you remember what I said at noon?" "What did you say?" Su Jian'an asked, her expression one of confusion. The most vivid memory from noon was Lu Boyan scaring her about the company's losses, a thought that would likely haunt her nightmares. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes dangerously, leaning closer to her. "Have you truly forgotten?" The familiar scent of him enveloped her, causing moments of blankness in her mind, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. After a considerable pause, she finally recalled, "You told me not to wander off." Lu Boyan appeared somewhat satisfied. And? Su Jian'an pondered, then huffed. "Are you trying to remind me about the company's losses?" She declared confidently, "I know you didn't lose that much." "Who told you that?" "Jiang Shaokai." Lu Boyan found it hard to believe Su Jian'an had suddenly become insightful. Su Jian'an remained silent, her expression suggesting she tacitly accepted his assumption. "You trust Jiang Shaokai that much?" Lu Boyan pressed closer, his gaze turning more menacing. With no retreat left, Su Jian'an pushed against him. "Of course I believe him. He isn't as malicious as you." Lu Boyan did not react with anger, instead seizing her hand. "What makes me so bad?" "Show me." His current demeanor, effortlessly playful and flirtatious, was indeed rather mischievous. Yet where could Su Jian'an point out his faults? In frustration, she pointed randomly, "Here, here, here. You're bad everywhere." Lu Boyan remained silent, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched her. Su Jian'an was puzzled. He shouldn't concede so easily. She glanced at where her fingers were aimed, her face flushing crimson. How unfortunate. Why did she have to point there? Lu Boyan's lips curved into a slow smile. "You've never used it, so how do you know it's bad?" His voice carried a wicked charm that threatened to send her heart into disarray. Su Jian'an had never felt so embarrassed in her life. She shut her eyes tightly. "Lu Boyan, please move away." Lu Boyan, intrigued, observed her squirming in the corner, continuing to tease her. "How about you try it when I return from my business trip?" Su Jian'an opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed as she glared at him. "You're being a rogue. You started it," he countered. Su Jian'an fell silent, contemplating what else she had said to him. Lu Boyan smiled gently. "If you can't recall, then I suppose I'm not merely being flirtatious. Are you going to become a genuine rogue?" Su Jian'an trembled slightly, recalling phrases akin to "don't wander off," and tentatively asked, "You want me to contact you if something comes up?" A satisfied expression finally surfaced on Lu Boyan's face. "Will you forget in the future?" Su Jian'an shook her head vigorously. After all this commotion, she was certain she would never forget it in her lifetime. Lu Boyan affectionately ruffled her hair. Good girl, little prey. Chapter 41. Wait for my return. The airport arrived swiftly. The driver took Lu Boyan's luggage to check in, while Su Jian'an remained curled up in the car, unwilling to step out. If she were to see him off, it would seem as though she were reluctant to part with him, which was precisely why she stayed put. Lu Boyan stood by the car door, squinting at her without uttering a word. Yet Su Jian'an inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine, prompting her to obediently exit the vehicle. Accompanying him to the gates, Lu Boyan firmly clasped her hand as they made their way toward the VIP passage. The airport bustled with activity, from women in their 40s to little girls under 4, all gazing at Lu Boyan with eyes shimmering with admiration. However, upon noticing Su Jian'an at his side, that admiration quickly transformed into palpable hostility. Su Jian'an felt utterly innocent. After all, it was Lu Boyan who had pulled her into the situation. As they approached the security check, Su Jian'an observed couples bidding tearful farewells, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. His absence would last a week, a duration neither too long nor too short, yet sufficient to stir a tempest. While Su Jian'an was lost in her thoughts, Lu Boyan furrowed his brow, pulling her close and reiterating his warning. Don't wander off, and avoid meeting Su Hanyuan alone. Su Jian'an nodded. You remember. She wore a compliant expression, yet the more she appeared so, the more anxious Lu Boyan felt. He found it hard to believe she would be so obedient, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Su Jian'an blinked. There is no need to make it sound like a life-and-death separation. You're only going abroad for 7 days. Lu Boyan chuckled with delight. Have you been counting the days in secret? Su Jian'an tilted her head. Brother Boyan, you must not know that I always score first in math. Is there really a need to count? Lu Boyan smirked, suddenly gripping the back of her neck. Su Jian'an was momentarily stunned, feeling a warm, soft sensation on her forehead. In that instant, it was as if a jolt of electricity surged through her body, leaving her momentarily speechless. Wait for my return. Lu Boyan's voice was low and enchanting, swirling around Su Jian'an like a beautiful vortex, nearly pulling her in. She nodded absent-mindedly. Lu Boyan smiled, releasing her hand to proceed through security. By the time Su Jian'an fully regained her senses, Lu Boyan had already walked far away. Watching his retreating figure, she felt a sudden shiver run through her. It was terrifying. That moment had felt as though she had been ensnared by Lu Boyan's spell. In that instant, had he asked for her heart, she might have nodded without hesitation. No, this cannot continue. On her way home, Su Jian'an called Luo Xiaoxi. As soon as the call connected, the blaring dance music and the cacophony of men's voices flooded her ears, prompting her to frown. Luo Xiaoxi. Where are you? At the bar. Luo Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly on the other end. Why are you calling me now? Shouldn't you be enjoying a romantic evening with President Lu? Luo Xiaoxi's voice sounded off, overly exuberant. A bad premonition suddenly gripped Su Jian'an. Which bar are you at? Who are you with? Qinwei, the one who danced with me on your wedding day. He is now one of my buddies. Luo Xiaoxi slurred her words. Muses, are you coming over? With a loud crash, Su Jian'an abruptly hung up, having heard Luo Xiaoxi's fit of coughing and several male voices nearby. It's always like this the first time. Next time, it will be fine. She instructed her driver, Uncle Qian, take me to the Muses bar on Hengyuan Road. This, young madam. Uncle Qian appeared visibly troubled, as Lu Boyan had evidently given him strict instructions. My friend is in trouble there. I just need to find her, and I won't cause you any trouble. Su Jian'an insisted urgently, if you don't take me, just let me out ahead, and I'll hail a cab. Uncle Qian, however, dared not let Su Jian'an off here and responded, Young madam, I will take you there, but I must accompany you. Su Jian'an nodded. All right. Can you drive a bit faster? She was genuinely worried about Luo Xiaoxi. Having developed feelings for Su Yicheng, Luo Xiaoxi not only learned to frequent bars and drink, but also mastered the art of drowning her sorrows. Judging by her earlier tone, it seemed she had picked up some new habits. Luo Xiaoxi was, at her core, afraid of pain and death, and highly vain. Unless her heart was shattered, she would never resort to self-destructive behavior. This time, her escapade must have been triggered by something with Su Yicheng. Su Jian'an's instincts were correct. 2 hours earlier, at the World Garden Hotel, Luo Xiaoxi had been sitting in her room for what felt like an eternity when the urgent doorbell rang. Qinwei gestured for her to answer it. She shot him a glare, loosened her bathrobe, ruffled her hair, and lazily opened the door. "Miss, who are you looking for?" A petite girl with exquisite features stood outside, holding a Chanel bag, her eyes red. "Is Qinwei inside?" "Oh, he is taking a shower," Luo Xiaoxi lazily called back. "Qinwei, someone else looking for you. It's a beautiful girl." The girl began to cry, her teary eyes calling out, "Cousin, come see." A woman approached, and Luo Xiaoxi silently cursed. How absurd! Qinwei's girlfriend's cousin was actually Su Yicheng's girlfriend, the very woman who had worn an alluring Dior outfit. Leaning closely to Su Yicheng and whispering sweet nothings at the bar. This was a disaster. Yet having promised to help Qinwei create the illusion of them being in a hotel together to shake off his girlfriend, she had no choice but to continue with the charade. The cousin remained calm. "Lily, just let it go. He did cheat. And such a man is not worth your affection." Lily, unwilling to accept this, raised her hand to slap Luo Xiaoxi. Hey. Luo Xiaoxi gently closed the door, trapping Lily's hand. "Little sister, don't act rashly. If you hurt yourself, I'll 1T take responsibility. Let's talk this out." "You shameless," Lily cried angrily. "Qinwei is my boyfriend, and you're with him. You two are despicable." Luo Xiaoxi chuckled. "What is the big deal about being just friends? As long as I like you, even if you're married, I'd still pursue you." "Little sister, you're so fragile. Perhaps you should go find a fool," Lily yelled, pushing the door. Qinwei, get out here." Little sister's outburst was quite terrifying. Luo Xiaoxi struggled to hold her back, nearly losing her grip as Lily pushed the door open. In a careless moment, she caught sight of Su Yicheng standing not far away. This was it. Now it was truly over. Luo Xiaoxi forgot to resist, and Lily shoved the door wide open, the hard door slamming in her forehead, yet she felt no pain whatsoever. Qinwei glared. "Luo Xiaoxi, do you grow tall just to look pretty? What has happened to your strength?" Just then, Lily lunged forward, ready to slap Luo Xiaoxi. But Qinwei, seeing Luo Xiaoxi's lack of response, rushed in to intercept Lily's hand, forcefully pushing the girl away. Lily, in disbelief, "Qinwei, I was just playing with you." Qinwei dismissed her completely, recalling how he had mentioned going to a hotel that night, and she had assured him she wouldn't pursue him further. "What are you doing now?" "Lily, have you seen clearly? This is a scoundrel." The cousin grew furious and dragged Lily away, advising her never to pine for him again, nor to associate with him. Weeping, Lily was taken to the elevator, while Luo Xiaoxi remained unresponsive. Only then did Qinwei notice her fixated gaze on the man outside. That man was Su Yicheng, a name known to nearly everyone in the city. For all these years, Luo Xiaoxi had remained hopelessly devoted to him. Qinwei's interest was piqued as he stepped back to observe. Su Yicheng approached. "Luo Xiaoxi, I thought you were merely unprincipled. I never expected you to have no bottom line whatsoever." Luo Xiaoxi shook her head, attempting to articulate her thoughts, but was interrupted by Su Yicheng's cold laughter. "Is it possible to harbor feelings for one person while sharing a bed with another?" "Enough." Qinwei, unable to bear the tension, stepped forward to pull Luo Xiaoxi back. Before he could utter a word, Su Yicheng's fist had already swung, landing squarely on his cheek with a resounding thud. "This is for Lily," Su Yicheng grimaced through clenched teeth. "Damn it." Qinwei's fist tightened, his eyes reddening as he charged at Su Yicheng, who stood his ground, his gaze sharpened with determination. Luo Xiaoxi knew him all too well. He intended to see this through to the bitter end. Without hesitation, she embraced Qinwei tightly. "No, let's just forget it, Qinwei. Can we?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a sight Qinwei had never witnessed before. Her pleading demeanor, her delicate shoulders trembling. Despite her height of 173 centimeters, she appeared so vulnerable and helpless. In frustration, he dragged her back to the room, slamming the door shut with a thud. Luo Xiaoxi finally collapsed onto the floor, as if all her strength had evaporated. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart feeling as though it were encased in ice. "What are you crying for?" Qinwei snapped, hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe her face. "I haven't even settled the score with you. What does it mean that you 1T let me hit him? I took a punch for nothing." Wiping her tears, Luo Xiaoxi suddenly smiled. "You can't act like this, Luo Xiaoxi." Qinwei was infuriated. "Just because you like him, does that mean I have to suffer?" "Enough." Luo Xiaoxi shot him a disdainful glance. "You feel wronged because a delicate girl spent the night with you?" He had trained in close combat. He was no match for Su Yicheng. I'm thinking of your well-being. I don't care. Qin Wei touched his sore mouth, grimacing in pain. You owe me a favor. Please go out for a drink. There are plenty of girls waiting for you at the bar. I want to go. He understood Luo Xiaoxi's thoughts. Her eyes reddened once more. Just accompany me, please. You must think even less of me now that I am filthy and despicable. Fine, fine, fine. Qin Wei exploded, storming out to change clothes, determined to take her along. Upon arriving at the renowned Muse Bar in City Ye, they encountered Qin Wei's rowdy circle of friends. Qin Wei introduced Luo Xiaoxi as his sister, and the group understood immediately, not harboring any intentions toward her. They ordered a variety of drinks, engaging in games where the losers had to drink. Unfamiliar with these games, Luo Xiaoxi repeatedly lost. A gentleman, displaying chivalry, suggested, Xiaoxi, just drink a third of it. Equal rights for all, she retorted, downing an entire glass of Hennessy in one go. What a brave girl. The crowd erupted in cheers. And amidst the lively music of the bar, they drank even more heartily. Luo Xiaoxi shook the dice, laughing whether she won or lost, maintaining her smile while others drank. Yet, beneath her cheerful facade, she was engulfed in sorrow. The pain lodged in her heart, rendering her unable to cry. She could only laugh and wipe away the tears. See? No one knew she was crying. Sometime later, a server brought a box, which Luo Xiaoxi opened to reveal slender white cigarettes. When offered, someone claimed they would bring her joy, and in a daze, she nodded. The person handed her one and lit it. Have you smoked before? She shook her head, and he patiently instructed her from inhaling to blowing smoke rings, adding, You look beautiful. Smoking suits you. Suave? Luo Xiaoxi chuckled, recalling how Su Yicheng favored women who were charming yet not vulgar. She leaned in and took a deep drag, instantly transported to another realm. Her head spun. The lights around her melded into a dreamy haze, the faces nearby blurred, and all sounds became mere background noise, distant yet chaotic. In that moment, she felt as though she were the only one in existence. However, the strength in her legs seemed to drain away, and she felt herself being lifted, as if hands were supporting her, guiding her away from everything, away from the anguish of witnessing Su Yicheng with other women. How blissful! When Qin Wei returned, he found Luo Xiaoxi reclining on the sofa, a lit cigarette nestled between her fingers, her face adorned with a peculiar, ethereal smile that revealed her enchanting figure, eliciting eager expressions from the surrounding men. Ignoring his own injuries, Qin Wei bellowed, Who the hell gave her that? The man who had handed Luo Xiaoxi the cigarette shrugged. She want to smoke it herself. Damn it. Qin Wei snatched the cigarette and extinguished it, slamming it on the coffee table, revealing a fine powder that fell out. His expression darkened, and he swung his fist at the man's face. I told you she is my sister. Next time, understand human language. He helped the dazed Luo Xiaoxi sit up just as her phone rang. Remarkably, she recognized it as Su Jian'an's call. After a brief exchange, the phone slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. Suddenly, she broke into a fit of coughs. Qin Wei slapped her cheek gently. Are you okay? Do you know who I am? Luo Xiaoxi, wake up. Old Qin, weren't you quite the tough guy before? Someone taunted. What is the big deal about a little smoke? What do you know? Qin Wei yelled. She has never done this before. Luo Xiaoxi was not that kind of person. Yet, today, her sadness drove her to seek an escape. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and smiled at Qin Wei, unaware of how much she resembled a mischievous sprite. The crowd whistled, clamoring, Old Qin, can I take care of your sister tonight? Get lost. Qin Wei regretted bringing Luo Xiaoxi out for drinks. She was more trouble than anyone else. Before long, Su Jian'an arrived, having arranged with the bar's manager beforehand. As she entered, the server led her to Luo Xiaoxi. Hey, Old Qin, isn't this another sister of yours? Upon seeing Su Jian'an, who appeared effortlessly elegant even without makeup, the men instantly clamored, unashamedly expressing their desires, demanding Qin Wei introduce them. Internally, Qin Wei scoffed. He wouldn't reveal Su Jian'an's identity. If they dared to flirt, he would ensure they couldn't show their faces in City A again. Su Jian'an showed no interest in the rowdy crowd, helping Luo Xiaoxi up. Uncle Qian, could you assist me? Hey, don't go. One bolder man stepped forward. Since you're here, why not drink a couple of glasses with us first? Uncle Qian, supporting Luo Xiaoxi with one hand, firmly grasped the man's wrist with the other. Young man, you cannot disrespect our young mistress. Su Jian'an was taken aback by Uncle Qian's prowess. While the young man refused to back down, rallying his friends to confront Uncle Qian. The group believed they could easily overpower him and eagerly prepared to attack. Fearing for Uncle Qian's safety, Su Jian'an contemplated calling Lu Boyan for backup, knowing it would intimidate them. Just then, a loud crack echoed through the air, followed by a man's anguished cries. It wasn't Uncle Qian who struck. Su Yiqing appeared, flanked by Lu Boyan's bodyguards. Brother? She was stunned. How did you end up with them? Su Yiqing glanced at Luo Xiaoxi, his expression inscrutable. Take her outside first. Upon hearing his voice, Luo Xiaoxi abruptly opened her eyes and lunged toward him. Su Yiqing, everyone says you're formidable. Can you turn back time to when I was in the second year of junior high? That was the year she first met Su Yiqing, and in that instant, she fell hopelessly in love, a mistake that would haunt her for a lifetime. If time could flow backward, and if she were aware that the next 10 years would be wrought with such suffering and degradation, she would undoubtedly choose never to have encountered Su Yiqing. In this lifetime, she would prefer not to meet him at all. Can you let me go back? She implored, her tears mingling with her laughter, fervently assuring, I promise I won't sneak a glance at you, and you won't have to endure my relentless pursuit for all these years. Let us return as strangers. Then I can love someone else. This was the first time Luo Xiaoxi shed tears in front of Su Yiqing, and he detested seeing her in such a state. Her words about loving others as strangers pierced his heart deeply. Luo Xiaoxi, he said, grasping her delicate face, if you think that this self-destruction will elicit my sympathy, you are mistaken. Your drunken escapades and smoking only deepen my disdain for you. Luo Xiaoxi released Su Yiqing, laughing and crying like a beautifully crafted doll in disarray. At that moment, Su Jian'an felt a surge of pity for Luo Xiaoxi. She had often heard people say, I do not regret having loved him. If given another chance, I would still choose to engage in a futile romance. Such words belonged to those who had once received love. For a decade, Luo Xiaoxi had merely watched as Su Yiqing paraded one girlfriend after another, never possessing the ticket to love herself. Today, she finally uttered words of surrender, perhaps truly exhausted from the pain. Su Jian'an supported Luo Xiaoxi as they made their way outside. Just as they reached the door, the sound of a scuffle and crashing objects filled the air. But she paid it no mind. With Uncle Qian's assistance, she settled Luo Xiaoxi into the back seat. Yet, Luo Xiaoxi was restless, throwing a tantrum like a petulant child, weeping and wailing in the back seat. Su Yiqing, I want to go back. I don't want to know you anymore. Loving you is no fun and holds not a trace of possibility. Su Yiqing emerged as Luo Xiaoxi continued to call his name. He cast her a fleeting glance and said flatly, Jian'an, take her back to your home. Do not leave her alone tonight. Are you worried about her? Su Jian'an asked. Su Yiqing scoffed. She smoked something laced with a potent substance. I fear she might unknowingly put herself in danger. Su Jian'an's expression darkened. Who gave that to her? Su Yiqing's smile took on a chilling tone. Naturally, it was her so-called brothers. I cannot accompany her back to soothe her tears for an entire night. You must comfort her. Su Jian'an insisted. Su Yiqing, however, refused, turning to leave. Can't you show her a little compassion this once? She is not in her right mind and want to cling to you, she pleaded. After much contemplation, Su Yiqing finally boarded Lu Boyan's car, but soon exited. Su Jian'an was unaware of what he had done for Luo Xiaoxi, but the latter had ceased her commotion and was sleeping like a child. At that moment, Qin Wei happened to exit the bar. Fearing he might impulsively confront Su Yiqing, he avoided him and walked straight to Su Jian'an. When they handed her the cigarette, I happened to be away. Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed her to smoke. Su Jian'an nodded. I will take care of Xiaoxi tonight. You need not worry. She did not intend to hold Qin Wei accountable. Luo Xiaoxi had mentioned him, noting that he was different from those lecherous men, at least not one to lead her astray. With you looking after her, I feel more at ease, she said. Qin Wei glanced at Luo Xiaoxi in the car before taking his leave. Su Jian'an then approached Su Yiqing. Brother, why did you come with Lu Boyan's bodyguard? Uncle Qian cleared his throat and explained, Madam, I was concerned about potential trouble and contacted the young master. Su Yiqing replied, Lu Boyan instructed me to bring someone along. A sense of unease washed over Su Jian'an as she recalled Lu Boyan's narrowed eyes, causing her heart to tremble. Before passing through security, he had warned her not to wander off, yet she had gone straight to the bar. If Lu Boyan were in a city, her forehead would surely have been bruised. Fortunately, he was currently away. Su Jian'an believed she had narrowly escaped the calamity and sighed with relief. I will take Xiaoxi home now. Su Yiqing opened the car door for Su Jian'an, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the slumbering Luo Xiaoxi. Before Su Jian'an could notice, he discreetly averted his eyes, and only after watching her car merge into traffic did he enter his own vehicle, yet he did not drive off immediately. He opened the sunroof, retrieved a cigarette, and lit it. Moments later, his assistant emerged from the bar and entered the car. I found out that the substance in the cigarette was quite ordinary and poses no significant threat to Miss Luo's health. The amount was minimal, so there is no need to worry about addiction. Su Yiqing acknowledged with a grunt, lighting another cigarette. His dark gaze mirrored the profound night outside the window. Inscrutable and deep. Brother Chung, it's South not my place to meddle, but your smoking habits have intensified lately. If you continue at this rate, lung cancer will be inevitable. Should I inform your sister? Su Yiqing paused, then chuckled as he extinguished the cigarette. Everyone knew he was most fond of Su Jian'an, yet also most fearful of her. In this world, only she could truly rein him in. When he had first launched the company, the pressure had driven him to smoke 2 packs a day, and everyone believed he would perish before turning 45 if he continued. Upon learning of this, Su Jian'an had taken him somewhere, and he had nearly quit smoking since. No one knew what she had done for him, but the entire company understood. Su Jian'an could manage him. Reflecting on the methods Su Jian'an had employed to force him to quit smoking, he suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Lu Boyan, who had married her, particularly in light of the torment she could inflict. Xiao Chun, call me when we get home. He closed his eyes in the back seat and fell asleep, while Xiao Chun quietly started the car and drove him home. Chapter 43. Trust in Lu Boyan. On a spring morning, the dawn light, imbued with the scent of dew, seeped through the curtains, casting a delicate golden layer across the room. A brand new day had begun, yet the 2 women lying in bed remained oblivious. It was not until Su Jian'an's phone rang that they stirred. After some fumbling, she managed to retrieve the phone and held it to her ear. Hello? Her voice, slightly raspy, sounded softer than usual, laced with the adorable grogginess of morning. The caller on the other end instinctively lowered his voice as if afraid to disturb her drowsy state. Still not awake? In her haze, Su Jian'an seemed to recognize the voice, yet it felt elusive, leading her to mumble a vague, "Not yet." He kindly reminded her, "It's past 7. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for work." Su Jian'an felt as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over her. She shot up, her first instinct to check the phone. Lu Boyan, you've landed," she exclaimed, now fully awake. In truth, he had landed long before, but considering the time difference, he had waited until now to call her. "What happened yesterday?" he inquired, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Su Jian'an, lacking confidence, explained. "I didn't intend to go to the bar. Xiaoxi was there drinking, and I was just worried about her safety, so I had Uncle Su take me to find her. Do not go to such places alone again," Lu Boyan admonished. "If Su Hongyuan's people are there, they might not hesitate to harm you." His initial command carried a habitual tone, but the latter part could be interpreted as concern for her well-being. Su Jian'an's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "I understand. Lu Boyan, there is something I need your help with." It was rare for her to seek assistance, and Lu Boyan's interest piqued. "What is it?" "If Luo Xiaoxi continues drinking like this, she will ruin herself," Su Jian'an said. "Could you possibly blacklist her from all the bars in the city? You can do that, right?" Not only could he do it, but it would be a trivial task for Lu Boyan. "All right," he agreed, "but how will you repay me?" Su Jian'an's dark eyes darted around. "Who asked for a reward before helping someone? How shameless." Lu Boyan chuckled. "I prefer to clarify all conditions before proceeding." "The essence of a merchant." Su Jian'an pondered. "How should I thank you?" "Let us discuss it when you return." "I have risen." Just as she hung up the phone, Luo Xiaoxi sat up, clucking her tongue. "Su Jian'an, you really ought to take a look in the mirror. Your smile is positively enchanting." Su Jian'an touched her face, wondering if she truly looked that captivated. Luo Xiaoxi surveyed their surroundings, perplexed. "Jian'an, how do we end up sleeping together?" "What about your boss, Lu? Haven't I mentioned it before? We sleep in separate rooms." Luo Xiaoxi, incredulous. "After all this time, you two haven't ignited even a spark?" "Isn't boss Lu often out all night?" Su Jian'an struggled to keep pace with Luo Xiaoxi's thoughts. Why would he stay out all night? Men have normal needs. You understand. Luo Xiaoxi frowned, contemplating. Could it be that he has someone else helping him with his needs? "He is not that kind of person," Su Jian'an asserted emphatically. "Oh really?" Luo Xiaoxi smiled slyly. Didn't someone previously complain to me about Lu Boyan being a tyrant and unreasonable? Now you're defending him. Is there something going on? Su Jian'an tossed a pillow at her. Don't think that just because we talked about me and Lu Boyan, I've forgotten your troubles. What on earth happened last night? Luo Xiaoxi sighed sadly. Qinwei slept with a young girl and got entangled. So he asked me to create a facade of sharing a hotel room with him to dissuade her. But I didn't realize that the girl's cousin is your brother's girlfriend, and everything I said was overheard by him. He already disliked me. Now he must think I am both despicable and shameless. Enough. Su Jian'an couldn't bear to listen further. Let us not dwell on it. Huh. Luo Xiaoxi smiled again. Let us continue discussing you and Boss Lu. She wore an expression of earnest instruction, even if he has no one else. You must check in on him while he is on business trips. Those are the prime times for ambitious women to make their moves. Wait, why were you on the phone just now? ISNT Boss Lu out of town? Su Jian'an, on a business trip. With a complex expression, Luo Xiaoxi got out of bed and drifted off to freshen up. After breakfast, Luo Xiaoxi wanted to go home, but was pulled into Su Jian'an's car. Come with me to a place. Luo Xiaoxi realized that Su Jian'an intended to discuss her smoking habit, and the atmosphere suggested a coffee-fueled heart-to-heart. When they arrived at the police station, Luo Xiaoxi exploded. No, it's just a cigarette. How was I to know what was mixed in? I don't want to confess, boo-hoo. Su Jian'an paid no heed to Luo Xiaoxi's wails, dragging her into the lab. The lab was hardly a place for the faint-hearted, cold instruments. Human organs preserved in glass jars, and an overwhelming, bizarre odor permeated the air. The skeletal remains standing in the corner appeared ominous, making Luo Xiaoxi feel as though they might spring to life and seize her. I would rather confess. Luo Xiaoxi whimpered, hiding behind Su Jian'an. Su Jian'an led Luo Xiaoxi to a shelf in the corner, pointing at a row of glass jars. Take a good look at these. 7 jars, each containing human lungs. Su Jian'an indicated the first. After 3 months of smoking, lungs can look like this. The second jar held a year's worth of smoking, the third 3 years, and the last one 10 years. The final lung was so horrendous it could only be described as ghastly, resembling a moldy stone riddled with black spots of varying sizes. Unfathomable as a part of the human body. Luo Xiaoxi frowned, on the verge of tears. I usually consider myself to have a robust palate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been friends with you, a forensic doctor, for so many years. But now I genuinely feel nauseated, seeing that Luo Xiaoxi was truly unwell. Su Jian'an returned her to the office. So, will you still smoke? Luo Xiaoxi shook her head. Rest assured, I would rather die than smoke again. A few years ago, you used this method to help your brother quit smoking, right? Him? Su Jian'an shook her head. At that time, his addiction was too severe, and this method was ineffective. Luo Xiaoxi could not fathom a more dreadful method, trembling as she asked. So what happened? At that time, a drug addict needed an autopsy. So I had him see something even more vivid and realistic. Su Jian'an remained nonchalant. Perverse. Luo Xiaoxi hurriedly fled. If Su Jian'an were to treat her as she did Su Yicheng, she wouldn't just forego cigarettes, but would likely lose her appetite entirely. Su Jian'an checked, sitting down to open her computer, preparing to begin her work. As the computer booted up, a news pop-up appeared, and just as she intended to close it, she noticed today's entertainment headline concerning Han Ruoxi. Han Ruoxi, heartbroken yet undeterred, officially ventures into Hollywood. A subheading read, departed for America yesterday. Lu Boyan also went to America yesterday. Could this be mere coincidence? Su Jian'an, compelled by an inexplicable urge, clicked on the news report, her mind momentarily blank. Yesterday, she had seen Lu Boyan's plane ticket, and today, according to the entertainment reporter's scoop on Han Ruoxi's flight, Lu Boyan and she were on the same flight, seated next to each other. Luo Xiaoxi remarked, when coincidences reach a certain point, they must be conspiracies. Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi both heading to America? Coincidence, or was something more? Su Jian'an dared not ponder further, her thoughts drifting to the moments when Lu Boyan held her hand, kissed her, and smiled at her. Indeed, they were still married. Lu Boyan was not the kind of man to meet Han Ruoxi in secret. Regardless, she chose to believe in Lu Boyan, trusting that this seemingly orchestrated conspiracy was merely coincidence. Su Jian'an closed the browser, but accidentally knocked over her cup of water. By the time she realized, it was too late. With a crash, the exquisite ceramic cup shattered into countless pieces on the floor, never to return to its original form. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. In America, New York, the city, vibrant yet unabashedly materialistic, had just entered the night. But Han Ruashi believed that the desires of urban dwellers would not cease with the fall of darkness. On the contrary, some transactions were best conducted under the cover of night. She picked up her phone and dialed Su Jian'an's number. Upon hearing about Su Jian'an sending Su Yuan to detention at the auction, she began to speculate about the dynamics within the Su family. After some inquiries, she confirmed that Su Jian'an was at odds with her father, let alone her younger sister and stepmother, while Su Yicheng was suppressing the Su family. Suddenly, she recalled Lu Boyan mentioning that he would divorce Su Jian'an in 2 years. The connection between these two matters raised her suspicions regarding the authenticity of Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an's marriage. "Who is this?" Su Jian'an's voice came through. "Mr. So, greetings." This sultry yet graceful voice was instantly recognizable to Su Jian'an, who had no interest in celebrity gossip. Han Ruashi, remembering her as Lu Boyan's rumored girlfriend. He promptly asked, "What do you wish to discuss?" "I merely wish to inform you that Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an are not truly in love." Lu Boyan explicitly promised me that he would divorce Su Jian'an in 2 years, so I cannot comprehend the significance of their marriage over the next 2 years. I've also heard that you and your daughter are not on good terms, so I felt it necessary to share this information with you. Su Jian'an, known as the Old Fox, was not easily deceived. "Why tell me this?" "Because I love Lu Boyan," Han Ruashi replied with a smile. "I thought I could wait for him for 2 years until he ended this absurd marriage. But now I realize I cannot endure the thought of him being someone else's husband for 2 years. Yet they appear to be genuine," Su Jian'an remarked. "They must be deceiving you. Your daughter and Boyan are both quite skilled in their performances." Han Ruashi smiled faintly. Yet she could no longer bear witnessing Lu Boyan's exhausting display of affection. Moreover, she felt a twinge of fear. The buzz around her was deafening, with everyone remarking on how perfectly matched Lu Boyan and Su Jian'an were and how wonderfully he treated her. The thought that Lu Boyan might genuinely fall for Su Jian'an sent shivers down her spine. "Sudon, Han Ruashi warned with deliberate emphasis. Do not let my goodwill go to waste." On the other end of the line, Su Jian'an laughed heartily. "Of course, I know what to do." "Thank you, Miss Han." The corners of Han Ruashi's beautifully shaped lips lifted slightly. "You're welcome." After hanging up, she gazed out at the vibrant streetlights and the dazzling nightscape, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She resolved to make her mark. She had already set foot in Hollywood. She vowed to claim Lu Boyan as her own. He would undoubtedly be hers. Chapter 44. Luo Xiaoxi participates in a modeling competition after the last bar on the street turned Luo Xiaoxi away. A realization dawned on her. She had been completely blacklisted by Lu Boyan. "Damn it," she exclaimed in frustration at the manager. "I am Luo Xiaoxi, the daughter of the president of the Luo Corporation. Do you know that blocking me means blocking your profits?" "Miss Luo," the manager stammered, clearly distressed. "Mr. Lu's blacklist leaves us with no choice." The Luo Corporation was formidable, but the Lu Corporation was even more so. They would rather forego Luo Xiaoxi's money than cross Lu Boyan. Reluctantly, Luo Xiaoxi decided not to press the manager further and stormed off in her newly purchased sports car, intent on finding Su Jian'an. Su Jian'an, however, was indifferent, merely stating, "Luo Xiaoxi, unrequited love cannot be your excuse for nightly indulgence. Can you not engage in something more substantive? My brother's girlfriends are all capable women who can be both nurturing and strong. You do not fall within his sphere of interest. So how can you expect him to notice you?" "I have no need to be a strong woman," Luo Xiaoxi pondered. "In fact, I have concluded that your brother's former girlfriends are all dazzling individuals. Jian'an, if I could shine just as brightly, do you think you would take notice of me?" Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback. "What are you planning?" Luo Xiaoxi chuckled mischievously. "You'll find out soon enough." With that, she dashed away like a whirlwind. Su Jian'an understood her friend all too well, dismissing it as yet another impulsive whim. Luo Xiaoxi was capable of extraordinary feats, but whether she could persevere to the end remained uncertain. Once she grew bored and stumbled upon something new and exciting, giving up would be a mere two-word affair for her. The only exception to this was her affection for Su Yicheng. She had clung to that for many years. Su Jian'an pondered whether this was fortunate or unfortunate for Su Yicheng. 3 days later, Su Jian'an received a call from Luo Xiaoxi just as she got home from work. "Remember to tune in to South China TV at 8 p.m. tonight." Don't tell me you've caused a scene and ended up on their news. Su Jian'an thought, hoping against hope that it was a possibility. Luo Xiaoxi's voice was cryptic with laughter. You'll find out soon enough. Just watch. A sense of anticipation surged within Su Jian'an. She changed into comfortable loungewear, cradled a large bowl of ice cream, and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television to South China TV. The channel was broadcasting a live modeling competition. Su Jian'an nearly choked on her ice cream, staring incredulously at the screen. Soon enough, she spotted Luo Xiaoxi confidently strutting onto the stage in a bikini that showcased her enviable figure, her radiant smile a blend of allure and charm. The male judges in the audience were utterly captivated. Luo Xiaoxi dialed Su Yicheng's number. Brother, it's Xiaoxi on South China TV. Still at the office. Su Yicheng turned on the television, and the first sight that greeted him was Luo Xiaoxi's long, slender legs, followed closely by her curvaceous form. The director, whether intentionally or not, cut to the audience for a few seconds, revealing the men as unabashed astonishment and desire as they watched Luo Xiaoxi, their eyes glued to her. Meanwhile, she maintained her radiant smile, drawing the audience into a frenzy wherever her gaze fell, her joy evident. Did she relish such blatant adoration? With a crack, the remote control in Su Yicheng's hand shattered, and he furiously unplugged the television. How infuriating! Brother, can you please be merciful and let Luo Xiaoxi be? Su Jian'an sighed. She claimed she wanted to shine for you. I beg you. She already has plenty of brilliance. Don't encourage her to seek more. Su Yicheng settled onto the sofa, rubbing his temples. She will lose interest before long. You need not worry. I'm not worried about her, Su Jian'an deliberately hinted. I'm concerned about the environment she is in. It may seem glamorous on the surface, but it is grimy beneath. How many men are waiting to prey on someone as young and fresh as Luo Xiaoxi? You know this all too well. In any case, you manage it as you see fit. After ending the call, Su Jian'an noted that Luo Xiaoxi had completed her walk, and other contestants followed, each possessing striking figures and beauty, yet none could eclipse Luo Xiaoxi's radiance. On stage, she truly seemed to glow, capturing everyone's attention and admiration. Su Jian'an took another spoonful of ice cream, contemplating whether Luo Xiaoxi had genuinely found the right stage this time. Madam, Su Bo approached, a mister. Su is here to see you. He claims to be your father. Su Huanyuan. Su Jian'an set her ice cream down and warily glanced toward the door, pausing before saying, Please let him in. She was uncertain why Su Huanyuan had come to find her at this moment, but she believed he would not dare to act against her within the Lu household. Su Huanyuan, dressed in an expensive suit, walked in with a smile. Jian'an, the adage holds true. Girls are outgoing. Even I, as your father, must now ring the bell and await your permission to enter. Mr. Su, you must have made a mistake, Su Jian'an replied coldly. At the charity gala, I made it clear that we share no relationship. Your self-identification as my father is rather amusing. You sent Yi Yin to detention under the pretense of violating another's privacy. And you also had your aunt arrested on charges of assaulting a police officer. Is that not enough to satisfy your wrath? Su Hongyuan's expression darkened. Su Jian'an discerned the underlying meaning. You wish for me to withdraw the lawsuit and release them, don't you? If that is your intention, I absolutely cannot agree. Of course not. Su Huanyuan interrupted with a smile. I am here to tell you that you and Lu Boyan need not continue this charade. Su Jian'an masked her surprise, maintaining a calm gaze fixed on Su Huanyuan, as if she comprehended nothing of his words, her expression betraying no discernible emotion. Jian'an, you truly resemble your mother, perhaps even surpassing her. Su Huanyuan remarked. If I weren't aware, your expression might have successfully deceived me. Su Jian'an remained composed. What do you know? Would you mind sharing with me? You and Lu Boyan have no feelings for one another. Your marriage is, I surmise, merely a facade to frighten me. Su Huanyuan stated, his gaze steady on Su Jian'an. Am I correct? I am unaware of these matters. Su Jian'an responded with a smile. Mr. Su, your information network is quite impressive. I know you studied criminal psychology abroad. Do not attempt to engage me in a psychological battle, Su Huanyuan said, losing his patience and speaking coldly. Would I come to find you if I had no evidence? He indeed possessed something. Su Jian'an understood Su Huanyuan well. He never fought battles without certainty. She merely wished to ascertain how he had learned of her impending divorce from Lu Boyan in 2 years. Su Huanyuan produced his phone and played a recorded conversation. Lu Boyan promised me directly that he would divorce Su Jian'an in 2 years. I can no longer endure the sight of Lu Boyan feigning affection. Han Ruashi's voice was calm, each word dripping with derision towards Su Jian'an. Su Jian'an lowered her gaze, a fleeting shadow crossing her eyes. In this confrontation with Su Hanyuan, she conceded defeat, vanquished by Han Ruashi's words about Lu Boyan's exhaustion. She finally understood that Lu Boyan's feelings for her were mere pretense. He was merely performing in an elaborate charade, and he was indeed weary from the act. Seeing Su Jian'an bow her head, Su Hanyuan lit a cigar, embodying the demeanor of a master who had seized control. I once doubted the truth behind your marriage, but I never imagined that Lu Boyan would truly marry you to deceive me, and perform so convincingly. Yet now it seems, his true affection lies with Han Ruashi. He only granted you 2 years. I nearly believed he genuinely cared for you. Jian'an, you cannot contend with me against Yi Cheng. A sinister glint finally appeared on Su Hongyuan's hypocritical face as he rose, declaring, Yi Cheng could never overpower the Su family. Furthermore, it was I who orchestrated your aunt's appearance before your mother 9 years ago. At that time, Su Jian'an's mother was in poor health, with doctors warning against any emotional distress. Yet, Su Hanyuan deliberately brought Jiang Shiwili before her, dovnet on sununtai Yianan, and she lunged forward with reddened eyes. You did it on purpose. You intended to harm my mother. Su Hongyuan's cold smile resembled that of a petty tyrant as he stepped away, leaving Su Jian'an engulfed in a torrent of rage. If she possessed a weapon, she might have plunged it into Su Hongyuan's body. Yet reason restrained her. Her chest heaved violently, nearly choking her. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. It was unclear whether it was the grief of her mother's death or the weight of Lu Boyan's exhausting performance. Xubua, witnessing Su Jian'an's tears for the first time, hurried over with a phone in hand. Madam, the young master wishes to speak with you. Tell him I'm busy. She wiped her tears and dashed upstairs. In truth, Lu Boyan was the one truly occupied. During a meeting, Xuba's urgent call about Su Hongyuan's arrival and Su Jian'an's unsettling mood prompted him to ask Xuba to pass the phone to her. Young master, the young mistress is unwilling to answer. Xuba's hesitant voice came through. Can you think of another way to contact her? Lu Boyan's brow furrowed deeper as he hung up, announcing a meeting pause, and exited the conference room. A group of overseas employees looked on in confusion at Shun Yuechuan, who had just arrived from Nepal, silently questioning him. It's nothing, Shun Yuechuan replied with a smile. Everyone has moments when they miss their wives, right? Especially since our boss is newlywed. The news of Lu Boyan's marriage had stirred considerable chatter both at home and abroad, with those in the conference room displaying understanding expressions. For Lu Boyan, every passing moment felt like an eternity. Su Jian'an refused to answer his calls, and his anxiety deepened, as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart. His fingers glided gently across the screen as he dialed her number once more. Chapter 45. Shimmering brightly, Su Jian'an curled up on her bed, clutching her legs, as her phone persistently rang. The name Lu Boyan, which once took her breath away and quickened her heartbeat, now brought only endless confusion. She was aware that once Su Hanyuan arrived, Xubo would have called him. Now he sought her out. Was it out of concern? Wasn't he the one who claimed that the act of feigning affection was exhausting? Now he was abroad, with ample reason to disregard the turmoil at home. Why did he still seek her? Ultimately, Su Jian'an answered the call. What did Su Hanyuan say? Lu Boyan inquired immediately. Nothing, she replied, striving to maintain a steady voice, concealing the tremor of her tears. It was all about family matters. Yet her subtle nasal tone alerted Lu Boyan. Did he mention your mother? He knew Su Jian'an too well. Her mother was the key to her tears, and only by mentioning her would she weep. Su Jian'an closed her eyes, yet tears still slipped from the corners. She fought to suppress her sobs, but a choked sound escaped her lips. Jian'an. It was the first time he affectionately uttered her name without any onlookers. 9 years had passed. Su Jian'an's tears finally broke free. He did it on purpose. He knew my mother couldn't handle any distress, so he made Su Yuan and Jiang Shiwili appear before her at that moment. He intended to harm her. The hatred within Su Jian'an had never reached such a peak. She loathed Su Hanyuan, yet more so, she detested her own helplessness. Not only did she lack the strength to confront Su Hanyuan, but she also feared that he might abduct her and thus burden Lu Boyan. Jian'an, listen, you have your brother, and you have me. Su Hanyuan cannot hurt you. Lu Boyan's voice resonated across oceans, soothing her frayed nerves. No matter the circumstances, He had become the only source of solace for her, aside from Sui Cheng. Even if this was all a fade, she wished to believe in Lu Boyan wholeheartedly. For this performance could only be sustained for 2 years at most. Are you done? I've been waiting for you. Shin Yuechuan's voice faintly echoed. We need to finish this meeting before Louis arrives. Su Jian'an suddenly remembered that it was daytime at Lu Boyan's side, a work day, and she had taken up so much of his time. You go ahead. I'm fine now. Wait. Lu Boyan sensed her intention to end the call. When I return, I have something for you. Su Jian'an hesitated. What is it? Lu Boyan merely smiled mysteriously before hanging up. Pondering the matter yielded no clarity, so she decided to wash her face. As the clock approached 11, a gentle knock echoed at her door, the voice cautious. Jian'an, are you asleep? Lo xiaoxi? Su Jian'an opened the door, surprised to see someone who had been on television just hours ago. What brings you here so late? Under orders from your boss, Lu. Su Jian'an was perplexed. Lu Boyan? Uh-huh. Lo Xiaoxi nestled into the covers. Your boss Lu called me to see if I had time to keep you company. Her tone shifted to one of indignation. Su Hanyuan is truly a despicable scoundrel. Su Jian'an hadn't expected Lu Boyan to invite Lo Xiaoxi over to accompany her. Her heart felt as though it had been immersed in honey, a sensation that almost became addictive. I actually had no time, Lo Xiaoxi continued. But your boss Lu's voice is utterly enchanting, commanding yet gentlemanly, making it impossible to refuse. Su Jian'an was puzzled by Lo Xiaoxi's emphasis. So what does that mean? Lo Xiaoxi turned to her. After living under the same roof for so long, how have you restrained yourself from throwing yourself at him? Su Jian'an turned off the room light. Good night. As she sank into the deepest slumber, Lu Boyan, far away in New York, was at the height of his busyness. He advanced all his plans, leaving no moment for respite, and his subordinates found it odd when he merely stated he wanted to compress his schedule and return home early. Only Shen Yuechuan understood that he was worried about someone back home. With a chuckle, Shen Yuechuan remarked, Lu, don't blame me for not warning you. You've really immersed yourself in this performance. Is that truly wise? Doesn't she harbor any suspicions? Lu Boyan seemed to ignore the comment, engrossed in his paperwork. Shen Yuechuan, unfazed, continued to speak. Oh, I forgot. What performance? Bullshit. Lu Boyan raised his head. Shun, once you finish here, head directly to Vietnam. The rhythm of being sent off to a desolate place was palpable, and Shun Yuechuan's countenance darkened at the news, prompting him to hastily gather his documents and flee. By the time Lu Boyan finished his tasks, it was already past 10 in the evening, and he finally had results from the investigation. An underling informed him that Han Ruoshi had contacted Su Hanyuan a few days prior. They were complete strangers, with no apparent connections, leading them to suspect that Han Ruoshi may have conveyed something to Su Hanyuan. Lu Boyan doubted that Su Hanyuan would seek out Su Jian'an. Yet the anomaly they uncovered pointed to Han Ruoshi. As he furrowed his brow, his phone on the desk rang, displaying Han Ruoshi's name. Are you done? She inquired, suggesting they dine together at the hotel where they were both staying. Oh, you didn't know? I'm right below you. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Lu Boyan hung up, donned his coat, and departed the office. Regardless of whether Han Ruoshi had indeed spoken to Su Hanyuan, there were matters that he needed to clarify with her. At the hotel, Han Ruoshi anticipated Lu Boyan's arrival. She had already opened a bottle of red wine and was sipping it while waiting, soon finding the bottle nearly empty. The translucent crimson liquid filled an exquisite tulip glass, not needing to be full. A quarter was sufficient. As she swirled the wine, watching the liquid dance within the glass, its aroma wafted into her senses, and she savored the moment, acutely aware of her allure. After declining yet another man's advances, Lu Boyan arrived punctually. Han Ruoshi summoned a waiter to order for him, and he requested only an espresso. Drinking such strong coffee at this hour? Han Ruoxi smiled, exuding elegance and the sensuality of a mature woman. Are you not sleeping tonight? I have work, he replied. Busy, are we? She said lazily, leaning back in her chair and swirling her wine. When I inquired about your schedule, it didn't seem so tight. Rushing back, worried about your newlywed wife? Lu Boyan's voice, usually devoid of emotion, carried a hint of exasperation. She is home alone. I truly worry. Han Ruoshi's expression froze. Do you really like her? Ruoshi, this has nothing to do with you, Lu Boyan warned in a flat tone. Am I meddling? She countered, downing her glass of wine. It has nothing to do with me? Huh. You know I love you. I've loved you for so many years. You promised me divorce after 2 years. You gave me hope, and now you say your affairs are none of my concern? You misunderstood. My statement about divorce in 2 years was merely a decision, not a promise to you. Han Ruoshi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing she had been deluding herself all along. Since falling for Lu Boyan, she had always been the one harboring false hopes. Yet how could she blame herself? He was Lu Boyan, capable of anything, able to seize what he desired without needing to make promises to anyone. Over the years, was there not a single moment when you liked me, even a little? Han Ruoshi grasped at the last remnants of hope, pleading, tell me, was there? No, Lu Boyan replied. If I led you to misunderstand, I apologize. Then why didn't you clarify our many rumors? Other actresses cling to you for publicity, and you don't even allow their stories to circulate. Yet with me, why remain silent? Lu Boyan's gaze turned icy. Initially, it was to promote you. Did you not understand that? Han Ruoshi laughed self-deprecatingly. Indeed, when the rumors first started, it was for her promotion. At that time, her manager had told her that Lu Boyan never engaged in scandals with other actresses, perhaps indicating his fondness for her. She had been ecstatic, working tirelessly to manufacture stories about them, and within a few years, she had risen to become the star of Lu Media. Whenever they appeared together, their rumors would dominate the headlines, leading the uninformed to believe they were a couple. Lu Boyan had never frowned at her. She had thought him to be admiring her, believing that with patience, she would eventually be with him. Yet suddenly, he was getting married, not to a delicate heiress, but to a forensic doctor. Initially, she felt no sense of urgency, thinking she could wait 2 years. However, after meeting Su Jian'an and witnessing Lu Boyan's demeanor with her, an inexplicable fear gripped her. She felt Lu Boyan slipping further away. Today, he had made everything clear. Ruoshi, I advise you to cease contact with Su Jian'an. You've already entered Hollywood and have a bright future ahead. Don't let Su Jian'an ruin it. He stood, signaled for the bill, and left the restaurant. Han Ruoshi mulled over his last words, resentment bubbling within her as she nearly crushed her wine glass. Lu Boyan was warning her, for Su Jian'an's sake. He threatened her future, advising her to steer clear of Su Jian'an. If he was so protective of Su Jian'an, perhaps she should escalate the situation. After all, Lu Boyan would not be hers for the foreseeable future, and she wished for Su Jian'an to experience her current anguish. With that thought, Han Ruoshi donned sunglasses and called for several bottles of strong liquor to be sent to her room. Chapter 46. Lu Boyan and Han Ruoshi's secret meeting? That day, at the Huanan Satellite TV model competition, Luo Xiaoxi triumphantly claimed the championship. However, this victory nearly sent her father to the hospital out of fury. In his rage, he cut off her allowance, and even her doting mother was unable to intercede on her behalf. The reason? Her father believed her appearance on television in such attire had scandalized the family name and demanded she dispose of the trophy and return to the company. No way. I refuse to live a 9-to-5 life in a suit. Luo Xiaoxi boldly rejected her father's demands, disregarding her lack of funds, and nestled in her small apartment, awaiting contact from a management agency. Having secured the championship, she was certain that an agency would soon recognize her talent, and she would undoubtedly become a dazzling international supermodel. Su Jian'an cautioned Luo Xiaoxi against entering such a chaotic industry, but Luo Xiaoxi clenched her fists, declaring, I will shine for Su Yicheng. Anyone who stands in my way will be dealt with. Su Jian'an had anticipated Luo Xiaoxi's stubbornness and placed 40,000 yuan in cash on her table. This is all I can do for you. Luo Xiaoxi, deprived of living expenses and pondering where to borrow money, saw the pink bills and her eyes lit up. She embraced Su Jian'an tightly, exclaiming, once I make it big, I won't forget you. By the way, is Boss Lu back yet? Not for another 2 days. Wow. You remember that clearly, Luo Xiaoxi teased, poking Su Jian'an's shoulder playfully. Are you eager for his return? Dis, Su Jian'an. Recalling Lu Boyan's words about bringing her something upon his return. She was still pondering what it could be, eagerly anticipating his homecoming. Luo Xiaoxi grinned and wiggled her fingers. I predict you are truly moving on. Su Jian'an chuckled, her eyes sparkling brighter than usual. Fetch me a nightgown. I'm staying over tonight. Perhaps it was due to her thoughts during the day, but that night, Su Jian'an dreamt of Lu Boyan. He appeared at her doorstep, clad in formal attire, looking slightly weary, just as he would after a long day at work. Her heart soared, and without hesitation, she rushed toward him, eagerly awaiting the gift he had brought back for her. Lu Boyan gently stroked her hair and said, It has been such a long time, Mrs. Lu. Aren't you going to give me a hug first? She entwined herself around Lu Boyan, eager to discover what he had brought back that was so surprising. Just as he was about to reveal his secret, a sudden pang of pain shot through her cheek, prompting her to awaken from a dream. "You're going to be late for work," Luo Xiaoxi shouted, pinching her face. "You were smiling so sweetly in your dream. Were you dreaming of your beloved boss Lu?" Indeed, she was, but she wasn't going to share that with Luo Xiaoxi. Su Jian'an felt uplifted by the dream, kicked off the covers, and got ready. When she emerged, she found Luo Xiaoxi sitting on the bed, seemingly entranced by her phone. "Has a talent agency finally decided to sign you?" Su Jian'an tiptoed closer, only to realize Luo Xiaoxi was engrossed in entertainment news. She caught a glimpse of keywords like Lu Boyan, Han Ruoxi, and hotel intimacy. Luo Xiaoxi noticed her and hurriedly hid her phone. "Oh, you've changed already? Let's go have breakfast." Luo Xiaoxi beamed. "Let's go chasing the moon, my treat." Su Jian'an calmly extended her hand. "Give me your phone." Luo Xiaoxi shook her head. "There's nothing worth seeing. Let's just eat. If you don't like chasing the moon, we can." Su Jian'an maintained her serene gaze, expressionless, as she fixed her attention on Luo Xiaoxi. Knowing she had been caught, Luo Xiaoxi reluctantly handed over the phone. Su Jian'an unlocked it, and her eyes fell upon the headline: Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi's secret meeting in the U.S., spending 4 hours together in the same hotel. It felt as though her mind was bombarded, leaving her in a fog of confusion. Her fingers moved mechanically, scrolling down to view the images. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi were seen in a renowned hotel's restaurant. Han Ruoxi lounged on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, while Lu Boyan, with his usual stoic demeanor, appeared surprisingly gentle in her presence. The next image showed them back in a hotel room. Han Ruoxi's shawl lay on the floor as they embraced, their lips almost touching, the large bed nearby hinting at something more intimate. Subsequent images revealed an increasingly suggestive closeness, with Han Ruoxi's attire becoming more revealing and Lu Boyan's suit growing more disheveled, drawing one's imagination into the depths of their connection. The article concluded with a note that Lu Boyan remained in Han Ruoxi's room until the early hours, leaving one to ponder the nature of their encounter. Once she finished reading, Su Jian'an regained her ability to think clearly. She took a deep breath and returned the phone to Luo Xiaoxi. "Why are you still standing there? Go change. Didn't you just say you'd treat me to breakfast at chasing the moon?" "Jian'an," Luo Xiaoxi approached, hesitating. "If you feel..." Su Jian'an interrupted her with a slight smile. "You're not thinking of backing out, are you?" Luo Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. "I'll go change. Just wait for me." Giving Su Jian'an time to process the situation, they could tackle it together later. Su Jian'an stepped out of the room with the phone in hand, but her smile faltered as doubt crept in. She questioned whether what she had seen was real, but lacked the courage to look again. Luo Xiaoxi had been right. Work trips were perilous. A weight pressed heavily on her chest, and she yearned to confront Lu Boyan about the situation. Yet, if Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi were indeed involved, what right did she have to question him? He had long stated he had no feelings for her, and they were to divorce in 2 years, were they not? At that moment, Su Jian'an felt like an insect ensnared in a spider's web. Despite the vast emptiness around her, she struggled to breathe. If she couldn't find something to occupy her mind, she might impulsively rush to the U.S. to confront Lu Boyan. She absolutely couldn't allow that. Just then, her phone rang. Assuming it was Lu Boyan, she picked it up only to find it was Captain Yin calling. Oh no, was he calling to inquire about the gossip surrounding Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi? Su Jian'an answered the call, and Captain Yin spoke urgently. "Jian'an, there's been a murder at Building 16, Unit 502 in Tiananmen. Can you come to the scene?" "Yes, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Su Jian'an hung up and hurriedly searched for her car keys, informing Luo Xiaoxi as she left. By the time Luo Xiaoxi emerged, Su Jian'an was already gone, leaving only her phone on the sofa, ringing incessantly with Lu Boyan's name flashing on the screen. Su Jian'an wished to call Jiang Shaokai, but couldn't find her phone, only to remember it was left on the sofa. She decided to take a chance on their unspoken understanding and stubbornly drove straight to Tiananmen. Upon arriving at the building, she saw the police cordon and the throngs of people surrounding it. Realizing the urgency in Captain Yan's voice, she understood the gravity of the situation. She showed her credentials to the officer guarding the line and inquired, "Has Jiang Shaokai arrived?" "Yes, he and Captain Yan are already here." "Thank you." Su Jian'an ascended directly to the 5th floor. Jiang Shaokai was waiting for her, tossing her gloves and coat at her. "I brought your things." Thanks, Su Jian'an, deftly donning the gloves. I knew you would. Their years of camaraderie had fostered a rare understanding between them. Jian'an, Captain Yin approached. Can you work normally? If not, we'll reassign someone else, and you can take a few days off. This case is serious. There's no room for jokes. You all saw the news? Su Jian'an couldn't help but remark, feeling like Jiang Shaokai had dragged her into the gossip. Don't worry, my personal matters won't affect my work or judgment. Captain Yin chose to trust her, nodding. Then let us begin. As Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai conducted the on-site investigation, it became evident the victim had been brutally tortured. The killer's methods mirrored those of a deranged murderer from a violent Western film, as he carved various patterns into the victim's body before dismembering her, causing death by excessive blood loss. Su Jian'an's frown deepened, her hatred for the murderer eclipsing her earlier emotional turmoil, and she requested to take on this case. She needed a challenging endeavor to divert her attention, to engage in a battle of wits against this cruel killer, making it an ideal choice. You're not with us, but we plan to assign you anyway, Captain Yin said gravely. We suspect the murderer may strike again. The victim was known to be kind-hearted and had no known enemies. Initial assessments suggest the perpetrator bears no connection to her. This individual likely has psychological issues and may seek out another solitary young woman as their next target. Given your background in criminal psychology, we'll leave the autopsy to Jiang Shaokai, and you'll help us track down the killer. Su Jian'an nodded in agreement. Understood. As it turned out, Captain Yin's suspicions were correct. That very afternoon, another murder occurred in a different neighborhood, claiming the life of another young woman living alone. The circumstances mirrored those of the girl from Tian'an Garden, leading the police to conclude that both murders were committed by the same individual using identical methods. The term serial killer loomed ominously over City A, leaving solitary girls feeling increasingly anxious. Su Jian'an and the criminal investigation team worked tirelessly to capture this murderer. Meanwhile, that afternoon, Luo Xiaoxi received a call from a talent agency, inviting her for a meeting regarding a potential contract. Meanwhile, Su Jian'an's phone lay desolately on Luo Xiaoxi's sofa, ringing persistently, the name Lu Boyan flashing on the screen. Luo Xiaoxi was not at home, and naturally, no one answered the phone. After a short while, the battery of her mobile phone drained and shut down, rendering it impossible to make any calls. Chapter 47. The perverse killer in City A. The emergence of a serial killer plunged the entire City A into a state of panic. However, the passionate entanglement between Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi for 4 hours ignited a frenzy across the internet, overshadowing the discussion surrounding the serial killer. Strangely, despite Lu Boyan being a married man, no one condemned his infidelity, nor did anyone scold Han Ruoxi for being the other woman who disrupted a family. Occasionally, a few clear-headed netizens pointed this out amidst the sea of supportive voices, only to be met with a tidal wave of Han Ruoxi's fervent fans demanding the deletion of insults aimed at their queen. They asserted that their queen would never stoop to being a third party, threatening to uncover and expose the ancestral roots of anyone who dared to speak against her. Why were the fervent fans so merciless? They believed it was Su Jian'an who had ruined Lu Boyan's relationship with Han Ruoxi, thus making her the true third party. Now that Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi were together, it was a natural progression, a development that aligned with the sentiments of the people. Those who spoke of infidelity were mere mortals who understood nothing, and they would swiftly be silenced. Gradually, the online discourse became a chorus of applause and support. In New York, Shen Yuechuan scrolled through this trending topic, laughing until his sides hurt. Observing the euphoric reactions of fans who were blissfully unaware of the reality was quite amusing. However, if the fans knew that Lu Boyan's thoughts were entirely elsewhere, particularly not on Han Ruoxi, would their fragile hearts withstand the revelation? He glanced at Lu Boyan, who was still on the phone. Is Jian'an still unwilling to answer? Lu Boyan's brows knitted deeply. She has turned off her phone. That was it. Shen Yuechuan would never hint to Lu Boyan that he might have drained her phone as battery. He relished the thought. When you return, say nothing. Just kneel and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps, in light of your sincere intentions, Jian'an might let it slide. Return? Shen Yuechuan's earlier ramblings, of which only these 2 words bore any constructive value, caught Lu Boyan's attention. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he turned slowly to Shen Yuechuan. Shen Yuechuan, well acquainted with Lu Boyan, instantly understood his thoughts and nearly leaped. Calm down. I meant to finish our business here before going back to find Jian'an. The contract can be discussed tomorrow, and we can catch the earliest flight back the day after. You know how crucial this contract is for the company. Returning now would squander all our efforts. Lu Boyan could hardly wait a day longer. Book a ticket for tomorrow night. I'll sign the contract and leave. Xin Yuechuan nearly fainted. Lu Boyan had already condensed his schedule over the past few days. If he worked through the night and then rushed back after the contract discussion, he would have no time to rest. But then again, Lu Boyan was omnipotent, capable of withstanding any challenge. His decisions were unchangeable by anyone. Xin Yuechuan had no choice but to call the secretary to book the tickets. The sun in New York at 9 o'clock mirrored the city itself, vibrant, ambitious, and full of desires, while in City A, the city lights illuminated the bustling urban nightlife that was just beginning. Typically at this hour, the police station would only have a few officers on night duty. However, today, due to the sudden appearance of the serial killer, the entire precinct was ablaze with lights. With everyone busy searching for him, Su Jian'an stood before the whiteboard in the conference room, scrutinizing the clues she had written down. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she hurriedly grabbed her coat and rushed out of the conference room. Jian'an, Captain Yin handed her a cup of coffee. We should order some late-night snacks. You haven't eaten anything all day. You should at least have a little. Please order something light for me. I'll eat when I return. She retrieved her car keys from the office and headed out, with Captain Yin calling after her. Where are you going? I'm going to the crime scene. She had a strong intuition that there were still undiscovered clues at the scene of the incident. If she could find just a bit more, she could sketch the killer's likeness to aid in the investigation. She refused to allow this perverse murderer to inflict further harm on innocent lives. The distance from the precinct to Tian'an Garden was considerable. Driving through the night, Su Jian'an felt her mind, which had been racing all day, finally begin to relax. However, the scandal between Han Ruoxi and Lu Boyan crept in her thoughts, and the images of their entanglement flashed before her eyes. Han Ruoxi appeared to come alive in those photos, taunting her. 2 years later, Boyan will divorce you. This is merely a performance. Su Jian'an, you make him act so hard. These illusory voices disoriented Su Jian'an, causing her to miss a red light and nearly run through it. Fortunately, she braked just in time, narrowly avoiding a traffic accident, though the seatbelt dug painfully into her chest. The pain jolted her back to reality. Having consumed the coffee from Captain Yin, she accelerated toward Tian'an Garden. She could not afford to dwell on the rumors surrounding Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi. She needed to force herself to fully immerse in her work, engaging in a battle of wits with the killer, just as she had during the day. The killer's methods were exceedingly brutal. Building 16 in Tian'an Garden was sparsely populated, and the 5th floor, where the crime occurred, was entirely deserted. As soon as Su Jian'an exited the elevator, she felt a chilling stillness emanating from the darkness, the atmosphere on the floor oppressive enough to take her breath away. It was as if the place concealed a lurking beast, poised to pounce at any moment. Taking a deep breath, she turned on the hallway lights and crossed the police line into room 502. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with the faint light from outside casting a shadow over the chalk outline of the victim. Su Jian'an's mind conjured up the horrific image of the victim being dismembered in that very spot earlier that morning, and she could almost smell the strong scent of blood in the air. The wind rustled the curtains, adding an eerie quality to the silent crime scene. Having hardened herself through countless experiences, Su Jian'an remained unaffected by the environment. She donned rubber gloves, turned on the lights, and began to investigate the scene anew, meticulously recording every detail in her notebook. Each detail, when pieced together, could lead to new discoveries and fresh clues. After a while, she entered the victim's room. Recalling what the old professor had said, the arrangement of a room could reveal much about a person's character. She sought to uncover the reasons behind the victim's selection as the killer's target. After observing for some time and taking extensive notes, she casually pulled out a chair and sat at the table, flipping through her notes while analyzing them. She was completely unaware of the ominous shadow that was creeping closer. After conducting numerous analyses, she recalled the saying, 90% of killers cannot resist returning to the scene of their crime. A chill ran down her spine as she lifted her head to see a figure cast against the wall. In an instant, she felt as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, her entire body turning cold. The figure held a knife, slowly raising it, aiming it at her. She fought to suppress her trembling, stubbornly maintaining her composure. As the killer's knife came crashing down, she barely managed to evade it, turning to meet the killer's gaze. Those were eyes clouded with malevolence, cold and devoid of emotion, akin to a vampire thirsting for blood in the dead of night. You have quite the audacity, the killer sneered, to dare come here alone in the dead of night. You have even greater audacity, Su Jian'an replied with an unnaturally calm voice. Not only do you dare return here, but you also choose to reside in this building. In that instant, as she turned, she instinctively scanned the killer's appearance. He was clad in loose pajamas, wearing slippers, and the corners of his mouth were still smeared with toothpaste foam. Given this appearance, the only explanation for his presence at the crime scene was that he lived in this building. How long have you been fixated on this girl? She asked, using the question to buy herself some time. For quite some time, the man replied, wiping the gleaming blade of the knife with the hem of his pajamas. His expression was stiff and icy. I watch her come and go every day. I've longed to cut her open. Su Jian'an's hand silently clenched. You have no grudge against her. Why do this? Because I like her. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of the man's lips as he declared, not only must I treat her this way, but you too. Despite Su Jian'an's agility, she could not evade the man's grasp. Her hands were firmly pinned against the wall. A chill of terror creeping up her spine as memories of Lu Boyan flooded her mind. If she were to be slain today, would he feel even the slightest pang of sorrow? No, she couldn't perish without clarifying the nature of his relationship with Han Ruoshi. Suddenly, clarity washed over Su Jian'an, igniting a desperate resolve to escape. Yet, the assailant had already discerned her intentions through her eyes. You are a forensic expert at the City Bureau, proficient in Taekwondo, and have studied criminal psychology. I am well aware of your capabilities, he sneered. Binding her hands with a rope, he continued, I conducted my research on you this morning. You would do well to remain still. As a black belt in Taekwondo, I could easily dislocate your arm with a mere misstep. Su Jian'an believed the man meant every word, and she could no longer suppress her trembling hands. The blade skimmed across her face as he remarked, You are quite beautiful. Inflicting harm upon you would be far more aesthetically pleasing than upon those two girls. Their skin pales in comparison to yours. Do you have family? Su Jian'an gazed into his eyes, imploring him. If you dismember me, you cannot escape the consequences. You would face the death penalty, ending your life, but what of your family? No one would utter their names again. They would be labeled the family of a monstrous killer, losing everything, jobs, friends, all they hold dear. The man's expression darkened, a sinister glare overtaking him. Silence. You have not only taken the lives of two innocent souls, but have indirectly condemned their families as well. Her words pierced through him like daggers. His eyes widened as he plunged the knife downwards. Su Jian'an had hoped to persuade him to surrender, but he was beyond redemption. She barely evaded the blade, her hand struggling against the ropes, but it was futile. The second strike was already upon her. This time, she feared she would not be so fortunate, and Lu Boyan would not arrive in time to save her. Was her streak of good fortune at an end? Prepared to embrace death, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. Jian'an. It was Jiang Shaokai. His arrival diverted the man's attention, allowing Su Jian'an to dodge the blade and shout, Call the police. Jiang Shaokai smashed the alarm button, triggering a cacophony of sirens. The man's fury intensified as he slammed Su Jian'an down, driving his elbow into the nape of her neck. A dull ache surged through her, rendering her voiceless. She was thrown to the ground, her eyelids growing heavy. The last image she registered was of Jiang Shaokai grappling with the man. Although proficient in self-defense, Jiang Shaokai was no match for the man's superior strength. Amid her mounting worries, Su Jian'an gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 48. The greatest risk is losing her in New York, USA. Lu Boyan operated like a relentless machine. Immersed in work, his assistant, Shen Yuechuan, mirrored his fervor, sacrificing personal comfort to accompany his boss. After a painstaking 10 minutes, Shun seized the opportunity for coffee, scrolling through news on his phone to gauge the reaction to the trending topic of Han Ruoshi and Lu Boyan's hotel encounter. To his dismay, the most popular story had shifted dramatically. Good heavens! Shen Yuechuan exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he hurried back to the office, shoving his phone into Lu Boyan's hands. Look at the news. Assuming it was mere gossip, Lu Boyan casually glanced, only to be met with a harrowing image of Su Jian'an, bound to a chair, her unconscious form slumped to one side, a glinting knife threateningly poised against her cheek. The accompanying text read, Tomorrow at noon, I will live stream the dismemberment of this beautiful creature. All are welcome to watch. Lu Boyan shot up, his abrupt movement causing his laptop to crash to the ground, shattered. His fists clenched, veins protruding as his narrowed gaze brewed a tempest of fury. Shen Yuechuan, witnessing such a terrifying transformation in Lu Boyan, cautiously inquired, "What should we do? This deranged killer is far more terrifying than Su Jian'an. Summon Wang Yang to the airport within 30 minutes. As his voice trailed off, Lu Boyan vanished from the office before Shen could fully comprehend the situation. Wang Yang, the pilot of Lu Boyan's private jet, was being dispatched to the airport, indicating that Lu Boyan intended to return to his homeland. Yet, with contracts on the verge of signing and the Lu Corporation poised to penetrate the North American market, his return would result in immeasurable losses, jeopardizing the efforts of the past few days. However, Shen Yuechuan recognized that Su Jian'an's safety outweighed all else. Reluctantly, he called Wang Yang, urging him to reach the airport within 30 minutes or face dire consequences. Meanwhile, in the domestic realm, both reality and cyberspace erupted into chaos. In the early hours, an online announcement proclaimed the intention to live-stream a dismemberment, accompanied by a chilling photograph. Night owls initially dismissed it as a jest, but upon noticing the location, Building 16, Room 502, Tian'an Garden, the site of the first murder, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Recognizing Su Jian'an's image, and with police swiftly mobilizing, the truth crystallized. Su Jian'an had fallen into the clutches of a depraved killer. Jokes circulated online, speculating whether the assailant was a fan of Han Ruoshi. The police soon confirmed that the perpetrator had injured and abducted two individuals, Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai. Both were prominent figures, the heir of the esteemed Jiang family and Lu Boyan's new wife, respectively. As such, countless individuals remained awake, glued to their screens. As the account threatening to livestream Su Jian'an's demise amassed millions of followers, a number that continued to swell. Countless spectators awaited confirmation of whether Su Jian'an would indeed suffer a brutal fate, with some expressing admiration for the killer, believing his actions would return Lu Boyan to Han Ruoshi. Before dawn, the city was steeped in an inexplicable dread. Tian'an Garden was ablaze with lights. Dozens of police vehicles stationed outside Building 16, featuring both armed officers and fully equipped SWAT teams. Captain Yin and the chief rushed to the scene, deliberating their rescue strategy. Beads of sweat formed on Captain Yan's brow as he considered the lives of Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai under his command. The chief was equally anxious. On Jiang Shaokai's first day at the precinct, his father had privately cautioned him about the risks, and Su Jian'an's peril further heightened his urgency. A heavy air of unease enveloped Tian'an Garden, yet Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai remained oblivious. After Su Jian'an lost consciousness, Jiang Shaokai was soon knocked out as well. Bound to chairs, they remained unaware until daylight broke, awakening in a dimly lit room with tightly drawn curtains. Jiang Shaokai struggled momentarily, realizing escape was futile, and chuckled. "I was once kidnapped for ransom. Now I find myself in the clutches of a psychopath. My life has certainly been eventful." Su Jian'an's head throbbed painfully, her voice barely a whisper. "Jiang Shaokai, why were you there last night?" "Captain Yin expressed concern for your safety, so he came to find you." Jiang Shaokai sighed regretfully. "I never anticipated encountering that scoundrel. I should have been training with the criminal investigation team. Even if I couldn't subdue him, at least I could have helped you escape." After a lengthy silence, Su Jian'an finally spoke. "Jiang Shaokai, I am sorry. If you do not come looking for me, you will not be kidnapped. You need not apologize to him." The voice of the killer resonated from the corner. "I have no interest in the man and will not harm him." Jiang Shaokai turned his gaze towards the sound and, finally, in the dim light, discerned the silhouette of the killer. "What the hell do you want?" The killer smirked. "You don't fancy this girl, do you? It's perfectly normal for me to like whoever I please." Jiang Shaokai, even bound, sat with an air of superiority. "But you, can you not be so perverse? You saw how that girl met her end yesterday, didn't you?" The man approached Jiang Shaokai, gripping Su Jian'an's chin. "By noon today, she will meet the same fate. Do you think I am twisted? Then I shall allow you to witness it all, along with the online audience. Let her go." Jiang Shaokai kicked out. "Are you even a man?" The killer was unfazed, brutally stamping down on Jiang Shaokai's foot, applying pressure. Jiang Shaokai, in pain, bit down on his teeth to suppress his curses. "Since you are in a city, you must know Lu Boyan. She is Lu Boyan's wife. If you harm her, do you think you can still live? When I kidnapped both of you, I had no intention of surviving. The man caressed Su Jian'an's face. So you are rather fortunate. At least I shall accompany you in death. Jiang Shaokai deemed this individual a complete pervert, both psychologically and physically, and could only place his hopes on Captain Yin and the others. He glanced at Su Jian'an. Do not be afraid. Su Jian'an understood Jiang Shaokai's meaning. The pain in her head was gradually subsiding, and she nodded. The killer, aware of their conversation, burst into laughter. I have planted bombs at the main entrance and every window. If the police force their way in, I cannot guarantee that they will return alive. Moreover, I have warned them that if I hear an explosion, I will kill both of you. If they behave, Jiang Shaokai might still return alive. You only want my words. Su Jian'an inquired, why not let Jiang Shaokai go now? I cannot compete with you, but he is a man, so it's hard to say. Let him go, and you need not guard against him. When it comes time to dismember me, he can do so wholeheartedly. Su Jian'an, Jiang Shaokai, exasperated, shouted, shut your mouth. At such a moment, how could he possibly abandon Su Jian'an? They had been experimental partners for 6 years and work partners for a year. It nearly moved him to tears. The man clapped his hands and approached Su Jian'an, leaning close, but I will not let him go. I still need him as my sole live audience. As for you, just wait quietly for noon to arrive. Su Jian'an remained silent, glancing at the time. It was already past 9. In just over 2 hours, she would either survive or become the third victim of a psychopathic killer. Unbidden, Lu Boyan's face resurfaced in her mind. Did he know? Would he perhaps be a little anxious for her? She was uncertain. All she could ascertain was that Su Yiqing must be worried sick. She smiled softly. Jiang Shaokai, if I truly die today, please tell my brother not to be too sad. I am merely going to find my mother. Nothing you wish to say to Lu Boyan? Jiang Shaokai asked. There is something. There has been a phrase I have longed to convey to Lu Boyan for over a decade. Now, it seems there is no need to say it. What about me? Jiang Shaokai turned to look at her. Nothing to say to me? Thank you, Su Jian'an smiled. You have helped me greatly during college and while I was in America. Jiang Shaokai, I truly appreciate it. Jiang Shaokai concealed his subtle actions behind him, also managing a smile. Thanks is of no use. He subtly signaled to Su Jian'an. Su Jian'an, understanding Jiang Shaokai's gesture, masked her inner anxiety and continued to engage him in trivial conversation to divert the killer's attention. The man, armed and seated in the corner, focused most of his attention on the sounds from outside the door, paying little heed to the insipid dialogue between Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai. This was Jiang Shaokai's intent. He watched Su Jian'an with a smile. What do you think Lu Boyan is doing right now? Su Jian'an boasted. I do not possess the ability to see across the ocean. How would I know? Jiang Shaokai raised his brow. Matters must have escalated significantly. Lu Boyan might not even be in America anymore. Lu Boyan was on a plane. Wang Yang informed him that he would not return to his city until at least 11. It was 10 o'clock, and Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai remained trapped at the crime scene, while the police found no breakthrough to rescue them, rendering their movements inconvenient. Everyone believed that Su Jian'an could not escape this calamity. Countless people awaited the live broadcast online. Lu Boyan, having not rested well for several days, bore a deep weariness etched upon his brow, yet he could not afford to rest. He had contemplated throwing caution to the wind, even at the risk of exposure. But ultimately, he reached out to Mu Siju first. No, Mu Siju refused. It is correct that they should go. However, what awaits you will be an even greater disaster. Until the final moment, I will not allow you to take risks. Jian'an is very clever. While that Jiang lad is a scion, he is no fool. The police cannot rescue them. Perhaps they can save themselves? I do not want her to be harmed. I know. Mu Siju finally relented. I promised to dispatch them to wait for instructions. If there is no movement by the last moment, they will undoubtedly go in to rescue them. But until then, do not take any risks. This is for her sake. Lu Boyan hung up the phone, drained his coffee in one gulp, and instructed Wang Yang to head straight to the city bureau, where a helipad was available. The airport was in the suburbs, and it would take too long to go to Tiananmen. Understood. Wang Yang immediately contacted the personnel at the city bureau. Shortly after 11, a private jet roared above the city bureau, gradually descending onto the helipad. The white private plane stood out among several black police helicopters, creating a stark contrast. The driver had long parked the car in wait for Lu Boyan, who quickly boarded and sped towards Tiananmen. Mu Siju urged him not to take risks. But for him, losing Su Jian'an was the only risk he could not afford to take. Chapter 49. The relationship returns to the starting point at noon. The dismemberment live broadcast was set to commence. At 11:50, the police still found themselves at a loss against the killer. By 11:53, the killer's account amassed nearly 10 million followers, and he posted another message. It seems the police have no way to rescue their forensic expert. Thus, I shall commence my performance early as a gesture of gratitude. At 11:54, Lu Boyan arrived at the base of Building 16. The chief urged him to view the killer's latest message. Narrowing his eyes, he dialed Mu Siju. Regardless of whether this was the final moment, he could wait no longer. Equally impatient was the desperate killer, who approached Su Jian'an with a knife in hand. "We are about to begin. Do not fear. Many people are watching us online." He severed the ropes binding Su Jian'an, leaving only those around her wrists and ankles, then lifted her down, laying her flat on the ground. He took out his phone to capture her photograph. "This will be your last complete picture. I must take it well." Su Jian'an glanced towards Jiang Shaokai, and at that moment, Jiang Shaokai successfully freed his hand from the ropes. He sprang up, heedless, lunging towards the window. Surely, a sniper was waiting for the opportune moment. If he pulled back the curtains, the sniper could take aim at the killer. The killer noticed Jiang Shaokai's movement, his expression shifting, and he tossed his phone aside to grab his gun. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at Jiang Shaokai, and Su Jian'an gasped, "Jiang Shaokai." With a swift motion, the heavy curtains were forcefully drawn back. The midday sunlight flooded the room, and Su Jian'an instinctively shut her eyes, only to hear two gunshots ring out. A resounding gunshot echoed, accompanied by the shattering of glass. The police sniper had fired from outside. The preceding shot had come from within the room. Su Jian'an, wincing from the pain, forced her eyes open to witness both the man and Jiang Shaokai sprawled on the ground. The sniper fired a few more rounds. The man's limbs were struck, rendering him immobile, while Jiang Shaokai was hit in the abdomen, blood staining his white shirt, the color draining from his face. Jiang Shaokai. Su Jian'an struggled against the ropes binding her limbs, unable to break free. At that moment, a loud crash indicated that the front door had been kicked open, and she heard hurried footsteps rushing in. Ignoring everything else, she called out Jiang Shaokai's name. Someone came to untie her, and she caught a familiar scent. But there was no time to ponder. She crawled toward Jiang Shaokai, trembling as she pressed her hand against his wound, blood seeping through her fingers. Tears welled in her eyes. "Don't cry," Jiang Shaokai urged, managing a faint smile. "I still have things to tell you. Jian'an, if I were to die from this bullet, please tell my parents I've gone to find my grandmother, so they won't be sad. Don't speak." Tears finally streamed down Su Jian'an's face. "You won't die." Doctors and nurses rushed in with a stretcher. Su Jian'an helped them lift Jiang Shaokai onto it. Hearing someone call her name, just as she turned, Jiang Shaokai suddenly closed his eyes. In a daze, she grasped his hand tighter, repeatedly calling his name as the doctors hurriedly transported him downstairs. Lu Boyan watched Su Jian'an's retreating figure, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he dialed Mu Siju, informing him, "It's all fine now. They can withdraw." "Oh." Mu Siju chuckled. "Did Jian'an really save herself? I always said the girl is quite clever." Lu Boyan hung up, glancing at the fallen assailant, a fleeting emotion crossing his gaze before he turned to leave. Upon reaching the ground floor, he saw Su Jian'an frantically climbing into the ambulance, gripping Jiang Shaokai's hand, speaking anxiously to him, worry and fear etched on her face, tears glistening in her eyes. The ambulance doors shut with a whoosh, speeding away from the community. He had been behind her, helping to untie her. He had expected her to be frightened, wishing to comfort her, to assure her that everything was all right, but her gaze remained fixed on another man in the distance, the space between them merely a centimeter apart. She would never realize he had been there. Lu Boyan entered the car, where Wang Yang was smoking. He eyed Wang Yang, knowing full well he disliked the habit. Once a smoker himself, he had quit abruptly years ago. "I'm not smoking anymore," he stated, extinguishing the cigarette. He took a cigarette from Wang Yang's pack. "Do you have a lighter?" Wang Yang, momentarily doubting his hearing, handed over the lighter after a pause. He had heard that Lu Boyan preferred using matches, which were exquisitely designed, the slender, clean matchsticks igniting with a swift strike. "It doesn't matter." Lu Boyan casually lit the cigarette. Through the rising smoke, Wang Yang sensed something unusual in his gaze but dared only to ask, "Where are we going?" "To the hospital." The outpatient area of the municipal hospital was swarming with reporters following the ambulance, while Jiang Shaokai was undergoing emergency surgery inside. Su Jian'an, and Zhang's mother sat silently on a row of chairs outside. Soon, the familiar sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Su Jian'an looked up, her eyes instantly reddening. Brother. Only in front of Su Yicheng could she admit how frightened and wronged she felt. It's okay. The assailant has been subdued by the police. Su Yicheng reassured her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. It's all right, don't be afraid. Su Jian'an nodded, and Su Yicheng patted her shoulder before moving to speak with Zhang's mother. Mrs. Jiang. Zhang's mother forced a smile. Su Yicheng expressed his gratitude sincerely. Thank you so much for what Xiaokai did. If he hadn't taken the risk, my sister might have. He always says he is a police officer, and I suppose he believes he ought to act that way. Zhang's mother held Su Jian'an's hand. Jian'an, you must be exhausted. Please return with Yicheng. I can manage here. Xiaokai's father has already rushed back from out of town. Su Jian'an shook her head. Annie, I want to wait until he finishes surgery. That's fine. Zhang's mother said no more, returning her gaze to the surgery room door, anxiety etched on her features. Su Yicheng pulled Su Jian'an aside and asked, Have you seen Lu Boyan? Him? Su Jian'an was puzzled. Isn't he in America? He returned and went straight to Tiananmen Garden. Director Tang and I saw him go up. How could you have missed him? Suddenly, Su Jian'an recalled the familiar scent that filled her senses when the ropes were untied and someone calling her name. Was it Lu Boyan? She shook her head. At that moment, Zhang Xiaokai was losing so much blood, I couldn't think of anything else. Besides, he said he was going for 7 days. How could he be back so soon? This coincidence was remarkable. Su Yicheng chuckled. Well, you'll have to ask him yourself. If all goes as expected, the ignored individual must be feeling quite frustrated by now. He is eager to see how you'll react. Su Jian'an found Su Yicheng's smile somewhat peculiar, but chose to remain silent, returning to sit beside Zhang's mother. Before long, Zhang Xiaokai was wheeled out of the operating room. The attending physician reassured Zhang's mother. There's no need to worry. The bullet has been removed, and no vital organs were damaged, so he is out of danger. He has lost a lot of blood and will need time to recover. Zhang's mother exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thank you, doctor. Su Jian'an's anxiety finally eased as she followed Zhang Xiaokai into the ward. Zhang's mother insisted she leave. Jian'an, go home and eat something. You need rest. I'll have him call you when he wakes. Su Jian'an hadn't eaten since the previous night, and Zhang's mother's words suddenly made her feel hungry. Nodding, she left with Su Yicheng. However, she was taken aback to see Lu Boyan's car parked outside the surgical ward. Looks like I need to drive you back. Su Yicheng remarked with a smile, getting into his car and departing. Su Jian'an hesitated but approached. Lu Boyan stepped out of the car, looking at her. Director Tang wants you to rest for a week. Yes, I understand. After everything that had transpired, she felt both anxious and exhausted, indeed needing a few days of rest. I'll drive you home, Lu Boyan insisted, his brow slightly furrowed, leaving no room for refusal. Su Jian'an, lacking the energy to call for a taxi, obediently climbed in. Lu Boyan joined her, and she quietly asked, Didn't you say your business trip would last 7 days? Why are you back so soon? She genuinely couldn't fathom the reason. Lu Boyan glanced at her. I finished early and returned. Indeed, it was just a coincidence, nothing more. Oh. Su Jian'an concealed her disappointment in her tone. Call me when you arrive home. She closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. As the car turned, her body leaned toward Lu Boyan, who noticed her swaying and eventually shifted closer, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. She nestled against him comfortably, clutching his arm, radiating the satisfaction of a child receiving a treat. Lu Boyan's foul mood lightened slightly as he instructed the driver to turn off the music and draw the curtains to shield Su Jian'an's eyes from the sunlight. He tended to her needs while she peacefully slept throughout the journey. An hour later, the car halted before the door, and Su Jian'an remained deeply asleep. Just as Lu Boyan was about to lift her from the vehicle, she suddenly opened her eyes, realizing that not only was she leaning against him, but she was also holding his hand. Su Jian'an felt an overwhelming urge to bite herself in embarrassment. She quickly withdrew her hand and stammered an apology. I'm sorry. I fell asleep. It wasn't intentional. The abruptness of her politeness and distance caused Lu Boyan's gaze to turn cold. His voice devoid of emotion. It's fine. His indifference felt like a bucket of icy water poured over her, leaving Su Jian'an speechless as she exited the car, almost fleeing. In an instant, they reverted to the awkwardness of their first meeting, as if the embraces and kisses shared in the past days had never occurred. Su Jian'an had longed to discover the surprises Lu Boyan would bring upon his return, yet now that he was back, she didn't even dare to ask. She mused that he had likely forgotten too. After all, they were merely acting, never truly intimate. Chapter 50. Su Jian'an's Secret. 1. Exhausted. Su Jian'an had no desire to converse, and simply requested the chef to prepare a bowl of noodles. After her shower, she managed a few bites before retreating to her room, collapsing into bed. She fell asleep so quickly that she didn't even close the door properly. Lu Boyan entered, drawing the curtains for her, carefully extracting the blanket from under her and covering her with it. She seemed particularly obedient today, curling up in the blanket as if trying to shrink away into its warmth, remaining utterly still, like a docile little creature. Lu Boyan's hand hovered several times, yet he ultimately refrained from touching her, turning quietly to leave. Unbeknownst to Su Jian'an, he had been there. She slept soundly until past 5 in the afternoon, feeling as though she had slumbered for a century. Stretching, she rose and noticed the dimness of the room, likely due to the drawn curtains. Did she pull them shut before sleeping? At that moment, her body had been pushed to its limits. She couldn't even recall how she ended up in bed or whether the curtains had been drawn. Perhaps the myriad details she needed to attend to in her work dulled her focus on the trivialities of life. She changed her clothes and hurried downstairs, heading straight for the kitchen. Su Bo, assuming she was preparing dinner for Lu Boyan, cheerfully remarked, "Madam, you can take your time. The young master is still asleep." Su Jian'an merely smiled and said, "Su Bo, could you please fetch me a thermos?" Su Bo's smile faltered for a moment as he grasped the implication, but still complied. Bringing her the thermos, she swiftly set to work, boiling 2 pots of soup and stir-frying vegetables. After over an hour of bustling, she finally plated the dishes, and the soups were ready. She poured the bone broth into the thermos and, along with a servant, carried the other dishes to the dining room. Just as Lu Boyan awakened, she smiled at him, saying, "Dinner is ready." All day, Lu Boyan's mood had been somber, and Su Jian'an's smile was like a ray of sunshine piercing through his gloom. Yet, he remained inscrutable, merely responding with a non-committal hum as he took a seat. At that moment, thoughts of Lu Boyan's 4-hour rendezvous with Han Ruashi and the promises of surprises he had once made faded from her mind. She served him a bowl of soup and focused on her meal, swallowing with vigor. Lu Boyan furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Are you very hungry?" Su Jian'an abruptly looked up. "You're the one who's hungry." Realizing he wasn't scolding her, she sheepishly touched her nose and returned to her meal. "Not really. I just have some matters to attend to later." Suddenly feeling full, she set down her utensils, retrieved the thermos from the kitchen, and headed for the door. As she reached for her car keys, someone grasped her hand from behind. Turning, she found it was Lu Boyan. "Where are you going? Aren't you going to tell me?" His expression was grave, inscrutable, concealing any trace of emotion. His deep gaze appeared calm, yet there was an undercurrent of tumultuous flames behind those tranquil eyes. Su Jian'an felt a pang of uncertainty in her chest. "I'm going to the hospital." "To see Jiang Shaokai?" Lu Boyan asked. "Yes," Su Jian'an nodded. "He should be awake now." Lu Boyan's lips curled slightly. But before she could decipher whether it was a self-deprecating smile or a gentle grin, the expression vanished, and he released her hand. "I'll be going." Taking the car keys, Su Jian'an retrieved the SLK 350 she had once driven and sped towards the hospital. Jiang Shaokai had awakened by the afternoon, and Luo Xiaoxi had also arrived, the two engrossed in a game of fruit slicing on an iPad, their fingers dancing over the screen with fervor. Luo Xiaoxi caught sight of the thermos in Su Jian'an's hand and exclaimed, "What delicious treat do you have?" "Bonevros, Su Jian'an replied. Luo Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled, but her distraction caused her to slice a bomb in the game, resulting in a dazzling explosion on the screen, claiming victory for Jiang Shaokai. "Luo Xiaoxi, will you ever win against me?" Jiang Shaokai teased. "Just like you'll never catch Su Yicheng." Luo Xiaoxi shot him an indignant glare, threatening, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make your wound split open." She opened Su Jian'an's thermos, and the rich aroma of the broth wafted out, prompting her to rush to wash some bowls. Su Jian'an settled into the caregiver's chair beside the bed and asked Jiang Shaokai, "How are you feeling?" "The anesthesia has worn off. It hurts," he replied, looking pitiful. Su Jian'an teased, "You can still win against Luo Xiaoxi in fruit slicing? Who would believe that?" Jiang Shaokai replied with a sigh. Luo Xiaoxi returned with 2 clean bowls and served Jiang Shaokai first, saying, "Don't say I'm unkind to you, injured one. Helping me, yet you still want to compete for soup? I'm assisting you." Luo Xiaoxi defended. There's plenty in this big thermos that you can't finish. Su Jian'an, uninterested in their antics, rummaged through Luo Xiaoxi's bag and found her phone, though it was dead and had shut off. She borrowed a charger from Jiang Shaokai to power it up and glanced at the screen once it turned on. A flurry of missed calls appeared, all from the same person, Lu Boyan. She noted the timing, coinciding with the release of news about his 4-hour tryst with Han Ruoxi, which had surfaced the previous morning. Had he called to explain himself regarding Han Ruoxi? Luo Xiaoxi, noticing Su Jian'an's distracted expression, teased, "What has you so entranced? Did someone deposit a few million into your account?" Setting her phone down to charge, Su Jian'an shifted the topic. "Didn't you have a meeting with the agency yesterday afternoon? How did that go?" "Not well," Luo Xiaoxi sighed. "It was a small company, though the women there were quite beautiful. They pooled money to buy 2 different colored Chanels. Whoever goes to accompany the boss gets to wear one. What I want is a stage that allows me to shine, not just a wealthy boss." Luo Xiaoxi resolutely refused to eat meat for dinner. So she handed Jiang Shaokai a meaty bone. "If I must make money by accompanying someone to dinner, I might as well dine with my father." Indeed, Luo Xiaoxi had once made money by dining with her father. During that time, she had been wild, and her family had sent several bodyguards to keep her in check, all of whom she had managed to evade. Ultimately, her father froze all her accounts, demanding she have dinner with him weekly in exchange for cash to spend, while also introducing her to the concept of business gatherings. Luo Xiaoxi complied, always dressing provocatively, charmingly linking arms with her father in front of clients and company staff, referring to him as boss, nearly giving him a heart attack in the process. Eventually, he unfroze all her accounts, insisting she leave. "What do you plan to do?" "Su Jian'an inquired. Wait, there will surely be a big company willing to sign me." Luo Xiaoxi smiled, sometimes unaware of where her confidence and determination stemmed from. She stubbornly believed in certain things, like her conviction that Su Yicheng would one day come to love her, just as she presently believed in her ability to secure a position in a prestigious company and step onto a grand stage. Jiang Shaokai remarked, "Isn't the largest talent agency in the country Lu's Media under the Lu Corporation?" "Lu Media?" Su Jian'an mused, feeling a sense of familiarity. Unable to bear Su Jian'an's bewildered expression, Luo Xiaoxi reminded her, "It's your husband's company." Su Jian'an finally registered the connection. "Shall I ask him about it when I return?" "No," Luo Xiaoxi firmly declined. "I've heard that the agents at Lu Media have discerning eyes. They will seek me out themselves." With that, she picked up her bag and left. She had always come and gone like the wind, a fact that Su Jian'an and Jiang Shaokai had grown accustomed to. Jiang Shaokai gestured for Su Jian'an to close the door, stating, "I have something to discuss with you." Su Jian'an complied, returning with curiosity shining in her eyes. "What do you wish to know?" Shrouded in mystery. "Why did you go to the crime scene so late the other night?" "I wanted to see if there were any clues we may have overlooked. Didn't the professor advise us to trust our instincts and to return to the starting point when we find ourselves in a dead end?" Su Jian'an explained. "I understand that you were diligent and hard-working," Jiang Shaokai suddenly interrupted, "but I didn't realize you would push yourself so hard." Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback. "What are you trying to say? You spent the entire day forcing yourself to work, even analyzing during lunch, refusing to leave the office, and rushing to the crime scene in the dead of night." Jiang Shaokai gazed intently into Su Jian'an's eyes. "I have known you for 7 years. I know you well. Can you honestly say you're not using work to numb your mind, to avoid confronting other matters?" A space within Su Jian'an's heart emptied, buried with unspoken concerns. Jiang Shaokai's words acted as a shovel, unearthing her secrets and laying them bare between them. He dropped the last bombshell. "Do you think you concealed it well?" "In truth, everyone in the office has noticed. That is why we dare not mention Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi." Su Jian'an lowered hergaze. "Should I thank you for that?" If they were to come nosily asking her whether Lu Boyan and Han Ruoxi had truly been intimate, she would likely crumble. "Jian'an, let us start from the beginning," Jiang Shaokai said, sitting upright. "When we graduated from university, Luo Xiaoxi and I jokingly asked if, despite all the suitors, you were unwilling to date anyone. You fell silent, and we took it as an affirmation, yet you refused to disclose who that person was. Months ago, you suddenly announced your intention to marry Lu Boyan, claiming there were no feelings involved, that it was merely for security to ease your brother's worries. You also mentioned that he and Han Ruoxi were the true couple, and that you would divorce him in 2 years. I almost believed you had no feelings for Lu Boyan, but after marrying him, Your mood seemed entirely governed by him. That night you worked late and didn't return home. The next morning, he came to see you, and you smiled all day. Then yesterday, when rumors of him and Han Ruashi resurfaced, you forced yourself to work, desperately attempting to appear normal. Jian'an, you are not simply infatuated with someone else. The person you have loved all these years is undoubtedly Lu Boyan, isn't it? Chapter 51. Su Jian'an's Secret, 2, during her school years. Su Jian'an was a mythical academic prodigy. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, she was perpetually oblivious. Thus, although she met Lu Boyan at the age of 10, it was not until much later that she recognized her feelings for him. By then, she had matured from a little girl into a graceful young woman. As for Lu Boyan, she had not seen him in many years and had no idea if he still possessed the same captivating charm of a 16-year-old, nor what he had become. Yet, her affection for him remained unchanged. In the first year of junior high, she received a love letter wrapped in fragrant stationery, accompanied by a photograph of a boy. Upon glancing at it, Lu Boyan's image automatically surfaced in her mind. The boy's nose was not as refined, nor were his eyes as deep and enchanting as Lu Boyan's, and his hairstyle lacked the effortless elegance of Lu Boyan's. In the second year, a brash boy confessed his feelings, promising her a reign of dominance in school if she became his girlfriend. She assessed him, finding him devoid of charm, unlike Lu Boyan, who exuded a maturity and grace that set him apart from his peers. Then came the arrival of Su Jian'an and her mother. Her mother's sudden passing plunged her life into an eternal night. By day, she locked herself in her mother's room, and by night, she wept bitterly, often contemplating the unendurable weight of existence. Yet in her darkest moments, she would always think of Lu Boyan. When she met him, his father had just died in a car accident. Her mother had told her, "That brother is very sad. Would you go and keep him company?" Perhaps her insistence back then had annoyed Lu Boyan, but now his presence became her pillar of strength. If he could confront the sorrow of losing a loved one, why couldn't she? At the very least, she ought to be as strong as he was to be worthy of him, right? Thus, unbeknownst to Lu Boyan, she cherished her feelings for him and somehow navigated through that most challenging period. At that point, she still did not realize her affection for Lu Boyan. As high school graduation approached, she stumbled upon his image in a financial magazine. In her memory, he remained the 16-year-old boy clad in a sweater and casual pants. But the magazine depicted him in an expensive tailored suit, his features sharper and more defined, his gaze deeper and more inscrutable, and he had grown taller than at 16. He had transformed from a boy into a successful business elite. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. Her classmates teased her, "Jian'an, you two have a day of infatuation. This business newcomer is incredibly handsome. Do you like him?" "Yes." Su Jian'an heard the voice within her affirm. "I have always liked him." Only at that moment did she belatedly comprehend why she could not develop ordinary feelings for boys her age or engage in a youthful romance. Why? Whether it was the mischievous boy at the back of the classroom or the so-called dreamboat of the school, she could not help but compare them to Lu Boyan, ultimately finding them lacking. In truth, she had experienced her first stirrings of affection at the age of 10, enamored with Lu Boyan. But only now did she come to realize it. After hastily graduating from high school, she enrolled at university, beginning to take an interest in various financial magazines, for they occasionally featured news or interviews related to Lu Boyan. There were several photographs of him taken from magazines that she downloaded and secretly stored in a hidden album on her phone, a secret even from Luo Xiaoxi. Throughout her 4 years at university, she continued to harbor her feelings for Lu Boyan in silence. Occasionally, when she spoke with or met Tang Yulan, she would hear news about Lu Boyan from her. Several times, Tang Yulan invited her to dinner, mentioning that Lu Boyan would be home that day, and they could meet. By then, Lu Boyan had developed the Lu Corporation into a business empire, becoming the object of many girls' dreams, with rampant rumors swirling about him and Han Ruashi. Their photos together flooded the internet, yet she would shake her head in refusal, citing her busy studies. In truth, she feared witnessing him with someone else. Despite this, she still felt luckier than most girls harboring unrequited love, for she had encountered Lu Boyan early on and could always stay updated on his life. After graduation, Su Yicheng encouraged her to study abroad, and she chose to attend the same university from which Lu Boyan had graduated. During her time at Columbia, Lu Boyan was indeed a figure of great renown. Even years after his graduation, professors still remembered him, and she occasionally heard tales of his time there from both instructors and classmates, which always brought her an inexplicable joy. Jiang Shaokai remarked that after studying abroad, perhaps she had become desensitized to death, laughing at odd moments like a lunatic. If being a lunatic meant having feelings for Lu Boyan, then so be it. Her affection was her private affair. In the 2 years she studied abroad, Su Yiqing's Cheng'an group rapidly expanded, suppressing the Su family to the point where Su Honyuan struggled to breathe. Desperate, Su Huan contemplated kidnapping her to Tretan Su Yiqing. When Su Yiqing and Tang Huilan proposed that she marry Lu Boyan, her initial reaction was fear. The person she had secretly adored for so long had become so accomplished, while she was surrounded by death daily. Moreover, it seemed he had someone he favored. Simply cherishing him from afar was already enough. How could she possibly marry him? Jian'an, this is your only opportunity, Su Yiqing told her. I know you like him. She stared at her brother, momentarily speechless. Feeling like a child caught wearing her mother's high heels, her face flushed with embarrassment. You must fight for what you desire, including the person you love. Su Yiqing gently reminded her. Consider how you would feel if he married someone else. She nodded slowly, and he added, then you should marry him. Don't let him be taken by someone else. You must strive for your own happiness. Thus, she agreed to wed Lu Boyan, becoming his wife. Yet, Lu Boyan informed her that they would divorce in 2 years. How coincidental. I harbor no feelings for you, either. She feigned indifference, but deep down, she felt a pang of sadness. Lu Boyan had once asked her why she agreed to marry him, and the truth was, it was simply because she loved him. When faced with a deranged killer's knife at her throat, Jiang Shaokai asked if she had anything to say to Lu Boyan. She wanted to confess her feelings. Yet the thought of impossibly being with Han Ruoshi rendered it seemingly unnecessary. After all, just being able to marry him was already a source of fulfillment. For years, she had secretly loved Lu Boyan, never daring to dream of being with him, let alone marrying him. Even if she were to die now, she could at least say she had been married to Lu Boyan for over 2 months. Though brief, it was enough to make her life feel complete. See how this love had humbled her, buried deep beneath her pride, rendering her unable to speak of it or share it with anyone. Yet, she never anticipated that Jiang Shaokai saw through it all. Su Jian'an was no longer the flustered girl she had been when Su Yiqing exposed her feelings. She smiled and pleaded with Jiang Shaokai, please don't tell anyone. Jiang Shaokai, frustrated, retorted, what a failure. Who said that? My achievements are simply directed elsewhere. He challenged her to argue, insisting that it would be more useful to compete with Han Ruoshi for Lu Boyan's affection. Su Jian'an recalled the image of Han Ruoshi entangled with Lu Boyan. How could I compete? They shared genuine feelings. Jian'an, I suddenly find you somewhat pitiable. I'm healthy, well-fed, and married to the person I adore. How am I pitiable? Su Jian'an scoffed. You should feel sorry for Xiaoxi. Her father cut off her allowance again. Jiang Shaokai scoffed. Xiaoxi is braver than you. Su Jian'an paused, then laughed. Indeed, Xiaoxi was far bolder, openly confessing her feelings, and, if rejected, she would simply pursue the one she loved. She grabbed her phone and her lunch container, rising to her feet. I'll bring you lunch tomorrow. Jiang Shaokai had no intention of refusing. Drive safely. By the time Su Jian'an returned home, it was late. After parking, she entered with her lunch container to find Lu Boyan sitting alone on the living room sofa, several cigarette butts scattered in the ashtray, the air thick with smoke. In her memory, Lu Boyan was not a smoker. She approached him, asking, are you all right? Lu Boyan lifted his gaze languidly. I'm fine. Have you been at the hospital all this time? Su Jian'an nodded. Xiaoxi was there too. We just talked for a while. He replied, reaching for the cigarettes and matches on the coffee table, but hesitating before pulling back. If there is nothing else, you should get some rest. Yesterday, Su Jian'an hesitated before continuing, I left my phone at Xiaoxi's house, so I missed your call. Did you want to tell me something? She couldn't deny a flicker of anticipation within her. Yet Lu Boyan's expression remained impassive as he replied, it's nothing. He seemed disinclined to continue the conversation, leaving Su Jian'an to mask her disappointment with a soft "oh" as she placed the lunch container down and headed upstairs. After showering and lying on her bed, she finally felt the pain at the back of her head. Suddenly, she remembered that the assailant had struck her there, rendering her unconscious. The pain was only to be expected. For safety's sake, she decided to retrieve the first aid kit. Around 11, the crystal chandelier in the living room was extinguished, leaving only a few wall sconces casting a warm yellow glow. Su Jian'an caught a whiff of the heavy smoke again. Instinctively, she glanced at the sofa, where Lu Boyan remained, smoke curling around his fingers, his silhouette cast in solitude. A book she had read once claimed that a person's face could be perfectly masked, but their back would reveal the truth. One could discern whether a person was content or desolate simply by observing their back. Was Lu Boyan among the latter? Why else would he be sitting alone, smoking at this hour? Her heart ached as if pierced by a needle, compelling her feet to move toward him. Even if he preferred her distance, she could not bear to turn a blind eye to his solitude. Surprised by her late descent, Lu Boyan extinguished his cigarette. "Didn't I tell you to sleep early?" Su Jian'an stuttered. "I came down to find the first aid kit." Lu Boyan's pupils constricted suddenly. "Where are you hurt?" Chapter 52. Their affection exists only in the news. Su Jian'an thought she glimpsed a fleeting concern in Lu Boyan's eyes, but she could not capture it, nor did she dare to rejoice in it. She gestured toward the back of her head. Lu Boyan stood, pressing gently on the area, causing her to gasp in pain. "Be gentle, it hurts." His brows furrowed deeply. "Why didn't you mention this during the day?" He took her hand and began to lead her outside. "Hey, Lu Boyan." Su Jian'an struggled against his grip, unable to free herself. "Where are you taking me?" "Is our first aid kit in the backyard?" "To the hospital. I'm in my pajamas." At that, Lu Boyan halted abruptly, turning back to see her in loose silk pajamas. The night breeze gently brushing against her exposed legs, her curves subtly outlined. A fleeting awkwardness crossed his gaze as he averted his eyes. "Change into something else. I'll wait outside." "It's too late. I'll just..." Su Jian'an attempted to suggest going to the hospital alone the next day, but Lu Boyan's cold gaze silenced her, forcing her to swallow her words. She went upstairs to change, returning obediently to follow him to the hospital. The highway was deserted at night, and Lu Boyan drove swiftly. Stealing glances at him, Su Jian'an noted his profile was as stern as ever, as if he were impenetrable every minute. Was the solitude she perceived when he sat smoking merely an illusion? To confirm, she cautiously inquired, "What were you thinking about earlier?" "Just thinking." His tone was devoid of emotion, clearly unwilling to discuss it further. Su Jian'an nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. The journey ahead was enveloped in silence. Though fortunately, the hospital was not far away. This was the most expensive private hospital in City A, its environment akin to a five-star hotel. A CAF and Western restaurant operated 24 hours, and there was a screening room with sound quality rivaling that of a cinema. The expansive garden boasted various recreational facilities, and high-speed Wi-Fi covered the entire hospital. It was said that the wealthy of City A preferred to seek medical attention here. Even in the dead of night, the hospital was brightly lit, resembling an upscale residential community. Su Jian'an had long heard of this place, but before she could take a closer look, Lu Boyan had already ushered her to the doctor. The doctor greeted her with a polite smile, saying, "Mrs. Lu, please follow me. We will conduct a thorough examination." She instinctively glanced at Lu Boyan, inquiring, "What about you?" Lu Boyan frowned slightly, replying, "I do not require an examination." Su Jian'an clarified, "That is not what I meant." Fortunately, the doctor understood her implication and reassured her, "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu is asking where you will wait for her." Lu Boyan cast a deep glance at Su Jian'an before responding, "I will be at the CAF by the entrance. I want to leave." The doctor smiled ambiguously, and Su Jian'an felt her cheeks warm, lowering her head as she followed the doctor. It was not that she feared Lu Boyan would leave. Rather, she wished to avoid being alone in the hospital. 9 years prior, her mother had passed away in a hospital, and since then, she had harbored an inexplicable aversion to them. This was also a primary reason she chose to become a forensic doctor after graduation, unwilling to pursue a career as a physician. The female doctor, unaware of this, gazed at Su Jian'an with envy, stating, "Mrs. Lu, your relationship with Mr. Lu is as splendid as reported in the news." Su Jian'an merely smiled without responding. How could she convey to the doctor that her connection with Lu Boyan was purely a fabrication of the media? Without the tedious processes of queuing and payment, the examination was conducted swiftly. Afterward, Su Jian'an followed the doctor to find Lu Boyan, who was seated in the CF. The doctor meticulously informed him, "Mrs. Lu's pain is a result of strong impact. The examination shows no significant issues, and a bit of medication should suffice for a quick recovery." "Thank you," Lu Boyan said as he took the medication from the doctor, then gently took Su Jian'an's hand and led her out of the hospital. It was already past midnight. and the surroundings were tranquil. Su Jian'an allowed Lu Boyan to guide her beside him, suddenly realizing that agreeing to marry him had been the most fitting decision. At the very least, her future would be enriched by memories of being led by Lu Boyan in the dead of night. Upon reaching the parking lot, Lu Boyan unlocked the car, and as Su Jian'an headed for the back seat, he pulled her back, saying, "Do you not know that it is impolite to sit in the back when there are only two of us?" Su Jian'an blinked in surprise. "But it's more comfortable to sleep in the back." It was the early hours. Did he think everyone shared his lack of fatigue? Lu Boyan seemed momentarily taken aback, then released her hand, retrieving a blanket and tossing it into the back seat for her. Su Jian'an smiled, wrapping herself in the blanket and soon drifting into sleep. The car, a luxurious model, offered an exceptional driving experience, and in the serene stillness of the night, not a sound disturbed the atmosphere. Lu Boyan could even hear Su Jian'an's soft breath from the back seat. Only in her slumber did she remain quietly by his side, and only then could he feel that Su Jian'an was truly his wife. At that moment, she belonged entirely to him. Unconsciously, Lu Boyan slowed the car, greedily wishing to prolong this moment. However, every journey must come to an end, and before long, they arrived home. Su Jian'an seemed to sense it, groggily opening her eyes and automatically getting out of the car. In a daze, she stumbled toward the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed and clutching the blanket tightly, looking as if she wished to sleep for 100 years. In her foggy state, she heard the door creak open, followed by familiar footsteps drawing nearer. Yet all she desired was sleep, indifferent to everything else. Lu Boyan frowned at the sight of the disheveled Su Jian'an and pulled her blanket away, instructing, "Lie down properly." Su Jian'an suddenly opened her eyes. "Lu Boyan, what are you going to do?" He twisted open a bottle of medicated oil, replying, "What do you think I'm going to do?" Su Jian'an, realizing what he held, struggled to articulate. "I think you're going to apply medicine on me. Lie down." Not daring to entertain further thoughts, Su Jian'an obediently lay down. Soon, she felt the cool oil drip on her scalp, followed by Lu Boyan's hand gently massaging her injury. His touch was not overly forceful, yet the pain was excruciating, causing her to clench her toes tightly together, emitting small whimpers akin to a kitten's mewl. "Bear with it," Lu Boyan encouraged. "It will not hurt in a moment." Su Jian'an held her breath for an extended period, but the pain showed no signs of abating, and she retorted in a teary voice, "You liar." Lu Boyan reluctantly eased his grip, prompting a contented sigh from Su Jian'an. Before long, a heavy drowsiness washed over her. As she fell asleep, Lu Boyan halted his ministrations, turning her gently to a more comfortable position. In her unconscious state, she stirred slightly, her soft form brushing against his chest, causing his breath to quicken. He hastily covered her with a blanket and turned to leave, aware that lingering even a moment longer could lead him to act impulsively. The pain at the back of Su Jian'an's head had lessened, and that night, she slept exceptionally well. The following day, she awoke to find it was nearly 10 o'clock. Lu Boyan had already left for work, and Aunt Lu and a few others were tidying up the living room. "Young madam," Su Bo approached, asking, "Would you like me to warm up some breakfast for you?" "No, thank you." Su Jian'an agreed to deliver lunch to Jiang Shaokai, rolling up her sleeves as she made her way to the kitchen. Not particularly hungry, she decided to skip breakfast. However, her lunch was not to be consumed at home. She prepared it to take to the hospital, intending to share it with Jiang Shaokai. "Such loyalty," Jiang Shaokai remarked, sipping the rich broth. "It was worth the risk to save you." He had always been enamored with Su Jian'an's culinary skills, declaring after his first taste that he would seek a wife who could cook just like her. Su Jian'an poured the nourishing soup into Jiang Shaokai's bowl, saying, "It's good for replenishing blood. Drink plenty." Jiang Shaokai accepted the soup readily, commenting as he sipped, "By the way, have you heard? The perpetrator who kidnapped us was severely injured in custody and nearly died. Shouldn't such criminals be confined to solitary cells?" Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback, asking, "How could he have been beaten?" Jiang Shaokai shrugged, "I don't know. Team Yin told me this morning." Su Jian'an felt no remorse for the brutal murderer being beaten. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, Jiang Shaokai observed her preparations. "Are you heading back already? I need to buy groceries. I'm making fish soup for dinner." Jiang Shaokai's eyes lit up, then hurry. "And buy extra. Luo Xiaoxi might come over to mooch some food." Su Jian'an drove to the seafood market, purchasing 2 lively fish. Upon returning home, she handed them over to the chef for preparation and personally crafted a pot of fresh fish soup. Sure enough, Luo Xiaoxi called. requesting that she bring extra to the hospital, as she intended to continue cutting fruit with Jiang Shaokai. Lu Boyan returned home around 6 o'clock to find the table laden with steaming fish soup and 2 dishes, a clear indication of Su Jian'an's handiwork. However, she was nowhere to be seen. Su Bo approached, informing him, "Young madam has gone to the hospital to deliver food to Mr. Jiang." "She spent the entire day at home?" Su Bo looked troubled. "Not exactly. She also delivered food to Mr. Jiang at noon." Thus, it became apparent that for most of the day, she had been busy catering to Jiang Shaokai. Lu Boyan loosened his tie, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He removed it and handed it to Su Bo, asking, "Did she mention when she would return?" Su Bo shook his head, "No." Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes. He was her husband, yet she had silently rushed off to dine with another man. Is it possible that he did nothing at all, which led her to completely overlook their marital status? Or, as Shen Yuechuan suggested, is it the case that the person she has cherished for years is Jiang Shaokai? After finishing her meal at the hospital, Su Jian'an went with Luo Xiaoxi to the nearby pedestrian street for a stroll, returning home quite late. By then, Su Bo and the servants had already retired for the night, yet she was taken aback to find Lu Boyan waiting for her at the door. He was still dressed in the shirt and trousers he wore during the day, his expression dark and brooding. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. "Lu Boyan, why are you standing at the door? Why are you back so late?" Lu Boyan glanced at the time. It was past 11. "Does Jiang Shaokai require your company at this hour?" Before Su Jian'an could utter a second word, Lu Boyan abruptly pushed her against the wall behind her. Chapter 53. Boss Lu's jealousy, the pain in Su Jian'an's back had yet to subside when Lu Boyan surged forward, capturing her lips with his. He pressed a hand against the wall, using his tall frame to confine her entirely, kissing her with a fierce intensity that brooked no refusal. MMM. Su Jian'an attempted to push him away, but her rejection only fueled his anger. He wrapped his arms around her waist, imprisoning her hands as well. Struggling was futile, as she found herself utterly immobilized. This allowed him to indulge freely, savoring her sweetness to his heart's content. In Su Jian'an's recollection, Lu Boyan could sometimes be unreasonably domineering, yet he was always a gentleman. However, this time, he savagely devoured her lips, as if intent on consuming her entirely. When she resisted, he callously pried her mouth open, his grip tightening around her. A fleeting illusion washed over her, as if she would soon be melded into his very being. Gradually, Su Jian'an found it difficult to breathe. Their intimate encounters had been limited. At the charity gala, he had kissed Su Yunyun, strong yet still tender, mindful of her need to breathe. That evening when he returned from the hospital, he had given her a gentle kiss that reassured her. Those 2 instances had left her enchanted. But now, he resembled a beast suddenly overcome by primal desire, as if he wished to tear her apart and swallow her whole. She struggled desperately, only to feel his teeth sink in her lip, a sharp pain followed by the taste of blood. The frenzy abruptly halted, as if a film had been paused. Lu Boyan released Su Jian'an, watching as blood beaded on her lip, a flicker of regret flashing through his eyes. "Jian'an." His voice was deep and hoarse. Su Jian'an, her eyes reddened, forcefully pushed him away, her thumb brushing against her lip, leaving a trail of crimson. Lu Boyan reached out, intending to touch her wound, but she recoiled in disgust, and his hand hung in the air for a moment before he slowly withdrew. Su Jian'an glared at him, indignantly stating, "Lu Boyan, I am not Han Ruoxi. You should see that clearly." Finally mentioning Han Ruoxi seemed to lighten Lu Boyan's mood. He regarded Su Jian'an with an air of amusement. "You've seen the news. Are you concerned?" "Why would I be concerned?" Blood continued to ooze from her lip, and she pressed her lips together to lick it clean. "I told you on our wedding day that I wouldn't concern myself with your clandestine affairs with Han Ruoxi. You shouldn't meddle in my life either. What do you intend to do to make me not care about you? Are you planning to seek out Jiang Shaokai?" Su Jian'an defiantly turned her head away. "Who I choose to see is none of your business. I won't concern myself with your affairs, no matter how long you dally with others. We shall each walk our own paths, separate from one another." She ascended the stairs. At last, her lips ceased to bleed, yet her eyes betrayed her sorrow. Over 2 months of married life had not been as blissful as others gossiped. They had never quarreled until now. Su Jian'an had not anticipated feeling so miserable after arguing with Lu Boyan. In truth, how could she not care about whom he associated with? Seeing the rumors about him and Han Ruoxi had unsettled her deeply, had it not been for her time at Luo Xiaoxi's home, and the chaos caused by that serial killer. she might have collapsed under the weight of it all. She would never forget the sensation of that moment. Every word and punctuation mark in those reports pierced her heart like needles, awakening her from her delusion of happiness. Lu Boyan's kindness was merely part of a performance. He could easily turn and be with someone else. She accepted that he could be with others without demanding his attention as a wife. Why then should he concern himself with her? At that moment, Lu Boyan stood outside Su Jian'an's room, several times contemplating knocking, but ultimately hesitating. Eventually, he retreated to his own room. They both required time to cool down. Su Jian'an felt a weight in her chest. Though fatigue enveloped her, sleep eluded her. She tossed and turned until 3 in the morning before finally drifting off. When she woke the next day, it was nearly noon, confirming that Lu Boyan was not home. She packed a change of clothes into a bag and instructed Su Bo to inform Lu Boyan that she would be staying at a friend's house that evening. Before Su Bo could grasp the situation, she was already driving away. Luo Xiaoxi was taken aback by Su Jian'an's departure from home. She knew Su Jian'an was not the type to threaten to leave without reason. This escalation suggested something significant had transpired. Did you argue with Boss Lu? What happened? Did he explain the situation with Han Ruoshi at the hotel? We argued because I returned home too late last night. Didn't he explain? Su Jian'an's response was succinct. Afterward, she tore open a bag of chips and munched on them with fervor. Hey, don't resort to junk food just because you had a spat. Luo Xiaoxi snatched the chips away, offering her an apple instead. Eat some fruit. Surely, Lu Boyan wouldn't quarrel with you just because you returned late. Did he misunderstand something? He assumed I spent the entire night with Jiang Shaokai. Su Jian'an bit into the apple, but inadvertently grazed her lips wound, causing her to wince. Ouch! Luo Xiaoxi studied the small, red injury on Su Jian'an's lip. So, Boss Lu was so jealous he bit you? You should have explained. Saying you were out shopping with me would have sufficed. Su Jian'an grimaced. He reacted like he'd deconsumed 10 pounds of explosives. Refusing to listen to my explanation before exploding, Luo Xiaoxi pondered for a moment. Then he didn't just get jealous. He overturned the entire vinegar jar. Su Jian'an was not inclined to concern herself with whether Lu Boyan was merely jealous or had truly overreacted. Instead, she grabbed Luo Xiaoxi's iPad to watch a movie. All she knew was that today, she did not wish to see Lu Boyan. Luo Xiaoxi recognized Su Jian'an's distress and gently tapped her hand. We haven't seen a movie in ages. That film you've been waiting for is finally out. How about I treat you to it? Then we can go to Happy Valley for a show tonight. Su Jian'an glanced at Luo Xiaoxi, smiled, and stood up to change her shoes. The two quickly headed to the cinema. In stark contrast to Su Jian'an's leisurely demeanor, Lu Boyan was inundated with work. His abrupt return home, abandoning a contract on the verge of signing, had not gone unnoticed. The partners were growing dissatisfied, and the efforts of his team were rendered futile. His departure had turned countless late-night endeavors into mere shadows of their former purpose. Salvaging the situation proved to be an arduous task, even for him. After a long day of work, finally concluding around 9 o'clock, Lu Boyan returned home only to learn from Su Bo that Su Jian'an had left at noon, stating she would stay at a friend's house that evening. Furrowing his brow, he ripped off his tie and grabbed his phone, dialing Su Jian'an's number. This time, she answered, but the cacophony of noise in the background was overwhelming. Where are you? His voice carried a hint of impatience and anger. Happy Valley. Su Jian'an's spirit soared, her tone light and cheerful. Did Su Bo not inform you? I shall not return. Are you with Luo Xiaoxi? Indeed. Lu Boyan rubbed his aching temples, deciding to grant her the night. I will send someone to fetch you tomorrow morning. No, Su Jian'an rejected, asserting that she would return on her own. Allowing her to create a ruckus for an entire night was already Lu Boyan's limit. His voice carried an undercurrent of threat. Or do you wish for me to fetch you right now? After a moment of silence, Su Jian'an replied, Not too early, please. I do not know when I will awaken. 10 o'clock. All right, I shall hang up now. Su Jian'an ended the call, muttering to her phone, Tyrant. The hula dance performance continued, and the vibrant lights of the Happy Valley at night provided a unique sense of leisure and amusement. Luo Xiaoxi cheered alongside the crowd, asking, Did Boss Lu call to make amends? Su Jian'an contemplated, We shall not return tonight. We will stay at your favorite themed hotel nearby, a luxurious double, king-sized room. Luo Xiaoxi raised her fair hand in celebration. I love you. The following day, Lu Boyan sent Wang Yang to fetch Su Jian'an from Luo Xiaoxi's residence. But Wang Yang called back to report that he had rung the doorbell for quite some time with no response. Upon calling Su Jian'an, he was informed that her phone was turned off. It took him a couple of seconds to grasp that Su Jian'an had deceived him. He promptly dispatched someone to investigate her whereabouts, only to discover that she had spent the night at a hotel near Happy Valley. At that moment, Lu Boyan felt as though his gums were about to shatter from frustration. He had long forgotten how many years it had been since anyone dared to defy him openly. When Shen Yuechuan delivered documents to Lu Boyan, he sensed an unusual atmosphere upon entering the office and casually remarked, "Su Jian'an no longer wishes to speak with you." Does she? Lu Boyan cast a somber glance at Shen Yuechuan, wondering how he knew about Su Jian'an's reluctance to engage with him. "If it were me, I wouldn't care to speak with you either." Shen Yuechuan expressed his disdain, pointing out that Lu Boyan had traveled abroad on the same plane as his rumored girlfriend and even stayed at the same hotel. Lu Boyan irritably tossed his phone aside. "I had no prior knowledge of that. What about your 4-hour rendezvous with Han Ruoshi at the hotel?" Lu Boyan's gaze turned icy. "You know what transpired. But Jian'an is unaware," Shen Yuechuan exclaimed, nearly exasperated. "She, like those netizens, believes you truly slept with Han Ruoshi. All right? At that time, she was in the clutches of a deranged killer. You returned without offering any explanation, and her willingness to converse with you is already a miracle. I had advised you to kneel the moment you returned, yet you did not believe me." For the first time, Lu Boyan helplessly asked Shen Yuechuan, "What should I do?" For simple words, explain it to her, but she is unwilling to listen right now. Lu Boyan pondered for a moment before instructing Shen Yuechuan to handle the matter. Shen Yuechuan, incredulous, "Are you certain?" "Before noon. If this news does not spread across the internet, you shall go on a business trip to Vietnam." "Damn it." Shen Yuechuan scrambled to contact major media outlets. Chapter 54. The truth behind a scandal. In this era, where news travels like wildfire, absurd plot twists often unfold. However, this particular twist nearly left Luo Xiaoxi speechless. The truth behind a 4-hour hotel rendezvous between Han Ruoshi and Lu Boyan was that Han Ruoshi, inebriated, attempted to take her own life. Luo Xiaoxi and Su Jian'an had been asleep in the hotel for half the day, and this gossip quickly became the entertainment headline across major news portals, generating hundreds of thousands of discussions. It turned out that Lu Boyan and Han Ruoshi traveling on the same flight to America and staying at the same hotel was merely coincidental, and neither was aware of the other's presence beforehand. Upon arriving in America, after sharing a cup of coffee, Han Ruoshi realized she had not moved on from Lu Boyan, subsequently consuming an entire bottle of liquor and threatening to leap from the window. Lu Boyan and hotel staff arrived just in time to pull her back from the ledge, and she clung to him, resulting in the leaked kissing photos. Yet, in truth, Lu Boyan quickly pushed her away. Apart from Han Ruoshi's unreciprocated kiss, nothing else transpired, and her fans had unnecessarily spiraled into a frenzy. As for why the erroneous reports emerged, it was entirely due to the paparazzi stalking Han Ruoshi, who selectively edited facts to fabricate a false rumor. Ultimately, entertainment reporters speculated that Lu Boyan initially chose not to clarify the scandal to preserve Han Ruoshi's queenly image. As for why he later opted to expose Han Ruoshi's declining popularity, that remained a mystery. "Damn it." Luo Xiaoxi furiously jabbed at the iPad screen, asserting that it was not the paparazzi being deceitful, but rather Han Ruoshi herself, who must have orchestrated the chaos to provoke a rift between you and Lu Boyan. What a scheming woman. Su Jian'an remained sprawled on the hotel's grand bed, taking Luo Xiaoxi's iPad to examine the photos. The first image showcased Han Ruoshi climbing onto the windowsill with a liquor bottle, followed by Lu Boyan pulling her back, and several snapshots of them kissing, photos she had already seen days prior. However, she now realized that in those images, it was Han Ruoshi who was embracing Lu Boyan, while he appeared to be attempting to push her away. She returned the iPad to Luo Xiaoxi. "Let's go home," Luo Xiaoxi teased. "Are you finally returning to embrace Boss Lu?" Su Jian'an shot her a sidelong glance. "I am going to your home." After a pause, she added, "I have things left at your place." Upon returning to Luo Xiaoxi's apartment, as Su Jian'an gathered her belongings, she pondered whether to swing by the hospital to visit Jiang Shaokai before heading home. Just as she was deliberating, the doorbell rang. Perhaps it is a delivery. Luo Xiaoxi dashed to answer the door, while Su Jian'an kept her head down, organizing her things. Moments later, a familiar rhythm of footsteps drew nearer. Recognizing the sound, Su Jian'an felt a chill run down her spine. She looked up to see Lu Boyan. His eyes were dark and foreboding, as if a tempest were brewing. Su Jian'an tightened her grip on her bag and forced a smile. "What are you doing here?" Lu Boyan coldly asked. "Why was your phone off this morning?" "It ran out of battery." Lu Boyan smirked derisively. "You've used that excuse before. How long do you intend to create a scene before you agree to return?" Su Jian'an admitted that she had intentionally drained her phone's battery yesterday, intending to return once she had gathered her things. But why was Lu Boyan interrogating her so coldly? She raised her chin defiantly. "I will return when I choose to." Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, suddenly bending down. Su Jian'an's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, she found herself slung over Lu Boyan's shoulder. "Lu Boyan!" She pounded his back in protest, demanding to be let down. With a stoic expression, he carried her outside, where Luo Xiaoxi witnessed the scene, initially wide-eyed, then ultimately deeming Lu Boyan incredibly cool, before waving goodbye to Su Jian'an. Su Jian'an cast a pleading glance at Luo Xiaoxi, who returned her gaze with an expression of helpless kindness before retreating indoors and shutting the door. Su Jian'an had no choice but to plead with Lu Boyan. "I will go with you, just let me down. It is quite embarrassing to be seen like this." Yet, Lu Boyan seemed impervious to her words, bearing her into the elevator. Su Jian'an attempted to assert herself. "If you do not let me down, I shall scream kidnapping." Lu Boyan merely smiled. "Do you think anyone in a city is unaware that you are Mrs. Lu?" Su Jian'an fell silent. She had repeatedly appeared in entertainment and social news. In a city, it was likely that no one was oblivious to her identity as Mrs. Lu. Therefore, seeing her being carried by Lu Boyan would likely garner no assistance, only curious onlookers. How embarrassing. Su Jian'an resigned herself, closing her eyes and feigning unconsciousness against Lu Boyan's shoulder. He carried her out of the elevator and directly into the car. As she settled into her seat, she turned her head to gaze out the window, wearing an expression that indicated her unwillingness to converse with Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan disregarded her, pulling a small mobile table closer and opening his laptop to attend to his tasks. He had been busy these past few days, and Su Jian'an's reckless antics had consumed a considerable amount of his time. Stubbornly, Su Jian'an gazed out the window until her neck ached. Outside, all she could see were towering buildings and the incessant flow of vehicles, offering little to capture her interest. Instead, the rhythmic sound of Lu Boyan's fingers dancing over the keyboard drew her attention. She pondered what kind of person he must be when typing. Turning her head, she observed Lu Boyan's fingers flying swiftly across the keys. His hands were exceptionally handsome, surpassing those featured in high-end advertisements adorned with expensive watches. His fingers were long and elegant, with fingertips slightly narrower than his knuckles, each joint distinctly defined and exuding a sense of strength. Although he sat casually, an air of elegance and nobility seemed to follow him closely. His gaze was fixed on the computer screen, radiating calm and calculated composure, making him undeniably captivating. Su Jian'an found herself entranced until she abruptly realized that they were not on the way home. "Lu Boyan, this isn't the way home." He cast her a mild glance and replied, "Who told you I was taking you home?" "You." Realization dawned on Su Jian'an that she had unwittingly been led onto an unexpected path. Upon closer inspection, she discovered they were on the airport expressway. It seemed she was beginning to understand. Unsurprisingly, Lu Boyan brought her to the airport. She stated firmly, "I don't have a passport." G-City doesn't require one. Lu Boyan guided Su Jian'an through the VIP passage directly to the boarding gate, where two tall, beautiful flight attendants in tasteful yet alluring uniforms greeted them with warm smiles. "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, welcome aboard." Su Jian'an thought to herself that being a flight attendant was no easy feat, requiring them to remember every passenger's face. It was then that she noticed something odd. Looking around, she realized that there were only herself and Lu Boyan at the boarding gate. And what about their tickets? "Lu Boyan, we." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Boyan took her hand and led her through the boarding tunnel. A white private jet stood before her, a sight that took her breath away. Su Yicheng had also considered acquiring a private jet, asking Su Jian'an what type she preferred. She had eagerly researched various models, analyzing both the extravagant and the practical, yet she had never seen this particular model. Confused, Su Jian'an followed Lu Boyan onto the plane. The cabin was spacious, resembling a small living room, with white leather seats and warm lighting. In one corner, there was even a small bar, making it convenient for relaxation, work, or entertainment. potentially serving as a temporary meeting room. A few months ago, Su Yiqing had shown interest in acquiring a private jet, allowing Su Jian'an to choose a model based on her preferences. After considering both her and Su Yiqing's needs, she had yet to find a suitable option. But this jet seemed tailor-made for her. Sit down, Lu Boyan urged, gently guiding her into her seat and fastening her seatbelt. A flight attendant approached with a plate of fruit salad and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice for Su Jian'an, inquiring, "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, may we take off?" Lu Boyan acknowledged with a slight nod, and the flight attendant smiled before returning to the cockpit. Su Jian'an wanted to ask Lu Boyan about the plane, but as he settled in and began reviewing documents with a furrowed brow, she sensed his desire for solitude and refrained from speaking. Taking a sip of her orange juice, she turned her gaze to the window. Soon, the plane slowly ascended, and once it stabilized, Su Jian'an could no longer remain seated and unfastened her seatbelt. Lu Boyan, catching a glimpse of her movement from the corner of his eye, continued to read the documents while asking, "Where are you going?" "To the restroom." As she walked towards the lavatory, she noticed that there was another person seated behind her. "Hi." Shen Yuechuan greeted her casually. Su Jian'an recognized him as Lu Boyan's assistant, which meant he likely knew most of Lu Boyan's affairs. She hurried over to sit across from Shen Yuechuan, smiling brightly. "I want to ask you something." Shen Yuechuan glanced at Lu Boyan before cautiously responding. "Go ahead." Su Jian'an pointed at the plane and asked, "Why can't I recognize its model?" "Oh well." Shen Yuechuan hesitated. "It's generally difficult to identify." "Why?" "Some luxury brands create bespoke items for their important clients," Shen Yuechuan explained. "This aircraft was custom designed for Mr. Lu, costing over 10 times that of the most expensive private jets available on the market. To be precise, it doesn't have a model." Su Jian'an felt deflated. "Oh, I see." She had assumed there might be another jet like this available. It seemed that Su Yiqing's hopes of acquiring one were dashed. "What's wrong?" Shen Yuechuan observed her disappointment. "Don't you like it?" Su Jian'an shook her head. Before she could respond, Lu Boyan's cold voice interrupted. "Aren't you supposed to be going to the restroom?" Su Jian'an scrambled for an excuse, claiming she couldn't find the lavatory. "Get up," Lu Boyan commanded imperatively. "I'll take you." Unsure of whether Lu Boyan was annoyed or not, she complied and stood up, only to be led into the lavatory by him. The lavatory was far more spacious than those on standard commercial flights, capable of accommodating several people comfortably. Yet Su Jian'an couldn't fathom why Lu Boyan had entered as well. "You." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Boyan forcefully closed the lavatory door, clicking it shut and locking it, trapping her against the wall with one hand. Su Jian'an stared at Lu Boyan, her heart racing uncontrollably. The distance between them was minimal, and his presence enveloped her senses like an intoxicating drug, easily disrupting her composure. She internally chided herself to breathe deeply. It was merely a wall pinning, not the first time. She needed to maintain her composure. With a sweet smile, she chirped, "Oh, are you here to wash your hands too?" Lu Boyan was hardly swayed by her smile, narrowing his eyes. "You should have come to ask me about the plane." He assumed she had gone to the restroom, but had overheard her chatting with Shen Yuechuan in the back. While sitting beside him, her expression seemed to yearn for escape, yet she could converse merrily with another man. Su Jian'an couldn't decipher whether Lu Boyan was upset. Hesitantly, she replied, "You look busy at the time, so I didn't want to disturb you." Besides, with his unapproachable demeanor, she lacked the courage to interrupt him. "So, you were being considerate of me?" Lu Boyan's lips curled into a slow smile, leaving her uncertain whether it was genuine amusement or sarcasm. "What about this morning? Was it also out of consideration for my busy schedule that you made me go to Luo Xiaoxi's house for nothing?" Regarding the morning incident, Su Jian'an had indeed been intentionally avoiding him. She forced a laugh, trying to feign ignorance. I never said Xiaoxi and I would be sleeping at home." Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying that I should be blamed?" Su Jian'an fell silent, realizing that blaming him would only provoke his anger. Yet, absolving him would mean accepting the fault herself, which would undoubtedly lead to her misfortune. Finally, she decided to adopt an incredibly soft approach. "Brother Boyan, Before she could finish, Lu Boyan suddenly lowered his head, capturing her lips without hesitation. Su Jian'an was caught off guard, her eyes widening in shock, her body tensing. Lu Boyan's lips were as flawless as his demeanor, yet cold and unyielding, softly pressing against hers while extracting her very ability to think. Logic told her that this was inappropriate, yet her stiff hands were incapable of pushing him away. Noticing her struggle, Lu Boyan released her lips, focusing intently on her. His gaze deeper than ever, his voice low and sensuous. Close your eyes. Su Jian'an blinked after a moment, gazing blankly at Lu Boyan, as if she had yet to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Lu Boyan sighed, lowering his head to seek out Su Jian'an's lips. This time, she felt acutely aware of his gradual approach, his fervent breath drawing ever closer to her skin. Her heartbeat surged uncontrollably, more fervent than before. As Lu Boyan captured her lips once more, she instinctively closed her eyes. In that instant, it seemed as though the world had narrowed to just the two of them. She could sense every inhale and exhale, every movement he made. He held her lips gently, licking and sucking as if savoring a delectable treat. His breath caressed her cheeks, causing them to flush with warmth. Among her few past experiences of kissing, this moment found Su Jian'an the most lucid, and it was undoubtedly the gentlest from Lu Boyan. His tongue pried open her mouth, and she foolishly acquiesced, allowing him to take what he desired. She knew this was inappropriate, yet she found herself unable to resist such a Lu Boyan, clinging precariously to the edge of a cliff. She seemed ready to abandon her struggles and surrender to the depths. Lu Boyan's breath grew heavier, his hand sliding down the wall to cradle her face, trailing along her neck, down her arm, and finally encircling her waist, pulling her into his embrace with an undeniable force. The distance between them vanished, and Su Jian'an could feel the warmth radiating from him, realizing they had crossed a boundary. If this continued, she would be utterly consumed, with no hope of return. Just as she prepared to resist, Lu Boyan released her. He gazed at her with a somber intensity, his voice rich with magnetism. Jian'an, do not disobey me in the future. Su Jian'an could not decipher the depths of his complex gaze, nodding dazedly before lowering her eyes. Yesterday although I deliberately stayed at a hotel, I never intended to trouble you. It was merely an act of defiance against Lu Boyan, not a ploy to inconvenience him. He, of course, understood her thoughts and chose not to dwell on the matter. Changing the subject, did you see the morning news? Still with her gaze cast downward, she replied, I did. Are you aware that nothing happened between me and Han Ruoshi? Yes, Jian'an. Lu Boyan called her name softly, and she raised her gaze to meet his. I distinguish very clearly between you and Han Ruoshi. Su Jian'an smiled faintly. It is best that you do. After a pause, she added, in truth, whatever you wish to do with her, you need not concern yourself with me. We made it clear during our marriage. We shall not interfere with one another. Rather than a statement directed at Lu Boyan, it felt more like a warning to herself. She could not allow herself to be ensnared in the intoxicating allure of Lu Boyan's presence. Lu Boyan recalled the previous night when he had pressed her against the wall, and she had furiously declared, I am not Han Ruoshi. See clearly. He wished to tell her that he had never regarded her as Han Ruoshi. But what had she just said? Lu Boyan's expression turned icy. If you believe I can do anything with Han Ruoshi, then what do you think just transpired between us? Su Jian'an's gaze flickered momentarily. Was that interest? Lu Boyan had reclaimed her mother's bracelet, and she owed him 3 million. He had suggested that interest could be repaid in this manner. She knew it was inappropriate but dared not vocalize it. She relished the closeness to Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan smirked, a cold amusement dancing in his eyes. Su Jian'an, you are more perceptive than I had anticipated. He seized the back of her neck, kissing her forcefully once more. This time, his demeanor was no longer gentle. One hand secured her while the other firmly gripped her waist, each movement a domineering assertion of possession. He kissed her deeply, sucking on the small wound he had inflicted on her lip. Though not as violent as the previous night, it still felt akin to ravaging her lips. Before long, Su Jian'an's lips throbbed, and she found it difficult to breathe. She could only push against Lu Boyan with all her might, relieved that he, this time, was somewhat of a gentleman, releasing her promptly. She gasped for air, glaring at him in indignation. I've been on a business trip for so many days. Lu Boyan caressed her swollen lips. Asking for it all back at once isn't excessive, is it? Su Jian'an fell silent for a moment. I need to wash my hands. Lu Boyan smiled, his lips curving up as he opened the bathroom door and stepped outside. After washing her hands, Su Jian'an could not help but glance at her reflection in the mirror. Her cheeks were flushed, and her lips were slightly swollen. Yet, why did she not feel any aversion or resistance within her? At least Lu Boyan had finally explained the events of that day. Nothing had transpired between him and Han Ruoshi. She unconsciously smiled as she pushed open the bathroom door, only to find Lu Boyan waiting outside, causing her to gasp in surprise. You haven't left? I was waiting for you. Lu Boyan naturally took Su Jian'an's hand, leading her back to their seats and summoning Shen Yuechuan over. Shen Yuechuan approached cautiously, his demeanor anxious. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? Lu Boyan handed over the unprocessed documents. Complete these before we reach G City. Shen Yuechuan seemed to grasp the situation, glancing at Su Jian'an before accepting the files with a look of despair and retreating to the back seat to review them. Su Jian'an regarded Lu Boyan with confusion. Aren't those documents meant for your signature? Lu Boyan appeared relaxed. He can forge my signature. From the back seat came Shen Yuechuan's disgruntled voice. You forced me into this. Su Jian'an mused. Lu Boyan truly is a tyrant. More than 3 hours later, the plane landed at G City International Airport. The northern city was markedly cooler than a city, which had already entered summer. The moment Su Jian'an disembarked, she felt the chill and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Lu Boyan enveloped her shoulders. Cold. Su Jian'an feigned bravado. It's fine. Yet, she unconsciously nestled closer to him, recalling that his embrace was warm. Lu Boyan noticed her subtle gesture, removing his coat and draping it over her shoulders as they exited the airport. Waiting outside was an S-600, and a sharply dressed man stood by the vehicle. Upon seeing Su Jian'an, he paused momentarily before greeting them politely. President, Madam, welcome to G City. He clearly had not anticipated that Lu Boyan would bring his newlywed wife for business. It appeared that the couple's affection was indeed as reported. Addressed as Madam for the first time, Su Jian'an felt unaccustomed, offering a polite smile. Lu Boyan opened the rear door for her and instructed the man. For the hotel first. Understood. The man took the front seat, instructing the driver to head to the hotel, while Shen Yuechuan boarded another vehicle, begrudgingly heading to the company. The hotel reservation made by Lu Boyan was for a 5-star establishment in the heart of G City, featuring a spacious and comfortable presidential suite on the top floor. The suite boasted a small sky garden, elegantly decorated, and Su Jian'an felt that being brought to this unfamiliar city by Lu Boyan was worth it. I need to stop by the company. I will return later. Lu Boyan appeared in a hurry. If you need anything, consult the hotel manager or call me. Su Jian'an hesitated for a moment before speaking. I would like to eat. She had been whisked away by Lu Boyan right after arriving home with Luo Xiaoxi, and the meager fruit salad consumed on the plane had hardly sufficed. Lu Boyan paused, his tone softening. There is a Western restaurant on the 4th floor. Would that be acceptable? Su Jian'an nodded, and Lu Boyan took her hand, guiding her downstairs. The 4th floor restaurant, part of the hotel, exuded an upscale ambience. Male patrons donned suits and polished shoes, while the women were equally well-dressed and elegantly made up. The gentle strains of piano music filled the air, creating a most comfortable environment. Lu Boyan escorted Su Jian'an inside and left. Su Jian'an ordered a steak and was seated waiting for her meal when a man suddenly sat down in front of her. Su Jian'an? You're Su Jian'an, right? Su Jian'an looked up and found the man somewhat familiar. Ha! The man laughed joyfully. You are indeed Su Jian'an. Do you remember me? It's Tang Yongming, the one who pursued you. Chapter 56. President Lu dismisses a rival. Su Jian'an had a good memory, yet her mind instinctively filtered out trivial people and events, leading her to forget them over time. Thus, she could only vaguely recall this Tang Yongming who claimed to have pursued her, without any clear memory of when he did. Noticing Su Jian'an's puzzled expression, Tang Yongming's anticipation shifted to understanding. It's understandable. The boys who pursued you back then could circle your forensic college 3 times, and I was from a different department, so it's normal that you don't remember me. Su Jian'an smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. Not at all. By the way, what brings you to G City? I heard from classmates that you returned to work at the Municipal Bureau in City A. Tang Yongming said with a smile. I've been applying to transfer to the headquarters in City A. I was hoping to catch up with you old alumni. I'm on break these days, so Are you here to enjoy G City? Tang Yongming excitedly interrupted Su Jian'an. I'm a local, having grown up here. I know all the fun and delicious places. You came here to eat, right? I'm headed there too, so if you don't mind, we could go together, and I could show you around G City. Su Jian'an wanted to mention that she was here with Lu Boyan, but Tang Yongming's enthusiastic interruption left her unsure of how to proceed. Perhaps he merely wished to share a meal with an old schoolmate without any ulterior motives? Sensing Su Jian'an's hesitation, Tang Yongming playfully probed. Are you worried your boyfriend might mind? How could she tell Tang Yongming that she didn't have a boyfriend but was married? You haven't found a boyfriend yet, have you? Rather than surprise, Tang Yongming expressed delight. He scrutinized Su Jian'an and exclaimed, "You truly haven't changed at all." Years after graduation, some of their female classmates remained in low-level jobs. Others thrived in their careers, and some had families of their own, all bearing the marks of time in varying degrees. Yet Su Jian'an seemed to have adeptly evaded the ravages of time. Her exquisite face remained pristine and delicate, her eyes as clear as ever, and her smile retained its purity. "Let us exchange contact information." Tang Yongming's heart raced, as it had the first time he met Su Jian'an. "If you encounter any issues during your stay in G-City, feel free to reach out." "There shouldn't be any issues. I'm actually with my husband." Before Su Jian'an could finish her sentence, a pair of familiar hands rested on her shoulders, followed by a voice she recognized. "Your meal hasn't arrived yet? Are you hungry? Should I ask the waiter to check on the kitchen?" She turned around, astonished to see Lu Boyan. "Weren't you going to the office? I'll finish dinner with you first." Lu Boyan replied, then turned to Tang Yongming, asking, "And you are?" "Hello." Tang Yongming stood and extended his hand to Lu Boyan. "I attended the same university as Jian'an. My surname is Tang." There was a distinct hint of rivalry in his voice. Lu Boyan shook Tang Yongming's hand lightly. "So, Mr. Tang is an alumnus of my wife." "A pleasure." The endearing possessive title struck Tang Yongming like a blow. His smile faltered. "You are married?" Lu Boyan tilted his head towards Su Jian'an, his gaze filled with affection. "Jian'an, did you not inform Mr. Tang?" Su Jian'an couldn't decipher whether Lu Boyan was pleased or displeased. "I was just about to say that." Lu Boyan chuckled and gently caressed her hair, his touch tender and undeniably affectionate. "Mr. Tang, why not join us for a meal? You and my wife can reminisce." "No, I have other matters to attend to." Tang Yongming struggled to maintain a neutral expression and tone. "I won't interrupt your meal. Jian'an, it was great to see you again. Until next time." With that, Tang Yongming turned and left. After failing to win Su Jian'an's affection, he had wallowed in despair for a long time. Later, upon learning she was the second daughter of the Su family in City A, with a brother who was a rising star in the business world, he resolved to make something of himself before reappearing in her life. Now, he had indeed achieved a measure of success, effortlessly charming and alluring beauty, believing he was worthy of Su Jian'an, only to realize she had found someone even better. The man, though unfamiliar, exuded an aura of nobility and strategic prowess. Clearly not an ordinary individual. Despite his unwillingness to accept it, he had no choice but to concede defeat. Perhaps, as the stories among Su Jian'an suitors in college suggested, only the best man in the world could ever be deserving of her. As Tang Yongming's figure faded from view, Su Jian'an felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had not strayed. So why feel guilty? "Are you ready to eat?" She called the waiter to place their order. Lu Boyan ordered a steak and leisurely observed Su Jian'an. She fidgeted, then finally said, "I ran into Tang Yongming by coincidence. I hardly remember him." "He pursued you?" He narrowed his eyes slightly, his emotions inscrutable. Su Jian'an blinked in surprise. "How do you know?" After a pause, she added, "Actually, I only learned that from him just now. I had forgotten long ago." Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. "You don't remember someone who pursued you?" Su Jian'an murmured softly. Who has the time to remember everyone? For all these years, she had devoted herself entirely to the man sitting before her. Lu Boyan's lips curled into a slight smile. "It seems you had many admirers during your studies." Su Jian'an unhesitatingly rolled her eyes. "Not as many as you." Lu Boyan regarded her leisurely. "How do you know about me?" Su Jian'an realized she had let slip a secret. It would be nearly impossible to evade the truth. Gritting her teeth, she confessed, "I heard about you while studying at Columbia. The professor said not only domestic students pursued you, but many foreign girls admired you as well. Oh, by the way, you are technically my senior from a different department." Lu Boyan had no interest in being addressed that way and interrupted her. "Why did you choose Columbia for your graduate studies?" Of course, it was because he had graduated from there. But Su Jian'an would never admit that. She smiled. "I just like Columbia. It wasn't until halfway through the semester that I realized you were also a student there." Lu Boyan smirked, realizing he had overthought the situation. Their steaks arrived simultaneously, and Lu Boyan said nothing further. After a few bites to satisfy his hunger, he set down his knife and fork and left his phone on the table. "If you need anything, call Xinyue Chuan or the office." "Why are you leaving your phone here?" Su Jian'an asked, puzzled. Lu Boyan frowned. "If I don't leave my phone, how will you make a call?" Su Jian'an paused, recalling she had left her phone charging at Luo Xiaoxi's house during lunch. After Lu Boyan had carried her away, Her phone had been left behind once again. At that moment, Lu Boyan had already exited the restaurant, leaving behind only his tall, elegant silhouette. Su Jian'an glanced at his barely touched steak and began to doubt. Was he truly back to eat? Or was the meal merely an excuse to return and retrieve her phone? Realizing this, Su Jian'an forcefully halted her thoughts. History had shown that indulging in self-delusions brought no benefits. Self-satisfaction often led to a harsh backlash. Little did she know, her suspicions were indeed correct. As Lu Boyan entered the car, a sudden realization struck him that Su Jian'an had likely forgotten her phone. Ignoring the pressing demands of his work schedule, he turned back, only to find a man seated across from her, his gaze towards Su Jian'an laden with implications that Lu Boyan, as a man himself, understood all too well. Yet, Su Jian'an appeared oblivious, lost in her own world. Had he not returned, not only would her contact information have been seized by Tang Yongming, but she might have been whisked away as well. Once back in the car, Lu Boyan rubbed his temples and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. He had grown accustomed to this version of Su Jian'an. From the time she was 10 until now, she had never failed to keep him on his toes. Meanwhile, in the restaurant above, Su Jian'an scrutinized Lu Boyan's phone. Though her own device mirrored his in model, hers was white while his was black. Her curiosity about the potential secrets hidden within his phone clashed with her sense of propriety, as she felt unworthy of invading another's privacy. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed. After all, if Lu Boyan had entrusted her with his phone, he must have anticipated such an action. Upon unlocking it, she discovered a stark lack of excitement within. The sparse applications were solely related to work or business, devoid of the ubiquitous WeChat. With a factory default wallpaper and an empty photo album, she had no desire to peruse his messages, intuitively knowing they would be mundane flight notifications. It was no wonder he had left it unlocked, confidently tossing it to her without a second thought. After their meal, as Su Jian'an exited the restaurant, the hotel manager approached her, stating, "Madam Lu, should you wish to explore, the driver awaits you downstairs. Simply inform him of your desired destination." "Thank you," she replied. Stepping outside, the cool evening air of G City enveloped her, the chill creeping into her toes as she contemplated purchasing a coat. Just then, a woman clad in a professional outfit approached, carrying several bags. "Madam Lu, hello. I am a temporary secretary for Mr. Lu in G City. He instructed me to deliver these to you." Recognizing the bags as clothing, Su Jian'an was momentarily taken aback before accepting them. "Thank you." The secretary's smile was warm and engaging. "You're welcome." It was all directed by Mr. Lu. "If there is nothing else, I shall return to my duties." Su Jian'an inquired, "How long will you be occupied?" "The president may not return to the hotel until around midnight," the secretary informed her. He got caught up at work and lost track of time. Suddenly, Su Jian'an recalled how Lu Boyan had rushed to the office after dropping her off at the hotel, only to return leisurely to dine with her. The secretary's mention of the delay likely referred to that very interval. But if he were truly so busy, why linger? Or perhaps, he simply wished to avoid seeing her in Tang Yongming's company. This realization sparked an inexplicable sense of delight within Su Jian'an. His jealousy, at the very least, indicated her significance in Lu Boyan's heart. In Chapter 57, Su Jian'an extinguishes fire. The secretary exhibited a keen eye for selecting clothing, whether through prior research or sheer luck, as the styles chosen perfectly matched Su Jian'an's casual and minimalist aesthetic in color she favored. Adorned in a light spring jacket for warmth, she placed the remaining clothes in the car. The driver inquired, "Madam Lu, where would you like to go?" With a gentle smile, she responded, "Not too far. I wish to explore the vicinity." Time was of the essence. Venturing far was impractical, and remaining cooped up in the hotel room felt like a waste. A leisurely stroll through unfamiliar streets might yield unexpected delights. The driver nodded, maintaining a respectful distance as they followed her, ensuring she remained within sight without intruding upon her solitude. Su Jian'an surmised this was Lu Boyan's directive and thus refrained from commenting. She stopped at a CAF on the corner to purchase a vanilla milk tea, strolling slowly down the sidewalk. Upon turning a corner, a bustling pedestrian street came into view, vibrant with activity. It was a time when urban dwellers sought relaxation. Wandering in groups, arms linked, emerging from various boutiques with bags of treasures, their faces aglow with joy and vitality. The city's pace seemed to slow in response to their merriment, allowing Su Jian'an's own tension to dissipate. Since marrying Lu Boyan, Her days had been either fraught with excitement or filled with such busyness that she longed for 48-hour days. This moment of relaxation was unprecedented. It seemed she owed her gratitude to Lu Boyan for bringing her to this unfamiliar city. Crossing the pedestrian street led her to the financial center, where the river that nourished the city meandered past towering office buildings and landmark structures. On the opposite bank lay the city center's luxurious residential area, its myriad lights twinkling like stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to a night sky fallen to earth. Su Jian'an made her way to Asian Games Park, settling onto a long bench, breathing in the cool breeze and listening to the rhythmic lapping of the river against the shore, her very breath easing into tranquility. In contrast, Lu Boyan was ensnared in an entirely different realm of busyness. He had originally intended to rush to Ji City, knowing Su Jian'an would undoubtedly visit Jiang Shaokai in the hospital more frequently in his absence. The spontaneous decision to accompany her had consumed a considerable amount of time, and his subsequent return to share a meal with her had further delayed him. Upon reaching the branch office, he had no time to spare, diving straight into work, racing towards a meeting. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already past 10 o'clock. The secretary approached him with a coffee. "Mr. Lu, I have delivered the clothing to your wife, as instructed. She seems to appreciate it and inquired about your return." Lu Boyan's hurried steps faltered momentarily. What did she ask? She wanted to know how long we would be occupied. I mentioned you might not return until midnight, and she appeared somewhat disappointed. After a brief hesitation, the secretary added, "Mr. Lu, may I inquire, is this Mrs. Lu's first visit to Ji City?" "Yes," Lu Boyan confirmed. Prior to her master's program in the United States, Su Jian'an had been rather reserved, her travels primarily to Europe and Southeast Asia, making this her inaugural trip to Ji City. "In that case, it would be wise for you to return and accompany her," the secretary suggested with a smile. After all, for a young lady visiting a new city for the first time, it's important to share such moments with her partner. She can understand your responsibilities, but it may come off as neglectful to leave her alone on her first day. While Lu Boyan was aware Su Jian'an was not the type to seek reliance or comfort, the secretary's words prompted him to set down his coffee. "Let them clock out," he instructed. He bypassed his office, heading directly to the elevator. The secretary notified the staff of the early dismissal, leaving those prepared for a late night in astonishment. Especially Shen Yuechuan. "Where's the president?" "Mr. Lu has gone to accompany his wife," the secretary replied with a grin. "Those of you with wives or girlfriends should rush home as well, while those without should rest early. Tomorrow will be a challenging day." A collective stretch and cheer erupted from the team. Shen Yuechuan closing his laptop. "Our Lady truly is our savior." At that moment, the savior sat on a bench by the river. As night deepened, Asian Games Park fell into a tranquil hush, with half the streetlights extinguished and the shadows of trees dimming. Yet the sound of the river grew clearer, offering a rare moment of stillness in the bustling city. Su Jian'an savored the remaining warmth of her milk tea, tilting her head back for a sip, only to be confronted by two unfamiliar men. "Hey, pretty lady, out shopping?" The men's gazes were unabashedly lecherous, their smiles revealing slightly yellowed teeth, and Su Jian'an felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, perceiving their lewdness. "In the stillness of the night, you must feel quite lonely sitting here alone," mused a man as he reached out to caress Su Jian'an's face. "Why not allow me to take you somewhere entertaining?" Su Jian'an, who had always resisted the touch of strangers, turned her head aside to evade him. In an instant, she seized the man's hand and twisted it, causing him to cry out in pain. Her voice, imbued with a chilling coldness reminiscent of Lu Boyan, commanded, "Get lost." With that, she flung his hand away. The two burly men, unwilling to be bested by a girl barely in her 20s, rolled up their sleeves and charged towards her, declaring, "You're fortunate today. We will take you with us." As Su Jian'an contemplated her chances against them, the driver suddenly appeared with two bodyguards, swiftly dragging the men away into a nearby thicket, where their anguished cries echoed horrifically. Before Su Jian'an could grasp the unfolding situation, a familiar figure loomed over her, the sound of approaching footsteps unmistakably belonging to Lu Boyan. "Aren't you supposed to be back by midnight?" she exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it was Lu Boyan. The dim white light illuminated his handsome face, enhancing the depth and elegance of his features. His brow furrowed, and even before arriving, his displeased voice reached her ears. "Do you know what time it is, Su Jian'an?" Having spent considerable time with him, Su Jian'an recognized the pattern. When he was angry, He would call her by her full name. And indeed, he had every right to be upset. It was already late, nearing 11 o'clock, and the park, which never closed, was nearly deserted. Rumors of the city's poor safety made her presence there, as a young woman, quite audacious. Merely being harassed was a stroke of luck. She stood up, her head bowed as she muttered, "The secretary said you would return by midnight. It would be so dull to stay in the hotel alone," implying it was his fault. Perhaps? Lu Boyan glanced towards the thicket where the anguished cries still resonated and extended his hand towards her. "Come back to the hotel with me." Su Jian'an complied, placing her hand in his as he led her across the expansive city square. She lagged slightly behind, inhaling the pleasant scent that wafted from him, her eyes scrutinizing his silhouette, tall and imposing as a white poplar, exuding an undeniable charisma that could captivate without uttering a word. It brought her a sense of peace. "You returned early. Have you finished your work?" she inquired. Lu Boyan regarded her coolly. "Do you have any idea what those two would have done to you if I hadn't returned?" "Of course I do," she replied nonchalantly. "But I estimated their combat abilities to be weaker than the Shao brothers." Lu Boyan, perplexed by her unfounded bravery, smirked slightly. "What if you miscalculated?" Without hesitation, Su Jian'an replied, "But you're back." A hint of pride colored her expression, for his presence reassured her. Even if she had misjudged, he would save her. She realized she could no longer recall when she had begun to trust that Lu Boyan would come to her rescue in times of peril. 3 months of marriage had led her to indulge in her desires, and everything had naturally evolved into this. Although a flicker of anger still resided within Lu Boyan, Su Jian'an's 5 words extinguished it. Each time she smiled at him, the embers of his irritation faded into nothingness. He grasped her hand more firmly and quickened his pace towards the hotel. Su Jian'an, whose legs were shorter than his, had to hurry to keep up, and she couldn't help but ask, "Do you always walk this fast?" "I have no time to waste on the journey," he replied coldly. Su Jian'an considered this. He was indeed a busy man, unlikely to meander aimlessly like her. She fell silent, yet Lu Boyan suddenly seemed to recall something, slowing his pace and turning to her. "From now on, regardless of where you are, do not stay out alone this late." His gaze was profound and earnest, as if he wanted to draw her into his very being. Su Jian'an, taken aback, responded with a soft hum, realizing he was cautioning her. Suddenly, the hand he held felt warm, heat radiating from her fingertips to her heart, and then up to her face. In Lu Boyan's heart, she surely held a significant place, didn't she? Much later, Su Jian'an would remember that late night vividly. The city's towering buildings were cloaked in darkness, save for the lights on the top floor that shone tirelessly like enormous stars close by. The white light above cast a glow on her and Lu Boyan's overlapping shadows, the night breeze carrying his scent into her breath, enveloping her in tranquility. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Jian'an discovered that her clothes had been delivered by the driver. Lu Boyan provided her with a set of pajamas, instructing, "Go take a shower." The presidential suite's massage bathtub was as comfortable as her own, adorned with aromatic candles and exquisite red wine. After pouring herself a glass and indulging in a relaxing bath, she suddenly realized the pajamas her secretary had purchased were a challenge to her modesty. They were not only thin and short, but the straps were so delicate they were almost non-existent, and the waist-hugging design left little to the imagination. Was this a so-called lingerie set? No way. She would have to buy another set tomorrow. With that thought, Su Jian'an furiously flung open the bathroom door, and at that moment, Lu Boyan emerged from a phone call on the balcony, turning back to face her. Their eyes met. In the first second, Su Jian'an's eyes widened. In the second, her mind went blank as if struck by lightning. In the third, she dashed to grab her coat and threw it on, glaring at Lu Boyan. "What are you doing in the room? How embarrassing." Had she known he would see her, she would have preferred to suffocate in the bathroom rather than face him. "Where else would I be if not in the room?" Lu Boyan retorted, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Realization dawned on Su Jian'an. They were in a hotel, and there were no separate rooms for them. This meant they would once again share the same room that night. Chapter 58. We have slept together more than once. Her coat barely reached longer than her pajamas, failing to cover her smooth, slender legs. The collarless design allowed her fair neck and elegantly shaped collarbones to remain exposed. Recalling how alluring she had looked when she stepped out, Lu Boyan's breath became uneven. He averted his gaze, ignoring Su Jian'an's frantic state as he walked into the bathroom. Remaining in the same space could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Relieved, Su Jian'an quickly devised a plan to open another room, but she realized she had forgotten her identification. Thus, Lu Boyan would have to be the one to secure a separate room. She decided to discuss it with him once he emerged. Lu Boyan was surprisingly swift in his shower, soon reappearing in a white bathrobe that accentuated his striking physique. His damp hair was slightly tousled, adding an air of nonchalance to his handsome features, illuminated by the warm light. Su Jian'an found his gesture of drying his hair utterly captivating, leaving her throat dry. Lu Boyan, she ventured cautiously. When he turned to face her, she continued, "You brought your ID, right? Could you possibly open another room? That way, we can sleep separately like we do at home." Subo knows we are sleeping separately, but the outsiders do not, she added. Lu Boyan smirked. "If I were to secure another room, what do you think they would think?" Su Jian'an, with a haughty demeanor akin to a little monster, raised her chin defiantly. "What they think is of no concern to me. Does it not concern you what Su Jian'an thinks?" Su Jian'an fell silent, glancing at Lu Boyan, uncertain of how to respond. He discerned her hesitation. "When did you learn to be so evasive?" "I was just afraid you wouldn't believe me," Su Jian'an confessed. "It seems my father knows about our sham marriage. He even knows we plan to divorce in 2 years." Lu Boyan abruptly halted the motion of drying his hair. "How does he know?" Han Ruashi told him. Su Jian'an's voice was barely a whisper. Lu Boyan's gaze suddenly turned icy, leading Su Jian'an to believe he was angry. She hurriedly said, "It's not that I slandered Han Ruashi. I heard the recording of her calling Su Jian'an. Did Su Jian'an discuss these matters with you when he visited that night?" Lu Boyan's voice was frigid enough to chill the air. "Why didn't you tell me then?" Su Jian'an looked at him uncertainly. "Did he? Would you believe me?" Even Lu Boyan had once remarked that she was quite self-aware. Even if she held a place in his heart, she would never assume her worth outweighed Han Ruashi's. If she spoke out, he might think she was sowing discord between him and Han Ruashi, which would be undesirable, wouldn't it? Her tone was almost playful. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, gradually closing the distance between them. "The paparazzi who follow Han Ruashi daily can't even determine our relationship. On what basis do you think we are a couple? Why would you assume I would trust her over you?" He seemed genuinely angry, fire dancing in his eyes as he questioned Su Jian'an, each word dripping with intensity. Su Jian'an felt suffocated by his sudden aura, slowly realizing he was implying that he and Han Ruashi were not in a romantic relationship. Yet, many were convinced they were together. That night, nothing happened between us, nor had it ever. He finally clarified through gritted teeth, fearing that if he waited for her to figure it out, he might very well lose his patience. Su Jian'an blinked in astonishment, as if she had received news from another realm, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "So, those rumors were fabricated by her? You really don't like her?" Han Ruashi is the dream of 90% of men. Lu Boyan felt a tightness in his chest, as if he were suffocating. "Do you wish for me to like her?" "Absolutely not." Su Jian'an shook her head vigorously, then suddenly realized that this might lead to misunderstandings. So she quickly added, "Actually, who you like has nothing to do with me." Lu Boyan smirked coldly, his gaze fixed on Su Jian'an as if he wanted to etch every curve of her features into his memory. "Su Jian'an, I wish that the person I like has nothing to do with you." Su Jian'an was perplexed by his words. Did it mean the one he liked had a connection to her? If so, the only person in this world with a direct connection to her was Su Yicheng. A sudden wave of confusion and fear washed over her. Seeing her expression, Lu Boyan realized she was drifting into distant thoughts, aggravating him further. "Sleep." Su Jian'an was still not ready to give up, eagerly asking, Will you go and book another room?" "Not a chance." He pushed her towards the bed, and she fell onto it. He towered over her, asking, "What are you afraid of? We have already crossed that line, and not just once." Su Jian'an's face flushed crimson. How could Lu Boyan say such audacious words so calmly? After staring at him for a moment, she finally managed to stammer, "Lu Boyan, you're slandering me. I am innocent." "Really?" Lu Boyan's lips curled into a teasing smirk, and Su Jian'an caught a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, sending an ominous premonition through her. Before she could react, Lu Boyan leaned down and kissed her lips. His kiss was neither hurried nor gentle. It was dominant and commanding. With one hand gripping her chin, he forced her to tilt her head back to accept his fervent advance. As she struggled to escape, he enveloped her, holding her tightly against him, passionately devouring her lips as if punishing her like an enraged beast. Su Jian'an frowned, feeling pain. She had thought Lu Boyan would show some tenderness. At least loosen his grip, but he didn't relent. Her parted lips only provided him the opportunity to invade further, capturing her tongue and savoring her as she fought helplessly against him. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her lips, but before she could catch her breath, his kisses trailed down to her neck. The warmth and softness of his touch felt like a leech slowly moving along her skin, rendering her immobile as if struck by lightning. They had kissed before, but never with such intimacy. Yet, Lu Boyan still desired more, his kisses descending further down, and she felt his fingers part her outer garment, kissing her shoulders and collarbone, his breath igniting her skin with a teasing warmth. The places he kissed felt as if they were burning, draining her strength. Stop, her rationality protested. Lu Boyan, stop. Lu Boyan was already poised to continue, unwilling to accept any form of rejection, especially with her body beneath him, enticing him for so long. He kissed Su Jian'an again, tenderly silencing her protests, then pushed her back onto the bed, his towering form pressing down on her as he greedily sought her essence. Having restrained himself for so long, he finally lost control. No, he had begun to lose control the moment he had pressed her against the balcony at the charity auction, tasting her sweetness. He had concealed his feelings for years, waiting, and now he no longer wished to hold back. He needed her to understand who she belonged to, otherwise Su Jian'an would never consider him in her heart. He desired her completely, not just her body, but her entire being. Lu Boyan. His hand slid beneath her skirt, and Su Jian'an trembled as if struck by lightning, then began to struggle fiercely. This version of Lu Boyan was too unfamiliar. Like a ravenous beast, it felt as if the Lu Boyan she knew was a different person altogether. But his voice was so familiar, kissing her earlobe. He rasped in her ear, "Jian'an, be good." If she obeyed, he would grant her anything. Su Jian'an was no naive girl. She understood what was at stake. But what was she to Lu Boyan? Surely she couldn't be the one he wished to connect with, could she? Please, Lu Boyan. She liked him. That was true, but she was also terrified. Su Jian'an's struggles and refusals seemed to infuriate Lu Boyan. He bit down on her shoulder, causing her to gasp in pain and growl, "Beast." At that moment, a sudden warmth surged from her lower abdomen, followed by a sharp cramping sensation. This feeling was all too familiar. Su Jian'an's face flushed as she pushed Lu Boyan away with renewed force. "Get away, you can't." I. Lu Boyan's deep gaze was filled with insatiable desire. "I can't? Then who do you want?" As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss Su Jian'an fiercely again. But she finally shouted, "I'm on my period." Lu Boyan froze for a moment, appearing more alert. He instinctively glanced downward, and his ears flushed red. Su Jian'an's nightgown was already short, and during her struggles, it had ridden up to her waist, revealing a small patch of crimson on her silk undergarment, nearly staining the sheets. All of this fell under Lu Boyan's gaze. By the time she realized it was too late, she hurriedly tugged her nightgown down and glared at Lu Boyan, exclaiming, "Pervert! Scoundrel!" Lu Boyan averted his eyes, his voice still rough. "Go to the bathroom and take care of it." Blushing furiously, Su Jian'an stormed into the bathroom, only to remember that she had no sanitary pads. The hotel hadn't prepared anything. With her current state, there was no way she could run out to buy some. Reluctantly, she had to seek Lu Boyan's help. However, when she pushed the door open, she found Lu Boyan was no longer in the room. She called out a few times without receiving any response, perplexed. Just then, Lu Boyan returned, carrying a bag from a convenience store, his expression somewhat unnatural as he handed it to her. Confused, she opened the bag in front of him and discovered it contained the sanitary pads she needed, her preferred brand, including both day and night options. To her surprise, her cheeks flushed even deeper as she softly muttered a thank you, then slammed the bathroom door shut, retreating inside once again. If only she could vanish from that restroom. Having lived for 24 years, she had never felt as humiliated as she did that night. And had it not been for her menstrual cycle arriving early, might something truly have transpired between her and Lu Boyan? Chapter 59. Let her go. The dazzling lights by the riverside dimmed, the loss of their brilliance rendering the night even more somber, and the city appeared to have succumbed to slumber. Lu Boyan stood in the rooftop garden of the high-rise, a crimson ember glowing at his fingertips, releasing wisps of smoke that lazily curled upward, brushing past his brow before dissipating into nothingness, leaving only the pungent scent of tobacco lingering in the air. The last time he smoked was during that fateful night when Su Jian'an was abducted. She had brought soup to the hospital to see Jiang Shaokai, returning late as if she had forgotten that she was married, with a home and a husband. During the day, he had stood behind her, untying the ropes that bound her, only to watch her rush towards Jiang Shaokai. He had called her name, but she wept for Jiang Shaokai instead. At that moment, he pondered whether Xin Yuechuan had been correct in his assessment. The man she favored was indeed Jiang Shaokai. If that were true, should he let her go? It seemed he should. The Jiang family background was impeccable, and Jiang Shaokai possessed ample capability to protect her. By comparison, Jiang Shaokai was undoubtedly the more suitable choice. Yet, deep within, he yearned to rush to the hospital, bind her to him, and keep her by his side for eternity, ensuring that throughout her life, her heart and eyes would belong solely to him. Caught in the struggle between rationality and selfish desire, he felt a rare sense of agitation, and the ashtray before him overflowed with countless cigarette butts. Later, on his way to the hospital, Su Jian'an inquired about his thoughts. What could he possibly say? How could he confess to Su Jian'an that he feared witnessing her expression upon hearing the words that would set her free? What if she turned away with unbridled joy, leaving without hesitation? He feared he might lose control and harm her. Or, as he had just done, force her to stay. Had the unexpected not occurred, he could not have determined what he was doing in that moment. He had endured in silence for far too long. The sound of the bathroom door being pulled open broke the silence, and Lu Boyan extinguished his cigarette and returned inside. Su Jian'an stood by the bed, looking somewhat at a loss, the remnants of the red marks he had left on her neck still visible. The fire within him reignited in his lower abdomen, and he diverted his gaze to her clear eyes. Forget about what just happened. Su Jian'an decisively interrupted Lu Boyan, clearly unwilling to revisit the earlier awkwardness. I apologize, he stated. Su Jian'an neither accepted nor declined, instead pulling back the covers and lying down, turning toward the wall. After a moment's thought, she placed two pillows between them. Observing her actions, a trace of self-mockery flickered in his eyes as he strode toward the study. Once his footsteps faded, Su Jian'an turned over in bed, glancing at the closed oak door of the study, and closed her eyes to sleep. Lu Boyan's absence from the room was a relief. It spared her the discomfort of sleeping so rigidly. Exhausted, she soon succumbed to slumber, only to be pulled back into the memory of a few days prior when she found herself once again in the clutches of that deranged captor. Bound and lying on the ground, she felt the cold tip of the knife gliding across her skin. "Shall I carve a beautiful pattern on you? Please," she cried, shaking her head desperately. Let me go, let me go." In the stillness of the night, her voice pierced through the oak door, reaching Lu Boyan's ears. He abruptly closed the document he was reviewing and rushed out, finding Su Jian'an curled up in the blankets, struggling, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, her soft pleas echoing in the air, clearly caught in a nightmare. His heart ached as he approached and grasped her hand, only for her to suddenly cry out, "Save me. Lu Boyan, where are you? Save me." During the day, Su Jian'an had been fierce and full of courage, but now, trapped in a nightmare, she appeared as fragile as an injured creature, her trembling voice causing Lu Boyan's heart to ache. "Jian'an, wake up," he urged. "You are having a nightmare." Su Jian'an clutched his hand tightly, as if drowning and grasping at the only lifeline available, repeatedly calling his name, "Lu Boyan, save me." Had she called for him in her heart when she was held captive? The pang of his heart softened, and he lay down beside her, enveloping her in his arms, gently patting her back as one would soothe a weeping child in the depths of the night. Miraculously, she ceased her sobbing and pleas, gradually nestling closer into his embrace. The wounded creature finally finding a safe corner to lick its wounds. Tears still lingered in her eyes, her long lashes slightly damp, giving her an utterly pitiable appearance. Lu Boyan sighed heavily. How could he possibly let her go in such a state? The following morning, Lu Boyan awoke early, finding Su Jian'an still curled up in his embrace, maintaining the same position as the night before. He gently released her, causing her to flinch as if startled. Yet she did not awaken, her brows furrowed like a shrimp hiding in the covers. It was then he noticed something amiss. Her complexion was alarmingly pale. Su Jian'an's skin was originally fair and tender, often radiating a translucent, healthy glow that would flush a delicate pink with the slightest provocation. But now it appeared drained of life, her lips lacking their usual vitality, resembling a lifeless sheet of paper. Jian'an, he called, shaking her shoulder gently. Su Jian'an, wake up. She murmured in discontent, burrowing deeper into the blankets, her brow furrowing even more. Wake up. Lu Boyan's anxiety mounted inexplicably, raising his voice slightly. Su Jian'an finally opened her eyes, but the brightness that typically danced within them was absent, her gaze unfocused. Lu Boyan's voice grew more urgent. What is wrong? Her abdomen throbbed painfully, but it was an old ailment. With the hectic pace of life preceding her menstrual cycle, inadequate rest and poor dietary habits had taken their toll, resulting in days of excruciating pain that had once sent her to the hospital. After realizing her condition, she had become particularly cautious before her periods, ensuring she ate well, slept adequately, and avoided discomfort. Yet, in the wake of her abduction and the quarrel with Lu Boyan, her cycle had arrived prematurely, accompanied by pain more severe than ever before. Struggling to sit up, she met Lu Boyan's concerned gaze, but quickly averted her own, shaking her head. I'm fine. Enduring the pain, she retreated to the bathroom. Upon her return, she felt slightly more awake, though the persistent cramps in her lower abdomen were nearly unbearable. Lu Boyan grasped her hand firmly. I will take you to the hospital. Su Jian'an took a moment to gather her strength before articulating a complete thought. You must understand that menstrual pain is not an illness. There is no need to waste medical resources. I just need a day of rest. She flopped back onto the bed, feeling exhausted. But the pain was too intense for sleep to come, so she simply closed her eyes to rest. Lu Boyan poured her a glass of warm water. Are you hungry? I'll have breakfast brought up. Su Jian'an mumbled a non-committal response, and soon a tray arrived with hot milk and freshly baked bread spread with sweet jam. After 2 bites, her appetite waned, and she managed to drink half a glass of milk before drifting back into a drowsy state. In her hazy consciousness, she heard familiar footsteps pause at her bedside, the warmth of a dry palm resting on her forehead. She knew who it was and smiled with her eyes still closed. I'm not running a fever. You should go to the office. Call me if you need anything. Her voice was small, as if she were on the verge of falling asleep again. Lu Boyan quietly rose and left the room, summoning his secretary to keep an eye on her before he finally felt at ease enough to head to the company. The secretary, being a young woman, understood the torment of menstrual pain, but she was taken aback by how severely Su Jian'an seemed to be suffering. It was no wonder Lu Boyan was so anxious to have someone watch over her. When she slept, she resembled a child, making it hard to reconcile that she was the esteemed wife of the Lu family. Lu Boyan instructed the secretary to ensure Su Jian'an rested well. She dared not disturb her, opting instead to sit outside the living room with her laptop set to silent mode, ready to respond to emails while keeping the door ajar to hear any movement from Su Jian'an. Su Jian'an was not in a deep sleep. She could hear all the sound around her in a haze. Suddenly waking up at noon, she found her forehead damp with a fine sheen of sweat. As she got out of bed, her secretary appeared at the door. Madam, you are awake. Mr. Lu was worried about you being alone, so he asked me to come and keep you company. The secretary smiled, inquiring about her condition. How do you feel now? Is there still pain? Much better, thank you. Su Jian'an replied, taking a set of clothes into the bathroom to change. The secretary watched her retreating figure, lamenting that the carefully chosen nightgown had gone to waste, while marveling at the elegance of the president's wife. In the hurried moments of the previous night, she had merely recognized Su Jian'an's beauty, but now she appreciated her flawless physique, long legs, slender waist, and exquisite curves, subtle yet captivating, unlike those ostentatiously seductive women. It was no wonder Mr. Lu held her in such high regard. As Su Jian'an emerged dressed, the hotel delivered lunch for her and her secretary, light, delicious, and beautifully presented. Her appetite piqued. The secretary remarked, "This must have been specially arranged by Mr. Lu." Su Jian'an was puzzled. Think about it. How could a 5-star hotel serve such simple congee and dishes? The secretary, feeling a sense of camaraderie due to their similar ages, spoke more casually. And Su Jian'an didn't team mind, her lips curving into a slight smile as she examined the meal. The secretary continued, Mr. Lu truly cares about your feelings. When I mentioned it was not good to leave you alone at the hotel, he returned home early. He came back early yesterday. Su Jian'an was taken aback, having known he would be busy until midnight. Yet he had appeared at the park by 11, and now she realized he had come back specifically for her. No wonder when she had asked him about it, he had not answered and instead had countered with a question. Fearing his displeasure, she had refrained from pursuing it further. It wasn't just Mr. Lu. He had others leave early as well. The secretary smiled. Assistant Shun said you are our savior. By the way, I'm curious, have you and Mr. Lu been secretly dating for many years? Su Jian'an was intrigued. Why do you think that? Because Mr. Lu has never had a girlfriend all these years. The secretary explained. Although the outside world claims Han Ruoshi is his girlfriend, everyone in the company knows that it's merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by her. Recently, when rumors of Mr. Lu's marriage surfaced, we all speculated whether he had been secretly involved with you all along. Not all, Su Jian'an replied. But we have known each other since we were very young. Wow, the secretary exclaimed. Childhood sweethearts, no wonder. Chapter 60. Suddenly fainting Su Jian'an was hiding, and Lu Boyan had noticed. Since childhood, she had harbored a deep fear of taking medicine. During her stay in his family's empty house, there had been a moment when she had come running to him, a 10-year-old girl as agile as a fish in the deep sea, slipping into his room and hiding under the covers. Brother Boyan, please don't tell my mom I'm here. Her mother soon came looking for her, and it was then that Lu Boyan learned of her refusal to take medicine. To avoid it, she had always engaged in a battle of wits with her family. Eventually, it was he who coaxed Su Jian'an into taking her colorful pills, promising to take her out to play. However, he never fulfilled that promise. Years had passed, and she still reacted to medicine as a little rabbit would to a big bad wolf. Lu Boyan pressed down on her shoulders. Do you think hiding under the covers will spare you from taking your medicine? Su Jian'an forced a smile. Actually, it doesn't hurt as much as this morning. I could possibly skip it. I demand you call me brother. When Lu Boyan's expression remained stoic, she offered a supplementary condition. His interest piqued. He raised an eyebrow. Let us hear it. Brother Boyan peeking out from the covers, she resembled an exceedingly obedient little rabbit, her voice soft and endearing, laced with a hint of supplication, more melodious than when she sweetly called him brother in her childhood. Lu Boyan, satisfied, gently ruffled her hair. Good girl, take your medicine. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning struck, and Su Jian'an stared at Lu Boyan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how she had been tricked again. You rascal. She turned her head away, fuming. You tricked me again. After meeting Lu Boyan at the age of 10, she had been diagnosed with some health issues that required a long course of medication. Having exhausted all means of evading her pills, she had run to Lu Boyan, thinking he would help her. Instead, he and Tang had persuaded her to take her medicine. She had stubbornly shaken her head, and Lu Boyan had offered a condition: take the medicine, and he would take her to the amusement park the next day. With wide eyes, she had reluctantly swallowed the pills, only to be informed by her mother that Tang Ai and Brother Boyan were leaving for America the next day. At the airport, as she sent Lu Boyan off, she refused to speak to him, even as he magically produced a plethora of delicious lollipops for her. She still wouldn't engage. He had promised to take her to the amusement park, yet he was leaving for a place she could never reach no matter how she tricked the driver. She had thought only adults would deceive her. She never expected Lu Boyan would do the same. In her memory, Lu Boyan had sighed helplessly. You must listen to your aunt and take your medicine. Then he had gone through security with Tang Yulan, their figures gradually fading from view, and her vision had blurred. Jian'an, why are you crying? Her mother asked, gently wiping her tears. Do you miss Aunt Tang and Brother Boyan? She had sobbed, feeling wronged. He tricked me. He tricked me. Years ago, Lu Boyan had deceived her, and now he was doing so again. Su Jian'an felt utterly disheartened, as if she had regressed. Lu Boyan, taken aback that she still remembered those events, offered her warm water. I won't trick you again. Just be good and take your medicine. Su Jian'an had lost all trust in Lu Boyan. First drink some water, then swallow the pills. It won't be too bitter. Lu Boyan exhibited unprecedented patience. Thus, Su Jian'an felt guilty about straining his endurance and obediently followed his instructions. Indeed, swallowing the pills after drinking water was less bitter, and she managed to get them all down as the four-drip finished. Lu Boyan pressed the call button, and a nurse entered to remove the needle from Su Jian'an's arm. Rest for a bit. If you're not too tired, you can leave. Thank you, Su Jian'an said as she lifted the covers and got out of bed. Lu Boyan stopped her. The nurse wants you to rest. Who is so delicate as to need rest? Su Jian'an swiftly put on her shoes and walked out. Perhaps the drip and the medicine had taken effect, for her complexion had improved significantly. Her lips regained their color, and her eyes subtly sparkled with life once more. She was ready to fight again. Lu Boyan led her out of the hospital, but did not rush to instruct the driver. Instead, he asked her, "What do you want to eat?" Only then did Su Jian'an remember that Lu Boyan had initially intended to take her out for a meal, but they had ended up at the hospital first. Now, not only had her strength returned, but so had her appetite. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "I want to eat everything. You decide." Lu Boyan directed the driver towards the old town. G-City had developed rapidly over the past decade, with a newly established financial district showcasing the visage of a modern international metropolis. In contrast, the old town seemed preserved by the sands of time, untouched by the fast-paced modernity and restlessness. Ancient arcades lined the emerald waters, and deep alleys were adorned with crimson lanterns at every doorstep, while stone lions stood guard. Were it not for the bright lights along the riverside reminding visitors that it was the 21st century, one might easily mistake it for a journey back to ancient times. The tourism development in the old town has been remarkably executed, seamlessly blending the ancient charm with modernity. The colorful lanterns softly illuminate the riverbank without any sense of incongruity. In the distance, sounds emanate from a stage. The crisp and resonant beats of gongs and drums accompany the clear and melodious voices of performers, creating a unique atmosphere. Lu Boyan led Su Jian'an into a riverside restaurant, a transformation of an ancient arcade, where every brick and tile exudes an air of antiquity, subtly marked by the passage of time. The wooden tables are positioned by the window, and the wooden lattice allows a view of the flowing river and lush greenery. With the opera stage further afield, where performers are bringing the classic Farewell, My Concubine to life. Over the years, Su Yicheng has taken Su Jian'an to numerous places, exposing her to luxurious restaurants and hotels. Yet, this dining establishment, with its direct view of the opera stage, is a first for her. Undeniably, she relishes the tranquility that unexpectedly arises amidst the bustling environment. She turned to Lu Boyan and asked, "You don't often stay in G-City. How do you know this place?" "It's owned by a friend of mine. It used to be his family's old residence," Lu Boyan replied, pulling out a chair for Su Jian'an. At that moment, a tall man entered, accompanied by two younger individuals. The man stood almost as tall as Lu Boyan, but was notably more robust. Dressed in high-quality casual attire, his well-defined muscles were evident. His chiseled features radiated a rugged handsomeness, accentuated by his sun-kissed skin, giving him an untamed aura. He flashed a faint smile that hinted at a concealed mischief in his deep black eyes. Extending his hand towards Su Jian'an, he introduced himself. "I am the friend Boyan mentioned, Mu Siju." Su Jian'an was taken aback that such an unconventional restaurant was run by a man of his stature. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand. "Hello, I am Su. I know you," Mu Siju interjected with a sly smile, leaving Su Jian'an feeling perplexed. Lu Boyan shot a glance at Mu Siju, which conveyed a silent warning. Mu Siju cleared his throat. "Your affairs have made headlines more than once. It's quite normal for me to know." While his words bore no flaws, only he was aware that this was merely a ruse to deceive Su Jian'an. One day, he would uncork a fine bottle of wine and unveil the truth to her, at which point her gaze would no longer hold mere confusion. Simple-minded as she was, Su Jian'an failed to discern his convoluted thoughts and treated him as a friend. "Have you eaten? Would you like to join us?" "No, I want to intrude," Mu Siju replied. "I merely came to greet you. We will meet again regardless. Order whatever you wish. This meal is on me." Mu Siju possessed a certain dark charisma. When he smiled, he was as enigmatic as Lu Boyan, yet the latter's demeanor was cold and inscrutable, causing an undercurrent of apprehension. In contrast, Mu Siju seemed to embody a realm of darkness, a ruler whose capabilities were obscured from others, yet he could devour life with a smile. "Seventh brother, Heizi is urging us to head to the port," one of the younger men whispered to Mu Siju. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, Mu Siju smiled. "Take your time. I have matters to attend to." He departed with his companions, leaving Su Jian'an watching his retreating figure, his stride confident and audacious, intensifying her sense that he was no ordinary man. She turned to Lu Boyan, her curiosity piqued. "Is he truly your friend?" "What's the matter?" Lu Boyan inquired. "I just feel that he doesn't seem like the kind of person you would befriend." Su Jian'an hesitated, sensing that such a man was unlikely to associate with someone like Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. "Why not? Isn't it said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain?" She replied. "He doesn't appear to be a simple character." However, it was worth noting that after being married to Lu Boyan for so long, this was Su Jian'an's first encounter with one of his friends. She had never heard him mention any. leading her to believe that someone of his stature, looking down upon the world, would have no friends. Yet, Mu Siju and he seemed quite at ease with each other, suggesting a deep familiarity. We've known each other for a long time. There are no conflicts of interest. Lu Boyan explained. I brought you here to introduce you to him. Remember, if anything arises in the future, you can come here to find him. Su Jian'an sensed a peculiar insistence in Lu Boyan's words, regarding which she inquired what could possibly happen in the future. The staff, aware of Lu Boyan's preferences, had prepared some exquisite Mingxian Longjing tea for him. The pale green brew exuded steam from the cup, and Lu Boyan tightened his grip around it. I'm just mentioning it. Just in case, he replied nonchalantly. Su Jian'an responded with a soft "oh," and then asked, what should we eat? Perhaps her strange premonition was merely her overthinking. Lu Boyan hardly seemed like someone who would encounter trouble. The waiter had already brought the menu, and Lu Boyan handed it to Su Jian'an. You choose. Upon opening the menu, she discovered that it was in fact a hot pot restaurant, referred to as Lu in G City. Lu is akin to hot pot, yet distinct, utilizing a rich broth infused with seafood and mountain delicacies, devoid of the fiery spices typical of hot pots, thus offering a light and fragrant dining experience, suitable even for a girl in a delicate condition. Su Jian'an expressed her desire to eat everything, and now she genuinely could. Chapter 62. All embarrassments unfold before him this time. Su Jian'an was particularly cautious in her selections. The memory of her previous encounter with Lu Boyan at Chasing the Moon Pavilion, where she had ordered an excessive amount of dishes that went uneaten, was still fresh and mortifying. She had vowed never to let such an incident occur again. From meats to vegetables and greens, she meticulously chose her orders. As she submitted the menu, the waiter brought over the broth. The rich, creamy broth, derived from simmered bones and mountain delicacies, presented itself in a thick white hue, its aroma intoxicating. Bright red goji berries floated atop, resembling a myriad of small red flowers blooming on a blanket of white snow, creating a visually appealing dish. Su Jian'an skillfully ignited the stove, and the creamy broth soon bubbled with vigor. Meanwhile, on the stage beyond the diamond-patterned window, the tragic love story of the king of Chu and his beloved was unfolding, the poignant melodies capturing Su Jian'an's full attention, entirely unaware that Lu Boyan was observing her. Amidst the curling tea vapors, Lu Boyan's gaze grew more profound and inscrutable than ever. He anticipated losing control of everything and feeling powerless to reverse it. When he agreed to marry Su Jian'an, he had already resigned himself to the idea of eventually divorcing her. The cold and unfeeling words he had spoken to her were, in truth, warnings he issued to himself. He believed that once the time came, he could effortlessly release her, just as he had managed to refrain from seeing her over the years, treating her like a stranger. Yet everything was gradually spiraling out of control. The closer he drew to Su Jian'an, the more he yearned to bind her to his side for eternity. Every man who harbored designs upon her became a thorn in his side, particularly the one she favored. By the time he realized the situation was slipping beyond his grasp, it was too late to salvage it. Otherwise, that night, he wouldn't have hesitated for so long when contemplating whether to let Su Jian'an go. Nor would he have reacted with such fury when she returned the next day, kissing her passionately in a moment of anger. He had overestimated his self-control and underestimated Su Jian'an's influence over him. However, he no longer intended to mend the situation. He chose to introduce Su Jian'an into another world of his, a realm unknown to others, one she could scarcely imagine. 2 years from now, the decision to stay or leave would rest in Su Jian'an's hands. The fresh slices of beef, baby bok choy, and enoki mushrooms arrived. The beef was freshly sliced into delicate rolls, beautifully arranged on the plate. The vegetables, organic and delivered that day from a nearby farm, were impeccably clean, still faintly imbued with the scent of dew. Su Jian'an's attention returned to the table as the fragrance of the broth wafted through the air, her stomach growling softly. She instinctively glanced at Lu Boyan, meeting his gaze, which was laced with a teasing smile. She pouted slightly. I haven't eaten anything all day. It's hardly surprising that my stomach is protesting. Lu Boyan said nothing, merely placing the freshly cooked beef slices onto her plate. Su Jian'an, unreserved, dipped the beef into the savory sauce before savoring it. With each bite, the rich flavor of the beef, the freshness of the broth, and the sweet spicy essence of the sauce created a symphony of taste. Her satisfaction was evident as she contemplated how to express the deliciousness to Lu Boyan. Yet he was already adding vegetables to her plate, his lips curving slightly. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, we can order more. Su Jian'an was taken aback. Perhaps it was the gentle, rising steam that blurred her vision, but she suddenly found it difficult to discern the usual cold detachment in Lu Boyan's demeanor. His features remained strikingly handsome, causing her heart to race whenever she looked closely. She hastily lowered her head to eat. Her expectations were so minimal. Merely this kindness from Lu Boyan made her feel cherished. When farewell, my concubine concluded, Su Jian'an finally felt full. She lifted her gaze and inadvertently noticed Lu Boyan's plate, which bore only a few drops of clear broth. Nothing like her own chaotic mess. Clearly, he had not eaten much. Why aren't you eating? Her bright eyes were filled with confusion. The food was delightful. After all, Lu Boyan countered her question with one of his own. Are you full? Was he waiting for her to finish before he ate? At that moment, Su Jian'an felt genuinely touched, nodding vigorously yes. I'm quite full. Let me cook some for you. Lu Boyan, however, did not eat, simply because he was unaccustomed to hot pot. The sight of so many chopsticks reaching into the same pot had sapped his appetite. Yet, before he could decline, Su Jian'an had already placed a slice of beef into the pot, her smile radiant and content. Dipping it in the sauce is truly delicious. You should give it a try. Though he initially resisted the beef, he found it impossible to refuse her smile. Yielding to her suggestion, he took a bite and discovered it wasn't as dreadful as he had anticipated. See, it tastes good. Su Jian'an continued to prepare vegetables for him, lamenting that such hot pot establishments did not exist in City A. Do you like it? Lu Boyan inquired. Of course. Su Jian'an placed a piece of Napa cabbage into his plate, feeling the warmth of the gathering around the hot pot, a shared experience that felt intimate. Oh, now I suddenly want to eat again. She reached into Lu Boyan's plate for a piece of Napa cabbage, dipping it into the sauce. Being the first to dare such an act, she was surprised when Lu Boyan felt no aversion. Instead, he lingered on her word, intimate. He smiled slightly. Muchi plans to open a branch in City A. Really? Su Jian'an's face lit up with joy. Is he in the restaurant business? Yes, he replied. Su Jian'an was eager. Then when the branch opens, I must give it a try. The seventh young master of the Mu family from City G, renowned for his influence, was now venturing into the hot pot business, unbeknownst to him until this moment. By the time Su Jian'an and Lu Boyan left the restaurant, it was already past 8, and the night air had grown colder. Lu Boyan took her hand. It's getting late. Let's head back to the hotel and rest early. Su Jian'an pointed toward the park ahead. I want to take a stroll. Lu Boyan's gaze was filled with skepticism. Can you? Why not? She protested. I am practically half a police officer. I passed the physical test. Unwilling to relent, Su Jian'an jumped a couple of times to demonstrate her vigor. But her smile suddenly froze. Lu Boyan furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Nothing, she stammered, her cheeks flushed as red as a poppy flower. Let's go back to the restaurant. She turned and ran, and as Lu Boyan attempted to catch her and inquire further, he inadvertently noticed a red stain on her pants, suddenly realizing what had happened. His ears turned warm as he followed her back to the restaurant, feeling somewhat awkward. Su Jian'an sought assistance from a staff member who inadvertently referred to her as Mrs. Lu. Go to the restroom and wait for me. I will get it for you. Thank you. Su Jian'an expressed her gratitude. When she emerged from the restroom, she was taken aback to find Lu Boyan waiting outside. He must have figured everything out. And as she considered this, her face turned even redder, lowering her head. Let us go. Lu Boyan did not move, removing his coat and offering it to her. Put this on. Su Jian'an was momentarily stunned. I'm not cold. Lu Boyan averted his gaze awkwardly. Your pants. Realization dawned on her as she glanced at the mirror behind her, and indeed, a wave of dizziness washed over her, her cheeks ablaze. She hastily donned Lu Boyan's coat to cover the stain, then bolted away. Aside from the unexpected tragedy of her mother's passing, her life had been smooth sailing. Both her academic and professional endeavors had been effortless. Perhaps the heavens were envious, prompting a series of embarrassing moments before Lu Boyan. Yet, it was precisely in these moments that she wished to avoid any embarrassment in front of him. With a sigh, Su Jian'an felt a familiar shadow loom over her, her small hand enveloped in a comforting grip. Instinctively, she turned to look at the person holding her hand. He appeared calm, his gaze deep and steady, the dim light casting shadows over his tall, elegant figure. Even in obscurity, His distinct features and handsome visage were evident. The driver is waiting at the park entrance. Let us head over. His voice, almost magical, pierced through the night, reaching Su Jian'an's ears, compelling her to follow his lead. The park was expansive, with its main entrance located near the subway station to the south. It would take about 10 minutes to traverse from the restaurant, allowing them to stroll along the river and watch the brightly lit boats carrying tourists glide by. The park was tranquil, so serene that Su Jian'an could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. She had never walked alongside Lu Boyan like this before. Feeling the warmth of his hand as he led her forward. Unable to resist, she stole glances at his profile, her heart racing at the sight of his jawline. After the earlier excitement, a faint cramping sensation began to emerge in her abdomen, yet it did not matter. She longed for this moment to last a bit longer. Wishing to walk beside him indefinitely, Lu Boyan sensed her small hand growing increasingly tense in his grasp. He turned his head, unexpectedly meeting her gaze. Su Jian'an's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were devoid of flirtation, filled instead with an untainted clarity that sparkled like sunlight, even cloaked in night's shadows. The brilliance in her eyes remained undiminished. These very eyes had pierced into his heart years ago. Su Jian'an was taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. Lu Boyan's eyes mirrored the night sky, deepening in darkness, creating an illusion that she might be drawn in. Flustered, she quickly lowered her lashes. "What's wrong? Are you cold?" Lu Boyan asked. "No," Su Jian'an replied, puzzled, lifting her head in inquiry. Lu Boyan gently rubbed her slightly stiff hand, tightening his grip. "As long as you're not." "Okay," she murmured, obediently following Lu Boyan's lead, though she dared not look at him again during the remaining walk. After what felt like an eternity, they finally exited the park, spotting the S-600 waiting for them. Su Jian'an released a sigh of relief as she climbed in, and Lu Boyan instructed the driver to head straight back to the hotel. Once they returned to the suite, Su Jian'an headed for the shower. It was only then that she remembered the sleepwear situation. Her secretary had purchased 2 sets for her yesterday, each more revealing than the last. She had intended to buy something else today, but time was no longer on her side. Ultimately, she donned the same outfit from yesterday, and the memory of being pressed against Lu Boyan flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment. Chapter 63. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Last night, Lu Boyan must have acted on impulse, hadn't he? At times, despite his rather despicable nature. Su Jian'an still wished to believe that he was not the kind of person devoid of sanity. With this thought, the scenes from yesterday replayed in her mind like a film, each frame vividly flashing before her eyes. His fervent lips, the dominating kiss, the irresistible touch. The heat of his breath, also vividly etched in her memory. Fortunately, in the end. Otherwise, she was uncertain what might have transpired. Su Jian'an gently patted her slightly flushed cheeks, slipped on Lu Boyan's coat, and tightened her hold as she stepped outside. To her surprise, Lu Boyan was not in the room. Instead, the door to the study was ajar, and she could faintly hear his voice. Cautiously, she approached, and upon reaching the doorway, she heard Lu Boyan say, "You should sleep first." Huh? Was he speaking to her? The woman outside the door grasped her clothing in confusion, prompting Lu Boyan to set down his documents and step out. Su Jian'an felt a shadow loom over her, and her breath grew slightly unsteady. Standing at 167 centimeters, she was not short, yet when Lu Boyan drew near, she felt as though she was being overwhelmed, dwarfed by him. At that moment, he had rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing his beautifully toned arms and hinting at his solid chest beneath. This combination of formality and ease was utterly captivating. Lu Boyan regarded her, resembling a lost rabbit. "I told you to sleep first. And you?" Her gaze held a hint of timidity. Lu Boyan, sensing she was recalling yesterday's events, let his eyes darken slightly. "I'll sleep in the study. You need not worry." Su Jian'an's eyes flickered with confusion. "That's not what I meant." Feeling her cheeks heat up, she inhaled deeply and looked directly at Lu Boyan. "I was merely asking when you would be going to sleep. I didn't mean for you to sleep in the study." Lu Boyan crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. "Aren't you afraid of what I might do?" Su Jian'an pursed her lips and turned away. "Even if I wanted to, you wouldn't be able to." She hung up Lu Boyan's coat and quickly dove into bed. Lu Boyan observed her for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was not until Shan Yuechuan sent a reminder about a video conference in 5 minutes that he returned to the study. The conference lasted over an hour. And just as it was about to conclude, he suddenly heard a commotion from the room. Su Jian'an, once again as before. His expression shifted, and he discarded the meeting to rush back to the room. Indeed, Su Jian'an was having another nightmare. She lay curled beneath the covers, her brow furrowed, murmuring incomprehensibly. As he drew closer, he could discern her pleas. Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan. Save me. Her slender hands struggled against the bed. Lu Boyan grasped her hand. Jian'an. Her hand trembled, then gripped as tightly, as if finding solace. Yet her brow remained furrowed, still fighting against her fears. Lu Boyan lay down and enveloped her in his embrace, soothing her while softly calling her name. Gradually, she quieted, and he realized that compared to what he might do, Su Jian'an feared sleeping alone more. She had never forgotten the incident of being taken captive. Lu Boyan. Her voice trailed off, as if on the verge of sleep. Lu Boyan gently stroked her back. I'm here, don't be afraid. Su Jian'an's furrowed brow eased, and slowly she opened her eyes, caught between dreams and reality, gazing at Lu Boyan with a dazed expression, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. It's all right. Lu Boyan's kiss landed on her forehead, his deep voice imbued with a calming force. Sleep. MHM. Su Jian'an was uncertain if this was a dream or reality. All she knew was that just moments ago, she had been in the grips of a deranged killer, yet now she found herself in Lu Boyan's arms. Had he come for her? And she would be safe. Drowsily, she closed her eyes, her breathing soon becoming long and steady as she drifted back to sleep. Lu Boyan's phone vibrated gently. Shen Yuechuan had sent a message. Conference? He typed 2 words in the reply box. Adjourned. After sending, he powered off the device. The entire night descended into tranquility. The only sound discernible was the soft rhythm of her breathing, her face nestled against his chest, her slender fingers anxiously clutching his clothing, remnants of fear lingering on her slumbering visage. Lu Boyan caressed her cheek, feeling drowsy himself, and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. Ever since the kidnapping incident, Su Jian'an had frequently experienced nightmares, the same harrowing scenes replaying in her mind, the malicious, murky eyes of the assailant, brandishing a knife, hovering menacingly over her, poised to carve her. Sometimes she would awaken abruptly. Other times, after the nightmare concluded, she would continue sleeping, only to wake the next day to find her back damp and sticky, soaked in cold sweat. Rarely had she enjoyed such a peaceful night-esque slumber. Yet, there was an oddity. Before falling asleep, she seemed to have also experienced a nightmare. With a head full of confusion, she blinked awake, the day already bright. To her astonishment, the first thing she saw was Lu Boyan. He slept soundly, his breath shallow, his chest gently rising and falling. And she noticed for the first time how long his eyelashes were. Usually, her attention was captured by his deep, piercing gaze, and she would shy away from meeting his eyes. Now, she realized how beautiful his lashes were. But why was he still wearing yesterday's clothes? As she laid her head on his arm, his other hand wrapped around her waist, she found herself completely nestled against him, clutching his shirt. What had transpired? At that moment, Su Jian'an recalled that she had indeed had another nightmare last night and later. Lu Boyan had suddenly appeared, holding her close. And in those fleeting moments between wakefulness and slumber, he seemed to have kissed her and assured her that everything was fine, urging her to sleep. It was his embrace and those 4 words that had granted her a restful night. In that instant, the sense of security Lu Boyan provided surpassed that of anyone else. If she had not been mistaken, his gaze, tone, and actions had all radiated tenderness. That kind of tenderness was intoxicating, leaving her yearning for more. If it had merely been a dream, she would willingly close her eyes and remain in that state indefinitely. Yet subconsciously, she wished for it to be real. She greedily hoped for its authenticity. She reached out to touch Lu Boyan's face, and at that moment, his eyelashes fluttered. He was waking. Su Jian'an panicked for a fleeting moment and quickly closed her eyes, feigning sleep, trying to appear as if she had never awakened. Lu Boyan opened his eyes, first glancing at the person in his arms, seeing nothing amiss, believing she was still in deep slumber. Silently, he rose, pulling the blanket over her. For a brief moment, his movements faltered, but only for a moment, before he continued to cover her, finally heading toward the bathroom. With Lu Boyan's footsteps receding, the feigning Su Jian'an finally opened her eyes, releasing a sigh of relief beneath the covers. Only she knew how tense her body had been when he covered her. She had been so rigid that even her toes could not move. Yet, everything that had transpired last night had indeed been real, hadn't it? With that thought, Su Jian'an turned over, and suddenly Lu Boyan's figure entered her line of sight. Hands in pockets, he stood at the bathroom door, his slightly wrinkled shirt and trousers failing to diminish his breathtaking handsomeness. A smirk played on his lips, a blend of amusement and something deeper, his eyes dark and seemingly all-knowing. Su Jian'an gasped, her mind racing. She absolutely could not let Lu Boyan discover that she had been pretending to sleep. Cleverly, she stretched and feigned surprise. "Oh, when did you wake up?" "A little earlier than you." Su Jian'an froze, feeling as though the world had turned chaotic. Lu Boyan's smile widened slightly, his mood evidently elevated as he closed the bathroom door. Su Jian'an bit down on the blanket, regret flooding her. But how had Lu Boyan realized she was pretending to sleep? Her skills at deception were not that poor. The oblivious Lu Boyan, brushing his teeth in the bathroom, allowed a resigned sigh. Before covering her with a blanket, he had been completely unaware, but later, her body had stiffened to the point that even her brows had betrayed her. How could he not notice the anomaly? He suddenly recalled the previous night when he was holding Su Jian'an's hand while walking in the park. Her grip had been just as stiff. Did his mere touch invoke such tension in her? This seemed to be a rather intriguing phenomenon. Early in the morning, Lu Boyan found his mood inexplicably lifted. During breakfast, he handed Su Jian'an a newspaper. Although she enjoyed reading magazines, she did not have a habit of perusing newspapers, and she accepted it with a perplexed expression, asking, "What is this for?" To read the legal section. Su Jian'an flipped to the legal page and immediately spotted the headline. "A city's perverted killer, He Tianming, sentenced." The article noted that the court had delivered its verdict, death penalty. He Tianming did not appeal, and the execution would take place 2 months later. The piece analyzed the psychological origins of his perverse behavior and concluded with a report on his current state in prison. He had been beaten severely upon entering and was now bedridden, unable to care for himself, with hardly anyone attending to him. He had brutally taken the lives of 2 innocent individuals and kidnapped 2 forensic doctors. Yet no one expressed sympathy for him. This seemed to be the very definition of retribution. Su Jian'an returned the newspaper to Lu Boyan, asking, "Why do you want to see this?" Lu Boyan countered with a question. "Haven't you been having nightmares lately?" "Yes." Su Jian'an found it strange and wondered how he knew. Even if Lu Boyan had witnessed her having a nightmare the previous night, it wouldn't he confirm that she had been plagued by them consistently, would it? "You've been having nightmares every night since you arrived here," Lu Boyan stated. "You've studied psychology. You should know this is a symptom of trauma re-experiencing." Su Jian'an. "So you want me to read this article to know he is about to be executed, thinking that it will stop my nightmares?" Lu Boyan said, "No. I simply wanted to inform you that he is already in police custody, and it was you and Jiang Shaokai who helped apprehend him. He is now in prison, unable to care for himself, and in 2 months he will vanish from this world. He can no longer harm you. So, Jian'an, you need not fear any longer." Chapter 64. Unexpectedly learning the truth following her abduction, Su Jian'an appeared outwardly calm, yet internally she struggled with fear. Now, however, Lu Boyan's words, "You need not fear any longer," acted as a soothing balm, each syllable calming her restless heart. Moreover, this seemed to be the first time Lu Boyan had spoken so extensively to her. She had once thought him too taciturn to ever share so much at once. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, Lu Boyan furrowed his brow, asking, "What is wrong? That day, were you the one who untied the ropes on my hands?" "My brother said he saw you go upstairs." After so many days, Su Jian'an finally mustered the courage to address that day's events. However, the memory of her reckless dash toward Jiang Shaokai, pressing on his wound and crying, caused Lu Boyan to resume smoking. It had been days since that incident, and as he nearly forgot about it, her sudden mention stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. "I didn't know you were there," Su Jian'an suddenly said. "The night before, He Tianming knocked me unconscious and tied me to a chair. When I woke the next day, I couldn't speak, and my reactions were slow. Later, he said he wanted to live stream my dismemberment, and I was a bit scared. After all, whoever thinks they might die such a tragic death? I also didn't expect Jiang Shaokai would risk himself to save me. He bled a lot, and I thought he would die because of me, which frightened me even more. I didn't see you, so I didn't know it was you who untied me." She lowered her head slightly, her words slow, her small hands tightening their grip, her delicate knuckles becoming increasingly prominent. Finally, Lu Boyan understood that her reluctance to mention that day was rooted in fear. The moment she was rescued by Jiang Shaokai was her most terrifying experience. His irritation gradually dissipated. If you had seen me, what would you have done that day? I suppose I would have been so frightened, she replied. This unexpected answer stirred something intense within his deep-set eyes, yet ultimately, those tumultuous emotions calmed. He took Su Jian'an's hand, reassuring her, "It's all right now." Su Jian'an smiled softly, responding with a gentle and continued her breakfast. Before heading to the office, Lu Boyan handed her a package. Su Jian'an recognized it immediately as the quick pain relief medication they had used at the hospital the day before. Her eyes widened in alarm as she looked at Lu Boyan, exclaiming, "I'm no longer in pain." She didn't want to take it. She didn't want to be deceived by Lu Boyan again. Lu Boyan placed the medication on the table, gently ruffled her hair, and said, "I'm not asking you to take it now. Keep it. And if you feel unwell, take it yourself." He left the room with a few documents in hand, and it took Su Jian'an a moment to regain her composure, absent-mindedly touching her hair. Even though it felt cool, she could still sense the warmth of Lu Boyan's palm. In that moment, if her senses were not mistaken, his gesture was undeniably affectionate. What was going on with him this morning? Around 10 o'clock, the sky suddenly darkened like a petulant child, a cool breeze sweeping through the window, rustling the curtains violently. Su Jian'an came to her senses, realizing that rain and a drop in temperature were imminent. After lunch, it indeed began to pour, large droplets pattering against the glass. Su Jian'an closed the window and turned on the heater, sitting by the windowsill, gazing at the city as outline blurred by the rain. After a while, she grew bored and instinctively reached for her phone. The black device lay on the bedside table, surprisingly turned off. She powered it down. Turning the phone on, 3 messages flooded in, all from Shen Yuechuan. "Meeting adjourned? Are you serious? You just ran out of a perfectly good meeting and called it adjourned. I'm sure something must have happened to Jian'an again, right? Don't worry, we're used to it. Last time in New York, you walked out during contract signing, costing the company the North American market. This time, it's just a minor inconvenience. By the way, does Jian'an know you abandoned the North American market to come back and rescue her? You probably wouldn't dare tell her, would you?" Su Jian'an read and reread the last 2 messages, confirming that she hadn't misread a single word, her mind swirling in confusion. Before her business trip to New York, Lu Boyan had mentioned he would be gone for 7 days. On the day of her incident, he returned unexpectedly. She had found it odd, but when she asked him, he merely stated he'd finish up and come back, never mentioning that he had abandoned a business deal or that he had returned early. Why was he deceiving her again? Su Jian'an dialed Shen Yuechuan's number. "Jian'an?" Shen Yuechuan's voice came through quickly. "Are you looking for Lu Boyan?" "No, Su Jian'an. I'm looking for you. Where are you?" "Oh, I'm out handling some matters. Your family is at the company." Shen Yuechuan sounded intrigued, yet slightly apprehensive. "What is the matter? Why was held hostage by He Tianming? Did Lu Boyan specifically return from New York?" Su Jian'an asked. "I saw the message you sent him last night." Shen Yuechuan fell silent for a long moment before suddenly laughing. "So you really didn't know? What did he tell you?" "He said he'd come back after finishing his work." "I knew he'd say that." Shen Yuechuan was not surprised at all. "Considering you saw the messages, you might have guessed. Finishing work, pure nonsense. He was on the verge of signing a contract, and he just walked away, costing the company the North American market. We've been busy for half a year for nothing. But don't feel pressured. He is currently trying to salvage the situation. It's rare to see him frowning over documents, looking utterly overwhelmed. By the way, would you like to see what he looks like? I could sneak a photo for you." After a long pause, Su Jian'an remained silent, causing Shen Yuechuan to grow concerned. "Hey, Jian'an, what is wrong?" He confessed that he had intentionally spoken to Su Jian'an that way, but if Su Jian'an were to be frightened into a state of distress, it would be far more serious than merely a business trip to Nepal. Lu Boyan would undoubtedly ensure his demise. "I'm fine," Su Jian'an finally spoke. "Thank you for telling me this. However, could you perhaps refrain from informing him? I already know this." Shen Yuechuan dared not conceal anything from Lu Boyan. He intended to come clean to him upon his return. With Su Jian'an making such a request, he could only steel himself and ask, "Why must he remain unaware?" Su Jian'an replied, "Because he is unwilling to let me know anything." "All right," Shen Yuechuan grit his teeth. "I'll help you deceive him this once. But when the day comes that he discovers the truth, you must assist me." "Understood." Su Jian'an smiled and ended the call. Outside, the rain intensified, pattering against the glass and creating a cacophony, if it weren't for the adequate heating. Merely hearing such sound at the end of spring would send chills down one's spine. The glass reflected Su Jian'an's figure, revealing her reddened eyes. In the silence, she felt an urge to weep. When she was kidnapped by He Tianming, she had indeed thought of Lu Boyan, yet her mind was plagued by rumors of him and Han Ruoshi. In those moments of despair, she thought that Lu Boyan probably wouldn't care about her life or death, especially since they were to divorce in a couple of years anyway. Yet, in reality, as soon as news of her predicament broke, he abandoned his collaboration and rushed back. During her most frantic moments, Lu Boyan had been right behind her. Suddenly, she recalled the familiar scent that had enveloped her that day, along with his soft voice. If only she had turned around, she would have seen Lu Boyan standing behind her. But ultimately, she had let Lu Boyan witness her leap toward Jiang Shaokai. How had Lu Boyan felt at that moment? She was uncertain. Yet she knew her own emotions mirrored those she felt when she first encountered Lu Boyan at the age of 10, secretly elated. Even if someone offered the finest things in exchange for this moment, she would refuse, yearning to leap into his embrace immediately. Lu Boyan would not neglect her. With that thought, she felt as though she donned armor and wings, filled with joy, wishing to twirl in the air. It took a long time for Su Jian'an to calm down. Wrapped in warmth, she grew drowsy. The hotel manager inquired if she would like to enjoy afternoon tea or visit the hotel spa, but she declined, instructing not to disturb her and deciding to wait for Lu Boyan to return for dinner before collapsing onto the bed in slumber. Lu Boyan returned around 7, illuminated by the city's dazzling lights. The manager informed him that Su Jian'an had slept the entire afternoon and hadn't wanted to leave her room. Fearing she was unwell again, he hastily opened the door and found her nestled comfortably in the soft bed, indulging in a deep slumber, clearly just enjoying her rest, with no signs of illness. The room was dimly lit, relying solely on the light filtering through the glass, casting a soft glow that accentuated her delicate features. She resembled a gentle creature curled up in her cozy nest, evoking an instinctive tenderness within him. As Lu Boyan approached, Su Jian'an, half awake, sensed his presence, and, through her haze, smiled. "You're back?" "Yes." Lu Boyan suddenly realized how low his expectations had become. Su Jian'an merely smiled at him, and he found himself forgetting how exhausting the day had been, with his eyes solely focused on her. "Why aren't you getting up to eat?" he asked. Su Jian'an emerged from the covers. "I wanted to wait for you." Just awakened, her eyes sparkled more brightly than usual, her long hair slightly tousled. Smiling like a child and unconsciously uttering affectionate words. This struck deep into Lu Boyan's heart, softening a place that had remained dormant for years. From then on, regardless of how tiring his days were, as long as he returned home to find her waiting, he would likely never feel wearied. Noticing Lu Boyan seemed momentarily dazed, Su Jian'an waved her hand before him. "You wouldn't abandon me and eat without me, would you?" Lu Boyan chuckled, gathering her shoes. "How could I dare? Once you're dressed, I'll take you downstairs." Chapter 65. It is not too late to do it. Now Su Jian'an obediently slipped in her shoes and took Lu Boyan's hand. "Let us go." She eagerly pulled him outside, her smile reaching her eyes, seemingly unaware that she had taken the initiative to grasp his hand. Lu Boyan gazed at her fair, slender hand, realizing that this was precisely what he desired. Names and fame paled in comparison to her spontaneous, affectionate gesture. Once outside the hotel, Su Jian'an turned back with a beaming smile. "Aren't you curious where I'm taking you?" Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. "You can tell me now." "Actually, I'm not sure if I can find it." Su Jian'an extended her hand. "My phone." Lu Boyan handed her the phone he had picked up while leaving, and she quickly sent a message to Su Yicheng. Within a minute, he replied with an address. "I know this place," the driver said, "though it's a bit far, about a 40-minute drive." "That's all right." Su Jian'an cheerfully pulled Lu Boyan into the car, automatically sharing, "I never got to meet my grandparents. My paternal grandparents passed away when I was very young. The one who cared for my mother was a nanny named Granny Sue. She looked after my mother until I was 7, then returned to her hometown, but she often visited a city, bringing me many homemade zongzi." "Is she from G City?" Lu Boyan inquired. "Yes," Su Jian'an nodded. "My brother mentioned that after Granny Sue returned to G City, she opened a small restaurant. Whenever he travels to G City for work, he dines at her place, as her cooking tastes the most like my mother's." 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a small noodle shop. It was a modest establishment, with 4 simple tables nestled in the alleys of an ancient village, neatly kept. Perhaps it was already closing time, as the lighting was dim. A young girl sat behind the counter, munching on sunflower seeds while watching a movie. Noticing someone enter, she called out without looking up, "Sorry, we're closed." Su Jian'an remembered that Granny Su had a granddaughter. Perhaps this was her. She approached the counter. "Hello." Su Jian'an looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. "Oh." Then she spotted Lu Boyan, and her mouth fell open. "Wow. He's even more handsome than the newspapers." Su Jian'an chuckled politely. "I'm looking for. I know you're looking for my grandmother. She has been talking about you all these years. She'll be thrilled to see you." Su Jian'an stood up, wiping her hands. "Wait a moment. I'll go get her." With that, Su Jian'an dashed through the curtain at the back. Su Jian'an stared at the slightly worn, yet clean curtain, reminiscent of Granny Su's clothing. Memories of her childhood, nurtured by her mother and Granny Su, seemed to rush back. Lu Boyan noticed the nostalgia in her eyes and quietly took her hand. Su Jian'an smiled at him, when suddenly a frail, trembling voice called out, "Jian'an." She turned towards the curtain, her eyes welling with tears. 10 years had transformed her from an innocent girl into a married woman, leaving wrinkles on Granny Su's face and bending her frame. The only constant was the warmth in her eyes, as if being watched by those gentle eyes meant being tenderly cared for by the world. Seeing the once small girl now grown into a tall, beautiful woman, the elder's eyes glistened with emotion. "Jian'an, you've grown up, just like your brother, both so outstanding. If your mother could see you now, she would be at peace." Su Jian'an grasped the elder's hand tightly, her voice barely a whisper. "Granny Su, I'm married." She took Lu Boyan's hand to introduce him, but Grandma Su smiled first, saying, "I know. Your brother mentioned you to me when he came to G-City for a business trip a month ago. A few days ago, I was reminiscing about you. And our Ning Ning showed me your photos." The elderly woman's back was somewhat stooped, making it a bit challenging for the tall Lu Boyan to assist her. Just as Su Jian'an was about to help her sit down, Lu Boyan had already extended his hand first, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Grandma, please sit." Grandma Su sat down with a contented smile, gently patting Lu Boyan's hand. "Ning Ning told me that you are as capable as Jian'an's brother. Yicheng takes great care of his sister, and you promised me to look after Jian'an like he does." Su Jian'an looked at Lu Boyan with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, noticing that his gentle smile remained, devoid of the aloofness he typically exuded. He replied, "Rest assured, I certainly will." She let out a sigh of relief, a hint of sweetness blossoming in her heart, only to be followed by a wave of melancholy. Lu Boyan's promise might just be to ease Grandma Su's worries. Why was she so excited? Grandma Su, however, seemed even more pleased and suddenly remembered something. "Jian'an, have you eaten yet? Your brother is always so busy when he comes to G-City. He only arrives at this hour, always claiming he is starving and has come on an empty stomach to eat." Su Jian'an smiled. "We haven't either. Grandma, I have been longing for your minced eggplant." "All right, I'll prepare it for you," Grandma Su said cheerfully as she headed into the kitchen. Su Jian'an followed her in to lend a hand. Suddenly, Su Jian'an remembered something and asked Lu Boyan, "When are we returning to the city? Do you want to go back?" Lu Boyan asked. Su Jian'an shook her head. "Not really. It's quite boring to stay in the hotel all day. If we don't leave tomorrow, I'll come over here." Lu Boyan replied, "We will head back in the afternoon. I'll have the driver bring you over tomorrow." Su Jian'an had so much to share with Grandma Su and nodded enthusiastically. "All right." Though Grandma Su was elderly, she moved swiftly in the kitchen. In less than 40 minutes, the minced eggplant, sweet and sour pork, and blanched vegetables were ready. The chicken soup had been simmered earlier, and she heated it up for Su Jian'an to serve. Looking at Su Jian'an with concern, she said, "You're too thin. You work so hard. Make sure to eat more." Su Jian'an pulled her grandmother down to sit. "Grandma, nowadays, girls pursue a slender figure, and eating too much can make them feel guilty." "Oh, really?" The elderly woman pinched Su Jian'an playfully. "How is your job search going? Yicheng asked you to help him at his company. Why haven't you gone? I want to stay with you, so I want to leave G-City. Besides, Cheng & Group is such a prestigious company. I'm afraid I want to be able to handle it," Su Jian'an replied with a grin. "I've actually found a job at a hot pot restaurant in the ancient district, working 7 hours a day for a salary of 3,000 yuan, just enough for my needs. Serving there will be easy and pressure-free." Su Jian'an was surprised yet skeptical about the coincidence and asked Su Jian'an, "Are you talking about that nameless hot pot place by the river? Do you want to work there?" "Yes." Su Jian'an not that Vigo Dusin. "Have you been there to eat hot pot? I heard that place only serves the owner's friends, and there are about 6 or 7 days a month when there is hardly any business. That is why I wanted to work there. And you know the owner." "We're friends," Lu Boyan interjected. I'll inform Mu Chi, and whenever you're ready to start working, just head over. Given that Mu Siju often dined at the hot pot restaurant, all the staff there were individuals he trusted completely. They were hiring due to an unexpected injury to one of the waitresses, and Su Jian'an had previously doubted her chances of getting in. But now, could it really be this smooth? Moreover, with Mu Siju's complicated background, how could Lu Boyan possibly be friends with him? Despite the myriad thoughts racing through her mind, Su Jian'an's face still radiated joy. Great, thank you so much. Grandma Su sighed. Nowadays, every girl is so independent and ambitious. Su Jian'an, why are you the only one who isn't? Su Jian'an wrapped her arms around her grandmother and pouted. Their independence is their pursuit. I just want to be able to spend every day with you. The elderly woman smiled helplessly, her eyes brimming with happiness. She had only this granddaughter left. Didn't she wish for her to accompany her every day? After dinner, Su Jian'an bid farewell to Grandma Su, promising to visit her the next day. Noticing the late hour, the elderly woman urged her to return to the hotel for rest. Once in the car, Su Jian'an asked Lu Boyan, "You mentioned your friend plans to open a branch in a city? If it's only for friends, why would they open a branch there?" Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. To entertain friends in a city. He spoke as if opening a restaurant were a trivial matter, and Su Jian'an secretly marveled at his wealth. Lu Boyan called Mu Siju to discuss Su Jian'an's situation, and Mu Siju teasingly replied, "Since when did you start worrying about such trivial matters?" "I initially planned to transfer someone from our household staff, but since you recommended her, I'll have someone check her background." Before long, Mu Siju called back. Local to G City, has been aimless since childhood, lacking ambition, graduated from a third-tier university, deceived her grandmother into thinking she was studying abroad, but was actually traveling the world. The only skill she possesses is speaking multiple languages. The girl is quite interesting. Let us hire her. After hanging up, it wasn't long before Shen Yuechuan called to discuss work matters. Leaning against the back of the seat, one hand held the phone, while the other idly twirled a strand of Su Jian'an's hair around his fingers, the relaxed motion contrasting sharply with his serious tone. Su Jian'an shot him a glare, signaling him to let go, but he ignored her, continuing to play with her hair. She had no choice but to pry his hand away. Lu Boyan frowned slightly in displeasure, pulling Su Jian'an into his embrace, his hand firmly encircling her shoulder. Startled, Su Jian'an exclaimed. On the other end of the line, Shen Yuechuan paused. President Lu, you and your wife are busy, right? I'm sorry. I didn't know. Let us discuss work tomorrow. You two continue. With Lu Boyan holding her tightly, the car was enveloped in a heavy silence, allowing Su Jian'an to hear Shen Yuechuan's words clearly. Her face flushed instantly, and she tried to break free from Lu Boyan's grip. He, however, effortlessly tightened his hold, a teasing smile in his voice. Since Shen Yuechuan suggested we continue, why are you trying to escape? Rogue, Su Jian'an lifted her chin defiantly. We clearly aren't doing anything. Her bright, resolute eyes were filled with determination. Lu Boyan smirked. It's never too late to start now. Chapter 66. Don't move. Never too late to start now? What was he planning to do? Su Jian'an was still puzzled when Lu Boyan's features suddenly loomed closer. After a fleeting moment of confusion, she instinctively clutched his shirt tightly and closed her eyes. However, instead of the anticipated warm lips, she only heard a light laugh next to her ear. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing into Lu Boyan's smiling eyes. This was the first time she had seen him smile so genuinely. It was after teasing her. Bastard. Remembering that she had actually anticipated Lu Boyan's kiss, Su Jian'an's cheeks flushed again, resembling a ripe pomegranate. She struggled to break free from his embrace, but Lu Boyan refused to let go. Don't move, he murmured, resting his head against her shoulder, a hint of fatigue in his voice. I've had a long day. Su Jian'an suddenly recalled Shen Yuechuan's words about how rarely he saw Lu Boyan furrowed in concentration over documents, overwhelmed with work. To rectify the lost contract, he must be expending considerable energy, wasn't he? No matter how one puts it, it was all for her. He had returned abruptly from New York before signing the contract, seeking solace in her presence. Yet, was it truly comfortable to hold her like this? In doubt, the car pulled up to the hotel entrance. The hotel attendant rushed over to open the car door, and Lu Boyan emerged, exuding his usual elegance and nobility, taking Su Jian'an's hand to guide her back inside. No one could imagine the way he had playfully clung to her just moments ago. As they prepared for sleep, Lu Boyan informed Su Jian'an Tomorrow, please convey to Su Jian'an that she should go directly to the store to speak with the manager. Did your friend agree to let Yuning work? Su Jian'an, having not overheard the conversation between Lu Boyan and Mu Siju earlier, asked. Yes, Lu Boyan smiled, arching an eyebrow at her. Shouldn't you be thanking me? The one who should be thanked is Yuning, right? Su Jian'an thought to herself, feeling that Lu Boyan had not directly assisted in securing a job for her friend. Because of you, I got involved in this trivial matter, Lu Boyan continued. You wish for Su Jian'an to work at the hot pot restaurant, and I helped fulfill that wish. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Su Jian'an suddenly found his reasoning valid and nodded. All right, thank you. Lu Boyan's eyes narrowed in discontent. That lacks sincerity. Su Jian'an was taken aback. How could he nitpick? He had pretended to kiss her in the car, only to tease her. Now, that was a lack of sincerity. In a moment of impulsiveness, she decided to show Lu Boyan her genuine sincerity. She tiptoed and pressed her lips against his. Thank you, she said, grateful for his many timely rescues, for rushing back from New York after her incident, for allowing her to experience the exhilarating feeling of being enamored. Lu Boyan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such heartfelt sincerity from her. He recalled that while in the car, it wasn't that he didn't want to kiss her, but rather that the driver was in the front seat, and he was aware of his inability to resist her lips. Now, with no one else around and the little monster being so proactive, without warning, Lu Boyan enveloped her in his arms, his kiss irresistible. His lips possessed an enchanting power, and feeling his breath, Su Jian'an found herself forgetting to struggle. She became a creature ensnared by Lu Boyan, with nowhere to escape. Yet, the one truly losing control was Lu Boyan. The little monster's lips were reminiscent of cotton candy, soft yet laced with a deadly sweetness. He found himself unable to stop, wishing to keep her in his embrace forever, savoring every bit of her beauty. However, the little monster remained tense. He coaxed her softly relax. His warm breath was intoxicating, and Su Jian'an's last line of defense crumbled, her body instinctively relaxing as she leaned into Lu Boyan's embrace. He was thoroughly pleased with her response, his lips curving into a smile as he rewarded her with a lingering kiss, pulling her even closer, while Su Jian'an had completely forgotten how to resist. She seemed unusually obedient, and Lu Boyan craved more. Reluctantly, he released her lips, gazing into her dazed eyes. Jian'an, kiss me. If there was one person in the world whose eyes held the allure of an unfathomable abyss, it was Lu Boyan. Su Jian'an found herself drowning in his dark gaze, fully aware that she shouldn't, yet unable to resist. Just like before, she pressed her lips against his, recalling how he had kissed her and mimicking his every move, only to realize how challenging it truly was. To Lu Boyan, her actions felt inexperienced, much like her, an unripe apple hanging from a branch, green yet exuding a fragrant allure. He closed his eyes, capturing her lips with an insistence that brooked no refusal, demanding fervently. Both heart and body echoed the same sentiment. This was insufficient, far from enough. He desired more. Su Jian'an was kissed into a daze, feeling as if she had ascended to the clouds, her body soft yet heavy, with Lu Boyan's heated breath grazing her cheek. It took her a long while to comprehend that she was not soaring. She was merely reliving the scene from the night before. Lu Boyan was once again pinning her to the bed. This time, his movements were devoid of the previous night's brutality. He treated her as if she were the most cherished child. Su Jian'an nearly succumbed to his tender ministrations, summoning her last ounce of strength. Lu Boyan, we can't. Their marriage was merely a transaction of mutual benefit. Such things. How could they happen? Moreover, she was in no position to engage. Lu Boyan was well aware of her predicament, yet she was like the most exquisite poppy. Merely touching her made one irresistibly addicted. Letting her go was not a simple task. It required immense effort. Ultimately, he kissed her with fervor, his lips and tongue entwining with hers, as if he were determined to extract every ounce of sweetness from her. Su Jian'an furrowed her brow slightly. It hurts. Lu Boyan snapped back to reality, controlling his heavy breaths as he released her lips, planting a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. I'm going to take a shower. With a soft click, the bathroom door closed. Su Jian'an lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Finally, she touched her lips, likely swollen and tender to the touch. The memory of Lu Boyan's demanding kisses and warm breath was vivid. She finally dared to believe this was not a dream. This time, when Lu Boyan kissed her, she had not resisted. What did this signify? Su Jian'an did not dare to delve deeper into that thought. She pulled the covers over her head, closing her eyes tightly in the darkness, hoping to drift into sleep within the next moment. Yet, even when the bathroom door opened once more, she remained acutely aware. She felt someone lying down beside her, instantly stiffening, afraid to breathe too deeply. Lu Boyan sighed, pulling back the cover she had thrown over her head. You look like a shrimp. Su Jian'an was indignant, turning to glare at him. You're the one who looks like a shrimp. As soon as she spoke, the intimate images from earlier flooded her mind, and her cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to wish to hide beneath the covers once again. Lu Boyan swiftly gathered her into his embrace, threatening her before she could struggle. Don't move. Otherwise, those things you fear, I just might actually do. His tone was ambiguously suggestive, and Su Jian'an felt her resolve wilt, curling up obediently in his arms. Afraid to make a single move, Lu Boyan patted her head contentedly asleep, although Su Jian'an intended to protest and assert her independence. She found solace in Lu Boyan's embrace and soon fell asleep. She always curled up when sleeping. Once she drifted off, her long lashes rested gently, accompanied by her light breaths, making her appear like a lost child. Lu Boyan's distinctly defined fingers brushed against her cheek, and had she been awake, she would have seen the tenderness in his eyes. That night, Su Jian'an slept dreamlessly. After being held captive, it was her first night of such peaceful slumber, and upon waking, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. When she realized she was in Lu Boyan's arms, she was no longer surprised. She gently removed his arm from her waist, rose quietly, and after washing up, left the room. Upon waking, Lu Boyan discovered Su Jian'an was missing. He searched the living room and study, but she was nowhere to be found. Just as he was about to ask the hotel staff for assistance, the door swung open, and she returned. He set down the phone, frowning as he approached her. Where did you run off to so early in the morning? His tone was reproachful, yet beneath it lay a sense of relief. Su Jian'an looked at the man whose hair and bathrobe appeared somewhat disheveled from the lack of time to tidy himself, and smiled slightly. Did you miss me? She was actually smiling? Lu Boyan pulled her back, slamming the door shut behind them, narrowing his eyes as he attempted to intimidate her. However, Su Jian'an was utterly unafraid. Instead, she laughed more joyfully, reaching out to caress his face. I merely went to borrow the hotel's kitchen to make some porridge. You should obediently change your clothes. The waiter will bring breakfast shortly. With a cheerful smile, she returned to the bedroom, and it dawned on Lu Boyan that Su Jian'an was no longer fearful of him and even dared to touch him. Has his little monster grown bolder? After breakfast, Lu Boyan arranged for a driver to take Su Jian'an to visit Grandma Su. During the journey, Su Jian'an received a call from Luo Xiaoxi. The agent from Huaxing has contacted me, Luo Xiaoxi exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as if she were on the brink of overnight fame. As long as I pass the interview and undergo some training, I can debut. Did Uncle Luo agree? Su Jian'an inquired. Of course not. He even said he would send bodyguard to drag me back, Luo Xiaoxi huffed. But I will not yield. This time I'm serious. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Su Jian'an felt too exhausted to retort. You should ask yourself that. By the way, what is the interview process for Huaxing? I don't know yet, Luo Xiaoxi replied. But Huaxing is one of the top modeling agencies in the industry, so they shouldn't resort to any underhanded tactics. Don't worry, I will assess the situation. How are things going with your boss Lu in G City? The images from last night flashed through Su Jian'an's mind, causing her to blush and hesitate. What can I say? There must be something going on. Luo Xiaoxi teased, her laughter laced with innuendo. You too must have. Staying in a hotel is the easiest way for that to happen. Go prepare for your interview. Su Jian'an decisively ended the call. Chapter 67. After dining, it's time to sleep. 1. Luo Xiaoxi held her phone, laughing with a knowing glint in her eyes. Something had undoubtedly transpired between Su Jian'an and Lu Boyan. She knew Su Jian'an all too well. Yet, they had only been married for 3 months and already made progress, while she had pursued Su Yicheng for over a decade and remained stagnant, losing face for her entire lineage. Today, she was determined to secure the Huaxing contract. She wished to prove to Su Yicheng that she was not merely a pampered heiress who relied on her family. When she put her mind to it, she too could shine brightly. Before her appointment at noon, Luo Xiaoxi meticulously applied her makeup and donned a seductive little red dress, then drove her flashy car to the hotel. The interview location was at the hotel, which felt rather ambiguous, but her appointment was with a married female agent, whose son was already in elementary school. So she didn't think much of it, assuming it was merely a peculiar method for a big company to evaluate talent. Upon arriving at the Hotel CF, Agent May first explained the company's scale and then informed her that, despite the glamorous facade of the industry, it was arduous work. While others could gather friends at midnight for a hearty meal at roadside stalls, they were either rushing from one event to another or exercising rigorously, with strict control over their meals. Once their pant size exceeded 25, it was a death sentence. Luo Xiaoxi nodded. May, I understand all that and can accept the hardships. I just want to be famous. May smiled. What we need is a young girl like you, unafraid of hard work and filled with determination. Luo Xiaoxi lifted the corners of her mouth. So when do we begin the interview? Right now, May replied. Xiaoxi, I must tell you that our interview is quite unique. We do not require you to showcase your figure or walk the runway, as you have already passed those stages. We want you to demonstrate your capabilities and your resolve to succeed. Once taken into the private room, Luo Xiaoxi realized she would have to confront the darker side of the industry. Huaxing was negotiating a collaboration with a company, and she was expected to charm the partners at the dining table to facilitate this collaboration. May claimed it was an opportunity for her to showcase her abilities. Luo Xiaoxi couldn't help but scoff. Does the president of Huaxing and you, the so-called gold medal agent, lack the confidence to secure the contract? Are you looking to sign me, or just to have me act as a temporary dining companion? May was taken aback by Luo Xiaoxi's directness, her expression stiffening. As a newcomer, you must be bold. Otherwise, in an era where newcomers spring up like mushrooms after rain, what makes you think you will succeed? Thank you for this opportunity to showcase my abilities, Luo Xiaoxi said, her striking phoenix eyes fixed on May, a smile on her lips that belied the coldness in her voice. Next, are you expecting me to share the bed with the partners to prove how desirable I am? You. May was rendered speechless, tacitly acknowledging Luo Xiaoxi's insinuation. Luo Xiaoxi, disinterested in further banter, turned to leave, just as the door to the private room swung open, revealing Su Jian'an accompanied by several others. What a coincidence that the person Huaxing's president was eager to please was him. Su Jian'an noticed Luo Xiaoxi as well. A fleeting glimmer of something passing through his eyes before he nonchalantly averted his gaze, as if she were merely a stranger. A wave of disappointment washed over Luo Xiaoxi, but she had long grown accustomed to this. For years, Su Jian'an had offered her nothing beyond this. If he so wished to avoid seeing her, then she would simply remain as an eyesore in his presence. President Peng of Huaxing laughed as he introduced Luo Xiaoxi to Su Jian'an. Mr. Su, this is the new model who will soon sign with our company, Luo Xiaoxi. We thought it would be dull for a bunch of men to discuss business, so having a beautiful woman around is always a plus, wouldn't you agree? Su Jian'an maintained a subtle smile, neither affirming nor denying. He always appeared cultured and composed, leaving no one able to discern his emotions. The more he remained aloof, the more Luo Xiaoxi felt compelled to provoke him. She sashayed over with a flirtatious smile, her waist swaying as she pulled out a chair for Su Jian'an. Mr. Su, please have a seat. Su Jian'an returned her gaze with a deep look. Thank you. May was taken aback by Luo Xiaoxi's sudden change of heart and sighed with relief. President Peng was equally surprised by her keen sense of social grace, smiling with satisfaction as he signaled for the waiter to bring the menu. Before the dishes arrived, red wine, white wine, and liquor were served first. With a grand wave of his hand, President Peng said, Xiaoxi, you should toast Mr. Su. After all, he is the only eligible bachelor left in a city since the marriage of the Lu family's Mr. Lu. Dining with him is a privilege. So you must show some sincerity. Luo Xiaoxi smiled, of course. She poured a generous glass of liquor for Su Jian'an and then filled her own cup to the brim without hesitation. It was rare for a girl to be so bold and generous at the dining table, and President Peng was secretly impressed. He decided that if the collaboration with the Chang'an group succeeded, it would be splendid. If not, he would ensure to sign Luo Xiaoxi. Such a gem should not fall into someone else's hands. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxi raised her glass. Mr. Su, allow me to toast you. The liquor slid past her tongue and down her throat, igniting a fiery sensation, the strong aroma filling her nostrils as if her stomach were ablaze. Fortunately, Luo Xiaoxi was well accustomed to strong spirits, maintaining her composure as she emptied her glass, tilting her head with a smile. Mr. Su, it's your turn. Su Jian'an chuckled, downing a full glass of liquor as effortlessly as if drinking water. Luo Xiaoxi thought to herself, what a freak. Dishes continued to be served, and President Peng exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Xiaoxi. She understood his cue and used her chopsticks to serve Su Yicheng some food, her voice sweet and enticing. Mr. Su, you must be working hard all day. You should eat more. At the end, she affectionately took Su Yicheng's hand and whispered, I've picked all your favorite dishes. Please give me some face. I want to sign with washing. Su Yicheng retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Do you realize you are merely playing the role of a dining companion? Well, if it's you, I would be willing to accompany you for dinner or even more. Luo Xiaoxi replied, coyly, flashing Su Yicheng a captivating smile before casually resuming her seat. The dining table was quite expansive, yet Mr. Peng, seated at a distance, was oblivious to the exchange between Luo Xiaoxi and Su Yicheng. However, from Luo Xiaoxi's demeanor, it was evident that she exhibited none of the bashfulness typical of newcomers. And Su Yicheng, too, showed no signs of aversion. He remarked that indulgence in wine and flirtation served as potent tools for negotiation at the dining table. Few could decline an invitation from someone of Luo Xiaoxi's stature. She poured herself and Su Yicheng a glass of exquisite French red wine, raising her glass with a smile. Mr. Su, I hope to rely on your guidance in the future, so here's to you. As she emptied her half glass, her already fair complexion turned paler, and her eyes grew somewhat glazed. Her slender shoulders were exposed, the red dress accentuating her alluring curves. Unbeknownst to her, she bit her red lips playfully, gazing at Su Yicheng with a mischievous smile, resembling a little enchantress. Luo Xiaoxi felt dizzy. Su Yicheng's features began to blur before her. Had his gaze deepened with displeasure? He always appeared this way upon seeing her. However, today, she had no intention of leaving discreetly. Leaning against Su Yicheng, she playfully asked, Why aren't you drinking? Unaware of the implications of her posture, which inadvertently pressed her ample figure against his chest, Mr. Peng across the table discreetly swallowed. Captivated by the scene, it would indeed be strange if Su Yicheng did not respond to such a lure. Su Yicheng pushed Luo Xiaoxi away, stating, You're intoxicated. I'm not. She insisted defiantly. If you don't believe me, I'll drink more. She poured another half glass of wine and wobbled toward Mr. Peng, allowing her hand to rest on his shoulder. Mr. Peng smiled. Today's young women surpass our generation. Truly remarkable. His gaze remained fixated on Luo Xiaoxi's college. Suddenly, Su Yicheng sprang to his feet, pulling Luo Xiaoxi back. Mr. Peng, let us discuss the collaboration another day. Luo Xiaoxi's dizziness intensified, and despite her attempts to resist, she was led out of the private room by Su Yicheng. On the hotel's top floor, there was an exclusive suite owned by Su Yicheng. Luo Xiaoxi was well aware of this, and knew he had had many girlfriends but had never brought any home, preferring to entertain them here. She had even interrupted several of his romantic encounters. Now, as he took her upstairs, she felt at ease, trusting that Su Yicheng would not take advantage of her. Yet, witnessing her current state ignited an inexplicable anger within him. With a near-violent motion, he dragged her into the bathroom, turning on the faucet and splashing cold water on her face. The chill of the late spring water jolted her, shaking her awake. She glared at Su Yicheng. What are you doing? He pressed her against the wall. Luo Xiaoxi, how long do you intend to cause a scene? With a slight smile, she retorted, In your eyes, everything I do is just foolishness. I assent it? Confessing my feelings is foolishness. Pursuing you is foolishness. But have you ever met someone who has been foolish for over a decade? Su Yicheng released her, his hands tucked into his pockets, a cold smile gracing his lips. Aren't you exactly that kind of person? Luo Xiaoxi was incensed, her teeth clenched. I am not. Su Yicheng, I will prove to you that I am serious. She was not merely acting foolishly. She would show Su Yicheng a radiant version of herself. She aimed to convey that her pursuit of him had been sincere for years, and she genuinely aspired to be an exceptional model. Su Yicheng's mocking smile turned derisive. To prove your seriousness, you intend to accompany others for meals and drinks? Luo Xiaoxi, that's not proving yourself. It's degrading. Had today as partner for Huaxing not been him, someone else would have taken Luo Xiaoxi away. The implications were painfully evident. The word degrading struck a nerve within Luo Xiaoxi. Indeed, it felt degrading. She had been blessed with everything, a prosperous family, loving parents, and stunning looks. Yet, she had squandered a decade chasing after Su Yicheng, even offering herself, only to be rejected. It truly felt despicable. Let us speak of business. Luo Xiaoxi suddenly smiled. Mr. Peng summoned me to accompany him for a meal, hoping I could charm you into signing the contract. If you sign with washing, I, too, can become a sign model. What will it take for you to agree? Su Yiqing's eyes brimmed with derision. You understand you're here to play the role of an escort. Yet you remain oblivious to the subsequent expectations? Accompanying means sleeping together. Luo Xiaoxi unzipped her dress and boldly tugged at Su Yiqing's tie, clearly aware of what was to follow. As Su Yiqing attempted to push her away, she had already torn off his tie and leaned in to kiss him. Standing at 173 centimeters tall, with 10 centimeters heels, she was nearly at his eye level, making the kiss effortless. Moreover, she had garnered a fair amount of experience in this arena. Back in her freshman year, she had resolved to give her first kiss to Su Yiqing. Watching numerous kissing tutorials online and meticulously planning her approach, only to be dismissed after a brief peck. She had made several attempts since, but none had resulted in a genuine kiss, leaving her bewildered about how to proceed, resorting to awkwardly pressing her lips against his. Su Yiqing felt as though he was being nibbled on, frowning as he tried to push Luo Xiaoxi away. Yet, she clung to him, seemingly aware of his intent, intensifying her efforts. In the process, her dress slid down, the delicate fabric brushing against his chest, her faint fragrance enveloping him, hastening his breath. Luo Xiaoxi, she whispered, a hint of resentment lacing her voice. Why won't you allow yourself to like me? Why? You know I don't have feelings for you. Yet you still want to sleep with me? Su Yiqing's eyes glinted with cold mockery. Luo Xiaoxi refused to let go. I must attain at least one of your body or heart. You're not afraid, are you? With a smile, she flicked her finger, and her red dress cascaded down like pearls from silk. She was a vision of perfection, crafted by divine hands to the highest standards. Every inch of her capable of driving a man wild. Now, as she bared herself so openly, it was nearly impossible for Su Yiqing to remain unaffected. A flicker of desire ignited in the depths of his gaze. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she kissed him, Su Yiqing, throughout my life. Whether it was the dresses in the window displays or the hairpins in boutique shops, anything I desired I eventually possessed. You two will be mine in the end. I am not a commodity to be purchased, Su Yiqing replied. I know, Luo Xiaoxi retorted with a hint of malice, tugging at his shirt buttons. If you could be bought, you would have belonged to me long ago. None of those girlfriends of yours would stand a chance. What do you even find appealing in those women? Intelligence? Capability? Are you unaware that I hold dual Master S degrees in international finance and accounting from Columbia? I'm just as capable as they are. I simply dislike the idea of being confined to an office in unattractive black, white, and gray attire. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, today Luo Xiaoxi resembled a lioness, determined to claim Su Yiqing as her prize. Xiaoxi, what is it that you truly like about me? I don't know. She found this question irksome. There are certainly others taller, handsomer, and better than you in the world. Yet they treat me well and care for me, but I still like you. After a pause, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps you're right. I am a fool. Her eyes held a despairing self-mockery akin to ashes. Suddenly, Su Yiqing lowered his head and captured her lips, prying open her mouth to seize her essence. Su Yiqing was an adept kisser. With just a few sucking motions, he drained Luo Xiaoxi of her strength. She grasped his hand, unable to respond, merely surrendering to his voracious kiss. Su Yiqing, she could not help but whisper his name. Suddenly, he became fervent, pressing her against the wall, kissing her neck and shoulders. It shouldn't be this way with Luo Xiaoxi. Su Yiqing knew that rationally. Yet, her arms wrapped around him like a tempting little sprite, tightening her embrace and offering her complete self to him. The kiss felt as awkward as it did during her teenage years. Even uttering his name felt so helpless. He suddenly wished to engulf her entirely. The bathroom fell silent, an atmosphere thick with unspoken desires. Luo Xiaoxi caught a whiff of something different, aware of what might unfold if they continued. She did not reject it. In fact, it was something she had long anticipated. Her hands encircled Su Yiqing's waist, responding to his kiss when his phone abruptly rang. The amorous moment should have been shattered by the unexpected ringtone. But Luo Xiaoxi instinctively reached into Su Yiqing's pocket and retrieved his phone. Don't answer. She contemplated tossing his phone into the toilet, but inadvertently caught sight of the name on the screen. Shui Yuting, his current girlfriend, the cousin of that girl who had a one-night stand with Qin Wei, whom she had met twice. Luo Xiaoxi felt as if she had awakened from a dream. Su Yiqing was someone else's boyfriend. What was she doing? Intruding on another's relationship? In a sudden rush, she pushed Su Yiqing away, returned the phone, grabbed her dress from the floor, and hurried out of the bathroom. Su Yiqing's eyes darkened like unground ink. Seeing Shui Yuting's name made his head throb. What had just transpired? For over a decade, he had consistently rejected Luo Xiaoxi. Had it not been for Shui Yuting's call, what might he have done? The tie that lay on the floor, his disheveled shirt with buttons undone, and the heated atmosphere all told Su Yiqing that he had crossed a line. After tidying his clothes, he stepped out, the door ajar, only to find that Luo Xiaoxi had vanished. Perhaps it was for the best. He needed solitude to sort through these matters. After a cold shower and changing into a fresh suit, Su Yiqing reverted to his composed business persona. He dialed Shui Yuting's number, inviting her to dinner that evening, at a riverside Western restaurant, with a view of the city's flowing waters and its dazzling skyline. Shui Yuting arrived in a delicate door dress, her makeup flawless, her gentle smile radiating warmth. "Have you finished work for today?" she inquired. "Yes," Su Jian'an replied, sliding an envelope across the table. "The keys to the apartment on Huaxi Road. The transfer is still in process. My assistant will bring some documents for you to sign tomorrow, and once the property deeds are finalized, they'll be sent to you." "Yicheng," Shui Yiting smiled. "I've heard that wealthy men give houses and cars to woo girls. Are you trying the same tactic?" Su Yicheng clasped his hands, leaning back in his chair, suddenly feeling distant. "Yiting, you are the most astute woman I know. You should understand my intentions." Shui Yiting's smile faltered, her expression crumbling. "Why? Were you not doing well?" Su Yicheng rose, elegantly fastening his coat. "We have no future. Breaking up is for your benefit. The expenses will be on my account. Goodbye." He exited the restaurant without a backward glance. Shui Yiting watched his retreating figure, finally grasping why some said his indifference rivaled that of Lu Boyan. He was typically refined and composed, yet when it came to ending a relationship, he acted with the precision and swiftness of a businessman, leaving no glimmer of hope. Despite their months together, she had done her utmost to be an impeccable girlfriend. Where had it gone awry? Suddenly, she recalled the moment she had gone to the hotel with her cousin to confirm her boyfriend's infidelity. At that time, she had dragged her cousin away, while Su Yiqing seemed to have gone after that girl in the bathrobe. In that moment, her focus had solely been on her cousin, but now, reflecting on it, Su Yiqing's demeanor had been off, dark and even aggressive, behavior he would not typically exhibit. She had to find that girl. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxi found herself in the hospital, in a room adorned with flowers, where Jiang Shaokai, the patient, seemed to be living more comfortably than she, a healthy individual. "Jealous?" Jiang Shaokai teased. "Then come be my neighbor. I can't afford the hospital bills." Luo Xiaoxi retorted, gritting her teeth. "It's all my father's fault. I haven't bought new clothes or shoes in a week. You should go home and kneel for forgiveness," Jiang Shaokai advised kindly. "Your father has indulged you for years. But if you want to enter the modeling world, you've truly gone too far." "Do you think I'm just playing around?" Luo Xiaoxi shot back. "I've told you. It's serious. I genuinely want to be a model. Becoming a model doesn't guarantee Su Yiqing will prefer you." Luo Xiaoxi abruptly fell silent. This was unusual. In the past, she would have jumped at the chance to jab at Jiang Shaokai's wounds, silencing his pessimism. Jiang Shaokai nudged her. "What is going on with you and Su Yiqing?" "Nothing much," Luo Xiaoxi replied, a hint of melancholy creeping in. "Jiang Shaokai, have I spent these years living like a slothful girl with no ambition, holding 2 master's degrees, only shopping and drinking, chasing after Su Yiqing, and doing nothing serious, refusing to engage in anything but pursuing him? So now you realize you've been slacking?" "Shut up." Luo Xiaoxi kicked Jiang Shaokai. "But I'm simply not interested in the business world. Must I wear a suit and sit in an office to be deemed ambitious? I truly want to be an outstanding model, and you and Jian'an actually doubt me. Unbelievable." Mentioning Su Jian'an made Jiang Shaokai's eyes flicker. "When is she coming back?" "I have no idea. Boss Lu took her away that day to G City," Luo Xiaoxi replied, turning back with a grin. "Jiang Shaokai, you should be careful." Boss Lu was furious, likely because Jian'an has been cooking soup and bringing you meals. "They seem to be making progress in G City." "Is that so?" "What do you mean?" "The person Jian'an likes is Lu Boyan." "She hasn't told you?" Luo Xiaoxi felt as though struck by lightning, utterly stunned. How could it be Lu Boyan? It was indeed Lu Boyan. Chapter 69, Returning to a City. Upon reflection, It seemed plausible. Su Jian'an appeared quite clever. Yet she was also someone with a resolute mindset, able to distinguish clearly between those she liked and those she did not, seemingly unwavering in her convictions. Luo Xiaoxi had once asked her, "Is there a chance you and the one you like could be together?" She had replied, "Probably not." "Then what will you do?" Luo Xiaoxi had encouraged her. "Why not try dating someone else? It's good to have options." She had shaken her head, responding softly, "I only like him. I can't be with anyone else. I might as well spend my life alone. It's not terrifying." A 20-year-old girl, just shedding her youth. In the prime of her life, with a bevy of suitors. Yet Su Jian'an declared her intention to remain single for life. Luo Xiaoxi found this more frightening than a horror film. Yet, not long after, Su Jian'an suddenly announced her intention to marry Lu Boyan. Luo Xiaoxi was both astonished and delighted, initially believing Su Jian'an had finally come to terms with accepting someone else. But it turned out, Lu Boyan was indeed the one she had always liked. The reason she was willing to marry was precisely because her partner was the one she adored, someone who would protect her. In this light, Su Jian'an was indeed fortunate. After leaving the hospital, Luo Xiaoxi drove home in her striking 5-star Ferrari. Her driving skills were exceptional, and the red sports car darted through the streets like a panther, its tail lights forming a fleeting streak of light reminiscent of a shooting star. The scenery outside swiftly vanished behind her, yet even at such speed, the memories of the afternoon resurfaced in her mind. Those ambiguous touches replayed in her thoughts, and Luo Xiaoxi could almost feel the warmth of Su Yiqing's lips. If it weren't for Shui Yiting's call, would something have transpired between her and Su Yiqing? But what if it had? In Su Yiqing's eyes, she would only appear more despicable and cheap. As she neared home, Luo Xiaoxi received a call from Amy. "Xiaoxi, could you come to the company tomorrow? President Peng intends to sign a contract with you. Congratulations, you'll soon debut as a model." Luo Xiaoxi chuckled coldly. "Am I to become a model or merely a companion? I have lost interest in washing, so please refrain from calling me again." It was rare for an artist to reject an agency. Yet Luo Xiaoxi was the first to turn down washing so dismissively. Amy scoffed, "Don't act so high and mighty. Just yesterday, you were shamelessly flirting with Su Yiqing. If you wish to be famous, you'll have to entertain more than just him. Those older, uglier, and fatter men? You'll have to sleep with them too. The options are yours. No thanks needed." Luo Xiaoxi ended the call and blocked Amy's number. She slammed the brakes, halting the Ferrari in front of an opulent villa. Inside, her father was playing chess alone, an image that tugged at her heartstrings. She felt somewhat unfilial. She had never heeded her parents' advice and spent her days recklessly outside, negotiating terms just to have a meal at home. Now, her father was left to play against himself. "Dad, I'm back." Her father, already aware of the sound of the sports car, looked up at her. "Oh, did you sign with washing? How did you know?" Luo Xiaoxi sat down, feeling disheartened, as she poured tea for her father. "Their agent called me just now, and I blocked the number." "What? Have you finally had enough fun?" "Dad, I'm serious this time." Luo Xiaoxi filled her father's cup with tea expertly. "Why does everyone doubt my commitment?" "Oh really? You're serious?" Her father patted his chest in mock surprise. "You nearly scared me to death." Luo Xiaoxi laughed, clinging to her father's arm in a playful manner. "I know I've disappointed you before with my fleeting interests, but I genuinely want to excel as a model. I will prove it to you. Enough already." Her father shot her a skeptical glance. "Do not embarrass yourself on television. You need to return to the company and learn about management. You are destined to inherit the Luo family business, not strut down a runway." "Why must I inherit it? The office is not my stage." Luo Xiaoxi pouted. "After you retire, the company can hire a professional manager, but I want to be a model and no one can replace me. You earn so much to give me the freedom to choose my life. Why do you keep insisting I work at the office? It's so annoying." Her father sighed. "You can pursue modeling, but if you don't achieve anything in 2 years, you must return. Also, you need to give up on Su Yiqing. Chasing after him for over a decade, and still no success? It's embarrassing for me." "No way." Luo Xiaoxi replied immediately. "Dad, I will definitely become famous within 2 years. I will be the best model in the country, and you will be proud. But giving up on Su Yiqing is out of the question. I've pursued him for so long. If I could have given up, I would have done so long ago. Besides, my embarrassment has already tarnished your reputation, so what to say a little more?" Her father could only sigh in resignation. "Luo, your daughter will shine, and Su Yiqing will indeed become your son-in-law. You can trust me." To avoid further discussion that might trigger his heart condition, her father waved his hand. Will you at least agree to meet someone? Your Uncle Qin's son returned home 6 months ago. I met him a few times. He is quite talented and not inferior to Su Jian'an. You should meet him. An arranged meeting? Luo Xiaoxi pondered. For 100,000, I'll go. Her father gritted his teeth, writing her a check. Luo Xiaoxi happily flicked the check, grinning. Dad, I'll stay home for a while. Once I run out of money, please unfreeze my card. I haven't bought new clothes in 2 weeks. Don't you think that is pitiful? What about Su Jian'an? Her father, knowing his daughter well, was aware that she often returned home after fighting with Su Jian'an. Luo Xiaoxi sighed. Dad, life is tough. Is Mom upstairs? I'll go check on her. With that, Luo Xiaoxi dashed off, leaving her father shaking his head. He took a sip of tea and instructed the maid to prepare a room, also letting the chef know to prepare breakfast according to her preferences. Luo Xiaoxi was right. He earned so much to provide his daughter with the best and the freedom to choose her path. The only thing he could not give her was Su Jian'an. The next day, after handling matters at the branch office and arranging for Su Jian'an to work at a hot pot restaurant, Lu Boyan returned to his city with Su Jian'an. At the airport, Su Jian'an had slept throughout the flight and stumbled off the plane, allowing Lu Boyan to guide her out. The bustling noise of the airport felt distant to her. All she wanted was to sleep. Once in the car, familiar sights whizzed past the window, and Su Jian'an finally woke up a bit. She turned to Lu Boyan and asked, Don't I have to go to work tomorrow? No need, Lu Boyan replied. I've already asked the director for leave. You can rest at home for a few days. The day after tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere. Su Jian'an didn't inquire about their destination. She simply nodded and closed her eyes again. The car swayed as it turned, yet she remained unwilling to open her eyes. Lu Boyan was surprised by how deeply she slept. Seeing her nearly nodding off, he wrapped his arm around her, letting her lean against his shoulder. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to his care, or perhaps she was too drowsy to recognize the situation. She snuggled closer, comfortably drifting back to sleep. Lu Boyan's fingers brushed through her hair, and a soft sigh escaped his lips. What if someone else were beside her? Would she snuggle against them too? It seemed he had to keep a close watch on this little creature. The airport was not far from Dingyashan Villa, and in less than half an hour, they arrived home. Lu Boyan called out to Su Jian'an, who rubbed her eyes awake. The first thing she saw was their familiar 3-story villa, warm light spilling from the windows as if welcoming them home. Su Jian'an smiled at Lu Boyan. We're home. Those 3 words had been spoken countless times by the driver. Mr. Lu, we're home. Yet hearing them from Su Jian'an felt entirely different. This place had truly transformed into a real home, a sanctuary from the storm, filled with the person he cherished the most. Every plant and detail seemed to breathe with life and warmth. No longer just a place to sleep, indistinguishable from an apartment in the city center. Yes, he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he stepped out of the car. Unso Su ap go tek. Young master, young mistress, Mr. Su has arrived. My brother? Su Jian'an was puzzled. If there were an urgent matter, Su Yicheng wouldn't have come at this late hour. She hurried back to the living room. Brother. Su Yicheng rose, smiling as he scrutinized Su Jian'an. Have you lost weight? Su Jian'an touched her face. Not at all. It's late. Are you here to see me or Lu Boyan? I'm looking for Boyan, Su Yicheng replied, noticing the concern in her eyes. Don't worry. It's just a business matter. As Su Jian'an turned to glance back, Lu Boyan entered. She smiled. You two chat. I'll head back to my room. By the way, do you have time for lunch tomorrow? Shall we eat together? Naturally, Su Jicheng agreed. Where do you want to go? Just send me the address. Su Jian'an nodded cheerfully and dashed upstairs. It was only when she disappeared from sight that Su Yicheng turned to Lu Boyan. I need your help with something. Su Yicheng was not a trivial figure in the business world, rarely needing assistance. Lu Boyan gestured for him to sit. What is it? You must promise me not to tell Jian'an. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Boyan replied, No problem. Upon hearing Su Yicheng's so-called request, Lu Boyan did not immediately agree. His deep gaze lingered on Su Yicheng. Signing the contract is straightforward, but the subsequent work will be challenging. I understand. I won't make it a burden for you. Su Yicheng chakil laitli, unisitatingli de valyinga secret about Su Jian'an. Jian'an has a significant secret related to you. If you haven't discovered it in 3 months, I'll tell you. Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. It's a deal. The next day at noon, in a restaurant, Su Jian'an was perusing the menu while waiting for Su Yicheng when someone suddenly tapped her left shoulder. The force was familiar, and she turned to her right. Luo Xiaoxi. What are you doing here? I was going to ask you the same. Are you dining with your boss, Lu? Luo Xiaoxi asked, a teasing smile on her face. Where is he? No, I made plans with my brother. Su Jian'an replied, have you eaten? Would you like to join us? Luo Xiaoxi pondered gravely. I don't want to see Su Yicheng. I'm not eating. Why don't you want to see him? Su Jian'an inquired. Beauteous. You should be overjoyed to dine with him. Luo Xiaoxi twirled her long curls, huffing. Who told me I'm not the old Luo Xiaoxi anymore? Did you sign a contract with the agency? Su Jian'an asked. Yes. Luo Xiaoxi beamed, sitting across from Su Jian'an. Guess which company I signed with? Su Jian'an did not need to guess. Lu Corporation Media, right? Bingo. Luo Xiaoxi snapped her fingers. That's right. From now on, you'll be my boss. I'll undergo 3 months of training, and then my manager will arrange my debut. Within 2 years, I will become the finest model in the country. What does that have to do with not seeing my brother? He doesn't believe I can be a good model, Luo Xiaoxi asserted, both stubborn and resolute. I've decided not to see him until I achieve some success. After he has seen me for over a decade, it's time for something new. Next time, I want to appear before him in a completely different light, making him captivated. In her pursuit of Su Yicheng, Luo Xiaoxi had employed various unconventional tactics. But this one surprised Su Jian'an. Su Jian'an nodded. Just a heads up, my brother will be here in 5 minutes. Luo Xiaoxi sprang to her feet. Then I'll take my leave. Oh, and don't tell him about my signing with Lu Corporation Media. Oh, and your phone. She hastily placed Su Jian'an's phone down before rushing out of the restaurant. Moments later, Su Yicheng, clad in a tailored suit, entered. His tall stature, complemented by regular exercise, made him even more striking in an ordinary business suit. His elegance radiated a certain aloofness without being cold. He always carried himself with grace. His handsome, deep-set features captivating everyone around him. Su Jian'an thought, if Su Yicheng were not her brother, and if she had not met Lu Boyan, she might have found herself irresistibly drawn to him, much like Luo Xiaoxi. Su Yicheng settled across from Su Jian'an. Have you ordered? Yes. She informed the waiter to bring the dishes. Propping her chin on her hands, she gazed at Su Yicheng. He adjusted his posture and asked, what is wrong? Do I seem off today? Su Jian'an shook her head. You're just as impeccable as ever. I wanted to ask why you went to see Lu Boyan so late yesterday. Was there an urgent matter? Leaning back, Su Yicheng surveyed his sister leisurely. Are you worried about Lu Boyan or about me? I'm not worried about either of you. Su Jian'an smiled. I'm concerned about Xiaoxi. I ran into her here. She just signed a contract with Lu Corporation Media. Su Yicheng remained impassive. So? Su Jian'an did not respond, leisurely sipping her water while observing him. She suspected that Su Yicheng had a hand in Luo Xiaoxi's signing with the agency, yet he wished to keep it under wraps. Having studied psychology, she could gauge a person's thoughts through subtle changes in their expressions. Typically, she could discern whether someone was guilty or dishonest just by looking into their eyes. However, these skills were futile against Su Yicheng. She could detect no flaws in his demeanor. In this regard, he and Lu Boyan were remarkably similar, both exuding an elegant detachment. Their eyes perpetually calm and inscrutable, with occasional smiles that remained enigmatic, eluding the comprehension of others. Su Jian'an surrendered. I admit your expression is flawless. Su Yicheng checked. The question is, what could I possibly have that warrants your probing? Su Jian'an paused. Lu Corporation has no plans to nurture new talent recently, and they typically only sign artists in film and music. They don't have a modeling agency. She smiled brightly, more radiant than Su Yicheng. So before you approached Lu Boyan, there were no agents from Lu Corporation seeking Xiaoxi. So you suspect that I assisted Luo Xiaoxi? Su Yicheng's demeanor remained unchanged. In investigations, evidence is paramount. Mere speculation won't convince a judge. Su Jian'an shrugged. I lack concrete evidence. And Lu Boyan, certainly 1T, disclosed the truth. But in my mind, your impeccable expression serves as evidence. If I hadn't guessed right, why would you adopt a negotiating stance with a competitor? I'm your sister, not a business partner vying for profit. Your guarded demeanor just reveals your unease. The amusement in Su Yicheng's eyes deepened as their soup arrived. He served Su Jian'an a bowl. Once you find your evidence, you can interrogate me. For now, can we enjoy our meal? By the way, how was your trip to G-City with Lu Boyan? The blush-inducing moments and touches flashed through Su Jian'an's mind, and she buried her face in her soup. It was fine. What could it be? Su Yicheng knew Su Jian'an too well. Her inability to meet his gaze revealed her embarrassment. There's definitely something going on. Su Jian'an shot her head up. Don't jump to conclusions. Did you kiss? Su Yicheng fixed his gaze on Su Jian'an. Initially, she could hold his gaze, but gradually, her eyes faltered and her head drooped. He chuckled knowingly. If there weren't, I'd find it strange. My sister is so beautiful. A normal man would have a reaction. Su Jian'an felt vexed. It was supposed to be her interrogation of Su Yicheng, yet now, the roles had reversed. With the limited interrogation techniques and psychology you learned at school, you can only deal with petty thieves. Su Yicheng shook his head. Fortunate that you married Lu Boyan. What does this mean? Su Jian'an's voice grew more subdued. Su Yicheng sighed directly. You will understand in the future. At that moment, the dishes Su Jian'an had ordered began to arrive one after another. She tilted her head. All right. Then she focused on her meal. Since Su Yicheng mentioned that she would understand later, there was no need to dwell on it now, nor on the delicious food before her. As Luo Xiaoxi said, cuisine is also a sentiment that deserves undivided attention. After the meal, Su Yicheng hurried back to the company for a meeting, while Su Jian'an pondered what to do in the afternoon to avoid boredom. Suddenly, two familiar figures approached her, Jiang Xueli and Su Yuanyuan. This mother-daughter duo had recently spent some time in detention for assaulting a police officer and leaking others' private information. Su Jian'an calculated the time. They should indeed be out to cause trouble again. Su Yuanyuan's haughty strides halted beside Su Jian'an's table, her arms crossed as she looked down at Su Jian'an. Miss Su, didn't you marry Lu Boyan? People say he dotes on you. So why are you only having a meal with Su Yicheng? Is Lu Boyan with Han Ruoxi? Su Jian'an truly did not wish to engage with these two, so she stood up to leave. Feeling guilty? Su Yuanyuan continued to taunt. Did I hit the nail on the head? Trying to run away? If it weren't for my father revealing the truth to me, I might have believed that you and Lu Boyan were truly in love. I must admit, your acting skills are rather impressive. You even incited Lu Boyan to have my mother and me sent to detention. Mark my words, we are far from done with this matter. Su Jian'an coldly smiled. Have I not mentioned that your leaking of my information was settled? You can go to the police station to settle at any time. However, I must warn you, assaulting a police officer and obstructing official duties have serious consequences. A light sentence could lead to detention, while a severe one could result in imprisonment. Those with a criminal record may face even harsher penalties. The shadow of a criminal record loomed over Su Yuanyuan's otherwise glamorous life. She glared at Su Jian'an in fury. Why are you so confident? Lu Boyan has openly declared he intends to divorce you in 2 years. Yet, of course, you can only enjoy being Mrs. Lu for those 2 years. Su Jian'an chuckled. At least during these 2 years, I can enjoy my status. However, over the past decade, I was never Mrs. Lu, and you weren't exactly more impressive than I was, were you? Indeed, Su Jian'an was never a character to be trifled with. Throughout her years in the Su family, the only thing Su Yuanyuan ever claimed was Su Hanyuan's affection, which Su Jian'an never coveted. Beyond that, Su Yuanyuan had never gained any advantage over Su Jian'an, despite her numerous attempts to undermine her. Su Yuanyuan, exasperated, stamped her foot, while Su Jian'an smiled and picked up her bag to leave. Su Yuanyuan pointed at her retreating figure, shouting, "What do you have to be proud of? I should have realized that your marriage to Lu Boyan was a sham. Otherwise, why was there no wedding? And not even a ring? To be married, yet empty-handed. Su Jian'an, only a fool would believe in your love with Lu Boyan." No one noticed Su Jian'an's footsteps falter for a brief moment, her smile freezing in an instant. Yes, she and Lu Boyan even lacked a wedding ring. Su Yuanyuan had truly struck a nerve. For the first time in 9 years. Yet if they were to divorce in 2 years, a wedding ring seemed unnecessary, right? She would return it to Lu Boyan. After all, he wouldn't use a ring she had worn to woo someone else. Better to leave with nothing at all. The driver opened the car door for Su Jian'an. Madam, shall we return home or go elsewhere? Su Jian'an bun to Xinguan. She wanted to seek out Tang Yulan. No matter how others treated her, Tang Yulan had always regarded her as her own daughter, genuinely caring for her. Friday arrived, and Lu Boyan finished work on time. While the staff at the Lu Corporation's president's office surprisingly didn't have to work overtime. Xinyue Chuan, planning where to go for a night out, was still preoccupied with recent events in G City. The message he sent to Lu Boyan had been seen by Su Jian'an, leading to the revelation of Lu Boyan's great secret. However, Su Jian'an forbade him from telling Lu Boyan. If Lu Boyan discovered that he had dared to deceive him, Xinyue Chuan suspected he might soon find himself on another business trip to Nepal. Hey Lu, he tentatively asked, have you considered confessing everything to Jian'an? All those things from years ago, and your recent actions, telling her everything. You can't continue like this. Especially since you've told her you'll divorce in 2 years. Jian'an appears indifferent, but she is undoubtedly keeping this matter in her mind. reminding herself constantly about the impending divorce, which would restrain her behavior and keep her at a distance from you. After a pause, Shen Yuechuan continued, "But if she truly thinks that way, then you both are a perfect match, as you two are restraining yourself with that very statement, aren't you?" Lu Boyan paid no heed to Shen Yuechuan's lengthy discourse, his gaze dangerously fixed on him. "Did you do something?" Shen Yuechuan felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly denied. "I only offered a suggestion beneficial for both you and Jian'an. Girls like her are easily moved. If she learned of your actions, an overwhelming wave of emotion might sweep over her, and she could fall hopelessly in love with you. It's not the right time yet." Lu Boyan had no intention of keeping Su Jian'an by his side through emotional investments and gestures of affection, for relying on feelings for an extended period would only burden her. If he were to bring Su Jian'an into his world, and she ultimately chose another, he would rather continue to conceal everything, allowing her to leave unencumbered. Shen Yuechuan sighed and handed the car keys to Lu Boyan. "I really don't know who's the bigger fool between you two." Lu Boyan shot him a cold glance, causing Shen Yuechuan to flee like a rabbit, fearing for his life. Lu Boyan retrieved his car from the garage, and just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. The screen displayed the name Jian'an. "Are you off work?" Su Jian'an asked. Lu Boyan replied, preparing to head home. "What is up? I'm at my mother's. Would you like to come over?" Su Jian'an's voice was light and cheerful. "I've made dinner, and I'm waiting for you." The summer sun extended the day, and though it was already 5 in the afternoon, the sunlight remained bright and glaring, streaming through the car windows and accentuating the upward curve of Lu Boyan's lips. One hand casually rested on the steering wheel while the other held his phone, his demeanor relaxed and at ease. He had never imagined he would receive such a call one day. Su Jian'an's soft, sweet voice resonated in his ears, asking if he was done with work and excitedly informing him that dinner was ready, awaiting his return. Indeed, these small moments could become beautiful simply because they were shared with her. "I'll head over now. In 40 minutes. Wait for me." He hung up, pressed the accelerator, and the car sped towards Zhejiang, his heart racing with anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jian'an had hesitated for quite some time before calling him. From the moment she found his number, her heart had been anxious. She feared Lu Boyan might not answer, worried that she might disturb him if he was busy, and was anxious about his potentially indifferent response. Yet, Lu Boyan told her to wait for his return, making the entire world seem brighter with those words. "When I was young, I used to call Boyan's father like this." Tang Yulan approached, smiling, dialing, and speaking to him made me extremely nervous. Once the call ended, I felt dizzy with sweetness, even though we hadn't exchanged any grand declarations of love. Su Jian'an hadn't anticipated Tang Yulan's sudden appearance behind her. Feeling flustered, "Mom, my mom understands." Tang Yulan gently patted Su Jian'an's shoulder, remarking that all of them experienced love before marriage, and suggested that it would be amusing for her and Lu Boyan to reverse that order. She urged Su Jian'an to share any amusing anecdotes that might arise. Su Jian'an's face flushed crimson as she replied, "I'll go serve the dishes." When Lu Boyan returned home, Su Jian'an's rosy cheeks had yet to fade. He took her hand and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she replied, pressing her palm against her cheek, just feeling a bit warm. The weather was indeed heating up, and she was still clad in a spring sweater. Lu Boyan accepted her explanation without suspicion and took the fruit platter from her to place on the dining table. The housekeeper observed this scene and whispered to Tang Yulan with a smile. The young master and young mistress seemed to be quite affectionate. "Madam, before long, you might find yourself holding a grandchild." "There's no rush on grandchildren," Tang Yulan replied with a smile. "As newlyweds, they should take another 2 years to adjust. Besides, Jian'an is still quite young." She added that for now, she simply wished for their love and safety. After dinner, Tang Yulan asked Lu Boyan if he would like to stay the night. Su Jian'an recalled her previous experience of staying over and swore she never wanted to go through that again. She desperately signaled Lu Boyan, praying he would decline. "Mom, tomorrow I'm taking Jian'an somewhere," Lu Boyan said. "We'll visit you next time." Though Tang Yulan felt disappointed, she did not press the issue, saying, "That's fine. You two should head back to rest early." Once in the car, Su Jian'an sighed in relief. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Lu Boyan replied. "Even if you wanted to stay, I would refuse." Su Jian'an sensed something awry in his words, and upon reflection realized he meant he didn't want to be with her. She pouted and turned her gaze outside. "You needn't worry about rejecting me. I wouldn't want to stay in the first place." After a moment, Lu Boyan detected a shift in Su Jian'an's tone. Glancing over, he noticed her cheeks were puffed up in indignation. She was indeed upset. Realizing that her anger stemmed from misunderstanding his intentions, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Jian'an, what do you like?" A normal girl would likely respond with something charming, such as reading or traveling, to maintain her image before someone she admired. Yet, Su Jian'an boldly declared, eating. Undeterred by the possibility of Lu Boyan's disdain, she simply stated her preference, knowing full well that he already found her unappealing. Lu Boyan chuckled softly. "Then consider this. If I placed your favorite food before you, but forbade you from eating it, how would you feel?" "That would be utterly inhumane. I couldn't bear it." She shot back, glaring at him. "Then you shouldn't even bring it near me." "Exactly," he responded. "That is why we should go home and sleep in separate rooms. It would be too cruel otherwise. If they couldn't touch, it was better to maintain distance." The agony of seeing, but not tasting, was a torment few could endure. He hoped Su Jian'an would understand. "So what you mean is," Su Jian'an asked uncertainly, "that in the future I want to be allowed to eat?" Lu Boyan was taken aback by her inability to grasp such an obvious implication. "Su Jian'an," he nearly ground out, "you are even more foolish than I anticipated. Can't you express yourself clearly?" Su Jian'an retorted, turning away to the window, questioning why it had escalated to an attack on her intelligence. Lu Boyan let out a cryptic laugh, wishing she had the wit to warrant such an attack. As the car pulled up to the house, Su Jian'an leaped out and hurried inside, vowing not to see Lu Boyan again until tomorrow. He, for his part, was unconcerned by her resolve. Just as he was about to enter the house, their driver, Uncle Qian, approached. "Young master, there is something you should know about Madam from lunchtime at the restaurant." "What happened?" Lu Boyan inquired. Uncle Qian informed him that Jiang Xueli and Su Yuan were also at the restaurant, and after Mr. Su departed, they approached Madam and made some rather unpleasant remarks. "What did they say?" Lu Boyan's brow furrowed. Uncle Qian recounted Su Yuan's ridicule regarding Su Jian'an not even having a wedding ring. Su Jian'an had not mentioned any of this to Lu Boyan, nor did it seem she intended to. As he passed Su Jian'an's room, Lu Boyan hesitated, his hand poised to knock on her door. Yet, recalling her sulky demeanor in the car, he suppressed a smile and lowered his hand. It was likely that she did not wish to see him before tomorrow. He surmised that Su Yuan's comments about the ring would hardly trouble her. Thus, he decided to let it be, as he had already formulated a plan. Su Jian'an distinctly heard Lu Boyan's footsteps halt before her door. Holding her breath, she waited for a moment, yet no sound followed. Just as she began to question her hearing, his footsteps receded. What was he thinking? Su Jian'an found herself unable to conjure an answer and decided to wash up and sleep. Upon awakening, a new day dawned, and Su Jian'an cast yesterday's events aside. Descending the stairs, she felt invigorated, yet Lu Boyan was nowhere to be found. His routine was so regular that the notion of him sleeping in was utterly incongruous. She searched the living room and dining area, but found no trace of him. "Young master is in the gym." Su Bo suddenly appeared behind her, indicating the direction. Curiosity piqued, Su Jian'an ventured forth, discovering a gym more spacious than an ordinary living room, filled with an array of fitness equipment and a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the garden. The door led directly to the outdoor swimming pool, an absolute paradise for fitness enthusiasts. She spotted Lu Boyan on the treadmill, having seen him in suits and casual wear. This was her first glimpse of him in athletic attire. Strikingly, even his oversized, unadorned workout clothes were a sight to behold, as sweat traced the contours of his muscular physique, exuding an irresistible allure. Su Jian'an swallowed. Lu Boyan had noticed her entrance, pausing the treadmill. "Jian'an, please hand me a towel." Su Jian'an stood frozen at the doorway, momentarily bewildered. Realizing the towel was within her reach, she retrieved one and handed it to him. As he toweled off, he remarked, "I'm going to shower, wait for me for breakfast." It was only after he exited the gym that Su Jian'an remembered, letting out a soft "oh" as she caught a glimpse of her own reddened face in the glass. Because Lu Boyan looked incredibly handsome while wiping off sweat. Chapter 72. Immunity to Handsomeness. If she were to indulge in such infatuation daily, how could she manage? Eventually, all her little secrets would undoubtedly come to light. Shaking her head, she resolved to bolster her immunity to charm. She tossed the towel he had used over her neck, gripping the ends tightly as she pondered her way out of the gym. However, she found herself ensnared in a peculiar loop. completely losing her sense of direction as she wandered aimlessly. The housekeepers, witnessing her somber demeanor, hesitated to interrupt, uncertain if she was deep in thought. Thus, when Lu Boyan descended the stairs, he encountered a wandering Su Jian'an. Furrowing his brow, he approached her. Su Jian'an sensed she was about to collide with something and halted, looking up to see Lu Boyan. Realizing who it was, she managed to smile. "Oh, you're down." Lu Boyan pointed at the towel draped around her neck. "Why are you wearing the towel I used?" Su Jian'an glanced down and, to her astonishment, realized she was indeed wearing it. How it had ended up around her neck was a mystery. I wiped my sweat with it. I'll return it to you now." She hastily thrust the towel back into his hands before bolting to the dining room. After breakfast, Mr. Su handed the car keys to Lu Boyan. "Young master, the vehicle is ready at the entrance. You and young madam may set off now." Lu Boyan extended his hand towards Su Jian'an. "Come with me." Su Jian'an recalled that Lu Boyan had mentioned taking her somewhere today, so she obediently placed her hand in his, pondering where he might lead her. She imagined various locations, even picturing amusement parks, which seemed utterly incongruous with Lu Boyan's character, yet she never anticipated that they would arrive at this place. They found themselves at Xiangyuan, a well-preserved old district in City A. The cobblestone streets were lined with quaint wooden structures transformed into shops and restaurants, bustling with tourists on weekends. As the car could not enter, Lu Boyan parked it at a nearby shopping center and guided Su Jian'an through the throngs of people. "I used to come here often with my mother when I was little," Su Jian'an remarked, observing the scenery. "There used to be an old tailor on this street who made exquisite kipayos. My mother adored wearing them and always had hers custom-made there. By the way, you were in City A as a child too. Have you ever been here?" "No," Lu Boyan replied. "I have never liked crowded places." Su Jian'an found this unsurprising. Given Lu Boyan's reserved nature, it was entirely reasonable that he had never visited before. "That's all right," she smiled. "Let me tell you, back when this street wasn't a tourist attraction, most visitors were locals. I would accompany my mother to pick up her kipayos, and afterward, I would beg her to take me to a tea house in the back street for sweet soup. I've heard that the sweet soup shop has long since closed, and I've forgotten the taste. But I vividly remember how beautiful my mother looked in her qipao, even more so than Maggie Chung." This nostalgic old street, laden with memories of her mother, prompted Su Jian'an to chatter animatedly, while Lu Boyan listened attentively and guided her forward. Yet, as she spoke, her voice suddenly fell silent. Alarmed, he turned back to see her entering a tang suit shop. She merely surveyed the store, seemingly uninterested in the garments displayed. A minute later, Su Jian'an emerged, stating, "This used to be the old tailor's shop, but they no longer sell kipayos." Lu Boyan said nothing, tightening his grip on her hand as he continued to lead her forward. Curiosity piqued, Su Jian'an asked, "Lu Boyan, where exactly are you taking me? Didn't you say you dislike crowded places? Why are we here?" "To see a doctor," came Lu Boyan's concise reply. Su Jian'an initially thought she had misheard or that he was joking. However, the word "see a doctor" resonated clearly, and she knew Lu Boyan was not one to jest. "Wait." She pulled Lu Boyan to a halt, her eyes wide with concern. "Are you ill? What is wrong? Is it serious?" He pressed his temple lightly. "I'm not sick." "Then why are we seeing a doctor? Are you taking me to see a doctor?" Su Jian'an suddenly realized. "But I'm not sick." "Not sick?" Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. Who was unable to get out of bed in City G. Recalling her experience in City G made Su Jian'an blush. She lowered her head and mumbled that wasn't an illness. After a pause, she looked up at him with a pleading gaze reminiscent of a small rabbit. "Let us go back. It's a rare weekend. Let us not waste time." She dreaded hospitals and feared doctors the most. If she could convince Lu Boyan to return, she would do anything, including feigning innocence. However, Lu Boyan was unmoved by her tactics. "Just a traditional Chinese medicine consultation. Be obedient and come with me." "No." Su Jian'an struggled to free her hand from his grip. "I want to go back." Her delicate skin reddened from her attempts to escape, prompting Lu Boyan to release her hand, though his expression darkened. "You dare try and go back?" She could have easily turned and run, but Lu Boyan's dangerous gaze instilled fear in her, leaving her with no choice but to whisper, "I don't want to see a doctor. Besides, it's not an illness. If it were truly nothing, the doctor wouldn't do anything to you." Lu Boyan grasped Su Jian'an's hand again, resolutely moving forward. Confused, she wondered why they were going to see a doctor when she was not ill. She grumbled, "Lu Boyan, why do you care? Aren't you busy?" They were not truly a couple. Even if she were genuinely unwell, He could easily ignore her and let her fend for herself. Lu Boyan halted, narrowing his eyes dangerously at her. You married me. If I don't care for you, then who will? Su Jian'an bit her lip, choosing silence. In truth, her perspective had shifted. All of this was a benefit she had gained. Lu Boyan could have disregarded her, yet he still brought her to see a doctor. If his actions could be interpreted as concern, then this concern was something she had inadvertently reaped from their contractual marriage. All right, she conceded. I'll begrudgingly allow you to take care of me for 2 years. After all, she wouldn't be at a loss. Lu Boyan, unable to decipher the peculiar reasoning of his little monster, led her to the end of the old street. There, they encountered a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, displaying a sign indicating it was closed for the day. Su Jian'an's heart leapt with joy, her eyes gleaming. Lu Boyan, they're closed today. Can we go back? Lu Boyan tousled her hair. Mrs. Lu, you are too optimistic. Su Jian'an was puzzled. Huh? Just then, the clinic's firmly shut wooden door swung open, revealing a young man. Are you Mr. and Mrs. Lu? I'm Mr. Tang's assistant. Please come in. Mr. Tang has been expecting you. Su Jian'an finally grasped the reality. The closure sign was a ruse, and she was being led into a trap. Upon entering the clinic, a strong herbal aroma enveloped her. While she did not mind the scent, and even found it somewhat pleasant, the thought of having to consume the concocted herbs was unbearable. The assistant said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Tang would like to check your wife's pulse first. Lu Boyan released Su Jian'an's hand, gesturing for her to follow the assistant. Realizing she could not escape, she obediently sat before the examination table. Mr. Tang, I apologize for the trouble. Mr. Tang, the most experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in City A, was a kind-eyed elder. Noticing Su Jian'an's tense demeanor, he smiled gently. Mrs. Lu, there is no need to be anxious. I will merely check your pulse, and it won't hurt. Please extend your hand. Su Jian'an complied, her pulse being assessed by Mr. Tang. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he released her wrist and asked her several questions before finally writing a prescription for the assistant to prepare. Lu Boyan approached. Mr. Tang, how's my wife's health? Nothing serious, Mr. Tang replied. She has a constitution that is somewhat cold and deficient. She should focus on dietary supplements and, with some herbal treatment, her menstrual pain will gradually alleviate. I will have the assistant write down the method for brewing the herbs. Remember to take them on time and return for a follow-up after finishing. If her condition improves, further medication will not be necessary. The assistant returned with the prepared herbs, which Lu Boyan accepted gratefully before leading Su Jian'an out. With her head bowed, Su Jian'an allowed Lu Boyan to guide her, as if she had lost her ability to speak. The mere mention of taking medicine left her dazed, and upon seeing the 8 packets of herbs in Lu Boyan's hand and recalling the bitter taste, she felt an overwhelming urge to snatch them and toss them into the river. As they walked through the increasingly crowded street, Lu Boyan sensed that her hand had grown cold. Are you cold? He inquired. Yes, Su Jian'an replied, her face contorted in distress. Thinking about taking medicine makes me feel cold all over. It's all your fault. Lu Boyan smirked slightly. Yes, blame me, but you still need to take the medicine. Su Jian'an. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Jian'an showed no intention of getting into the car. Lu Boyan looked at her in confusion. She cleared her throat. You go ahead. I need to go somewhere. Where to? Lu Boyan asked. I want to visit Jiang Shaokai. He hasn't been discharged yet. Su Jian'an remarked. No matter how you put it, he was hospitalized to save me. I will go with you. Huh? Su Jian'an gazed at Lu Boyan in disbelief. Why would one go? He is not familiar with Jiang Shaokai. Lu Boyan smirked slightly. He got shot while saving my wife. Shouldn't I express my gratitude? Su Jian'an pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That is indeed necessary. Lu Boyan then gently pushed her into the passenger seat. It dawned on Su Jian'an that while it was indeed appropriate, such an obligation seemed misplaced in the context of their unconventional marital relationship. Just as she was about to voice her concerns to Lu Boyan, he pressed the accelerator and the 177 merged into the flow of traffic heading towards the hospital. If Su Jian'an recalled correctly, Jiang Shaokai was admitted to the city's People's Hospital. If she wasn't mistaken, Lu Boyan was not on the route to that hospital. She alerted him, but he replied, I know. If you know, then why are you going the wrong way? Su Jian'an felt a wave of confusion. Is this amusing to you? Lu Boyan smirked again. Are you doubting that I did this on purpose? Su Jian'an was puzzled. What do you mean on purpose? Perhaps I intentionally took the wrong route to prevent you from seeing Jiang Shaokai. His expression was ambiguous. making it difficult to discern whether he was serious or jesting. Su Jian'an considered this seriously for a moment before shaking her head. That's impossible. Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow with interest. Why do you think that's impossible? You have no reason to do that. Meeting Jiang Shaokai doesn't T affect you at all. Why would T let me see him? Moreover, intentionally taking the wrong route is rather childish. I trust you wouldn't engage in such immature behavior. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, his tone inscrutable. Who told you that seeing Jiang Shaokai has no impact on me? Su Jian'an was taken aback. Is there any? Besides depleting the fuel in your tank, what else could it affect? It also affects my mood. However, Su Jian'an likely wouldn't understand that sentiment. So Lu Boyan chose to remain silent. Not long after, a private hospital, akin to a five-star hotel, appeared before Su Jian'an. She was taken aback and then remembered to ask Lu Boyan, "Why are we here?" As he parked, Lu Boyan explained, "Jiang Shaokai was transferred here on the day we went to G-City. If my relationship with Jiang Shaokai is so good, how come I didn't know he was transferred?" Su Jian'an scrutinized Lu Boyan's chiseled jawline and suddenly realized, "You helped him transfer, didn't you?" Lu Boyan affirmed with a nod. "Get out of the car." Su Jian'an, contemplating, followed him into the elevator, saying, "The environment here is indeed more suitable for Jiang Shaokai's recovery. Thank you." With a beep, the elevator reached the floor Lu Boyan had selected. As the polished steel door slid open, Su Jian'an stepped forward, only to find Lu Boyan abruptly blocking her path, pressing the door close button, rendering it inoperable. His tall, imposing figure loomed over her, filling the confined space with an eerie stillness. Su Jian'an could almost feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. Yet his dark eyes seemed to have darkened with a dangerous aura, suffocating her with an overwhelming pressure. "Lu Boyan," she timidly queried, gazing at this suddenly foreign man. "What's wrong?" With gritted teeth, he articulated each word deliberately. "Do not let me hear you thank Jiang Shaokai again." Su Jian'an was perplexed. Even if she thanked Jiang Shaokai, what would it matter? Observing her confusion, Lu Boyan felt compelled to engrave his next words into her mind. "I facilitated Jiang Shaokai's transfer. If thanks are to be given, it should come from him, not you. What relation do you have with him?" A vague sensation of jealousy flickered within Su Jian'an. She gently pushed Lu Boyan away, explaining, "Jiang Shaokai risked his life to save me, and all I can do is make soup and deliver meals. I am grateful to you for providing him with a better environment to recuperate, not thanking him on his behalf." What are you imagining? The oppressive atmosphere in the elevator dissipated like a punctured balloon, but Su Jian'an, oblivious to the moment, continued, "My relationship with Jiang Shaokai is good. Perhaps a bit better than with you. But it's not to the extent that I would thank him. I am neither his family nor his girlfriend." She had the audacity to emphasize her closer relationship with Jiang Shaokai right in front of him. The previously deflated balloon was reinflated, and the menacing aura slowly coalesced again within the compartment. Lu Boyan released the door button, and the elevator doors slid open, pulling Su Jian'an out with him. She sensed something was amiss with Lu Boyan. Why was he so unpredictably volatile, like the weather in June? Before she could ponder further, Lu Boyan pinned her against the wall, his tall frame encasing her, his familiar scent enveloping her senses. She swallowed hard. Lu Boyan?" Lu Boyan leaned down slightly, fixing his gaze upon her eyes. "How good is your relationship with Jiang Shaokai?" "Is it as good as mine with Xiaoxi?" Su Jian'an felt uncomfortable and attempted to struggle free. "Why are you asking this?" Moreover, was it necessary to lean in so closely to inquire? Whether due to anxiety or something else, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Within the confines of his embrace, she felt like a small quail trying to flee, her lips, luscious and inviting, effortlessly diverting Lu Boyan's attention. By the time he realized, his lips had already descended upon hers. Her taste was as sweet as he remembered, intoxicatingly addictive. He could effortlessly reject the allure of smoke, alcohol, or even drugs, yet only she could lower his defenses, vanquishing his resistance in an instant. Su Jian'an was taken aback by Lu Boyan's sudden advance. Mere moments ago, he had been irate, and now he was kissing her in broad daylight, in the hospital corridor. Her mind momentarily blanked. When she came to her senses and attempted to push him away, he locked her waist, pulling her closer. "Do not push me away." His deep voice held a subtle softness, yet it was primarily a commanding tone. Su Jian'an was not inclined to obey, pushing against him with force. "No, this is a hospital. You." The words were left unspoken as his lips sealed hers once more, this time leaving her no chance to resist or even catch her breath. Lu Boyan's kiss, like his demeanor, was cool yet irresistibly compelling, prying open her lips and claiming her tongue with fervor. Eventually, Su Jian'an found herself unable to struggle, surrendering in his arms. The only sound in the air was their mingled breaths, warmth enveloping their skin. This was their most intimate moment. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Boyan finally released Su Jian'an. Her bright eyes were veiled with a misty haze, akin to a small pet lost from its owner. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, matching the allure of her full lips. She gazed at him, seemingly still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Lu Boyan, with a smirk playing on his lips, leaned closer, their foreheads nearly touching, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Is your relationship with Jiang Shaokai truly so close? Su Jian'an snapped back to reality, her eyes widening, and she hastily freed herself from his grasp, stammering, I need to use the restroom. In the corridor? There was no restroom to be found. Lu Boyan did not stop her. He merely observed as she rushed forward, only to realize she was indeed in the hallway, and then lowered his head, obediently turning back. No, she exclaimed, tilting her small face up to look at him. Even if Jiang Shaokai and I touched hands, it was merely for the sake of the experiment, akin to how ordinary people might hold hands without feeling anything. We're not at a stage where kissing is appropriate. Are you satisfied now? Lu Boyan lifted the corners of his lips with a satisfied smile. During their freshman year, she and Jiang Shaokai were classmates. Su Jian'an was slow to warm up, and it was not until their sophomore year that they gradually became acquainted, attending classes, conducting experiments together, appearing to be quite close, yet their relationship remained innocent, with Jiang Shaokai never crossing any boundaries. Lu Boyan was well aware of this. Otherwise, Jiang Shaokai would have long been transferred to another class. You are quite boring, Su Jian'an remarked, pouting slightly. Which room is Jiang Shaokai in? 1401. It was conveniently located at the other end of the corridor. Su Jian'an walked over and knocked on the door. Jiang Shaokai's voice soon came from within, inviting her in. Upon seeing Su Jian'an, Jiang Shaokai was momentarily surprised, but upon noticing Lu Boyan behind her, understanding dawned on him, and he welcomed them. Make yourselves comfortable. Su Jian'an pulled up a chair next to Jiang Shaokai's bed. How is your wound? It's recovering quite well. I should be able to be discharged soon. Jiang Shaokai glanced at Lu Boyan with a smile. Actually, it wasn't necessary for Mr. Lu to visit me. Su Jian'an instinctively looked at Lu Boyan, who had approached with a charming smile. I ought to thank Mr. Jiang for saving Jian'an at a critical moment. Given the circumstances, it was only right for me to assist her. You are too polite, Jiang Shaokai replied, contemplating for a moment before adding, moreover, it should be I who thanks you. My father informed me that you helped our family business through a difficult period and even arranged for my transfer to another hospital. You have done more than enough. Su Jian'an was unaware of these details, and Lu Boyan had never mentioned them to her. She cast a puzzled glance at him, but all she saw was his calm smile. Jian'an, aren't you going back to work? Jiang Shaokai inquired. Not yet. I'll return in a few days. By the way, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll prepare something for you. Su Jian'an offered. No need. Lu Boyan interjected before Jiang Shaokai could respond. Su Jian'an looked at him puzzled. Why? I have arranged for a nutritionist to assist Mr. Jiang. His meals are all carefully planned to aid in his recovery, prepared by the hospital kitchen. Please do not interfere. The slightly reproachful tone he used bore an air of endearment, and, as Su Jian'an gazed into his tender eyes, she momentarily lost her train of thought. Oh, she murmured, quickly redirecting her attention back to Jiang Shaokai. It was a stroke of misfortune. Jiang Shaokai was not bad-looking either. During their school days, he was the most admired student, receiving countless love letters and confessions, with his Valentine's Day chocolate sufficient to open a shop. Yet, why did spending a day with Jiang Shaokai not make her heart race? Whereas with Lu Boyan, a single gesture, an accidental touch, or even a fleeting glance would unsettle her. How pitiful! She resolved to engage in something more productive. I need to discuss something with Jiang Shaokai, she said, turning to Lu Boyan. If you're busy, you can head back first. I'll take a taxi home later. Chapter 74. Have you had your fill of jealousy? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaokai nearly fell off his hospital bed in shock. Su Jian'an, usually so agile and clever, why was she so dull when it came to matters of the heart? Since Lu Boyan had come with her, was there any chance he would leave her alone with Jiang Shaokai? What naive thought! Su Jian'an was actually telling Lu Boyan to leave? Was she trying to abandon him in this luxurious room with air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and a supply of watermelon? Cough. To preserve his lavish accommodations, Jiang Shaokai decided to issue a gentle dismissal. Jian'an, we can discuss work matters when I return to the office. Those unresolved cases have lingered for years, and we can't solve them all at once. I have a series of examinations this afternoon, so please let me off the hook. Just then, a young nurse in scrubs entered the room. Mr. Jiang, I should go for my examination, right? Jiang Shaokai quickly interjected. All right, let us head there immediately. To be hired at this hospital, nurses must possess not only solid professional knowledge, but also exceptional responsiveness. The nurse discreetly stepped forward to assist Jiang Shaokai. Dr. Lu is ready. If this examination goes smoothly, you'll be able to be discharged. As Jiang Shaokai's and the nurse's voices faded, Su Jian'an estimated that he would not return anytime soon. She stood up and told Lu Boyan, then let us head back. Only then did she notice Lu Boyan's expression was somewhat somber. He turned and left the hospital room without a word, striding with decisive steps, leaving her behind. Usually, he would have taken her hand and walked with her. Su Jian'an tightened her grip on her left hand, feeling inexplicably dejected, and hurried after Lu Boyan, who was already in the elevator, the doors slowly closing. Wait for me. She sprinted towards the elevator, but the gap between the doors was narrowing, and Lu Boyan showed no intention of waiting. His tall figure gradually disappeared from her sight. What did this mean? Su Jian'an stopped a few meters away from the elevator doors, staring at the approaching closure, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. Just as she was about to conclude that Lu Boyan truly did not care for her, the elevator doors suddenly opened again, and Lu Boyan's hand pressed the button to keep them ajar, commanding her, "Get in." She entered slowly, and only then did Lu Boyan release the button, the elevator descending steadily. Until they exited the elevator, neither spoke. Lu Boyan walked ahead with long strides, while Su Jian'an initially jogged to keep up, but as she continued, her temper flared, and she stubbornly maintained her own pace, quickly creating a considerable distance between them. When Lu Boyan opened the passenger door of the car, he noticed Su Jian'an lagging behind by several meters, walking slowly and turning her head away from him. "Hurry up," he ordered, frowning. At such moments, Su Jian'an became unusually obedient, quickening her pace to slide into the passenger seat and slamming the door shut with force. Without uttering a word, Lu Boyan started the car, the 177 speeding towards Dingyao Mountain Villa. The scenery outside blurred into swift streaks, and after watching for a while, Su Jian'an felt dizzy and uncomfortable, closing her eyes and curling up in the corner to rest, sensing the car gradually slowing down. She believed Lu Boyan was deliberately reducing speed. How awkward. Upon returning home, Lu Boyan exited the car before Su Jian'an, and she rushed to catch up, calling out to his back, "Stop." She jogged to his side, blocking his path, and gazed into his eyes. "Are you angry?" Lu Boyan averted his gaze. "No." After saying this, he attempted to bypass her and return inside. Su Jian'an spread her arms to block him. "Then why aren't you speaking to me?" Having lived together with Lu Boyan for 3 months, she might not know him thoroughly, but she could at least discern his displeasure from his expression. Lu Boyan curled his lips into a slight smile that was difficult to interpret, whether it was playful or genuine. "Didn't you have something to discuss with Jiang Shaokai and ask me to leave? Are you still concerned about talking to me?" Su Jian'an paused, and Lu Boyan had already circumvented her and was heading inside. She pondered for a long moment, finally daring to confirm her thoughts. With a smile, she hurriedly pursued Lu Boyan up the stairs. Just as he was about to close the door, Su Jian'an quickly thrust her hand through the gap to stop him. He ultimately could not bear to slam the door on her hand, looking at her coldly. "Is there something you need?" Su Jian'an pointed at him, her expression earnest. "You need something." Lu Boyan smiled instead. "Then tell me, what is it that concerns me?" "You're feeling jealous," Su Jian'an remarked, gazing into his eyes. Her tone is casual, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Lu Boyan narrowed his eyes, his deep and captivating gaze darkening. Su Jian'an felt a surge of trepidation, but stood her ground. "I merely have work-related matters to discuss with Jiang Shaokai, and I asked you to come back. Simply because you're quite busy. Watching me converse with Jiang Shaokai would only infuriate you further, wouldn't it?" Lu Boyan's lips curled slightly. "I wouldn't be angry. I would simply throw Jiang Shaokai out of the ward." A chill ran down Su Jian'an's spine, and she instinctively shrank her shoulders. "In any case, there's nothing between Jiang Shaokai and me. If there were, I wouldn't have married you." The dark cloud that had been dissipating instantly gathered back onto Lu Boyan's face. With a resounding thud, the solid wooden door slammed shut, rattling Su Jian'an outside, and Lu Boyan's figure vanished behind it. How inexplicable! Su Jian'an muttered in dissatisfaction. Regretting her decision to explain herself, she turned and headed toward her room, but soon found herself descending the stairs instead. Uncle Su approached her, saying, "Young madam, lunch is ready. You too can eat." Su Jian'an rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "I'll cook lunch today. By the way, Uncle Su, what does Lu Boyan like to eat?" Uncle Su smiled. "Young master doesn't eat celery or coriander. He is not picky about other things." "Thank you." Su Jian'an slipped into the kitchen and deftly prepared several dishes. Yet Lu Boyan's presence remained elusive. "He might be sleeping," Uncle Su suggested. "Young madam, why not call him? We wouldn't dare disturb him. But if he doesn't come down soon, lunchtime will pass." Lu Boyan's displeasure was indeed quite intimidating, but having already been frightened by him earlier, Su Jian'an, undaunted, nodded and dashed upstairs. His door remained firmly shut. She knocked twice. "Lu Boyan." No response. She knocked again. "Lu Boyan?" After several more knocks with still no reply, Su Jian'an suddenly recalled his stomach condition. Had he missed a meal and fallen ill again? The mere thought of his sickness sent a wave of anxiety through her. She sought Uncle Su for the key to his room, opened the door, and found him indeed lying on the bed. "Lu Boyan." She rushed over. His long arm rested over his forehead, yet could not conceal the furrow in his brow. "Lu Boyan, are you unwell?" She shook him gently, asking where it hurt. "Is it your stomach again?" Lu Boyan's brow furrowed deeper. Su Jian'an, believing she had surmised the issue, grew even more anxious and was about to suggest taking him to the hospital when Lu Boyan's hand suddenly gripped the back of her neck, pulling her down onto the bed. Ultimately, she found herself kneeling at the edge of the bed, her upper body draped over Lu Boyan's, feeling the deep thrum of his heartbeat. "Be quiet." His voice was laced with irritation. "You're being too loud." Su Jian'an persisted with her initial concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Boyan opened his eyes, noticing that the little monster was on the verge of tears, her bright eyes anxiously searching his. He sighed. "I'm fine. I was just sleeping." Su Jian'an paused, surprised. "So I woke you up? Who else could it be?" Su Jian'an felt a bit flustered, removing his hand from her neck. Just pretend I wasn't here." With that, she attempted to make her escape. However, Lu Boyan was not about to let her go. He yanked her back. "What do you want from me?" "To eat," Su Jian'an replied. "I made a big plate of chicken and steamed fish. Would you like to get up and eat?" Lu Boyan scrutinized Su Jian'an, pondering whether her overtures were a mistake. But she misinterpreted his hesitation and pouted. "If you don't want to eat, then I'll go downstairs. Oh, by the way, have you had enough of being jealous?" As anticipated, Lu Boyan's expression darkened. Realizing the gravity of her words, Su Jian'an instinctively tried to escape, but Lu Boyan had already pulled her onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. She widened her eyes, struggling. "Lu Boyan, let me go." She struck at his broad shoulders, yet it had no effect. "You said no at the hospital. Why should I let you go now that we're home?" Su Jian'an protested. "No, Lu Boyan already knew what she was about to say, something along the lines of them not being a real couple, and had no interest in hearing it. Silencing her was the wisest choice. He kissed her with even more fervor than at the hospital, breaking past her lips, entangling her tongue. Su Jian'an realized she could not escape him, and, steeling herself to bite him, was interrupted by his ominous voice. "Try biting me and see what happens." Su Jian'an met his dangerous gaze, silently dismissing the thought of biting him, and retorted, "You lecher." Lu Boyan smirked. "That's your fault." Before Su Jian'an could grasp the meaning of his words, he seized her lips once again, demanding and voracious. The fervent kiss crashed over her like a tidal wave, sweeping her along, rendering all her resistance and struggles futile, merely inviting more of his aggressive advances. It wasn't until she was gasping for breath that Lu Boyan released her lips, yet he remained on top of her. "I was indeed jealous," he said, a half-smirk on his face, "but I hope you won't feed me jealousy next time." Su Jian'an retorted with mock annoyance. "Then what should I feed you?" "Certainly you." Chapter 75. You're being pressed by me. Lu Boyan's tall frame pinned her down, leaving her immobile, and that phrase echoed endlessly in her mind. To use her to feed him. To use her to feed him. Su Jian'an's mind momentarily blanked, but after a while, she finally processed it. She swallowed hard, timidly saying, I'm not tasty, but the big plate of chicken and steamed fish I made is quite delicious." Still not reacting? Lu Boyan remained silent, merely staring at Su Jian'an. She dared not meet his gaze, avoiding his eyes until, after a moment, a realization struck her. To use her to feed him, Lu Boyan meant that kind of feeding? Pervert. She shot him a glare, pushing him away. Let me go. In truth, Su Jian'an's earlier worry was well-founded. Lu Boyan's stomach issues had flared up again, and her hand inadvertently pressed against his stomach, causing him to frown. What's wrong? Lu Boyan removed her hand, smiling mischievously. Madam Lu, you're being pressed by me. Perhaps you should worry about yourself. Su Jian'an almost ground her teeth as she spat out that word again. Pervert. Lu Boyan smiled, releasing the little monster beneath him. He opened the drawer of the bedside cabinet, retrieving a white bottle and taking out 2 white pills. Su Jian'an glanced at the bottle, confirming it was indeed stomach medication. Not only that, but his drawer also contained sleeping pills. Lu Boyan, she asked tentatively, do you have insomnia? Lu Boyan closed the drawer, occasionally. Before Su Jian'an could inquire further, he grasped her hand, leading her downstairs directly to the dining room. The big plate of chicken, steamed fish, and tomato egg soup all simmered on the table, exuding warmth. However, compared to the luxurious and exquisite dining table and chairs, these simple dishes seemed rather meager. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Jian'an said, I was pressed for time and couldn't make anything else. Here, this meal is my apology to you. The tension weighing on Lu Boyan had long dissipated, but since the little monster had extended an olive branch, he begrudgingly accepted it. By the way, how long did you ask for leave? Su Jian'an inquired. Having been away from the dissection room in cases for nearly half a month, she was beginning to feel unaccustomed. Lu Boyan remarked, the company's anniversary celebration has concluded. You may return to work. The 10th anniversary of the Lu Corporation? Su Jian'an. But what significance did it hold for her? Lu Boyan gazed at the bewildered Su Jian'an with keen interest. How do you know it is the 10th anniversary of Lu Corporation? How could she confess to Lu Boyan that she had been following Lu Corporation ever since he established it? However, Lu Boyan seemed disinterested in her response. Focusing intently on her, you are Mrs. Lu, the president's wife of Lu Corporation. So tell me, what role do you play in the 10th anniversary celebration? In that case, does she qualify as the hostess? Lu Boyan had nearly built his empire from scratch, and the dedication, time, and hardships he had endured were unimaginable to outsiders. Therefore, the 10th anniversary must be a significant milestone for him, right? Su Jian'an never expected that after 2 years of marriage with Lu Boyan, she would accompany him through such a meaningful commemoration. She inquired, is there anything I can assist you with at the company? I have nothing to do at home. Since Luo Xiaoxi was undergoing training for her debut, Su Jian'an would likely end up at the hospital seeking Jiang Shaokai. Lu Boyan raised an eyebrow. Come to the company with me the day after tomorrow. Having heard much about Lu Corporation, Su Jian'an had often driven past the grand entrance before marrying Lu Boyan, always sneaking a glance at the top floor, imagining Lu Boyan working there. She had longed to enter, knowing he was inside. The person she had secretly admired for over a decade was within that very building. Yet, the rare impulse was consistently subdued by reason. Now that Lu Boyan invited her to accompany him, she struggled to contain her excitement, lest he discern her emotions. All right, I will go with you the day after tomorrow. Lu Boyan smiled. Then take your medicine after dinner. Okay, Su Jian'an responded, but suddenly realized and stared wide-eyed at Lu Boyan. Wait? Lu Boyan replied casually. I said to take your medicine. Aunt Lu timely brought over the medicine, madam. It's still hot. Please wait a moment. Su Jian'an said, contemplating whether to feign an accident and spill the medicine while Lu Boyan was distracted. Yet, he reached out and took the bowl, meticulously scooping the dark concoction, letting it flow back into the bowl repeatedly, steam rising steadily until it cooled. He pushed it back toward her. It's ready. Drink it. The pungent aroma of the medicine filled her nostrils, and Su Jian'an's taste buds recoiled at the thought of the bitterness. She gazed pitifully at Lu Boyan, shaking her head. Can I skip it? You can ask me to do anything the day after tomorrow. Without hesitation, Lu Boyan replied, no. Lu Boyan, she pleaded, just drink it. Brother Boyan. She resorted to a softer approach. Lu Boyan smirked, be good, drink the medicine. Feeling a heaviness in her heart, seeing her expression akin to facing a daunting task, Lu Boyan gently coaxed, be obedient, drink it all at once. It won't be too bitter. Su Jian'an hesitative. Realizing she could neither evade nor escape, and adopted a resigned expression, Pinching her nose, she lifted the bowl and gulped down the bitter potion. The acrid taste overwhelmed her palate, and upon finishing, tears nearly brimmed as she glared at Lu Boyan. "You deceiver." Lu Boyan pinched a candied fruit Aunt Lu had brought. "Open your mouth." Su Jian'an slightly parted her lips, and he fed her a piece of the sweet treat, the cloying sweetness masking the bitterness of the medicine. Her furrowed brow finally relaxing. "I'm going to sleep. Wake me if you need anything." Lu Boyan stood to leave, but Su Jian'an called out, wanting to ask if his stomach still hurt. After a stammering attempt, she couldn't form the question. He raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to join me?" Su Jian'an's expression darkened. "You go upstairs." He could still be flirtatious. He probably wasn't in much pain. She took the bowls of medicine and candy back to the kitchen, opening the fridge to rummage for something. With nothing to do in the afternoon, baking some snacks for tea was an ideal way to pass the time. However, as she opened the freezer, she discovered a plethora of ice creams, vanilla, strawberry, all encased in small containers labeled in English. To confirm, she took one out and scrutinized every word. Abel's handmade ice cream. She had once told Lu Boyan that what she missed most about America was the ice cream shop just outside her university, especially the vanilla flavor. That was before he departed for New York on a business trip, and he had promised her a surprise upon his return. Later, when rumors about Lu Boyan and Han Ruashi surfaced, and she was kidnapped, they awkwardly fell into a Cold War, leading her to believe he had forgotten his promise and felt too embarrassed to bring it up herself. But now, Abel's handmade ice cream suddenly appeared at her home, leaving her with no choice but to question its arrival. She sought out Su Bo, who explained, "A master named Abel came specially to make this." Su Jian'an stared at Su Bo, urgently inquiring, "When did the master come? Do you remember?" "Yes," Su Bo smiled. "He arrived on the third day after the young master returned, which was the same day you and the young master went to G-City." Lu Boyan's original business trip was scheduled for 7 days. Had he not returned early, he would likely have come back that day. These handmade ice creams were indeed the surprise Lu Boyan intended for her. She had mentioned that he couldn't bring ice cream back from America, so instead, he brought the master to make it for her. Why had he not told her? "The young master instructed us not to say anything." Su Bo coughed lightly. "He said you shouldn't eat it now. He feared you wouldn't be able to resist." Su Jian'an felt a pang of embarrassment, glancing at the ice creams. Her taste buds undeniably tempted. Yet after a brief internal struggle, she closed the fridge door. Fine, Lu Boyan understood her well. Keeping it from her was indeed wise. Yet, a wave of happiness surged within her. This handmade ice cream was not expensive, and its packaging was simple and environmentally friendly. However, because she had expressed her fondness for it, Lu Boyan went to great lengths to bring the master over. She was acutely aware of how popular that little shop was and how principled the owner was. Lu Boyan must have exerted considerable effort to make this happen. Thus, her joy surpassed that of receiving extravagant jewelry or designer clothes. She was uncertain about Lu Boyan's feelings toward her, unsure if he truly liked her. But she could ascertain that he cared for her and had invested thoughtfulness in her happiness. This at least indicated that Lu Boyan did not harbor any dislike for her, right? So, could she attempt to win his affection? She resolved to abandon the despair of anticipating a divorce in 2 years. After all, he had claimed that there was nothing between him and Han Ruashi. Therefore, he must need a wife, right? Could she try to make Lu Boyan fall in love with her, to prolong this contractual marriage and remain by his side forever? As she contemplated this, Su Jian'an noticed her palms growing sweaty. This decision felt like a challenge. After all these years, she had never dared to entertain such thoughts about Lu Boyan. Before their marriage, being alone with him felt like a luxury. She had once harbored feelings for him, doing so in a way that felt so humble. Now, deciding to pursue him, she felt as though she had transformed into a powerful giant. She had known Lu Boyan since childhood. Tang Huilan adored her, and they were married. Many circumstances favored her. Thus, pursuing Lu Boyan might be slightly easier for her than for others. So it was settled. From this day forth, anyone daring to approach Lu Boyan, regardless of gender, she would eliminate them. After a long while, Su Jian'an reflected upon that day, realizing it was a mere row of ice creams that had bestowed upon her the courage to pursue Lu Boyan. She couldn't help but feel young and impulsive. Chapter 76. Are you well cooked? Father Luo has unfrozen Luo Xiaoxi's credit card, granting her a 2-year period to make a mark in the modeling industry, without achievements. She must obediently return to work at the Luo Corporation. Luo Xiaoxi has agreed to this, yet she refuses to relinquish her feelings for Su Yicheng. Consequently, she intends to meet her Uncle Qin's son for a blind date. Father, do you think that meeting a handsome man will make me forget Su Yicheng? As she spoke on the phone, she entered the CAF, thinking how naive that notion was. I have already told you, I want no one but Su Yicheng. She poked at the screen and hung up, just as a waiter approached. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? Luo Xiaoxi's gaze swept across the opulent CF, and suddenly she spotted a familiar figure. Qinwei, the notorious playboy, was surprisingly clad in formal attire today, looking quite the dashing young gentleman. Luo Xiaoxi sauntered over and boldly took a seat across from him. What a coincidence. You're here. Qinwei summoned the waiter to present the menu. What would you like to drink? Luo Xiaoxi smiled brightly as she opened the menu, but her expression froze 2 seconds later. Uncle Kines son. Qinwei appeared utterly unfazed upon seeing her and casually remarked, You've arrived. She suddenly realized something, raising her head and struggling to articulate her thoughts. You, Qinwei, you're the son of Uncle Qin who recently returned from abroad? Qinwei chuckled lightly. What? You didn't know your blind date was me? Luo Xiaoxi shook her head in disbelief. I had no idea, but if it's you, then it's manageable. Qinwei sipped his espresso. How so? Well, my father's intention is for me to marry you so that I can manage the Luo Corporation, allowing him to rest easy. Luo Xiaoxi tossed her bag aside and leaned forward on the table, disregarding her image. But you know, aside from Su Yicheng, I want no one else. I was worried my date would be infatuated with my beauty, and if he told my father he liked me, my father would surely pressure me into marriage. But with you, I have no such concerns. What if I told you I wouldn't mind marrying you? Qinwei's attractive fingers rested casually on the coffee cup. Xiaoxi, you and Su Yicheng are impossible. We are well matched. You know me, and I don't dislike you. Our marriage would greatly benefit both our families' enterprises. Your father is retiring, and I can help you manage the Luo Corporation, allowing you to continue living freely as you do now. What's not to like? This was Luo Xiaoxi's first encounter with such a serious Qinwei, and it starkly contrasted with his usual flamboyant persona. She felt somewhat alienated and waved her hand in front of him. You're still the nightclub prince, Qinwei? Sacrificing marriage for family interests doesn't suit your carefree character. Qinwei chuckled self-deprecatingly. Xiaoxi, for people like us, marriage exists for the sake of family interests. We can be picky about our luxuries and pleasures, but we cannot choose our life partners. We must marry someone who ensures mutual benefit. But you could find the daughters of other powerful families, Luo Xiaoxi countered. There are plenty of companies in a city stronger than Luo Corporation. Why choose me? Qinwei tapped the table thoughtfully. Xiaoxi, how do I explain that I'm not interested in them? Their personalities are often designed to be gentle and demure, and I find that unbearable. Luo Xiaoxi flashed a charming smile, cradling her face in her hands. So you like me? I do, Qinwei admitted, glancing at her. You are impeccable, with an enviable physique and long legs, exuberant and vivacious. Why wouldn't I like you? However, I prefer the Luo Corporation more. Luo Xiaoxi scoffed, nearly wanting to kick Qinwei. She was well aware that his first statement was a jest, and the latter was the truth. She straightened her expression. Qinwei, I truly cannot give up on Su Yicheng, unless he marries someone else. But I still suggest you consider marrying me. Qinwei meticulously enumerated his reasons. First, you and Su Yicheng are not meant to be. Marrying me will allow you to move on. Otherwise, when Su Yicheng marries someone else, you will lose entirely. Second, I have the capability to help you manage the Luo Corporation, allowing you to enjoy life as the wife of Qin without concerns over what you detest. You'll have my protection. Third, I am quite handsome. Shouldn't you give me a thought? Luo Xiaoxi burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking. After a moment, she regarded Qinwei earnestly. What should I do? You're so handsome, and your conditions are so tempting, but I truly do not feel a spark. Stubborn. Qinwei sighed. If that is the case, I will have to try to pursue you. Huh? Luo Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon realizing, she couldn't help but curse. Qinwei, you're going back on your word. We agreed to be lifelong good friends. Haven't you heard? There is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women, nor can there be brotherhood, unless one pretends to be foolish while the other refuses to admit it. But I can no longer hold back. Without some tangible actions, how can I live up to my reputation as a master of wooing women? Luo Xiaoxi remained speechless. Even after leaving the CAF, Luo Xiaoxi felt a sense of disarray. She disregarded whether Su Jian'an was home, driving straight to Ding Yashan Villa, where she fortuitously encountered Su Jian'an, who had just baked paper cupcakes. "I'll have a cake to calm my nerves." She swallowed a cake and pulled Su Jian'an to sit in the living room. "Where's your boss, Lu?" he asked, sleeping. Su Jian'an pointed upstairs. "What do you want to ask him?" Lu Xiaoxi recounted the afternoon's events to Su Jian'an, emphasizing how outrageous it was that Qin Wei intended to pursue her. Su Jian'an chuckled at her astonished expression. "You've had countless admirers over the years. Why act like an old maid who has just received her first suitor? I just feel that with Qin Wei. It's more of a brotherly relationship." Lu Xiaoxi shook her head. "He shouldn't like me, nor should he pursue me. We should just be good friends." Su Jian'an smiled, retrieving a cup of ice cream from the refrigerator for Lu Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, you view people and the world too simply. You've lived so freely and straightforwardly. Do you think that just because Qin Wei protects you in the nightclub and shares casual meals with you, he sees you solely as a friend? You've forgotten the purpose of his initial approach." In the bar, Qin Wei had approached Lu Xiaoxi with the intention of developing a one-night stand. Knowing she liked his brother, he temporarily maintained the facade of a good friend. Now that he discovered marrying her could create a win-win situation for both the Qin and Luo families, it is only natural that he would break that barrier. Su Jian'an concluded, "Thus, there is no need for you to be so surprised." Lu Xiaoxi nodded, gazing at Su Jian'an with a smile. "You truly have the wisdom of experience. By the way, what does it feel like to marry someone you love?" Su Jian'an paused momentarily before pouncing on Lu Xiaoxi to cover her mouth. "Did Jiang Shaokai tell you?" Lu Xiaoxi nodded, mumbling her protests. Su Jian'an released her, but warned, "Lu Boyan is at home, so don't speak carelessly." Lu Xiaoxi nodded, and once freed, she shot a disdainful glance at Su Jian'an. "You're quite disloyal. You didn't even mention such explosive news." "I sent it because I was afraid you'd blurt out and let Lu Boyan find out." Su Jian'an replied, distressed. As unrequited love for someone for over a decade is hardly something to boast about. "Wait, does that mean you fell for Lu Boyan the first time you met him?" Lu Xiaoxi calculated aloud, recalling that from the age of 10 until now, it had been 14 years. "Hey, Su Jian'an, on what basis do you usually mock me for pursuing your brother for so many years? You're the one who started earlier than I did. If only you had arrived a few years earlier, we would truly be jesting at each other's misfortunes." Lu Xiaoxi pondered for a moment, and then she scooped another bite of ice cream in her mouth. Suddenly, she noticed something, smacked her lips, and upon glancing at the ice cream container, she was astonished to discover it was indeed Abel's handmade ice cream. "How on earth did you manage to get this?" "Remarkable. It wasn't me," Su Jian'an replied. "It was Lu Boyan who arranged for someone to make it. Inviting Abel from America is no trivial task." Lu Xiaoxi scrutinized Su Jian'an, clearly sensing there was something more between them. Su Jian'an raised the corners of her lips. "And what of it? Living under the same roof every day. It would be abnormal if there wasn't something going on." Her words were indeed thought-provoking, and Lu Xiaoxi leaned in closer to Su Jian'an, teasingly inquiring, "So, have you too taken that step?" Su Jian'an contemplated for a long moment before solemnly delivering her response. "The water is nearly boiling." Lu Xiaoxi, well aware of Su Jian'an's character, immediately understood, covering her mouth and laughing uncontrollably. "Go for it, Su Jian'an. Make sure to win over Lu Boyan and become my lifelong mistress of the house." Su Jian'an took a sip of the milk tea she had brewed herself. The prospect of being Lu Xiaoxi's lifelong mistress of the house certainly intrigued her. Lu Boyan did not descend until after 4 in the afternoon, just as Lu Xiaoxi departed. Su Jian'an was bent over, tidying up the fruit platter and paper cupcakes on the coffee table when he asked, "Did Lu Xiaoxi come by?" He walked silently, and his sudden question startled Su Jian'an, who handed the trash to Aunt Lu and replied, "Yes, she just left." Lu Boyan, with one hand nestled in his pants pocket, appeared to emanate an indescribable air of leisure and languor, having just awoken. As he turned to leave, Su Jian'an called out to him, "I baked a cake for you." Though he had little penchant for sweets and rarely indulged, Su Jian'an had already slipped into the kitchen and emerged with a slice of cake as soon as her words fell. "To give a try," she urged, her smile sweeter than the dessert itself. Lu Boyan accepted the cake, offering kindness without cause. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Aside from her professional expertise, Su Jian'an considered herself lacking in other skills. However, she excelled at cooking and baking. She had sampled the freshly baked cake earlier, and it was soft and delectable. no less impressive than those served in the five-star restaurants he frequented. She simply wished for him to taste it. Why would he assume she would offer kindness without reason? Yet, since he believed so, she indeed had a matter to address. Very well, I shall speak. There is a favor I wish to ask of you. Lu Boyan arched an eyebrow. Proceed.